No suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा. अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people.
Welcome back. You're watching the morning news here at CNN News 18. Our next story is a story developing right now in the East with international focus on it. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan is a region that has sparked tension between China and the US due to their different stances on the island over the last decade and more. Now, as per inputs, the House Speaker Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday. Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary. Taiwan, remember, is a self-ruled island, but it is claimed by China, which sees it as a breakaway province. China has issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military, quote-unquote, won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened. Now, more developments in the same story. United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said the Speaker, he's referring there to Nancy Pelosi, will make her own decisions about whether or not to visit Taiwan. If the Speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalates tension, that would be entirely on Beijing. Take a look at what Blinken had to say, then we'll connect with a report on the ground.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us right now to bring us more context on this story. Abhishek, it is known that US President Joe Biden had said that the US military also does not recommend this visit at this time. Could you bring us more context? Why does Pelosi say she's visiting Taiwan right now?
It looks like both USA and China, they are at loggerheads with this visit, which is of Nancy Pelosi's own calling. In fact, however, the time when her office announced the visit, it was mentioned that she will be visiting Indo-Pacific nations, Singapore, South Korea, Japan and Malaysia, but there was no mention of Taiwan. That took everybody by surprise. But now we know that there has been reports coming in that Nancy Pelosi will be reaching Taiwan tonight, and probably she'll be tomorrow she'll be meeting the president of Taiwan, and then she'll leave tomorrow only, and like she's going to stay overnight in Taiwan and Taipei also. So this has come at a time when both USA and China have been warning each other over escalation of any sort around Taiwan issue, while China has been calling any attempt by USA to to abate or encourage independence of Taiwan will be not taken as a very lighter contest. In fact, China has said, like you have also mentioned, that they'll not be sitting idly by, and anything that happens, any escalation that happens, any flare-up that happens, will be USA will be wholly responsible for it, and the consequences USA will have to bear. Meanwhile, US State Secretary Blinken has also said that any flare-up or any escalation that China creates in wake of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, Chinese side will be responsible for it. We know that the Chinese side have said that in the Taiwan Strait or in the sea around it, they have been continuously doing military drill. In fact, from 2nd August to 6th August, they have issued a warning that no activity in that zone should be done, because there will be a military drill going on. There will be
Abhishek,
firings.
we have more developments coming in the story that we need to move to. I'm going to come back to you. Okay, according to the Taiwan Defense Ministry, 4 Chinese J-16 warplanes flew around the waters southwest of the island. In response, Taiwan has issued radio warnings and deployed air defense systems. But experts are linking all of these actions to the visit by the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Asia. So these moves, these advancements by China are very much being looked at as retaliatory tactics. My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us to bring us more context. Abhishek, the White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby had said a few days ago that signs indicated that Beijing may send flights towards the island. So is this largely on expected lines?
This should be largely on expected line, because we know that in past also there has been several incursion of Chinese jets into Taiwanese airspace, but it becomes really important because of the context that Nancy Pelosi is going to visit Taiwan. Maybe she'll be landing there tomorrow after her Malaysia trip, and the incident that you are talking about has happened just yesterday when 4 Chinese fighter aircraft invaded into Taiwanese airspace, and they violated that and they went away. So this was in a way a posturing, an aggressive posturing from Chinese side. The military drill that is happening in Taiwan Strait, that is also again a posturing by Chinese side of military. So in a way, this is something that China wants to tell to US that they are ready for every eventuality, and anything that happens, China will handle it very aggressively. They will not be sitting idle.
Okay, Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us those developments. For our audiences, that is all that we have on the morning news. Good morning. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh. It's 9 a.m. We're about to walk you through all of the country's top stories. Our first development, though, and our big focus is on an international development that took place. One of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has been killed in Kabul. United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. This entire attack took place on July 30th, so a few days ago. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed by Bin Laden's successor. Remember, Zawahiri took over the Al-Qaeda after Bin Laden died in 2011. Zawahiri was a key architect behind multiple attacks in the United States. He was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11th terror attacks also. Now, reactions are coming in from countries around the world, right from Canada to Saudi Arabia, on this development. First, take a look at US President Joe Biden's statement.
At my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was Bin Laden's leader. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks, murdered 2,977 people on American soil. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. And to those around the world who continue to seek to harm the United States, hear me now. We will always remain vigilant, and we will act, and we will always do what is necessary to ensure the safety and security of Americans at home and around the globe.
And more reactions coming in. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said on this entire attack, he said, and I'm going to quote here, by hosting and sheltering the leader of Al-Qaeda in Kabul, the Taliban in Afghanistan has grossly violated the Doha Agreement and repeated assurances to the world that they would not allow Afghan territory to be used by terrorists to threaten the security of other countries. All right, my colleague Abhishek Jha with us to bring us more on this story. Abhishek, good morning. We're starting with you on the story. For our audiences, could you explain what the Doha Agreement itself is? Also, Afghanistan, the government has made a similar statement. They've also said that the United States stood in violation of the Doha Agreement by making this attack in the first place. Could you explain to our audiences? Could you give us more context?
So, the Doha Agreement was done in order to make a very workable arrangement between the Taliban and the erstwhile ruling dispensation that was sort of democratically elected government of Taliban under Abdullah and also USA and other NATO members. Many countries were part of that agreement, or at least they were present there also. It happened in Doha. In Qatar, who was also one of the facilitating country to mediate between all these parties for a long-lasting peace in Afghanistan. The gist of the deal was that Taliban will not allow or will not abate, aid and harbor any terrorist activities or organization in Kabul or in Afghanistan. That was the basic deal, and in return America has also assured that they will not interfere in the internal activities of Afghanistan, and there will be no activity sort of that has happened without keeping in loop the government or the dispensation in Afghanistan. But now it looks like both sides have sort of compromised this situation. First, it was from the Taliban dispensation only that Ayman al-Zawahiri, who is #1 in Al-Qaeda, how come he happened to live in Kabul, that is heart of the city, in Sherpur area, under the nose of Taliban government. So this is something that Taliban has clearly violated, talking about, if we talk about the Doha agreement. Also, if it has happened, then USA has had all the right to eliminate its target #1, probably Ayman al-Zawahiri, who has a $25 million of bounty on his head because of his terrorist activities in past also, and attacks against American nations and American interests in past. So it looks like while both sides have went back on Doha agreement, the current crisis looks like it will not flare up further because the Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed. There has been no civilian casualty. Taliban, though, has come up with a statement that they are not liking something that USA has done to invade without telling or without keeping Taliban government in confidence, and acting upon their own intelligence and doing this missile attack on some civilian area. So they have expressed their displeasure about it. But the USA should be happy that they have been able to eliminate Ayman al-Zawahiri without causing any casualty or any civilian damage. It was a very precision attack. The intelligence inputs were very targeted, and it was reported that when Ayman al-Zawahiri was standing in his balcony in his rented apartment, one of the drone reached there and they fired hellfire missiles on him, and he got killed. There has been no injuries or no casualty. In fact, if we talk about the immediate family members or the close aide who could have been present in that house at that time. So in a very precise precision attack, USA has been able to kill one of his most wanted terrorists, Ayman al-Zawahiri, who is also the #1 of current Al-Qaeda after killing of Osama bin Laden. He has been heading this organization for almost 10 years now. So this looks like the operation has been successful. In fact, USA President himself has announced that about this operation.
Okay, and Abhishek, if you could just explain to our audiences, the Al-Qaeda is an organization that many say never reclaimed its role as one of the leading organizations after Osama bin Laden passed away in 2011. Al-Zawahiri himself, according to multiple reports, was never as charismatic a leader as bin Laden. But could you tell our audiences more about Zawahiri's own life, particularly the last few years of leadership of the Al-Qaeda?
Zawahiri happened to be son of a very Islamist imam. He grew up in Cairo, and he was part of also Islamic radicalism in Egypt, Cairo, and he was also blamed for being part of an assassination attempt of erstwhile Egyptian President Al-Sadat. So he was taken into custody, and he was also sentenced for 3 years in custody. But later on, he migrated from Egypt to other parts of the world where he could find his own, the kind of thinking that he had, Islamic radicalism. So most of the time he spent around Afghanistan-Pakistan border. He also traveled to other parts of the country. In fact, he has also traveled to USA in 90s. He traveled to various Gulf countries, and during this period of 20 years, 90s, he started building a network, and he got connected with people like Osama bin Laden and other senior leadership of Al-Qaeda. He was more like a ideologue of the organization, and ever since Osama bin Laden was killed, he has been looking after all the activities and structural, policies of the organization. In fact, in the last 10 years, 11 years, in fact, when in 2011 Osama bin Laden was killed, the organization Al-Qaeda has not been keeping that kind of clout in the region that it has its presence. In fact, other terrorist organization or the radical organization have emerged, including ISIS, KP. We have also seen re-emergence of Taliban as a ruling dispensation in Afghanistan. There has been also influence and increasing reach of Haqqani Network, which is operating from the bordering area of Afghanistan, Pakistan. Having all those competitor organization, Al-Qaeda, though it was present, it was not as strong and as deep trenched that it used to be while Osama bin Laden was the chief of Al-Qaeda. So clearly, while al-Zawahiri was a very prominent figure of Islamic radical movement, he was also having a very strong hold on his Al-Qaeda network. But the network itself was crumbling under his leadership, and other radical organization or other terrorist organization were taking place while at the cost of Al-Qaeda, it looks like.
All right, Abhishek, stay with us. We have Major General K.K. Sinha with us. He's a defense expert. He's with us this morning to bring us more context on these developments. General, thank you so much for joining us here at CNN News 18. Sir, as a defense expert and analyst, could you explain to our audiences the sheer impact of this death?
Look, it has happened after the Americans have left Afghanistan exactly a year back, on 15th of August, when they have completed, their movement out and withdrawal from Afghanistan. This, eliminating al-Zawahiri is one of those, I think, is a feather in their cap, because the strategy and the doctrine which they have adopted, which they have not told the world, but that is the, doctrine that they are working on. That is above the horizon doctrine, where the realignment of their assets are taking place, where they want to do it without putting the people on ground, but the boots on ground. They can carry out their assignment and eliminate all FBI lists. FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, has got a list where they have got all those, people or, the organization which is threat to America. So they have been able to do it. Mind you, in Afghanistan, last 20 years when they were there, after 9/11, they were not able to do it other than Osama bin Laden, which they were able to achieve it after 11 years. The 2011, he was eliminated in Abbottabad, where they have used the naval seal in a precision strike by people on ground with the assets. Here, now this is the second, strike, which is with the precision they have used it. Earlier, they did try during the, they were withdrawing, Predator type of missile and drones. They have that time, but they missed the target, not of al-Zawahiri, but they have, and they had a lot of criticism in Afghanistan where they killed, some children, and that was the news. But this now, a precision strike, after, if you know that Iraq, when Qasem Soleimani was eliminated, something like this strike, in the precision strike, where MQ-9 rapid drone, in my mind, that has been used with the Hellfire missile, which is absolutely precision. I was told that, they have carried out their artificial intelligence they have used, where they were able to have a face recognition, because al-Zawahiri just came out in his balcony and he was eliminated. So that is the precision. And I think it is a big achievement in their above-the-horizon strategy or doctrine on which they are working on. And they have eliminated, after 20 years, the mastermind of 9/11.
General, are questions about the future of the Al-Qaeda at this point pointless? Is the organization already perhaps staring at such a decline that this is just a last nail in their coffin?
See, as far as Al-Qaeda is concerned, their footprint is more or less now confined to Asia only, and especially the Al-Qaeda Zawahiri, he was concentrating in the Indian subcontinent. Al-Qaeda, AQIS, when they call it, in the Al-Qaeda Indian subcontinent, their footprint was increasing. You see, now in India, anything which is happening, any module which is busted, it has a link with AQIS. So it might have been the threat must be, not there to the West, but certainly the threats have gone up as for the Indian we are concerned. So it is for us also is a very, very good thing. And Al-Qaeda joining the hand with IS Khurasan model. Understand, in Afghanistan, IS Khurasan is working against the Taliban. And in the Khurasan province, which they have localized, but their outer wing, what Al-Qaeda and al-Zawahiri's elimination, I think is a great achievement for the United States of America.
And General, a last question for you over here. The Taliban itself is also arguing that the United States, by carrying out this attack, is in violation of the Doha Agreement. I'd just like to understand from you what your perspective on that response is, and how long you think the Taliban will be able to hold a grudge of sorts against the United States for this. Will they be forced to move on just because of diplomatic pressures?
See, as for the Doha agreement, that is a 2016 agreement on which the Americans and the Taliban. But what Taliban? Taliban in this agreement, they have not abided with any of the, things which they have agreed upon. The way the Taliban was supposed to renounce the violence, but they're using the violence against their own people. So, Al-Qaeda saying, first thing, Al-Qaeda hasn't got that, the standing which they were thinking that, diplomatically and politically they will have the recognition. That has not happened. By proxy they are having now and they are more or less accepted. So Taliban is not in position and it's good thing. Taliban, especially with the Chinese and with the Pakistani trying to give them a face. It is a good thing that happened that has been challenged. So, and challenging is there that Taliban does anything. Taliban must be, subdued like this. And I think this is in this time, especially Joe Biden, they do not have any credibility left as this is concerned after 1 year, because 15th August last year, if you remember, they withdrew. After that, if it is coming, I think it is a big thing and a big achievement and a feather in their cap.
And General, for many who've been following this story, this is, I think, one of the first on-ground attacks we've seen like this since the United States pulled out of Afghanistan just last year in August. If you could explain to our audiences, what does this mean in terms of the United States military interests in the region?
See, as far as the United States is concerned, they are not giving up. They have only changed their doctrine. And they are working on the doctrine. If you see what is happening also into the transatlantic area or Indo-Pacific area, basically this doctrine is that, they are working a doctrine in which they do not want to put, the boots on ground. But they have the precision and that, whatever their threat is there for America in their assessment, they will go for it. And they are talking about something, above the horizon doctrine. So that is working. See, earlier, this is the second strike where, they have got success. First strike was then Qasem Soleimani, which they did it in Iraq. They eliminated Qasem Soleimani of Iran. They have used, probably in my assessment, same asset has been used, and probably the assets are basically MQ-9 rapid drone rather than the Predator drone, because this is more accurate. And with the Hellfire, they can go for absolutely precision where the face recognition is there of their target based on their FBI list. So I think what your question you are asking, it is a great thing if they will able to do it. And because if you have 25 million booties there, in his head, and they have achieved it after 20 years. He is the biggest, target because he is the mastermind of 9/11. So eliminating, after 20 years is a great achievement, and it is basically for Joe Biden's, administration as on today, it is a great achievement.
All right, General, thank you so much for providing your expertise on the topic. Now, CNN's Farid Zakaria is going to break down for you in the next few minutes what this milestone means for the world and particularly for the United States and Afghanistan. Take a look.
President Joe Biden announces the United States has killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. What does that mean for Al-Qaeda? Farid Zakaria weighs in. This is a major strike, and it was successful in killing al-Zawahiri. What does this mean for Al-Qaeda?
Well, the symbolic blow is shattering. Zawahiri was in some ways more the architect of Al-Qaeda even than bin Laden. Zawahiri was the original Islamic jihadi militant. He was radicalized when he was 15 years old. He goes to jail as part of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, when he made peace with the Israelis. He has been the mastermind behind all of this. In some ways, you could argue that Al-Qaeda was a marriage or a fusion between Egyptian brains and Saudi money. Zawahiri was the Egyptian brains, bin Laden was the Saudi money. And so in some sense, he is the original, the founder, the symbol for many of the cadres, probably even more so than bin Laden. So symbolically, a huge setback. The truth is Al-Qaeda is in bad shape anyway. It is a shadow of what it used to be. And so I think that I'm not sure exactly how much effect it'll have operationally because it's already a pretty ragtag operation. But without question, the single biggest blow you could give to Al-Qaeda would be to decapitate Zawahiri.
So last year, Farid, when you marked the 10th anniversary of the killing of Osama bin Laden, you said that Islamist terrorism isn't the threat it used to be. What do you think of the threat after this strike?
Well, I have been saying for a while, Don, that what we need to look at is the most important question is, are they inspiring people? Are they getting new recruits? Are they able to win people over to their cause? And in country after country, what you're finding is the answer is no. It's almost as though there was the sense of desperation and futility and hope in a lot of Islamic countries. They look to Al-Qaeda as some kind of radical way out. But very quickly, the charm wore off. They realized these are a band of thugs when they got into power, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda.
All right, let's go back now to my colleague Abhishek Jha is with us covering this story. Abhishek, just for our audiences, if you could explain over here, while the Taliban has said that this operation is a clear violation of international principles, and you and I have both discussed that on the show over the last few minutes, US officials are maintaining the operation had a legal basis. In your expertise, do you agree with that opinion?
Taliban, as we have said, the Taliban would, it was on an expected line, the Taliban would not like somebody, especially USA, to do an over-the-horizon attack through drones to a particular target. They have expressed their concern that USA drone has attacked a civilian area. They have so far not come out with any specific details, or as the USA has said that Ayman al-Zawahiri was here and he was killed in that attack. Because probably the moment they concede this fact that al-Zawahiri was killed in US drone, they will also have to go further explaining how al-Zawahiri was holed up in there and how he was living there right in the capital city, where they have always promised the global audiences and the global, the representatives and the ambassadors, and at various platforms wherever they get an opportunity, that Taliban will not allow Afghanistan soil to be used against any nation. It will not be used by any terrorist outfits. No abating or aiding or training camps will be allowed to flourish on Taliban, soil, on Afghanistan soil. So, in that context, this acceptance of al-Zawahiri having been killed by US drone in Kabul would be something that Taliban will have to explain themselves. So far, they have just said that the over-the-horizon attack that USA has done is something that is against the Hadid, which has clearly laid down the rules, which of course Taliban has not followed ever since. That was also, they had also talked about the inclusive government, representation of all, all members from different sects and different tribal groups in Afghanistan, and also about certain empowerment of socially marginalized group, of women education, and so it was like a very inclusive and a very dream thing that Afghanistan could have had. But ever since that Taliban has taken over Afghanistan by force in like almost a year ago, on 15th August 2021, everything has gone to tatters. Taliban has been ruling with the iron fist. No representation from any minority group or any women or any thing we have seen. So there has been so much, about the Taliban that we can talk about, that they have not abide by the rules that they have themselves accepted during the Doha round of talk, and in fact they have allowed something like the most dreaded terrorists, we can say, currently Al-Qaeda #1 al-Zawahiri, to live in Kabul. So something that Taliban will have to explain themselves. But meanwhile, it looks at much relief to many countries, including it will have a ramification on Indian security threat also, because India has been wary of the fact that Taliban have now been ruling Afghanistan, and there have been so many training camps of terrorists bordering Afghanistan, Pakistan. They may allow more anti-India sentiments to grow, more terrorist camp to grow on their land, and getting somebody who's been #1 of Al-Qaeda killed is surely a relief to many regional powers around Afghanistan.
Abhishek, a clarification from you though, in these developments that I think our audience will have too, is the Taliban so far claiming that they were unaware of Zawahiri's presence in Kabul?
So far, the Zabiullah, who has been the spokesperson mostly for the Taliban government, he has said that they are not happy with the kind of attack that has happened through US assets in a civilian area. So this is what they have maintained. They have also not said that any casualty has happened, or they have, of course, they have not accepted the name of the who all have been dead in that. But we know from USA agency side that Ayman al-Zawahiri was the lone, killing that has happened in this attack, and no casualty, not even the immediate family members of al-Zawahiri has happened. And as the general was explaining, that it could have been because the drone may have had those facial recognition sensors on, and they just recognized the face of al-Zawahiri, and then only this attack has happened. And this had resulted in this precision attack, killing al-Zawahiri only and leaving others safe and unharmed.
So it would be correct to say that the Taliban has not given any kind of clarifying statement on whether or not they were aware of Zawahiri's presence in Afghanistan, though of course we could possibly assume they were. Still, they've not given any statement affirming or denying it yet, right?
Of course, there has not been any confirmed in a statement from Taliban saying that al-Zawahiri has been killed. They have said that there has been an attack in the civilian area of Peshawar in Kabul, in Sherpur area, and they are not appreciating the fact that USA has done it without being in consultation with Afghanistan, the current dispensation, and any attack is violation of Doha agreement that has happened, that was signed by all the parties, including Taliban, Afghanistan government and USA.
Okay, so a year and a half after the United States' chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan, a moment that's sure to be one of victory and also of huge symbolic importance to the US President Joe Biden, Al-Qaeda's leader al-Zawahiri is killed. We'll bring you more updates on that story. Right now, though, we are moving to another particularly international important story. It's taking place as we speak in the East. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan is a region that sparked much tension between China and the US due to their differing stances on the island. According to inputs that we have till now, Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen tomorrow. Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary, though she was actually set to visit the area a few months ago. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but it is claimed by China, which sees it as a breakaway province. China has, after coming to know about this, they've issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military, I'm going to quote here, won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened. Very quickly, I want to show you what US Secretary of State Antony Blinken had to say on the visit. Then we'll connect with a colleague for more.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
The latest fiery threats from Beijing reaching a fever pitch. Chinese military showing off its tactical might in a video posted online Monday with text reading, "It will bury incoming enemies." It comes as a high-level potential visit from the US defies warnings from Chinese officials. Sources telling CNN House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to stop in Taiwan, which China regards as a breakaway province. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman warning Monday that Pelosi's visit would seriously undermine China's sovereignty and lead to grave consequences. Threats by China not to play with fire in a stop one White House official tells CNN is consistent with America's stance on Taiwan.
It is very much in keeping with our policy and consistent with our support to Taiwan under the Taiwan Relations Act. We shouldn't be, as a country, we shouldn't be intimidated by that rhetoric or those potential actions. This is an important trip for the speaker to be on, and we're going to do whatever we can to support her.
A senior Taiwanese government official and a U.S. official tell CNN that Pelosi's stop is expected to come as part of her tour of Asia, where she's leading a congressional delegation to the Indo-Pacific region, with visits to Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. It's not clear when Pelosi will arrive in Taiwan. As of now, it's not on her public itinerary. For Taiwan, the timing is sensitive, as the Chinese president prepares to seek an unprecedented third term at his upcoming party Congress, where he aims to promote China's strength and stability. Now, caught between two superpowers, the world's only Chinese-speaking democracy, prepares to defend itself from China's massive military. Something it's been doing for decades. Taiwanese troops training to defend this island in the event of a David and Goliath scenario, a fear stoked by Russia's war on Ukraine. But Taiwan has also been riding this rhetorical roller coaster for decades. As the latest US-China threats dominated global headlines, they were barely mentioned by the media in Taiwan. The island, with the most to lose, has lost interest.
I don't think they will retaliate. I don't worry about it. Mainland China is just threatening us. If they really decide to invade Taiwan, they can kill it within 2 to 3 days. They don't need to talk much.
I'm not concerned. China has done the same thing many times, but exchanges between Taiwan and the US shouldn't be stopped because of this.
All right, my colleague Abhishek Jha present with us right now. Right before we go over to him, I'd just like to explain to you, Pelosi is the second in the line of succession in the United States. She's a long-time critic of China. Some of that background is important as I ask Abhishek this next question. Abhishek, the last visit from a US House Speaker was all the way back in 1997. What action could the Chinese government, the Chinese military possibly take if Pelosi goes through with this visit?
It looks like China has been aggressively posturing and telling time and again that the USA House Speaker's visit to Taiwan will have a bearing that will be very unpleasant. In fact, Chinese MOFA, Minister of Foreign Affairs spokesperson, has just recently said that if the USA side challenges China's red line, it will be met with resolute countermeasures. They have also said that Chinese side will not be sitting idle. There has been reports of Chinese military doing drills in near Taiwan Strait, and there have been warning issued that no movement should be done in that area because of the military drill that is happening, and that will continue to happen till August 6th. So all these military posturing that China is doing. In fact, there has been reports of Chinese fighter jets flying through the Taiwanese airspace, as recent as yesterday. So all this military posting that China is trying to do is in a way a threat to Taiwan, mostly because Taiwan is allowing Chinese USA House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to visit Taiwan, and China has always considered Taiwan part of it and just a breakaway faction which does not wield the sovereignty that Taiwanese government has had. Taiwan is still democratically ruled. But in the last 75 years almost, since 1949, ever since Taiwan has started being almost independent from Chinese mainland, there has been a lot more going on. China has been always maintaining the fact that Taiwan belongs to it. And in fact, globally, most of the countries, they have also having diplomatic ties with China only and not Taiwan. In fact, USA has said that they do, recently as yesterday only, USA spokesperson has said that the USA does not support an independent Taiwan. So in that context, this visit is happening. USA has also considered this fact that they are not trying to encourage or abate any independence activity or to the Taiwanese government side, while China has been alarmed by the visit of any high-level visit from any democratically elected government, because China considers that if any diplomatic visit has to happen, it has to happen through the mainland China's approval, not directly to Taiwan, because Taiwan does not have any sovereignty or any right over such official visit. So this is the broad context in which this controversy has erupted. Meanwhile, we know that USA is also doing everything to secure a visit of a high-level delegation that is led by Nancy Pelosi, who is third in line of hierarchy in USA's elected government hierarchy, and there have been reports that USA has mobilized its assets in maritime, and special attention is being paid to avail the security and every thing that Nancy Pelosi may have had.
Abhishek, unfortunately, we are running out of time on the story, but thank you so much for bringing us that update. For our audiences, we're tracking this situation as developments take place. Remember that visit is likely to take place tomorrow if it does. Right now, it's time for a short break. On the other side, we return to domestic stories. We'll see you in a few minutes.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
In a major affront to China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is all set to visit Taiwan. Tomorrow, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi were to visit Taiwan. Last week, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation in which the Chinese president warned the U.S. against playing with fire over the Taiwan issue. The race to succeed Boris Johnson as the UK's Prime Minister is heating up. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak, who's currently trailing to Liz Truss, said that he's committed to reducing personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Sunak described this as the largest cut to income tax in 3 decades in England. After England's Lionesses defeated Germany 2-1 to lift the women's Euro title, the jubilant players gate-crashed their coach's post-match press conference and sang "It's Coming Home." Lucy Bronze led the England stars around the press conference room, and then goalkeeper Mary Earps leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the
Welcome back. You're watching the morning news here at CNN News 18. We're moving now to some breaking news coming in from Jharkhand. This is a big twist in a case that we've been covering over the last few days. This is the Jharkhand Congress MLA cash claim. You might remember this is a controversy that involved 3 states, Jharkhand, Assam and West Bengal. 3 Congress MLAs were found in West Bengal with large amounts of money. They were Congress MLAs. The report had come in, or the allegation had come in, that they were attempting to bring down, that the BJP was attempting to bring down the Jharkhand government. This was all part of a larger claim. Now my colleague Maria is with us to share with us the latest on this story after an Assam MLA, Piyush Hazarika, has tweeted out. Maria, if you could share with us what Hazarika's tweeted out, but also quickly if you could give our audiences context on this entire case. It is more complicated because there are 3 states involved. So if you could just lay out for our audiences what's taken place of the weekend and then tell us about this latest development.
Okay, so what Piyush Hazarika, who's a minister in Himanta Biswa Sarma's cabinet, is saying is a sequence of events. On 26 July, 9 a.m. in Delhi, MLA Jai Mangal had a breakfast meeting with Chief Minister of Assam, that is Himanta Biswa Sarma, and Union Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi was present in that meeting. Remember, he is the one who filed the complaint against his other colleagues and had alleged that the three arrested MLAs, that they were offering 10 crores to topple the present JMM and Congress government. 31st July is when Jaimangal filed FIR claiming that three arrested MLAs tried to lure him to introduce them to Assam Chief Minister. If you look at the entire sequence of events, what the BJP is alleging through these photographs that have been put out by Piyush Hazarika and Himanta Biswa Sarma has also come on record now to say that there is much more to it than what meets the eye. Based on the complaints submitted by Jaimangal at the Argora police station in Ranchi, remember an FIR was registered against the arrested MLAs on charges of cheating, criminal conspiracy, sedition and under the Prevention of Corruption Act and Representation of the People's Act. This is what happened. So it was one of the Congress MLAs who had complained against other three MLAs, and then we saw how it played out and how the entire event played out. But the larger question then is, the question is, from where did the cash come? Because these MLAs have been found with cash. But Jaimangal himself had been trying to strike a deal, and there is much more to it than what.
Okay, I think we've actually lost connection with my colleague Maria Shakil, but Kamalika is also with us. Kamalika is with us from West Bengal to bring us more on this story. Remember, the three MLAs were originally stopped in West Bengal by the TMC government. Let's go over to Kamalika for more details on this story. Kamalika, a number of developments. Just so our audiences don't get confused, could you go into more detail about what Kumar Jaimangal has claimed, please? The Congress MLA.
Yeah, let me for our viewers, start from the, absolutely inception of the story. What happened? It all happened that on Saturday, three Jharkhand MLAs, Congress MLAs, they were detained. Initially, they were detained.
Okay, Kamalika, unfortunately, we have some breaking news. In this same case, we're going to go to that and then bring you more developments and more context. We have a statement coming in from the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. He's called the FIRs in this entire case fake. He's also gone forward and said, and I'm going to quote here, the so-called FIRs look like the Congress asking Ottavio Quattrochi to file a case against the Bofors. So he's compared it to the entire Bofors scandal. That's the statement that's come in from the Assam Chief Minister. Now we're going to go back to my colleague Kamalika to understand with more context exactly what these developments mean. Kamalika, just for our audiences, can you bring us more context here?
Yeah, absolutely. Let us start from the start. What happened? First, it happened on last Saturday. Three Jharkhand MLAs, they were first detained by Howrah Bengal police as they had too much of cash, like 45 to 48 lakh cash was recovered from their cars. So they were detained, they were questioned. Sunday morning, they were arrested and the crates were transferred to CID. Now, when this cash, huge amount of cash was found from their cars, the allegation that came up from Trinamool Congress here in Bengal is that this is definitely the Jharkhand plan, because the BJP was saying that, they are, various quarters and also the LOP here said that there is Jharkhand next to Maharashtra. So is it the Jharkhand plan that was politically played up by Trinamool Congress? Then we get an information yesterday from the CID, sources in CID in West Bengal said that definitely these three MLAs, they went to Assam. On the other hand, this guy whose photo is, this MLA whose photo is now there with Hemanta Biswa Sarma, that Piyush Hazarika has tweeted, he claimed that he was also offered bribe to topple down the government and he did not take it. He was very good and he lodged FIR against his own colleagues that they were convincing him to also to get 10 crore from BJP and topple down Jharkhand government. Now today in the morning, the BJP has come out with these photos where the person who was accused that that he was offered money and he did not take money, he is himself having breakfast, lunch with Hemanta Biswa Sarma and Prahlad Joshi. That is very interesting, strike by Assam BJP, where they came out with this photo. Piyush Hazarika has came up with this photo. Now, the Trinamool claim, if we say that the Trinamool is claiming that this is all BJP is behind it. The connection between Jharkhand and BJP is somewhere established. That is what the Trinamool Congress is saying. Number two, the fact that all the MLAs are going to Assam, that is for clear. That thing is also established. Interestingly, the fact that the person who is saying that he has been bribed and he is a very good person, he don't want a bribe, and he has filed an FIR, that FIR itself puts a big question, because the person who is complaining himself was having breakfast and lunch with Hemanta Biswa Sharma. So that's a very interesting thing, the very interesting development where the Jharkhand MLA, what happens to... Now look at Congress. What will Congress do? Some of the MLAs are, going with money. Some of the MLAs are filing FIRs. The MLA who is filing FIR is himself having lunch and breakfast with Hemanta Biswa Sharma. It also projects the very poor condition of Congress, who really just can't stop their MLAs, and obviously the big game of toppling down.
Kamalika, stay with us. We also have our political editor, Maria Shakil, with us. Maria, in the Assam Chief Minister's statement where he's made that comparison to Atovia Quattrochi and the Bofors case, can you just explain what that comparison is to our audiences?
Yes, so what Hemanta Biswa Sharma is saying, that there is much more than what meets the eye. That there is this twist that is visible, that there is there on the surface, and because he has been that these three MLAs were found with cash, but the FIR that was filed in Jharkhand was fake, is what he says, and the so-called FIR looks like Congress asking Quattrochi to file a case against Bofors. So basically, they are saying that Quattrochi was himself involved in the entire Bofors scam. He was in many ways seen as the mastermind of the Bofors scam. And here the mastermind of this entire thing was Mr. Jaimangal, allegedly, as the BJP says, because Jaimangal had a meeting with Hemanta Biswa Sharma and Prahlad Joshi, Union Coal Minister, just 5 days before he filed the complaint and FIR. And then he goes ahead and, files the FIR. What made him have that meeting in the first place? Why did he travel to Delhi from Jharkhand to meet Hemanta Biswa Sharma if a few days later he were to file a complaint against his own party MLAs? So what is being highlighted in the larger context here is, Toya, that it is the Congress party is a house which is not in order, that it is the Congress party which has much to explain, because there are 13 MLAs of the Congress party in the Jharkhand Assembly. And if the Congress, in itself is breaking away from from JMM and, trying to strike these deals or trying to have some kind of understanding with the BJP, then what is the BJP going to, explain in their context? So the larger story certainly is that so far we have seen about that discovery of cash, and that cash made it almost very difficult for...
Maria, stay with us, please, because I do want to now go over to Anup Singh. He's a Congress MLA. He's with us right now. Sir, big developments coming in right now. ये जो प्रतिक्रिया है असम के चीफ मिनिस्टर हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा से इस पूरी डेवलपमेंट पे, सर इस पे आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
See, ma'am, I have said before also, like, I have been knowing Hemant Biswa Ji from before, from the time he was in Congress party, and the tweet which Piyush is tweeting right now, the pictures along with the Hemant Biswa Ji and Prahlad Joshi Ji is known, that meeting is known to my Congress Prabhari, that meeting is known to my CM, that meeting is known to my PCC president. And do you think that I would have been able to relieve it if I was not there in the meeting and I would have not known the fact? Can you imagine that? How could I have been known about this whole story?
Sir, so if I could ask you then, if you could respond more specifically to what Hemanta Biswa Sharma is saying, where he's calling this a fake FIR, he's saying, that this is entirely silly. What's your reaction to that then, sir?
See, the day picture which is released from the Piyush Hazarika Twitter account.
Right. Yeah.
I would just say I was there, and it was known to my Prabhari and it was known to the CM of Jharkhand. And I went there for the work of my Inter Trade Union.
Okay.
We have been banned. I'm the Coal Indian National Mines Worker Federation Pan India President.
Okay.
And we have been banned from last 7 years without any reason, without any consequences, giving proper ground. We have been banned to represent Inter on the separate bodies of JVCCI, JCC, ACC on the company's level. So Hemant Vishwa Ji took me there to get this problem resolved by Prahlad Joshi interference, and that's what I was there for.
Okay.
And the day I was supposed to go there, before one day, and that day morning also, I informed my CM, I informed my Prabhari too. So the next phono when you can take off the Avinash Pandey also, and you can take off the Jharkhand CM also. They will also convince, they will be also convinced by my verdict. What I'm saying is true.
Okay, so one last clarifying question from you then. When you've got, for example, the Chief Minister in Assam making this statement, where he's saying that these photos should be seen in a bad light, they should almost be seen as embarrassing for the Congress. Essentially, you disagree. You say this is a visit that your state leaders knew about, and therefore there is nothing embarrassing about it. Is that the right way to summarize what you've just said?
This is not totally embarrassing about me, because I am there with the information to my higher leaders, with the information to the Chief Minister, and I am there because I represent from the trade union. I am there in the Coal Minister house. And later on, if Hemant Vishwa also release a photo meeting Hemant Vishwa Ji in the Assam house, it does not make a difference to me, because I have already informed each and every movement about this to my CM, to the Avinash Pandey. And if later on an ED raid is also there on my house, a CBI raid is also there on my house, it does not make a difference, because whole India is seeing what is going on and why I am being framed. Then everything is being clear about it. They can threat me by ED, they can threat me by CBI.
All right.
So I'm ready for it.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Thank you so much for providing your clarification. Right now, it is time for a short break. This is a particularly complicated story that we're tracking. It broke over the weekend. It involves 3 different states. Allegations that the BJP is trying to topple the Jharkhand government all the way from its bastion in Assam. Right now, it's time for a short break. We'll bring you more developments in this story after the break.
₹5 lakh crore. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom Chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio is all set to lead India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa, and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was...
All right, we're moving into some breaking news we're actually getting from down south in Karnataka, where Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has had to reply to multiple allegations made against him on a visit that he made to the family of a BJP worker who was killed a few days ago. Basavaraj Bommai on Monday said that he would visit the families of two slain Muslim youth, Mohammad Masood and Mohammad Fazil, in Dakshina Kannada. This is, as we've just told you, after he faced flack for meeting only the BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Netaru's parents. Two fresh arrests have also taken place in the Praveen Netaru case. Saddam and Harris have been arrested from the police. These are developments that have taken place so far. My colleague Harish Upadhyay is with us right now. We'll go over to him for more context on this story. Harish, two developments taking place. First, could you tell us about the arrests that have taken place in the Praveen Netaru case?
Well, two fresh arrests have been made by the police for investigating Praveen Netaru's murder case. This is based on the investigation that happened over the last few days and the intel that they picked up. And they've been identified as Saddam and Harris. It's not clear if they were picked up from Bengaluru or they were picked up from Kasaragod, because there are contradictory reports coming in. But two of them have been picked up now and officially shown as arrested, is what we understand.
Okay, and Harish, if you could also bring us more developments on the news that we're getting that Bommai is going to be meeting Fazil. Can just bring our audience more context. Who are these two Muslim men who we're talking about, who Bommai is being held accountable for not having visited, whose families rather?
Well, remember, there are three murders that took place in Dakshina Kannada. On the 19th, you had Masood, who was killed, and after that is when Praveen's murder took place, and then you had Fazil, who was killed in Suratkal. Now, the Chief Minister had visited the house of Praveen, but not that of either Masood or Fazil. Remember, Fazil was killed even as the Chief Minister was at the Mangaluru International Airport. And there was criticism that the Chief Minister hasn't visited or hasn't announced any sort of a compensation to these two youngsters who were killed. And responding to a question, you had the Chief Minister saying that he would visit the houses of these two youngsters who were killed as well.
Okay, all right. Harish Upadhyay, thank you so much for bringing us updates. Right now, for our audiences, it is time for a short break. We continue to bring you more of the country's top stories on the other side.
Lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least one passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring these developments, having any bearing on its own security and economic interests. Now, why is this spy ship Yuan Wang 5 in Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days from the 11th of August till the 17th? Remember, Hambantota is the old constituency. It's the backyard, the home base of the Rajapaksa brothers, both former President Gotabaya and
Good morning, you're watching the news here at CNN News 18. My name is Tuya Singh. Right here on the show, we're going to cover all of the world's top stories. We're also obviously keeping our focus on India, though our first story is an international one. A few hours ago, we broke the news that one of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of the Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has been killed in Kabul. The United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri. He was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. Now, within that attack, 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri is known to have been a key architect in multiple attacks in the United States. He was deeply involved, for example, in the planning of the September 9/11 terror attacks in 2001. Reactions are coming in from countries across the world, right from Canada to Saudi Arabia, on what this milestone means. Before we go over to reporter and bring you more context, take a look at the CNN coverage on this story.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11, one of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
All right, part of why this death is in such focus is also because of the questions it throws up for the United States and Afghanistan and their relationship. Very quickly right now, we're going to take you through some of the big questions that this death throws up. As you already know, al-Zawahiri was killed in a central part of Kabul in Afghanistan. Currently, as you already know, Afghanistan has, over the last few years, had a Taliban government. The Taliban government has signed a Doha agreement with the United States, in which one of the things that they promise is that they won't shelter those who mean harm to the United States. Were they aware that Zawahiri was present in Kabul? And if so, why were they allowing it? That's question number 1. Question number 2, very quickly, this question is a continuation of the question we talked about a little while earlier. Did the Taliban give sanctuary to Zawahiri from 2021? Remember, Afghanistan is a country that's gone through a number of tumultuous political changes, one of which is that the United States pulled its military out of the country last year underneath United States President Joe Biden. This is the first major attack the United States has carried out above ground since then. The third question, and this is particularly important also, is the Taliban once again Al-Qaeda's political shield? This is a question that's been asked multiple times of the Taliban government, whether or not the government is protecting terrorists on its own soil. Question 4, and this is a question we'll go into analysts with. What does the future of Al-Qaeda now hold? Remember, al-Zawahiri actually took over the Taliban. He took it on over from Osama bin Laden all the way back in 2011 once Osama bin Laden was killed. He's been the leader since. What does this mean? Will the Al-Qaeda get a new leader, or is the Al-Qaeda possibly already on its last breath? And then lastly, question number 5, how will this attack play out for the United States and for President Joe Biden? Remember, the United States' attempt to pull out their troops from Afghanistan was looked at as quite chaotic. Could this be the victory that they possibly needed? Now, very quickly, CNN's Farid Zakaria breaks down for you more of what these developments mean for both countries. Take a look.
Joe Biden announces the United States has killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. What does that mean for Al-Qaeda? Farid Zakaria weighs in. This is a major strike, and it was successful in killing al-Zawahiri. What does this mean for Al-Qaeda?
Well, the symbolic blow is shattering. Zawahiri was in some ways more the architect of Al-Qaeda even than bin Laden. Zawahiri was the original Islamic jihadi militant. He was radicalized when he was 15 years old. He goes to jail as part of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, when he made peace with the Israelis. He has been the mastermind behind all of this. In some ways, you could argue that Al-Qaeda was a marriage or a fusion between Egyptian brains and Saudi money. Zawahiri was the Egyptian brains, bin Laden was the Saudi money. And so in some sense, he is the original, the founder, the symbol for many of the cadres, probably even more so than bin Laden. So symbolically, a huge setback. The truth is Al-Qaeda is in bad shape anyway. It is a shadow of what it used to be. And so I think that I'm not sure exactly how much effect it'll have operationally because it's already a pretty ragtag operation. But without question, the single biggest blow you could give to Al-Qaeda would be to decapitate Zawahiri.
So last year, Farid, when you marked the 10th anniversary of the killing of Osama bin Laden, you said that Islamist terrorism isn't the threat it used to be. What do you think of the threat after this strike?
Well, I have been saying for a while, Don, that what we need to look at is the most important question is, are they inspiring people? Are they getting new recruits? Are they able to win people over to their cause? And in country after country, what you're finding is the answer is no. It's almost as though they had the sense of desperation and futility and hope in a lot of Islamic countries. They look to Al-Qaeda as some kind of radical way out. But very quickly, the charm wore off. They realized these are a band of thugs. When they got into power, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda.
All right, on the show this morning, we have Ambassador Deepak Vora. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. It's a pleasure to have you. Ambassador, we want to come to you with a number of questions on these developments that we're covering that have taken place over the last few hours. Ambassador, the first question that we have for you, if you could explain to our audiences, on one side, there is the Doha Agreement, which both countries had said they would respect. Then you have the developments that we're now covering for our audiences, where it seems both countries to some degree violated the Doha Agreement. Is this likely to lead to high tensions resuming between the two countries, or does Afghanistan not have that kind of option right now?
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure and an honor, delight to be with you on your amazing network. When you say two countries, are you referring to Afghanistan and
the United States?
The United States, or do you include Pakistan in that?
I mean Afghanistan and the United States, but do answer it as you'd like.
No, are you referring to Pakistan and Afghanistan, or
just
the United
Afghanistan
States
and
and
United
Pakistan?
States, Ambassador.
Okay. Let me put it to you like this, ma'am. What has just happened is this desperate character called Ayman al-Zawahiri, his elimination, reminds me of what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said in March 2019 about our terror-loving neighbor. You know, he said something, ma'am, and we sometimes tend to forget. When we eliminated the Jaish-e-Mohammed camp in Pakistan, the Indian Air Force did. Prime Minister had said, "Ye hamara siddhant hai ki hum ghar mein ghus ke marenge. Chun chun ke hisab lena meri fitrat hai. Saatvein patal mein bhi dhoond lenge." It's very, very significant. He had said this over 2 years ago, that we'll find you even if you hide in the seventh purgatory. And he said, the fire that rages in the hearts of my countrymen rages in my heart too. America's heart too, this fire was burning. They got hold of that Osama character, I think it was in 2011.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama went on television to announce it. It was a very big thing. The desire for revenge was satisfied. And now the president, again, Joe Biden, has announced that they've got hold of this character. Ma'am, first question. There have been reports earlier that he was hiding somewhere in Pakistan and he was killed, but then he resurfaced. Where was he all this time? Taliban only came in a year ago. He was hiding in Pakistan is the obvious inference. And the pressure on Pakistan built up because, as you know, forgive my language, Pakistan economically, militarily, politically, internationally, Pakistan is up, as the Americans say, up shit creek without a paddle. So they didn't want another character to be found hiding on their territory. So you get rid of Shri Zawahiri and tell the Taliban, listen, guys, you are our darlings, you are our brothers-in-law, sons-in-law, whatever. Now take this character and shelter. And then they hide him in a neighborhood where I've been several times, the most sought after, the poshest neighborhood. It's called Embassy Row over there, and they hide him over in that particular area. That's the first lesson. That again, that collaboration, that nexus of evil between the Taliban and their godfathers in Pakistan is alive and kicking. The second lesson, ma'am, it's a message to all terrorists across the world. Just as we had done with our surgical strikes, this is also a surgical strike. And what they have said is, hide where you can. We will find you and we will kill you. This, I believe, at this point of time when American people are suffering from inflation, they are suffering from high energy prices, all kinds of things are going on. People say you ran away from Afghanistan. Miss Pelosi is threatening to go off to Taiwan, and that fool in Beijing is huffing and puffing and doing all kinds of funny things. America needed something reassuring. The first was when Osama bin Laden went away. It was part revenge. Now it's almost, the craving for revenge has been satisfied. What will this achieve? Will it eliminate terror? No. As long as the masterminds, the people who have made terror an industry, particularly in Pakistan, as long as they are around, it's not going to be easy to eliminate it. However, the Hydra-headed monster has been significantly degraded. They've got him in that area where, like Raman, if you chopped off one of his heads, others would grow. But when you hit him in his navi, when you hit him in the navel, in that particularly vulnerable area, well, we got the fellow. That's what we are going to do. And I believe, ma'am, this success that the Americans have achieved, they would have done it with intelligence inputs from various people. The Taliban is not a monolith. There are people there who don't like the present government. This, I believe, is a message that the world is now sick and tired. If you permit, ma'am, I have a message from one of the African leaders I'm privileged to serve. All he has said is, Ambassador Deepak, we share your joy at this new strike against terror. Now, this is an African country which has also been the victim of terrorism. And there the Prime Minister is saying we are very, very pleased at what has happened. So, ma'am, I believe the message is loud and clear to those who believe in terror. They think they'll change the world through terror. The message is, whichever God you believe in, ask him to forgive you, because we won't forgive you.
All right, Ambassador, I want to ask you one more question. One of the big things that's being asked over here is how will this affect Joe Biden's scores, his popularity in the United States? And I want to ask you over here, is it possible that it could lead to a bump? Or is the United States that we're looking at today, is it a different United States from the one there was during Obama's time, from the one there was essentially 10 years ago? Is this a different United States with different internal priorities? What are your own thoughts on this?
Ma'am, the Americans don't like to be number two. Their enemy number one is China. But China dared to challenge them. China played its game of poker very badly. It exposed its hand quickly. The Americans are used to being numero uno since the Second World War. Earlier, this little fellow comes along and says, buddy, you are number two, I am number one. They say, go fly a kite. So I believe America has changed to the extent that it's on self-correct, the course that it is taking. It wants to reassert its primacy, and it has done this through whatever has happened. Now, Joe Biden, whether it bumps up his approval ratings, is a moot point. Possibly he will gain to some extent. He has shown himself to be a resolute person. People used to say, the fellow is a wimp, he's too old, he talks, he forgets, he's got Alzheimer's, all kinds of things. But he has proved that when push comes to shove, he can act. However, the bigger thing than this, ma'am, as far as the self-confidence of the American people is concerned will be when a certain Miss Pelosi, also an octogenarian, lands up in Taiwan, if she does. And then I'm sure your network will be covering that very, very extensively to point out what is happening. The message is clear. America changed on 9/11. You know, ma'am, I was there when that dastardly thing happened. And there was a TV ad which said, America has changed. And sure enough, what did they display on that ad was homes all across America with the national flag flying. Said, yes, America has changed. The sense of purpose, the sense of loyalty, the sense of hurt that someone had dared to take on the most powerful country in the world. That is today reinforced, this feeling that we will fight terror. Rightly or wrongly, you can say that they created Osama bin Laden, they created Al-Qaeda. All that is true. The American people didn't do it. The deep state might have done it. But for the people of America, we have 2 kids living there. For the people of America, this is a great achievement, and they will thank the American military, they will thank the president, and they will also thank their scientists who have discovered the technology where you can eliminate your enemies without boots on the ground.
Okay, and Ambassador, I'm going to ask you 1 or 2 more questions, then we're going to let you go. The first question I want to ask you is diplomatically, because obviously part of what you do is to be cued into how different countries around the world are reacting to this, particularly when it comes to this technology being used by the United States, very, very specific technology that has apparently, if reports are to be believed, just killed 1 man. There haven't been any other casualties in this attack. Ambassador, has news of that technology at all affected other nations? Or again, was this along expected lines, this kind of attack taking place early in the morning?
You know, ma'am, America has long been a leader in technology. People talk about China, but there is a vast difference between them. Let me put it to you with a full sense of responsibility. And I say this not as a joke. Some of these countries say, "Hamare paas drone hai." Ma'am, hamare paas dronacharya hai. Let me tell you that the research that is going on in India, and I'm aware of a lot of the stuff that goes on, we are way ahead of many, many countries in this technology of remote control, where we can eliminate enemies without actually having to go there. So America has proved, yes, the technology is there. The world will be looking at them with greater admiration. Others will probably want to ask for it. But significantly, Saudi Arabia, you recall that, ma'am, they were once accused of being terror funders, and 16 of the 19 chaps who destroyed the American Twin Towers on 9/11 and bombed the Pentagon and what have you, 16 of the 19 were Saudi nationals, or 1 or 2 from UAE, etc., all trained in Pakistan. So what we are seeing now happen here is America's resurgence, the revival of self-confidence that, guys, yes, we can do it. We are very good, and we're not afraid of anybody. That is a message to the world, that we still are leaders in technology.
Ambassador, thank you so much for your expertise. Stay with us, because you talked a little while ago about Nancy Pelosi, the US Speaker, visiting Taiwan. We're actually going to come back to you in just a few minutes for expertise on that. So do stay with us. Right now, we're going to go over to my colleague, Abhishek Jha. He covers international affairs. We're going to go over to him for developments on this story. Abhishek, you broke this news with us just a few hours ago. Now, the attack itself took place on July 30th. If you could give our audiences a timeline, what details do we know? And when you as a journalist look at this, are details sparse, or is there enough information out there right now to form a cohesive, comprehensive story?
So it's been almost 2-3 days since this attack has happened. We know for sure that this attack has happened on Sunday. The information was revealed by USA President himself that this attack has happened. He said initially he has announced that he's going to address the nation on a major counter-terrorism operation that has happened. And later on he described how this operation has happened. Apart from that, we don't have much of information, because USA has claimed that there has been no civilian casualty in this operation. The operation was very precise in its aim, and Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in this operation without hurting anybody else. Now, also from the Taliban side, who are currently the ruler of Afghanistan, they have also accepted the fact that there has been one operation, or USA drone operation in Afghanistan on Sunday, and they have also said that this happened in Sherpur area of Kabul, and that was in a very civilian locality, and they have not liked it because they consider it as an infringement of their ruling in a way. they also considered it as a violation of Doha agreement that has happened between Taliban and USA, and there were in fact other parties also who were involved in this whole mediation process. The detail so far has emerged about the Ayman al-Zawahiri's death. This is for sure because USA had taken almost 72 hours to announce this killing is probably could be because they wanted to be assured of the perfect al-Zawahiri having been killed exactly, because in past it has happened that there were reports that Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in one of the operations, but weeks later he again resurfaced with his typical attire and AK-47, and this is why probably this time USA administration wanted to be doubly sure before announcing anything, and while Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011 and Barack Obama himself announced this news to the nation, probably this was the time Biden took and he announced this to the nation. And interestingly, this whole operation is coming exactly after 1 year when USA had to pull out of Afghanistan in a very chaotic manner. We have all seen all those footages where people were clinging to aircraft and they were not allowed to get away from that country when they knew that the collapse of their government was imminent and Taliban was going to rule that country. So from that pictures of a year ago on 15th August 2021 to this news of 2022 when he is announcing killing of Al-Qaeda's supreme leader, surely is a symbolic resurgence of Joe Biden in US domestic politics as well.
Abhishek, thank you for those developments. Stay with us because our next story is also of an international nature. Particularly important developments are taking place in the East as we speak. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected by multiple sources to visit Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan is a region that has sparked tension between China and the US due to their different stances on the island. As per inputs, Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday. Remember, Nancy Pelosi is the second in the command for succession to the US presidency after the vice president. Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but remember, China does claim it. They see it as a breakaway province. China's issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened. Very quickly, I want to tell you how the United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken has responded to developments. Take a look.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
The latest fiery threats from Beijing reaching a fever pitch. Chinese military showing off its tactical might in a video posted online Monday with text reading, "It will bury incoming enemies." It comes as a high-level potential visit from the U.S. defies warnings from Chinese officials. Sources telling CNN House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to stop in Taiwan, which China regards as a breakaway province. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman warning Monday that Pelosi's visit would seriously undermine China's sovereignty and lead to grave consequences. Threats by China not to play with fire in a stop one White House official tells CNN is consistent with America's stance on Taiwan.
It is very much in keeping with our policy and consistent with our support to Taiwan under the Taiwan Relations Act. We shouldn't be, as a country, we shouldn't be intimidated by that rhetoric or those potential actions. This is an important trip for the speaker to be on, and we're going to do whatever we can to support her.
A senior Taiwanese government official and a U.S. official tell CNN that Pelosi's stop is expected to come as part of her tour of Asia, where she's leading a congressional delegation to the Indo-Pacific region, with visits to Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. It's not clear when Pelosi will arrive in Taiwan. As of now, it's not on her public itinerary. For Taiwan, the timing is sensitive, as the Chinese president prepares to seek an unprecedented third term at his upcoming party Congress, where he aims to promote China's strength and stability. Now, caught between two superpowers, the world's only Chinese-speaking democracy prepares to defend itself from China's massive military. Something it's been doing for decades. Taiwanese troops training to defend this island in the event of a David and Goliath scenario, a fear stoked by Russia's war on Ukraine. But Taiwan has also been riding this rhetorical roller coaster for decades. As the latest US-China threats dominated global headlines, they were barely mentioned by the media in Taiwan. The island, with the most to lose, has lost interest.
I don't think they will retaliate. I don't worry about it. Mainland China is just threatening us. If they really decide to invade Taiwan, they can kill it within 2 to 3 days. They don't need to talk much.
I'm not concerned. China has done the same thing many times, but exchanges between Taiwan and the US shouldn't be stopped because of this.
All right, if you remember, Ambassador Deepak Vora is with us. He's a former diplomat. He's with us to provide us with expertise on this story. Ambassador, you'd touched on this story actually while we were talking about the previous one. Ambassador, I want to understand from you, many will ask this question. According to reports, President Joe Biden said that the US military doesn't recommend that Nancy Pelosi, make this visit at this time. Could you explain to our audiences then, what is the strategic reasoning behind the speaker making this visit? What's her possible thought process here?
Once again, thank you very much. I'll try and explain what I can based on my limited understanding. Yours is much greater than mine. You know, there was a very popular dance some time ago called the tango. I'm sure you've heard of it. There is an insanely popular triangle dance these days in the USA, which I refer to as the triangle. And the dancers in August 2022 are USA, China, and Taiwan. America is self-correcting, have no doubt about that, especially after the killing of this character, Ayman. Taiwan is defiant, and China, forgive my language, is up shit creek, politically, internationally, economically. Its paddle is rotting. In the last 2 years, China has been exposed thrice. First, we smashed the much-hyped PLA in 2020 in Galwan. China was so angry that it vented its fury on Hong Kong, obliterated the one country, two systems promise, breaking whatever it had said. And then this month, it's going to rant and rave and say, why is this woman going to Taiwan, etc., huff and puff and then lick its wounds. Now, in Joe Biden's conversation that he had a few days ago with Ping Pong, whatever that Tingling, whatever the fellow's name is in China, the Chinese chap said, well, tell her not to go. And Joe Biden was at pains to explain to him that in our country, Congress is different from the executive. And Ping Pong doesn't understand that, because if he tells the Chinese you can't eat for 15 days, they won't. He thinks everybody obeys him. But she is going. She was supposed to.
Are you referring to Xi Jinping right now?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, what did the name you say? I keep forgetting. I'm an old man now.
Yes.
So Ping said that, she was supposed to go in April, but she caught COVID and she did not go. They say it'll be a violation of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ma'am, Taiwan has de facto independence. So a formal declaration of independence is not necessary. You remember, why hasn't China taken Taiwan so far? Could have done it if it has the power which it says it has. It has not, because it doesn't have the power to do it. The cost will be very high. May 2020, a very influential Chinese People's Liberation Army Major General, I've met this fellow, Kiao Liang. He has co-authored a book in 1999 called Unrestricted Warfare, China's Master Plan to Destroy America. This is very significant. What he said was, China's top priority is the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. It's not the incorporation of Taiwan. And he had said that if we decide to attack Taiwan, the price we will have to pay through sanctions, embargoes, etc., whatever, and the use of the US dollar, which is still a very powerful currency, this is going to set back China's development by decades. Now, I believe there was a lot of truth in what he said, that if China is looking to regain its centrality in the universe, because it was the center of the universe, according to the Chinese, nobody else believes that. He says, then why should we worry about Taiwan? Taiwan is a sideshow. But suddenly, it has become the main show, the main cinema. Abhi picture baki hai. Now, why did the president say that the American military doesn't want Pelosi to go there? It's a reaffirmation indirectly that we have this division of power, division of labor. The military says, don't do it. Congress says, happy birthday, we will do it. Congress has not always listened to military. Chinese can't understand this. If the PLA says that you guys have got to drink poison, half of China will drink poison. So they are unable to understand this. And so she's going. There's no question about it. She's going to go there. China will huff, will puff, but will not blow its own house down because they're incapable of doing anything.
All right. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us here at CNN News 18. Thank you for giving us your opinion. All right, we're also joined right now by Abhishek Jha. He's my colleague. He's going to bring us more perspective on this story. Abhishek, I want to understand from you, you'd had senior United States officials say that they thought that signs indicated that Beijing would send flights towards Taiwan if a visit like this took place. And a few hours ago, we reported that that did take place. Abhishek, what I want to understand from you is what possible escalation could we further see in the next few hours?
So, it would be really foolish for any side to escalate to a level of military engagement. But we know as of now that Chinese side are very aggressively trying to posture themselves. They are trying to flow all their fighters in Taiwanese airspace. They are also doing military drills in Taiwanese Strait. They have asked no for all the maritime activities to be suspended in that area where they are actually doing those military drills. So this was all happening in the background of Nancy Pelosi. So in a way, it's a clear message to USA that see, we are already ready for any eventuality. In fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson has said that Chinese People's Liberation Army are ready for any eventuality that can happen, and the blame will be on USA because they have not listened to Chinese repeated demand of Nancy Pelosi not visiting visiting Taiwan, because China does not recognize Taiwan as a sovereign state, and for that with this logic, Taiwan does not have the right to engage in in diplomatic ties with other nations, and a visit of high-level elected representative from USA to Taiwan without being consulted with China or without having permission from China is clearly in violation of Chinese sovereignty. So this is the context in which China is furious about Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. But as our former ambassador was also elaborating, USA democratic setup works entirely differently than what Chinese establishment works. There the congressmen can have their own say and their will against the advices of their army or their military, unlike in China. So despite the convincing or despite the indication by US administration and Biden administration to Nancy Pelosi that the visit may have a bad diplomatic ramification, she has gone ahead and she's going to pursue her visit to the Indo-Pacific nation, and most likely in Taiwan also. She'll be landing tonight, and tomorrow it is also expected that she'll be meeting the president of Taiwan, and thereafter she'll be moving to her next destination.
Abhishek, thank you for bringing us all of those developments. For our audiences, it is now time for a short break. On the other side of the break, we're going to return to domestic stories of importance across the entire country. You're watching Breaking News here at CNN News 18. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least 1 passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring.
All right, welcome back. You're watching breaking news here at CNN News 18. We brought you international stories right before this. Now we're moving to important domestic updates. This is a twist in a story we've been covering since the weekend, a story that involves 3 different states: West Bengal, Jharkhand and Assam. You might remember that over the weekend, 3 Congress MLAs were caught with large amounts of cash in their car in West Bengal. Now, there were allegations that this was part of an attempt to topple the Jharkhand government and that they were part of a larger conspiracy planned and fueled by the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. So it is a tricky story to track. There are a few elements here, but there's now a twist in that conspiracy claim made by the Jharkhand Congress MLA Kumar Jaimangal. You've had the Assam MLA Piyush Hazarika. He stated that it's a baseless charge, that this entire story is baseless. He shared a photo which depicts Jaimangal sitting with the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and the Union Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi. Kumar Jaimangal had claimed that he was lured to meet the Assam Chief Minister to plan the toppling of the JMM Congress government. So these photos put forth by Piyush Hazarika are supposed to put that claim to rest. Now, speaking exclusively to CNN News 18, Kumar Jaimangal said that Himanta was only helping him with the interference of Prahlad Joshi. Very quickly, take a look at that conversation, then we'll move on.
The day picture which is released from the Piyush Hazarika Twitter account.
Right. Yeah.
I would just say I was there, and it was known to my Prabhari, and it was known to the CM of Jharkhand. And I went there for the work of my inter-trade union.
Okay.
We have been banned. I'm the Coal Indian National Mines Worker Federation Pan-India President.
Okay.
And we have been banned from last 7 years without any reason, without any consequences, giving proper ground. We have been banned to represent INTEC on the separate bodies of JVCCI, JCC, ACC on the company's level. So Hemant Biswa Ji took me there to get this problem resolved by Prahlad Joshi interference, and that's what I was there for.
Okay.
And And the day I was supposed to go there, before one day, and that day morning also, I informed my CM, I informed my Prabhari too.
Okay, we have two colleagues with us to give you more context on this story. First, political editor Maria Shakil with us right now on the phone to bring us more context. Maria, these were 3 MLAs who were detained on Saturday. Since then, there have been a number of developments in this rather confusing story. If you could just lay out for our audiences first a brief summary of what we know that's happened, and then if you could explain to us this rejoinder that's come through from the BJP in Assam, from Piyush Hazarika.
Yes, so what we saw was MLAs and with cash, and they being arrested in Bengal. But what the BJP is saying is that there has been a sequence of events before that incident. What Piyush Hazarika, who is a minister in Himanta Biswa Sarma's cabinet, is saying, and he has put out some photographs of this meeting between Jai Mangal and Himanta Biswa Sarma and Prahlad Joshi here in Delhi. He is talking about this sequence of events. That on 29 July at 9 a.m. in Delhi, MLA Jai Mangal had a breakfast with Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi. You heard from Jai Mangal himself. He is saying that his Prabhari, that is the state in charge, Mr. Avinash, was aware of it. The Chief Minister was aware of it. But there are several questions that remain unanswered. Because what really prompted him to file a complaint 3 days later? The BJP is alleging that, and Himanta Biswa Sarma himself has tweeted that it is rather strange that the that Osovio Kotrochu, who was essentially the middleman in the Bofors scam, he is the one who is now trying to file an FIR against others. So they are alleging that Mr. Jai Mangal was perhaps there for a larger conspiracy to bring down the government. And then on 31st July, Jai Mangal filed an FIR that 3 arrested MLAs tried to lure him to introduce them to Assam Chief Minister. Remember, arrests came on a day when MLAs from Jharkhand were en route. And it is on the basis of the complaint that was submitted by Jai Mangal at Argora police station in Ranchi that an FIR was registered against the 3 MLAs on charges of cheating, criminal conspiracy, and sedition, and also Prevention of Corruption Act and Representation of People's Act. So they are saying that there is a different sequence of events, and perhaps Jai Mangal is a conspirator here, and he has to explain as to how did the cash come in the cars of those MLAs rather than the BJP and Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. Because if anything, it is the Congress's house which is not in order, and Congress MLAs were trying to strike a deal, and then they went ahead and leveled allegations against the BJP and Mr. Biswa Sarma in particular, saying that they traveled to Guwahati, another sequence of events which Kamalika has been talking about.
Okay. Maria Shakil, thank you so much for providing us with all of that context. Now, my colleague Kamalika, who's been covering this story with us from the ground since it's broke over the weekend. Let's go over to her for more developments on this story. Kamalika, 2 quick questions for you before we go deeper. Firstly, how is the TMC continuing to respond to developments? We also haven't talked about the JMM, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the party in power in Jharkhand. How have they responded to this entire controversy?
Obviously, the fact is that the claim that was TMC making, that there's some connection with Jharkhand and Guwahati, that is established. That's what probably Trinamool Congress from Saturday itself was, giving this theory that this money has something to do with Assam. Now, we are getting it from the Bengal CID sources also, that these 2 MLAs first went to Assam on the 28th July. Then again, the 3 MLAs went to Assam, and then while they were coming back, while they came to Calcutta, and from Calcutta they were going back to Jharkhand, and they had money. So here are also sequence of events. The claim by Trinamool Congress, the fact they are saying that there is a relation between Guwahati and Jharkhand. The CID sources are saying that this MLAs went to
Kamalika, stay with us, please, for just a second. Kamalika, we have Piyush Hazarika with us. He's an Assam BJP leader. He'd made these tweets. These photos were tweeted out by him in the first place. He's with us. I'm going to be speaking to him in Hindi. Sir, हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद. Thank you for coming on CNN News 18. Sir, हम आपसे ये पूछना चाहते हैं. आपसे बात करने से पहले हम कुमार जयमंगलम से बात कर पाए
और कुमार जयमंगल का कहना था कि ये जो फोटोज़ हैं, ये जो मीटिंग था उनका, ये मीटिंग इन्होंने अपने स्टेट के लीडर्स से पूछ के किया था। इनका ये कहना था कि सबको पता था कि ये मीटिंग होने वाला है, इसलिए ये फोटोज मिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में यूज किए गए हैं। इस पे सर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
ठीक है, वो तो मान लिया कि वो हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का साथ प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिला, वो मान लिया। लेकिन मेरा कहना है कि उसने जो बेबुनियाद फॉल्स इल्जाम लगाया है, जो एमएलए लोगों को वेस्ट बंगाल में जब्त किया गया है, वो करार किया गया है, उनको जय मंगल कुमार को पैसा देने का और फलाना जो बेबुनियाद इल्जाम लगाया है, हेलो, वो झूठा है। हेलो,
हाँ जी सर, हम सुन रहे हैं।
वो झूठा है क्योंकि एक सप्ताह पहले असम का सीएम मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को उन्होंने मिला था असम भवन में, और उनका साथ ही गया था प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिलने के लिए। उस समय असम सीएम साहब ने कुछ नहीं बोला उनको, और एक सप्ताह बाद ही कोई एमएलए उनको बोला, आप आइए, हम आपको पैसा देता है, असम का सीएम हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी का साथ आपको मिलवा देता है। ये बेबुनियाद इल्जाम है, और उसको ये जो उसका झूठा साजिश वो निकल गया।
ओके सर, बट आपसे एक आखिरी प्रश्न है इसी पे। सर, ये जो फोटोज आपने ट्वीट किए हैं अपने ट्वीट के साथ, फिर ये सब मिसलीडिंग नहीं है हमारे दर्शक और पब्लिक के लिए? क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली ये क्लैरिफिकेशन तो आया हुआ है कि ये मीटिंग प्लान था, सबको पता था कि ये मीटिंग होने वाला है।
तो वो कब बोला? वो तो नहीं बोला था, अभी आज ही बोला, कल बोला था?
नहीं, आज बोला,
परसों बोला था,
आज बोला है,
आज ही बोला, कल बोला था, परसों बोला था। उसने बोला था मैं असम सीएम को एक सप्ताह पहले मिला था
हमारे शो पे सर। हमारे शो पे आके अभी
मैं आपको पूछता हूँ, मैं आपसे विनती करके आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, आप कृपा करके उनको पूछिए, 3 दिन पहले उसने केस डाला रांची थाना में, कि क्या उसमें क्या बोला गया? उन लोगों का ही 3 एमएलए ने उसको लुभाया, उसको बुलाया और बोला कि असम जाओ, चलो असम सीएम को मिले और उनसे पैसा ले, और बीजेपी का झारखंड का गवर्नमेंट को ट्रिपल करे। वो परसों किया था। परसों उन्होंने जो सीएम साहब को एक सप्ताह पहले मिला था, उस सब का एक शब्द भी जिक्र किया था। मेरा प्रश्न वो है।
ऑलराइट सर, सो अगर मैं आपने जो अभी कहा है वो समराइज कर सकती हूँ मेरे दर्शक के लिए, बिकॉज आई डू वांट देम टू अंडरस्टैंड सर समरी में कि आपने क्या कहा है। आपका पॉइंट ये है कि इस क्लैरिफिकेशन के बावजूद जो आपका बड़ा प्रश्न है, जो आप प्रश्न जो पूछ रहे हैं उनसे, वो प्रश्न अभी भी मायने रखते हैं। दोज क्वेश्चंस आर नॉट इनसिग्निफिकेंट। सर, यही आपका कहना है?
Yes, definitely. What I am asking, he should have said 3 days before that I too met Assam CM in Delhi. He didn't say, right? उसने वो नहीं बोला था। I think उसने वो नहीं बोला था जब तक मेरा ट्वीट नहीं गया।
पीयूष हजारिका जी, मैं कुमोलिका बोल रही थी कलकत्ता से। नमस्ते, गुड मॉर्निंग।
कुमोलिका जी,
ये जानना चाहेंगे कि ये मामला क्या है? ये झारखंड, गुवाहाटी, बंगाल का मामला क्या है?
मैं वो सब में नहीं आना चाहता हूँ, मैं जानता नहीं हूँ। मैं यही जानता हूँ, ये जो झारखंड का एमएलए है जय मंगल उर्फ अनुप सिंह, मैं उनको 15 साल से जानता हूँ, और हमारा असम का मुख्यमंत्री जी भी उनको जानते हैं। वो आता है, मिलता है, और एक सप्ताह पहले असम का मुख्यमंत्री का साथ उन्होंने प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिलने के लिए गया था, और 3 दिन पहले उन्होंने क्या किया, एक केस डाला रांची थाना में, हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा को मिलने के लिए। झारखंड का ही कोई एमएलए उसको लुभाया था, बुलाया था और पैसा देने का बात किया था। मेरा कहना है क्या, उस दिन जिस दिन झारखंड का एमएलए अनुप सिंह उर्फ जय मंगल केस डाला था, उसी दिन बोला था क्या मैंने असम सीएम को एक सप्ताह पहले मिला था? उन्होंने नहीं बोला। कमलिका जी, मेरे हिसाब से नहीं बोला। आज क्यों बोला? और मेरा एक प्रश्न है, एक सप्ताह पहले अनुप सिंह उर्फ जय मंगलम ने असम सीएम को मिला था, और उस दिन असम सीएम साहब ने कुछ नहीं बोला उनको, और एक सप्ताह बाद झारखंड का कोई एमएलए उनसे बात किया और आप बोला आप आइए असम सीएम को आपको मिलवाता हूँ। ये तो झूठा है, ये बेबुनियाद है। तो कृपा करके
आप लोगों के पास क्या इंफॉर्मेशन है कि आखिरकार वो मिलने क्यों गए थे? जय मंगल जी मिलने क्यों गए थे हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा से?
देखिए, वो मैं उसको 15 साल से जानता हूँ। मेरे हिसाब से मुख्यमंत्री जी उनको 20 साल से जानता है। तो कभी कभी वो लोग आते हैं, हम भी ये बात करते हैं, वो सिलसिला जारी रहता है, वो नॉर्मल बात है। कांग्रेस में हम लोग था, कांग्रेस का काफी लोगों को जानता हूँ, बहुत लोग हमको मिलने आता है, बहुत लोगों को हम लोग को भी मिलने के लिए जाता हूँ, वही मेरे हिसाब से है।
All right, Piyush Hazarika ji हमारे साथ अभी जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद. That's the Assam BJP MLA whose tweet we are talking about right now. Very quickly though, we're going to move on from this story to a particularly important update. These are updates on the weather across the country right now, particularly how parts of the country are being battered by rainfall. We're going to move to our first story. This is coming in as we speak from Assam, where an overflowing Jiadhal river has submerged several villages in the Dhakuwa Khana area in Assam's Lakhimpur district. Due to the increase in water levels, a section of the district's main road has been inundated. According to reports, at least 6 villages in the area are affected by the flooding. Thousands of acres of cropland in the area are still, as we speak, underwater. Moving down south to Kerala, where heavy rains lashed Kerala's Kottayam and Kannur district, causing waterlogging at many places. A red alert has been issued in the state for the next 4 days. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan confirmed on Monday that 6 people have died. 1 is missing due to heavy rainfall in the state. And in Kerala itself, amid heavy rains, an elephant was stuck in a river in Kerala's Thrissur district. We're showing you visuals on your screen. The elephant did ultimately swim itself to safety. Now to Karnataka, where amid heavy rainfall since the 29th of July, 2 miners have died after the wall of a house collapsed in Dakshin Kannada's Subramanya village. According to IMD, very heavy rainfall is likely to occur over coastal and South Karnataka between August 2nd and 5th. Meanwhile, Adi Subramanya temple in Dakshin Kannada has been submerged in water due to heavy rainfall. Temple administrators have barred devotees from entering the temple for the next 2 days. In the same state, in Karnataka, severe waterlogging has also been caused. It's inundated parts of the highway in the Bhatkar town in Uttara Kannada district. All right, those are the updates we have for you. Remember, parts of the north, west and south and in fact, the east too continue to be battered by rainfall. It's time right now for a short break. On the other side, we continue to bring you national stories from across the country. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Tambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least one passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring these developments, having any bearing on its own security and economic interests. Now, why is this spy ship Yuan Wang 5 in Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days from the 11th of August till the 17th? Remember, Hambantota is the old constituency. It's the backyard, the home base of the Rajapaksa brothers, both former President Gotabaya and the former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa. Hambantota is barely 350 kilometers away from the Gulf of Mannar, which is the territorial boundary.
Welcome back. You're watching the news here at CNN News 18. Our next story takes us to Karnataka, where, as you might already know, the state is set to see elections next year on or before May. And there's an ongoing power tussle within the state Congress party over who should be the Congress's next chief ministerial face. You have MP Rahul Gandhi, who will be in the state today. He's going to be attending Karnataka Congress's Political Affairs Committee meeting. That meeting comes in between what's being called a political crisis in the state in that party. Rahul's visit comes a day ahead of the former Chief Minister, also Congress leader Siddaramaia's birthday celebrations in Davangere, which are seen as a show of strength by the former Chief Minister to strengthen his own bid for the chief ministerial face. At the same time, there is also, of course, the claims of Congress President, KPCC President D.K. Shivkumar. He too wants to be considered one of the major faces in this run. Now, you might remember this entire controversy began when Shivakumar declared that he wants to be the chief ministerial candidate for the 2023 state polls. Now it's left to be seen how this entire controversy is going to be solved. As we said already, Rahul Gandhi is present in the state right now. Let's go over to my colleague Ritu to understand more. Ritu, we've been sharing with our audiences that this friction between the two senior leaders, Siddaramaiah on one side and of course D.K. Shivkumar on the other, has also led to a vertical split in the party itself among the lower cadre in the Karnataka Congress. Today, when Rahul Gandhi is set to visit, will they be building bridges?
Well, now this comes ahead of Siddaramaia's 75th birthday, which is considered to be the show's strength, in fact, and the big birthday bash that has been planned by the party members as well as the supporters of the Congress party here in the Karnataka. But ahead of the 75th birthday of the Siddaramaiah, you see now the Rahul Gandhi, who is going to be the main guest of this birthday bash, and before even that, he'll be attending this political affairs committee meeting, in fact, today in the Hubballi. That's around 8 p.m. as we are learning for now. Now, this meeting is going to be one of the important meetings because you see there has been a lot of controversy with regards to the CM face in the Karnataka. You see each day one or the other leader coming up and saying that they want to be the CM face and they deserve to be the Karnataka's next CM. Now, though you see the Chintan Shivar has been continuously being played from the Congress party, and they had even the Congress High Command has also warned these leaders to not comment on the CM face, but that does not seem to be the reality among these leaders, where they consider this is a democratic right of them and that they have all the right if they want to be the CM candidate. Now, with that, you see the BJP has been benefited in the Karnataka and have even been taken the statement of the Congress leaders as a laughing stock, as they say that with this ahead of the assembly polls, the Congress party is going to have many numbers of CM candidates rather than the MLAs in the assembly. So this has been a laughing stock for the BJP. But meanwhile, you see on the other side, the main two top leaders of the Congress party, that is Siddaramaiah as well as the KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar. Now, while D.K. Shivakumar for quite a long time, he had zipped himself from commenting on such statements, now could not control over it, and then he had to be vocal about it, saying he's not a sannyasi and he's not a spokesperson of anyone. Now, ahead of this the committee meeting that is going to take place in the presence of Rahul Gandhi, will have to ensure that these leaders does not come up with these kind of a statement, but that has to be seen that whether this meeting will, bring out a positive result for the Congress party and the leaders.
Ritu, thank you so much for that update. For our audiences, before we move on, the last story we have for you is just a small, quick update on a particularly important development taking place in Maharashtra over the last few days. As you might already remember, the state is reeling under high-voltage political drama after the Shiv Sena MP, the very senior leader Sanjay Raut, who's also been a firebrand party spokesperson. He's also considered the right-hand man of the former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. He was sent to 4 days of ED custody by a sessions court on Monday. This is in connection with the Patra Chaul land scam case that the Enforcement Directorate has been investigating for a few years now. Raut will be in custody till the 4th of August. The court has observed that 112 crore rupees was siphoned off and transferred to Raut's wife. Raut, remember, continues to maintain, and the Shiv Sena continues to maintain, that the Enforcement Directorate is being misused by the BJP. The court also observed that the floor space index was sold to builders illegally. So that's a brief summary of that story. Later in the day, we'll have colleagues connect with us to bring you more context. For now, that's all that we have on the show. We're going to close with what BJP spokesperson Samir Patra had to say on the issue.
संजय राउत महाराष्ट्र में जिस प्रकार की राजनीति को विपक्ष जन्म देने का प्रयास कर रही है, आज इसमें दो मत नहीं होगा और इंक्रिमिनेटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स और एविडेंसेस संजय राउत के खिलाफ अवेलेबल हैं, तो ऐसे में जो सवाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूछ रही है और आम जनता भी पूछ रही है कि क्या जो लोग भ्रष्टाचारी है, जिन लोगों ने हजारों करोड़ रुपए का गबन किया है और जिन लोगों के कारण गरीबों की गाढ़ी कमाई मारी गई है, शुड दे बी लेट स्कॉट फ्री क्योंकि किसी विशेष परिवार से वो हैं या परिवार से जुड़ाव उनका है, तो क्या उनके ऊपर कोई कार्यवाही नहीं होनी चाहिए?
Good morning, I'm Arunima. You're watching CNN News 18. We are coming live to you from the Parliament House. Some work happened yesterday. There was a discussion on price rise. Congress said they were unhappy with the government's response and walked out. Today, however, is a new day and there is a new controversy which could have its shadow on the Parliament House. That controversy is coming in from Jharkhand. This is about the Congress MLA who had claimed that he was lured to meet Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma by other Congress MLAs. If you recall, there have been arrests carried out in West Bengal, and subsequently these allegations and counter-allegations have been made. Now, what is new in the story? Assam's MLA Piyush Hazarika has stated that this charge by Congress MLA of Jharkhand, Kumar Jaimangal, is baseless. He has released a photograph where the Congress MLA can be seen with Himanta Biswa Sarma and also Union Coal Minister Prahlad Joshi. Jharkhand Congress MLA Kumar Jaimangal had spoken exclusively to CNN News 18, claiming that the reason he met Assam Chief Minister was so that he could aid his quest to lift the ban on inter-trade union. The Assam Chief Minister reportedly arranged the meeting with Prahlad Joshi on the same, which is what is depicted in the photo tweeted out by Assam's MLA Piyush Hazarika. Let's listen in to both the exclusive conversations that we have here on CNN News 18.
The day picture which is released from the Piyush Hazarika Twitter account.
Right. Yeah.
I would just say I was there, and it was known to my Prabhari and it was known to the CM of Jharkhand. And I went there for the work of my inter-trade union.
Okay.
We have been banned. I'm the Coal Indian National Mines Worker Federation Pan-India President.
Okay.
And we have been banned from last 7 years without any reason, without any consequences, giving proper ground. We have been banned to represent INTUC on the separate bodies of JPCCI, JCC, ACC on the company's level. So Hemant Biswa Ji took me there to get this problem resolved by Prahlad Joshi interference, and that's what I was there for.
Okay.
And And the day I was supposed to go there, before one day and that day morning also, I informed my CM, I informed my Prabhari too.
ठीक है, वो तो मान लिया कि वो अब हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का साथ प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिला, वो मान लिया। लेकिन मेरा कहना है कि उसने जो बेबुनियाद फॉल्स इल्जाम लगाया है, जो एमएलए लोगों को वेस्ट बंगाल में जब्त किया गया है, वो करार किया गया है, उनको जय मंगल कुमार को पैसा देने का और फलाना जो बेबुनियाद इल्जाम लगाया है लोग, वो झूठा है क्योंकि एक सप्ताह पहले असम का सीएम मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को उन्होंने मिला था असम भवन में, और उनका साथ ही गया था प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिलने के लिए। उस समय असम सीएम साहब ने कुछ नहीं बोला उनको, और एक सप्ताह बाद ही कोई एमएलए उनको बोला आप आइए, हम आपको पैसा देता है, असम का सीएम हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी के साथ आपको मिलवा देता है। ये बेबुनियाद इल्जाम है। आपसे विनती करके आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, आप कृपा करके उनको पूछिए। 3 दिन पहले उसने केस डाला रांची थाना में कि क्या उसमें क्या बोला गया, उन लोगों का ही 3 एमएलए ने उसको लुभाया, उसको बुलाया और बोला कि असम जाओ, चलो असम सीएम को मिले और उनसे पैसा ले और बीजेपी का झारखंड का गवर्नमेंट को ट्रिपल करे। वो परसों किया था। परसों उन्होंने जो सीएम साहब को एक सप्ताह पहले मिला था, उस सब का एक शब्द भी जिक्र किया था। मेरा प्रश्न वो है।
Maria Shakil, our political editor, has been tracking the story very closely. Maria, charges and counter charges, especially the charge that this is part of Operation Lotus, this is part of a conspiracy to bring down the Soren government. Put it into context what we are hearing from both sides now.
Yes, so Arunima, we have seen those images of cash that with which these 3 MLAs were found in Kolkata and then arrested by the police there. So there is a sequence of events that the BJP is alleging that happened before that arrest. And one was that this MLA, Jai Mangal, had a meeting with Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Minister Prahlad Joshi when Mr. Biswa Sarma was in Delhi 5 days before the FIR was filed. So first he has a meeting with Mr. Biswa Sarma and Prahlad Joshi, and then after a few days he goes ahead and registers a complaint against 3 MLAs, allegedly saying that they were the ones who were trying to lure him into bringing down the government of Hemant Soren. So Arunima, now with these details that have been put out, with photographs out in the public domain of these meetings, larger questions that are being raised is of the Congress's house, whether it is in order at all or not. 3 MLAs who are in custody have been suspended by the Congress. Mr. Avinash, who is in charge of the state for the Congress party, has raised questions as well. But Jai Mangal's role becomes important because when you talk about the conspiracy, what exactly was he doing in this meeting?
Right.
In what capacity was he meeting the chief minister and the union minister? And then after
सर आराम से पीछे जाइएगा तो सबसे हो जाए, मैं तो सबसे मिलता हूँ।
ये जो तस्वीर आपकी सामने आई है,
मैं सब बोलता हूँ एक एक करके। ठीक है मैं आपकी सवालों से वाकिफ हूँ। मैं उसका दे रहा हूँ। ये इसको थोड़ा नीचे कर लीजिए आराम से, ठीक है ना, थोड़ा आराम कर लीजिए। मैं आपके सवालों का जवाब दूँ। पहला चीज, अगर ट्वीट हुआ पीयूष हजारिका, एक्स यूथ कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट, मिनिस्टर असम, अगर ट्वीट हुआ तो अगर ट्वीट में सत्यता थी तो ट्वीट डिलीट क्यों किया गया? आज ट्वीट डिलीट हो गया। दूसरा चीज कि मैं प्रहलाद जोशी जी के घर में था, मैं 11 अकबर रोड में था और मैं प्रदेश प्रभारी अविनाश पांडे जी की जानकारी में था, मैं सीएम झारखंड उनके जानकारी में था और मैं अविनाश पांडे जी को बताकर वहां गया था और जो बातें हुई प्रहलाद जोशी जी से वो भी बता देता हूं। हमारे इंटक को कोल में पिछले 7 साल से बैन किया गया है। मैं उसी की जानकारी और उसी के मदद के तौर पर मैं प्रहलाद जोशी जी के पास गया था। ले जाने वाले कौन थे? हेमंत बिश्वा जी थे। अब वो कुछ पलटवार करेंगे तो फिर मैं उनका जवाब दूंगा। कल को मैं बोल रहा हूँ कल को मेरे ऊपर ईडी हो जाए, कल को मेरे ऊपर सीबीआई हो जाए तो कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है कि अनूप सिंह पे ये क्यों हो रहा है। तो जैसे जैसे उनका पलटवार आएगा वैसे वैसे मैं आप लोग को 1 घंटा प्रेस ब्रीफिंग लीजिएगा मैं 1 घंटा दूंगा, 2 घंटा लीजिएगा मैं 2 घंटा दूंगा। लेकिन मैंने आपको बता दिया प्रहलाद जोशी के यहाँ मैं था 11 अकबर रोड में। 26 तारीख की घटना है, 26 या 25 तारीख की मेरे को मालूम नहीं है, 10:30 बजे की घटना है। और ये हाँ, और मैं सीएम साहब और अविनाश पांडे जी की जानकारी में गया था। क्या आप लोग को लगता है कि इतनी बड़ी कैश कांड का खुलासा बिना कहीं जाए हुए हो सकता था? अब बताइए। और कुछ सवाल है तो पूछ लीजिए। अब मैं किसका पूछूं? एक एक करके पूछ। मैंने आपको क्या बोला? हेमंत बिश्वा जी मेरा पैरवी कर रहे थे। अब हेमंत बिश्वा जी कुछ और बोलेंगे तब मैं उसका फॉलो अप का जवाब दूंगा।
क्यों पैरवी कर रहे थे?
हेमंत बिश्वा जी ने खुद बोला ना कि मेरे संबंध हेमंत बिश्वा से 20 साल से थे, इसलिए पैरवी कर रहे थे। बहुत पहले से होते रहते थे।
कॉपी पे सवाल उठाया है, तारीख गलत।
देखिए मेरा तारीख गलत हो सकता है, मीडिया का कैमरा गलत नहीं हो सकता है ना। मैं उसमें तारीख लिखना भूल गया था, वो मैंने न्यूज 18 को अभी फोनों में बाइट दे दिया। फुरकान साहब भी थे, ठीक है, फुरकान साहब भी थे। मैंने मैंने बाइट दे दिया है फोनों में, लेकिन मीडिया के कैमरे वहां पे मौजूद थे जब मैं एफआईआर कर रहा था।
विधायकों पे जो आपका एलिगेशन है उसको झूठा बताया जा रहा है।
सर विधायकों पे मेरा एलिगेशन कभी नहीं है। मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ, विधायकों ने मुझे जो जानकारी दी वो मैंने बताया। विधायकों पे मैंने एलिगेशन नहीं लगाया सर। मैंने कभी नहीं बोला कि वो जो पैसे पकड़ा है वो मेरे विधायकों को किसी ने दिया था। ये इसको गलत मत करिए। मैंने हमेशा बोला है। मैंने यार सर जवाब कंप्लीट होने दीजिए। मैं भी जर्नलिज्म किया हूँ बॉस, जवाब कंप्लीट होने दीजिए। हाँ ठीक है, तो मैं किससे चले जाता हूँ, आप दे दीजिए। सर सब कोई अलग चीज मत किया करिए, ठीक है। तो मैंने ये बहुत क्लियरली बोला है, ठीक है ना, कि मैंने ये बात बहुत क्लियरली बोला है कि मेरे विधायकों के पास जो पैसा पकड़ा है वो इनकम टैक्स का विषय है। लेकिन मैंने उनको नहीं बोला है कि ये पैसा किसका है। वो सीआईडी ने टेक ओवर किया है केस। क्या क्या लाती है जब सामने आएगा तब फिर बात करेंगे। और भी एलिगेशन अगर मेरे पे बीजेपी लगाती है तो मैं उस पर तैयार हूँ जवाब देने के लिए। 1 मिनट, फुरकान अंसारी साहब ने जो जो जवाब लगाया मैंने न्यूज 18 में उसका फोनो दे दिया है, और शायद वो सबको वायरल भी हो जाएगा। अभी न्यूज 18 लाइव ले रहा था तो उसका जवाब आपको मिल जाएगा। बेफालतू
Kamalika has been stacking that story. Kamalika, the FIR was lodged by this man who's now trying to clarify his entire role is under the scanner now. Help us understand what the police in West Bengal is saying about all these players.
Now, yesterday also we did a story. We showed to people that Bengal CID sources are clearly saying that there is a link between these MLAs, the 3 MLAs who are caught, who are arrested, who allegedly had more than 45 lakhs of money. So Bengal CID sources are saying that they have links with Guwahati. Now, these 3 MLAs, initially what we are getting it from our sources, that initially 2 MLAs, they went near about 28th July in Assam. They have, and again, second time, they took 3 MLAs. There were first 2 MLAs of Jharkhand Congress went there. Then there were 3 MLAs of Jharkhand who went there. And then they came back to Calcutta. And while they were going from Kolkata to Jharkhand, they were en route to Jharkhand. That point of time, they were detained by Howrah police. And then that detained transformed into arrest. The case went to CID. But definitely there is a triangular connection. Guwahati, Kolkata and Jharkhand. So there is a triangular connection. That is the police sources are also saying. Now come to the politics. What the politicians of Bengal are saying, that means the TMC, the main ruling party, they are saying. They from the very first day were trying to establish, they were saying that there is a relation between Guwahati and this Jharkhand MLA's money and this Jharkhand MLAs. They're saying that there is a plan of toppling down government. Like when they were saying this, then Anup Singh Kumar Jaimal, he came up with an FIR which stated that he was offered bribe to topple down the government. And now look, today the pictures have come out that 7 days before he was having a breakfast with Hemant Biswa Sharma and the coal minister, which is very interesting. And now he's coming up, saying all his side of the story.
All right. All right. Kamalika, thank you so much. There are a lot of shades of grey in this story. It's not black and white yet. We're waiting to see if the police investigation can reveal anything. Let's move on to the other big story that we have this morning. World's most wanted terrorist, Ayman al-Zawahiri, is dead. There was a precision strike that was authorized by United States, and after that there is confirmation now coming in that the Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed in Kabul. Joe Biden, the United States President, had authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul, is what we hear officially. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was a key architect behind multiple attacks in the United States, and he was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 terror attacks of 2001. Reactions are coming in worldwide from Canada and Saudi Arabia on what is being called the second victory against terror.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11, one of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
And there's more news coming in from Afghanistan amidst a lot of rumors and speculation whether Haqqanis have been killed in an airstrike. CNN News 18 is getting you this breaking news. Top sources are confirming, Taliban is confirming to CNN News 18 that this airstrike did happen. It happened on Saturday, July 30th, 2022. Around 6 a.m. is the time being given, and the place where this airstrike happened is Sherpur Cant area in the heart of Kabul. It's close to the Iranian embassy and the Turkey embassy, all the buildings there. However, it is being clarified that nobody from the Haqqani family is killed. Why this is important is because there's been a lot of speculation about whether somebody from the Haqqani family has been eliminated as well. There was a lot of speculation about Haqqani's son and son-in-law getting eliminated in that airstrike. Abhishek Jha is with me. Abhishek, help us understand the context of this airstrike, the news that is coming in from Afghanistan, and why and how India is seeing it.
Afghanistan government, the current ruling disposition of Afghanistan, which is Taliban, has released in their statement. They have said that there has been one drone attack that was carried by USA authorities, and that has happened in a civilian area. The area is close to Iran and Turkish embassy. However, talking about the casualty, while USA has said that the attack has been able to eliminate top leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, there has been no report of any other killing or any other casualty from the in this attack from USA side. Taliban, while it has not even acknowledged that the killing of al-Zawahiri, They have not said that casualties have happened. They have just said that this has happened in a civilian area, which is something they are not appreciating for the fact that USA is in violation of Doha agreement that has happened between Afghanistan, as well government, Taliban and USA. And these type of activities are infringing in a way violation of those agreements. So this is what the latest update is. So far, it was also reported meanwhile that the attack has killed a few senior Haqqani leaders also. But now the reports are coming in that there has not been any casualties other than Ayman al-Zawahiri that USA has confirmed.
Okay, Abhishek, do hold on. I'm being joined by Sadiq Ahmadi. He's an Afghan journalist joining me live from Afghanistan. Mr. Ahmadi, thank you so much for taking time out. First, help us understand the situation on ground zero.
Thank you so much for having me here. I would like to say that the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri right now is a big news, not only for Afghanistan, for the whole area and the world. About 2 days ago, there was an explosion in Kabul. The government says that it was attacked by unknown people in a home in Sherpur area of Kabul. But about 2 days, we are hearing that the United States says it was a drone attack by the US military in a home in Kabul for killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the leader of Al-Qaeda. And as a journalist who is following the issues in Afghanistan, I think that this issue can be a game-changing issue for the Afghanistan. And obviously, it was the most important issue in the Doha agreement between the United States and Islamic Emirates, that the Taliban is not going to give permit to any terrorist group in Afghanistan. But we are seeing that the most wanted group of United States, which is the Al-Qaeda group, is currently in Afghanistan. And it can be very dangerous for the Taliban. And maybe the scenes can change for the Taliban right now in Afghanistan.
So would you say that this airstrike, this drone strike that has been carried out could be that path-breaking moment as far as Taliban version 2 and United States, the relation between the two are concerned?
Yeah, it can be. It can be that. I think that the United States is going to enter in a new phase of relation with the Taliban, because it was the most important thing in Doha agreement that they are not going to permit to any terrorist group in Afghanistan to be or live or do anything. But as we are seeing, Al-Qaeda is in Afghanistan. Sometimes ago, some reports released that also the leader of the Turkestan terrorist groups are currently in Afghanistan. Basically, being this group in Afghanistan cannot help the Taliban to have any relation with the other world, to go to recognition or other things that the Taliban needs right now.
Given this backdrop, given the fact that Taliban was trying to reach out to the world at large, to recognize them, to accept their governance of Afghanistan, this particular incident, how is that affecting the Afghanistan government there?
It's completely something which is destroying all the works of the Taliban in this nearly 1 year. The Ministry of Foreign of Taliban, especially Mr. Muttaqi, tried so much in this 1 year to increase their relations with the world. But this news, the killing of al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan, can destroy all these works, all these anything that the Taliban did in the past 1 year.
And what is the extent of civilian damage after this drone strike was carried out? We are told there were embassy buildings in that area.
Yeah, it's not specific till now. The government right now didn't say anything. At the first, the government says that there was no one in the house. But right now, the United States government says that there was the leader of Al-Qaeda terrorist groups. And we are waiting for the news that what will outcomes of this attack, the United States attack on Ayman al-Zawahiri.
Right. Before I let you go, do clarify for our viewers, is there any information available about the remains of Ayman al-Zawahiri? Has the government of Taliban or the United States administration said anything officially, unofficially about what happened to his mortal remains?
Some unofficial sources says that there was some nearest peoples to the Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs of Afghanistan, in that house, and they killed or they injured. But these are not the confirmed news.
Right. Mr. Ahmadi, thank you so much for joining us, giving us that sense of what is happening on ground zero. Let's listen in to CNN's Farid Zakaria as he decodes the impact of this incident that has happened in Kabul.
President Joe Biden announces the United States has killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. What does that mean for Al-Qaeda? Farid Zakaria weighs in. This is a major strike, and it was successful in killing al-Zawahiri. What does this mean for Al-Qaeda?
Well, the symbolic blow is shattering. Zawahiri was in some ways more the architect of Al-Qaeda even than bin Laden. Zawahiri was the original Islamic jihadi militant. He was radicalized when he was 15 years old. He goes to jail as part of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, when he made peace with the Israelis. He has been the mastermind behind all of this. In some ways, you could argue that Al-Qaeda was a marriage or a fusion between Egyptian brains and Saudi money. Zawahiri was the Egyptian brains, bin Laden was the Saudi money. And so in some sense, he is the original, the founder, the symbol for many of the cadres, probably even more so than bin Laden. So symbolically, a huge setback. The truth is Al-Qaeda is in bad shape anyway. It is a shadow of what it used to be. And so I think that I'm not sure exactly how much effect it'll have operationally because it's already a pretty ragtag operation. But without question, the single biggest blow you could give to Al-Qaeda would be to decapitate Zawahiri.
So last year, Farid, when you marked the 10th anniversary of the killing of Osama bin Laden, you said that Islamist terrorism isn't the threat it used to be. What do you think of the threat after this strike?
Well, I have been saying for a while, Don, that what we need to look at is the most important question is, are they inspiring people? Are they getting new recruits? Are they able to win people over to their cause? And in country after country, what you're finding is the answer is no. It's almost as though there was this sense of desperation and futility and hope in a lot of Islamic countries. They look to Al-Qaeda as some kind of radical way out. But very quickly, the charm wore off. They realized these are a band of thugs when they got into power, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda.
So precision drone strike has eliminated one of the most wanted terrorists of the world. It would have for sure required a lot of intelligence and military coordination. What really went behind it? A former CIA director decodes.
How had the Taliban, I mean, first of all, I guess the Taliban knew Zawahiri was living there and I guess approved that. What are their capabilities about the ISIS affiliate, against the ISIS affiliate?
Well, they're battling the ISIS affiliate.
Yeah.
They're also battling some of the resistance forces, as they're termed. Let me highlight something you just mentioned, Anderson, and that is, of course, that, again, the leader of Al-Qaeda is located in Kabul, indicating clearly that, in a way, Taliban didn't learn the lesson from allowing, again, bin Laden to have a sanctuary on their soil when the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan. After which, of course, they refused to expel him from their territory. And that, of course, that's why we had to go in. So it does reflect the continuing close relationship that clearly still exists between Al-Qaeda's senior leadership, that small group of Zawahiri and the others that is still left, and obviously the Taliban senior leadership. The fact that he was in Kabul, I don't think is something that could have been been possible without the Taliban knowing that he was there.
Is it clear to you why Zawahiri has been able to avoid being captured or killed so much longer than Osama bin Laden was?
Well, first of all, Osama bin Laden stayed essentially off the net for a very long time as well. And Zawahiri has essentially done what bin Laden did, which means that therefore he can't very capably lead the affiliates of Al-Qaeda around the world. Essentially, they have been operating autonomously, independently. They may be part of the brand of Al-Qaeda, but they certainly weren't under any kind of operational control. Again, noting that this is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world. Again, the East Africa bombings, a number of the other bombings in North Africa, other exhortations of bombings elsewhere, not to mention, of course, being a core part of Al-Qaeda when the 9/11 attacks were planned.
And he was increasingly, I mean, he's one of the group who was sort of increasingly radicalized in Egyptian prisons, wasn't he?
That's true. In fact, he actually led the Egyptian Islamic Jihad prior to this, EIJ, in the 1990s. And it was in the late 1990s that he actually merged with Osama bin Laden, again, they having met him earlier on the battlefields in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets with the Mujahideen.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least one passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring these developments, having any bearing on its own security and economic interests. Now, why is this spy ship Yuan Wang 5 in Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days from the 11th of August till the 17th? Remember, Hambantota is the old constituency. It's the backyard, the home base of the Rajapaksa brothers, both former President Gotabaya and the former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa. Hambantota is barely 350 kilometers away from the Gulf of Mannar, which is the territorial boundary between Sri Lanka and India. The Sri Lankan authorities say they are taking into account India's concerns, but since the port itself has been given out to the Chinese on a 99-year lease, there is very little that they can do to stop this ship, which they say has been classified as a civilian ship and not as a military ship. Amid heavy rains in Madhya Pradesh's Harda, a bunch of children risked their lives just to reach school.
They crossed the submerged bridge even as rainwater flowed over it. The children held each other's hands and walked through the strong current. If even one of them had slipped, it would have spelled disaster. The bridge was built on a local river and appeared to be the only way to reach the other side.
स्कूल पढ़ने जाते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है, आते समय नदी पार करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हम एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़कर स्कूल जाते हैं.
Harda and several other parts of Madhya Pradesh have been lashed with heavy rains for the past few days. And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
Keeping our focus on international news, amidst tension between China and United States, the Speaker from United States, Nancy Pelosi, is visiting Southeast Asia. There's a lot of speculation that she could visit Taiwan as well. This has sparked tensions between China and the US due to their differing stance on the island nation. As per inputs, Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday. Interestingly, Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary. Taiwan is a self-ruled island but claimed by China as its own. It sees it as a breakaway province, and China has issued strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military, quote-unquote, won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
The latest fiery threats from Beijing reaching a fever pitch. Chinese military showing off its tactical might in a video posted online Monday with text reading, "It will bury incoming enemies." It comes as a high-level potential visit from the US defies warnings from Chinese officials. Sources telling CNN House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to stop in Taiwan, which China regards as a breakaway province. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman warning Monday that Pelosi's visit would seriously undermine China's sovereignty and lead to grave consequences. Threats by China not to play with fire in a stop one White House official tells CNN is consistent with America's stance on Taiwan.
It is very much in keeping with our policy and consistent with our support to Taiwan under the Taiwan Relations Act. We shouldn't be, as a country, we shouldn't be intimidated by that rhetoric or those potential actions. This is an important trip for the Speaker to be on, and we're going to do whatever we can to support her.
A senior Taiwanese government official and a U.S. official tell CNN that Pelosi's stop is expected to come as part of her tour of Asia, where she's leading a congressional delegation to the Indo-Pacific region, with visits to Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan. It's not clear when Pelosi will arrive in Taiwan. As of now, it's not on her public itinerary. For Taiwan, the timing is sensitive, as the Chinese president prepares to seek an unprecedented third term at his upcoming party Congress, where he aims to promote China's strength and stability. Now, caught between two superpowers, the world's only Chinese-speaking democracy prepares to defend itself from China's massive military. Something it's been doing for decades. Taiwanese troops training to defend this island in the event of a David and Goliath scenario, a fear stoked by Russia's war on Ukraine. But Taiwan has also been riding this rhetorical roller coaster for decades. As the latest US-China threats dominated global headlines, they were barely mentioned by the media in Taiwan. The island, with the most to lose, has lost interest.
I don't think they will retaliate. I don't worry about it. Mainland China is just threatening us. If they really decide to invade Taiwan, they can kill it within 2 to 3 days. They don't need to talk much.
I'm not concerned. China has done the same thing many times, but exchanges between Taiwan and the US shouldn't be stopped because of this.
And amid speculations about Pelosi's Taiwan visit, she's reached Malaysia. Visuals have started coming in of Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House there, reaching Malaysia. And like we just showed to you how intense speculations are regarding this visit, how China is repeatedly threatening about her visit to Taiwan. Abhishek Jha is with me on the phone line for more on this. Abhishek, so she's touched down in Malaysia. Help us understand how South Bloc is watching this entire development, especially the China watchers.
So this is quite an interesting development that is happening, especially ever since the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Indo-Pacific countries were announced. She has, in her itinerary, it was announced that she'll be visiting South Korea, Japan, Singapore and Malaysia. Singapore, she has already visited. Yesterday she was in Singapore where she has met Senior Minister Jha, and also she has met with the Foreign Minister Balakrishnan. Now she's in Malaysia. She's expected to meet senior leadership of Malaysian government. And after this visit of Malaysia, her next stoppage is expected to be in Taiwan. She's expected to reach by tonight, and she will stay there for overnight, and then tomorrow morning she will be meeting Taiwanese president, and thereafter for her next destination. So this is how the itinerary has been announced, and the few media input that we have got, that she is going to visit Taiwan. By tonight she will be landing in Taipei, and tomorrow morning after meeting Taiwanese president, she will be leaving for her next destination.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for that perspective. Like we have been reporting, China has taken strong objection to this visit. Let's listen in to what the Foreign Ministry spokesperson of China has to say.
我们已经多次表明坚决反对佩洛西众议长访台的严重关切和严正立场，将采取坚定有力措施，维护国家的主权和领土完整。
And closer home in our neighborhood in Pakistan, this is an exclusive information coming in. The Election Commission of Pakistan's verdict against Imran Khan in foreign funding case has come out. Election Commission of Pakistan has given 3-0 verdict in PTI prohibited funding case. The Election Commission of Pakistan has declared the funding of PTI from cricket and Bristol services was prohibited. PTI took funds from 34 foreign nationals, states the Election Commission of Pakistan, while the ECP, that's the Election Commission of Pakistan, has found 13 unknown accounts of the PTI. ECP declares Imran Khan's affidavit to the case false and issues notice to PTI. Abhishek Jha continues to be with us on the broadcast, tracking the story. Abhishek, details.
So clearly, Arunima, this comes as a shocker to Imran Khan and PTI, who have been quite jubilant after the recent political victories in Pakistan, Punjab, and also the removal of Chief Minister of Punjab, and then appointment of PTI's candidate in Punjab too. But this decision that the latest verdict has come is something that is going to have a dent on not only PTI's image, but also on the image of Imran Khan, because he has been at the helm of Pakistan's party. Election Commission of Pakistan in its 3-0 verdict, that is a unanimous verdict, has prohibited PTI's funding cases. It has also said that PTI took funds from 34 foreign national states, the Election Commission, and it has found that 13 unknown accounts of the PTI. So a lot of content will be for the opposition parties, those who are not favouring Pakistan's Imran Khan leadership of Imran Khan. These issues, and they can whip up these issues in the upcoming political events, and that this will have a huge bearing on the image and the prospects of PTI and Imran Khan as the leader of Pakistan.
Right, Abhishek Jha there helping us understand what's happening in our neighborhood. Thank you so much for joining us with that story. Let's get you back home. Congress Member of Parliament and leader Rahul Gandhi is visiting Karnataka today. This visit is significant as it comes in the backdrop of severe infighting within the Congress Party's Karnataka unit. Siddaramaiah versus DK Shivkumar camps are taking on each other. Rahul Gandhi is scheduled to be in Karnataka to attend Congress's Political Affairs Committee meeting. His visit comes a day ahead of Siddaramaiah's birthday celebrations in Devnagere, which is being seen as a show of strength by the former Chief Minister to strengthen his bid for the Chief Minister's chair. This as rumblings within the Karnataka Congress seem to be growing louder. All this began since KPCC Chief DK Shivkumar openly declared that he wants to be the Chief Ministerial candidate for the 2023 state polls. But now all eyes on Rahul Gandhi. Will he be able to broker peace or take sides. So that's what we are waiting and watching. That's the situation there. All players in Karnataka Congress are weighing in, be it Virappa Moily, be it people close to Siddaramaiah taking on DK Shivakumar. If you recall that comment about whether a dominant community alone can ensure the chief ministerial face of Karnataka. So there's been a lot of voices that we have heard. It seems that the Congress party in Karnataka, like someone said, was vying for more chief ministerial candidates than MLAs in the upcoming elections. So in that backdrop, Rahul Gandhi is reaching the state. All eyes will be on him. It's KPCC chief DK Shivkumar versus former chief minister and strongman there, Siddaramaiah. Will he take sides? Will he be able to broker peace and get all the Karnataka Congress leaders to work together? That's the big challenge before Rahul Gandhi. Officially though, he is going there to attend the Congress's Political Affairs Committee meeting. That's the official reason. But this visit is also coming just one day ahead of that grand birthday celebration that has been planned for Siddaramaiah. So his attendance at that birthday celebration also, is it meant to give some signal? Ritu, my colleague, is with me on the phone line. So Ritu, what is the expectations that Karnataka Congress leaders have from Rahul Gandhi's visit?
Yes, now, so this is a meeting that is going to take place ahead of Siddaramaiah, that is a committee for the birthday celebration of the former CM and opposition leader Siddaramaiah. So this meeting is going to play a key role for the Congress party because one of the reasons being the fight and the infighting just intensifying within the Congress party. Leaders of that, they come and openly declare themselves that they want to be next CM, and you have the leaders as well, the MLAs being divided on the name of the top leaders, where they say that Siddaramaiah has to be the CM or DK Shivakumar has to be the CM. Just not this, but you're also seeing how the supporters of the name of the big leaders have also been seen divided, as they have been writing openly a letter to the high command of the Congress party and saying that there has to be a much similar celebration for their leader as well, whether it is DK Shivakumar or the other top leaders. So these have been the controversies that have been surrounding right now in the Karnataka ahead of the assembly polls, in which the opposition party, that's the BJP, seem to be benefited, and they are considering this as in the laughing stock. But now in this meeting, the major role would be as in like the 7 special invitees and the other senior leaders being part of it. So Rahul Gandhi's main intention, or in a way the main point of this whole meeting would be to ensure that these leaders do not come up openly and discuss the CM face related any of the lines in the coming days as the assembly polls are nearby, and the only focus for the Congress party has to be how that they have to tackle the issues within the party and then go ahead with the plans for the assembly polls.
All right, Ritu, thank you for that perspective. Ritu there explaining to us how Rahul Gandhi's visit is being seen within the Karnataka Congress, where the race seems to be not for MLAs but for the chief ministerial chair. I'm taking a quick break, but stay right here. There's News Blitz on the other side with Akansha Swaroop.
And more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया स्टाफ के द्वारा अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least 1 passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring these developments, having any bearing on its own security and economic interests. Now, why is this spy ship Yuan Wang 5 in Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days?
A very warm welcome. You're watching News Blitz 50 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with our top story coming from the state of Assam. An overflowing Jiadhal River has submerged several villages in the Dhakua Khana area in Assam's Lakhimpur district due to the increase in water level of the river. A section of the district's main road has been inundated. According to reports, at least 6 villages in the area are now affected by the flooding, and thousands of acres of cropland in the area are still underwater. Heavy rains lashed Kerala's Kottayam and Kannur districts, causing waterlogging at many places. A red alert has been issued in the state for the next 4 days. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has confirmed on Monday that 6 people have died and 1 missing due to heavy rainfall in the state. Amid heavy rains in Kerala, an elephant was stuck in a river in Kerala's Thrissur district. The elephant ultimately swam itself to safety. Amid a heavy rainfall since 29th July, 2 miners have died after the wall of a house collapsed in Dakshin Kannada's Subramania village. According to IMD, the heavy rainfall is likely to occur over coastal and South Karnataka between August 2nd till the 5th. Meanwhile, Adi Subramania temple in Dakshin Kannada has also submerged in water due to heavy rains. Temple administration has now barred devotees from entering the temple for the next 2 days. Incessant rain across Karnataka has caused severe waterlogging, which has inundated parts of a highway in Bhatkal town in Uttar Kannada district. Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai to hold a meeting with officials at around 12 p.m. today. The focus of this meeting will be about the relief work and the kind of necessary precautionary measures that are needed to be taken in some rain-affected districts of the state. India continues to shine at the Commonwealth Games of 2022 with 2 medals in judo and 1 in weightlifting on day 4. Taking the overall tally to 9, Harjinder Kaur won bronze in women's 71 kg weightlifting, whereas Sushila Devi, Likmabam and Vijay Kumar Yadav won a silver and a bronze in judo respectively. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has changed his display picture to tricolour on Twitter to mark the Independence Day. Prime Minister said in a tweet that at a time when we are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, our nation is all set for Har Ghar Tiranga, a collective movement to celebrate our tricolour. I have changed the DP on my social media pages and urge you all to do the same. Har Ghar Tiranga, taking the national flag into homes campaign has now started in Uttarakhand. Flags are given to customers by the Postal Department in Haridwar district. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had urged the people of India in his last Mann Ki Baat to hoist the national flag in every household. Al-Qaeda's leader Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed in a CIA drone strike in Afghanistan's Kabul. This is the biggest blow to the terrorist group since its founder Osama bin Laden was killed in the year 2011. Zawahiri, who was 71, was a key architect behind multiple assaults on the United States and was deeply involved in the planning of the 9/11 attack.
Kabul, Afghanistan, to kill the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer, and we will always do what is necessary to ensure the safety and security of Americans at home and around the globe.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011. Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country.
As the monsoon session entered its third week, both the houses of the parliament began the day at 11 a.m. IST. Lok Sabha began the session with the question hour, while the Rajya Sabha was adjourned till noon. Sessions Court in Mumbai on Monday sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to Enforcement Directorate's custody till 4th of August. The ED has now arrested Raut in a money laundering case linked to alleged irregularities in the redevelopment of the Patra Chowk in Mumbai. He has been allowed meeting his lawyer and home-cooked food. Raut was arrested after over 6 hours of questioning at the ED's zonal office on Sunday. Rahul Gandhi is on a two-day visit to Karnataka to attend celebrations of Siddaramaya's 75th birthday. On 3rd of August, Karnataka Congress Political Affairs Committee will be meeting with Rahul Gandhi today. The meeting is significant with the party facing big embarrassment over the chief ministerial face controversy over the last few weeks. At least 8 people were killed in a massive fire at a private hospital in Madhya Pradesh's Jabalpur on Monday. More than a dozen people were also injured. The police said that the fire appeared to have been caused due to a short circuit. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of those killed in the fire. Delhi witnessed a decrease in the active COVID-19 cases. The city has reported 822 fresh COVID cases with 2 deaths in the last 24 hours. The positivity rate now stands at 11.41%. A 35-year-old Nigerian national living and working in Delhi for more than a year tested positive for monkeypox on Monday. He was admitted to Delhi's nodal Lok Nayak Hospital on Sunday and his samples were sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for testing. This is the 6th case of the viral infection detected in India. The Supreme Court will hear pleas filed by MP Congress leader Jaya Thakur and others challenging the centre's November 2021 ordinance that extended the tenure of the CBI and ED chiefs up to 5 years. Senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala and TMC leaders Mawa Moitra, Saket Gokhale are also amongst the petitioners. The Delhi High Court will hear appeal moved by the JNU student leader Omar Khalid challenging the trial court's order refusing his bail. The case is related to larger conspiracy case related to Northeast Delhi violence matter. The court will also hear the fresh plea filed by JNU student Shajil Imam in the Northeast Delhi riots case involving the allegations of sedition. The Delhi High Court on Friday sought the stand of the city police on the Imam's plea. Preparations for Raksha Bandhan have begun with a lot of excitement in Agra. The city's famous golden ghevar is being prepared to make this festival even more special.
कस्टमर्स को एक नया अट्रैक्शन मिल रहा है क्योंकि हम लोग चाहते हैं कि इंडिया में अगर हम रहते हैं तो चॉकलेट्स की जगह हम इंडियंस मिठाइयों को प्रमोट करें। बेसिकली मोदी जी का भी ये रीज़न है कि वी आर इंडियंस, वी डू फॉर इंडिया एंड वी टेक इंडियंस प्रोडक्ट्स। So that's why we are interested to take the different types of giver and all. जब एक भाई अपनी बहन के लिए कुछ ले जाना चाहता है तो पहले उसे चॉकलेट के अंदर रिचनेस लगती थी। जब हमने एक गोल्ड का गिवर बनाया तो उस चीज़ के अंदर उसे रिचनेस भी लगेगी और ये हेल्दी भी है।
A newborn elephant calf which was abandoned by his mother was rescued by forest department officials with the help of locals at the Numaligarh in Assam's Golaghat district. The baby elephant was trapped in a tea plantation, has now been sent to the wildlife rehabilitation where he is currently getting treated. The tree plantation drive to raise awareness towards environmental conservation was undertaken by the CRPF in Assam's Dibrugarh. Under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative, the CRPF is now planning to plant 15,000 trees in the month of August itself. The United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan. As per inputs, Pelosi is stated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday. China has issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them in the event she decides to visit to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
California's governor on Monday declared a state of emergency to speed up efforts to combat the monkeypox outbreak. California has become the second state in 3 days to take the step. The Governor Gavin Newsom said the declaration will help California coordinate a government-wide response seeking more vaccines and lead the outreach and education efforts on where people can get treatment and vaccination. This is the big breaking we are bringing to you on CNN News 18. This on a day when the world has woken up to the news of the most wanted terrorist, and we are talking about Al-Zawahiri. The world being eliminated in the Afghan capital. This is a sensational twist that we are now bringing to you. The man who runs the Taliban. We are now going to tell you, this is a CNN News 18. It's a spoken exclusive to the man effectively who controls the Taliban regime, and that is Sirajuddin Haqqani. CNN News 18 has spoken exclusively with Sirajuddin Haqqani, who happens to be part of the Taliban regime. He's the interior minister of Taliban, and the sensational revelation he's made is that the Taliban has nothing to do with Al-Qaeda. This was an interview that was recorded just a couple of days ago before Zawahiri's strike took place, and those are the details we'll be bringing to you in a sensational interview that is a CNN exclusive. We have spoken to the Interior Minister of Taliban, and that is Sirajuddin Haqqani. Let's listen in to what he had to tell my colleague Anand Narasimhan earlier.
Hello and welcome to a CNN News 18 Global Exclusive. We've got you the son of Mullah Omar, Mullah Yaqub, and now we have with us in conversation one of the most wanted terrorists in the world who's got a bounty in the US, but he's also the interior minister in the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan run by the Taliban. He's the man who controls the Haqqani Network. Joining us now is Sirajuddin Haqqani. Mr. Haqqani, first up, thank you for speaking with us here at CNN News 18. It's the first time you're speaking with an Indian network, the News 18 network. First up, let me ask you, would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Thank you for speaking with us, Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani.
All right, I'll try and reiterate that interview for our viewers. Why it is so crucial is considering A, it was recorded just 15 hours before the strike took place on Al-Zawahiri. It is important to note that this interview was recorded before the strike operation that was conducted in Kabul by the CIA. Also, not to forget, the team of CNN News 18 was very much present on the ground. And on that note, let me also bring you a quick nutshell of what these assurances have been like by Sirajuddin Haqqani to CNN News 18 in that interview. We wish to have cordial and diplomatic relations with India. That's point number one to be noted. Point number two that he's made in the interview is also equally crucial. Let's have a quick look. If I may request my team to toggle over to point number two. Taliban did not come back to power with Pakistan's support. That is what Sirajuddin Haqqani just now said. Point number three, we won't let Afghan soil be used against any country. Isn't it ironical on a day when Al-Zawahiri has been killed? Now, Al-Qaeda has no presence in Afghanistan, no longer a threat. This is the most sensational claim, that Al-Qaeda has no presence, absolutely. And we all know where Al-Zawahiri was killed. He was killed in Kabul. No terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of operations. That's point number five that they had to say. It rather comes as a bitter irony. We all know that Al-Zawahiri was killed in a CIA operation conducted in Kabul. The US intelligence officers have lashed out at the Taliban because they are very much of the opinion that the Taliban was aware of Al-Zawahiri's whereabouts. And on that note, let's also try and get in a sense of perspective. For that, I'm joined in by Brigadier Vinod Datta, who's the former Deputy Assistant Chief of the IDS. I'll also be joined in by Mr. Ashok Sajnar, who's a former diplomat. Let me bring in Mr. Datta first. Brigadier Datta, what do you make of this interview? Isn't it testimony of the kind of lies the Taliban is peddling? Just because this interview was recorded hours before Al-Zawahiri was killed in that CIA operation, you've heard what they had to say. Sirajuddin Haqqani said that Al-Qaeda has nothing to do in Taliban, that countries need not fear about Al-Qaeda's presence as far as the presence in Afghanistan is concerned. What do you make of the kind of lies that are now being peddled?
Well, the statement of Sirajuddin Haqqani is quite crystal clear that it is a bundle of lies. If you recall that when this Doha Accord was signed,
right.
The Taliban, the second regime of Taliban started violating the accord right from, even when the ink had not dried up. Now, what is expected from Taliban is that they are going to give you all this kind of lip service. The very fact that he has been killed in Kabul, that he was staying in Kabul, speaks volumes that yes, they do sponsor terrorism, they do support terrorism, they do acknowledge the presence of such like organizations.
Right.
Secondly, they Afghanistan is in such a state that they are in requirement of dire finances. They require food grain, they require everything, and the only organizations which can provide them are these terrorist organizations, and they are going to harbor them in their country. It is going to be considered as a safe haven because they want money, they want moolah, they want sponsorship from such organizations. Because none of the countries or most of the countries have shunned the Taliban second regime.
Brigadier Datta, if I could also take my next question from Ashok Sajanhar quickly. Ashok Sajanhar, it's very crucial to refer to what US Secretary of State Antony Blinken had to say. He said that what Taliban is doing currently is in clear violation of the Doha Agreement. I'd like your thoughts. Not to forget that the US intelligence officers have also pointed out that the Taliban was very much in cahoots as far as the al-Zawahiri's location in Taliban, or rather Kabul, is concerned.
No, absolutely, Akansha. What you say is very right, and what Antony Blinken has said has been crystal clear from last year August, when the Taliban took power in Afghanistan. They have been peddling these lies that there are no terrorist groups in Afghanistan. They do not pose any threat to any country, and what they have really been wanting is international recognition. They've been wanting international legitimacy so that the funds can start flowing in. The funds, Afghanistan funds that have been frozen by the United States and in other countries, that they can start flowing in. So this is both Afghanistan as well as their supporters in Pakistan.
Right.
They have been peddling these lies that there are no terrorists in Afghanistan. But India has been maintaining, and even at you would have seen, Akansha, even at the latest SCO meeting, Dr. S. Jaishankar, he said there has to be zero tolerance as far as terrorism is concerned. And all the countries in the region are apprehensive of terrorist groups that have been operating here. That is one of the most fundamental reasons why, even after 1 year of the Taliban taking over power by force in Kabul, not a single country, neither in the region or outside, has recognized the Taliban dispensation.
It's very interesting that you mentioned that 1 year of pull-out as far as US forces are concerned. We are looking at the Doha Agreement. Let's talk about it from India perspective also, not to forget that we are looking at a very crucial moment for India-Afghanistan relations, when India is in fact considering the possibility of reopening its embassy. Having said that, there were some very crucial questions posed by Anand Narasimhan in that interview. He spoke about getting assurances. What were the assurances that Taliban would be willing to offer to India as far as the terror locations of JEM or LET in Afghanistan are concerned? I'm going to quickly toss over to Anand, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Anand, please go ahead.
Thanks for that, Akanksha. Ladies and gentlemen, we recorded this interview on the 29th. That was on Friday, just about 15 hours before the strike happened at Ayman al-Zawahiri. Now, there were a lot of efforts that went behind this interview, because Sirajuddin Haqqani is not an easy man to get. So the efforts of our investigations editor Manoj Gupta have to be considered. The other aspect is that the CNN News 18 team was just about a kilometer or kilometer and a half away from Sherpur region, where this strike actually happened early in the wee hours, early morning on Saturday. And more importantly, what Sirajuddin Haqqani told CNN News 18 is important, and you have to look at the words, and it sounded very ominous when he said Al-Qaeda as an organization poses no threat and it is as good as dead. And 15 hours after he says this, Sirajuddin Haqqani says this, Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead. So this is it quite ominous. The other aspect is the Pakistanis said Osama is not on our soil, and they were found in Abbottabad. He was neutralized in Abbottabad. The Taliban say Al-Qaeda is not on our soil and Ayman al-Zawahiri is neutralized in the heart of Kabul. But are there multiple ways of looking at what the Taliban are currently saying? The other aspect is Sirajuddin Haqqani and the Taliban believe that America had no business striking on Afghan soil. America believes Taliban had no business harboring Ayman al-Zawahiri. Now, can both say we are unhappy, but both knew what was going to happen? Is that a possibility? CNN News 18 had no inkling that Ayman al-Zawahiri was just 1.5 kilometers away located and that this strike would happen. But the fact is that this talk, when Taliban say that they do not want Afghanistan to be a hotbed for terror or an operation, and they want to function individually and work for the people of Afghanistan, there comes a different dynamic. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar and Brigadier Datta with us. Now, I am looking at the exact context in which we said there was a little bit of a delay in putting out this interview because we had to also, the interview answers were in Pashto. We had to try and get the English translations, and we had to get the facts right in terms of what was said by Sirajuddin Haqqani, because every word was very measured. And this is what he told us. And when we played out this excerpt, Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar, he very clearly came out and said that Al-Qaeda as an outfit poses no threat to anybody in the world, and this organization is as good as dead. He says this, and 15 hours later, Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead. Ashok Sajjanar ji. So there are two ways to look at it. One, we can't take the Taliban's word and we can't trust the Taliban because India is very actively engaging with the Taliban establishment because of the people-to-people connect, and they want to establish people-to-people connect. We have resumed diplomatic operations, although not a full-fledged embassy, but visa processing has happened. Our envoys are on ground. Attaché is on ground to facilitate return of Afghan people who want to go back or those who want to come for education or for health concerns. That's one. We are trying to also bring in trade. We are sending them 50,000 metric tons of wheat. We have pressurized Pakistan to open the gates. The Taliban are assuring full cooperation. So when a Sirajuddin Haqqani says Al-Qaeda is as good as dead, and 15 hours later Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead, but Sirajuddin Haqqani also said Al-Qaeda is not present on Afghan soil. So there are contradictions and there are also coincidences. How would you like to look at it?
Yes, thank you very much, Anand, for these questions. You've raised a number of questions, but before I respond to that very quickly, I would say kudos to you, to CNN News 18 team, to Manoj Gupta and all your members, for this absolutely phenomenal interview. You've been doing this. You did all these interviews around the 15th of August last year.
Yes.
And you haven't missed a step while getting us this interview also.
Thank you.
Now, coming to it, as far as Ayman al-Zawahiri's and Sirajuddin Haqqani, his comments are concerned, they have been mentioning this, that there is not a single terrorist group on the Afghan soil, and the countries don't really need to worry. They don't face any threat. But of course, the world has not believed the Taliban dispensation. That is why, as I mentioned earlier, no country has recognized them. It's a question, of course, of women's rights, human rights, girl, child, what is the condition of the minorities. But I think over and above all that is the fact that countries in the neighborhood and further away are very apprehensive about the presence of all these terrorist groups. Now, I think India definitely feels that all these groups have helped the Taliban to, so to say, come to power in Afghanistan. So there is no way that Taliban would be able to tell these groups, whether it is Al-Qaeda or Jaish or Lashkar or any of the others, that now that we have come to power, we don't need you, and you will not be allowed to operate from our territory, from our soil. So I think this is a safe haven that has been provided to them. It will continue. Now, you can read meaning in the words that, what Sirajuddin Haqqani said, that Al-Qaeda is dead. But I don't think he really implied, I don't think he had any inkling, because I think Al-Qaeda has been a very staunch, strong and a long-standing supporter of the Taliban, and they would not like to give up because that would, amongst the world of the terrorists, that would also impact on their credibility. As far as India is concerned, what you say, we are taking very measured step, very small, should I say, baby steps in moving forward. you would know that all the countries in the region, whether it is Iran, Uzbekistan, except Tajikistan, all countries in the region are engaging with the Taliban, whether they have recognized them formally or not, whether they have, all of them have their establishments, all of them have their embassies in Kabul. They are engaging with them. What we have been saying is, our embassy never closed down because there were local Afghan representatives who were always manning our embassy, and as far as visa facilities are concerned, they were being extended to the Afghan people. Now we have moved in a more proactive manner in terms of providing what you said very correctly, Anand, 50,000 tons of wheat to Pakistan, but also medical supplies, whether it is COVID-19 vaccines or other essential supplies through Iran, through Dubai, we have been providing to them. This is a, our people-to-people connect that we want to strengthen. So again, we are saying that it is purely functional reasons that our officials are there. It is definitely not any indication of diplomatic recognition. And I must say that the statements, that the position that India has taken has been a major factor that other countries have not extended diplomatic recognition to Afghanistan, to the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. Otherwise, if India, so to say, were to cross the line and give indications that we are willing to work with, then I think it will have a very significant impact on the position that other countries are also
Ambassador Sajjanar, before I bring in Brigadier Datta, I have a lot of people who are interested and who have worked strategically in this sphere, and I've been watching the developments. I have a very interesting question. I've got Lieutenant General Abhay Krishna watching the broadcast, and he's asking a question saying, please ask Ambassador Sajjanar, what is the agenda of the US to kill Zawahiri in the prevailing situation? So it's not...
I think basically, an interesting question, General, and let me respond to it from my own perspective. I think what the United States has been trying to give the impression is that although it might be focused on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, although it might be focused on the Indo-Pacific, that is where the major challenges are. But it has not removed its eyes off Afghanistan. Security and stability and peace and tranquility in the region continues to be very important. That is why you would have found that the United States has been trying to reach out to countries in the region, whether it is Uzbekistan, whether it is Kazakhstan. You would have seen that the foreign ministers of these countries were recently in Washington, D.C., and they have been talking about it. And there have also been discussions on having bases there so that they could carry out, the United States could carry out operations in Afghanistan if such need arose. So I think my response to General Krishna would be that the United States definitely continues to be engaged and continues to be very mindful of the situation in Afghanistan, and it doesn't want countries in the region also to think that there is a power vacuum into which countries like China or Russia can walk in.
Right. But Brigadier Datta, how would you see this and in terms of, it's a very detailed interview. CNN News 18 has actually asked about 24 questions, also a lot of it hinging upon India, Pakistan-Afghanistan equations, Pakistan-Iran equations, India-Afghanistan equations, and the role that the Taliban would want to play. I'm just going to go back to what he has said. What Sirajuddin Haqqani says, does this have greater meaning? Because it's very strong words coming from a Sirajuddin Haqqani. One would expect it from some of the other leaders, but for the Sargana of the Haqqani Network, the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, to come out, and I quote, this is exactly what he said. He said, as we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the Daesh. That is, because we asked him about Daesh, Khorasan or the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to the Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat. And the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Now, is this a mirage, or should we look at it as nothing but, false pretense, or trying to put on a shroud over the reality and to try and give them cover fire and camouflage? Or should we say that this is slowly the Taliban trying to say that if you can get rid of them, get rid of them. Give us the entire cover of plausible deniability. and go ahead and do what you want to do?
Well, Anand, firstly, let me compliment you for that interview, and I feel so proud that you have a 360-degree presence because it is not a very easy task to get such a very candid and a very detailed interview. Now, what Sirajuddin Haqqani had said, I mean, it is a smoke screen. You see, there is a lot behind the screen because Taliban itself, I mean, the very fact that they are denying, if you recall the Doha Accord, they have been violating it. Now, the very fact that they are saying that Pakistan had no role in getting Taliban there or getting, yes, if you see the ISI chief was there. He was, monitoring the operations. Otherwise, the Panjshir operations would have been a success. So what Sirajuddin Haqqani is saying, it is a diplomatic kind of, a statement which he has given. But the reality is something else. These organizations, these tanzeems, they have found a safe haven as far as Afghanistan is concerned. Now, if you see the importance, the geostrategic importance of Afghanistan, whosoever controls Afghanistan controls Central Asia. And the new strategic equations which are emerging. Now, if you see, the world has got, two polarities. Like one is the American-centric world order and the other is the Chinese-centric world order.
Correct.
In which, if you see, the Iran is also, echeloned towards China. Russia is also with them. So this kind of, and China has its own apprehensions. So the Sirajuddin Haqqani's statement that there is no Al-Qaeda remnants or there is no Al-Qaeda present has been proved grossly wrong. So what Afghanistan is basically looking for is they are looking for finance, they are looking for food grain, because if you see the internal situation in Afghanistan, it is in a sad state of neglect. It is pathetic because people are selling their kids, people are selling themselves to just to survive. So all these kind of things, what they require is the roti, kapda and makan. जो तीन बुनियादी चीजें हैं वो चाहिए उनको. But unfortunately, not very many countries are forthcoming. So what they are basically looking is that they will be harboring such kind of tanzeem, such kind of organizations, which are going to get them some kind of money, some kind of help. And you see the very fact that Al-Qaeda, it is still a very, very potent organization or a tanzeem which is capable of striking deep and making an impact in the world. So the very fact that Al-Zawahiri was there, I mean, and I'm sure there are no free lunches. He must have been there with a cost, with some kind of benefit to the to the Taliban government.
Correct.
So all these factors,
see, all these factors come into play, but the contrary to what the U.S. narrative is, here he was there in the heart of Kabul, not so far away from the defense area. So it is impossible that a lot of people did not know about his presence at all. The other aspect is, did they just offer him up and say, okay, here he is, here to do what you can? The third part is that Joe Biden is under a lot of pressure because he's already copping a lot of flack for the exit from Afghanistan. The way the Russia-Ukraine conflict, America has not been able to do much. You have China saber-rattling with Taiwan. And of course, he's battling recession internally. So does this come out as a savior kind of a narrative where he claims a victory here, knowing fully well that we could take him out whenever at our own convenience? So there is also this whole concept of hellfire, targeted attack, and nobody else, not even members either of the Haqqani family or members of the Zawahiri family being harmed. It's only Ayman al-Zawahiri who stepped out into the balcony and he was neutralized. Now, if Ayman al-Zawahiri had a threat to his life and he knew about it, why would he step out into the balcony knowing fully well that he could be targeted from the skies? The Afghans and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda know fully well about these drone strikes. So there are many, many questions, but however, we'll deliberate. But the larger question is, can the Taliban be trusted? Because what they claimed and what has happened, there is a dichotomy there. Is it a coincidence or is it absolute contradiction to what the claims were? This will remain a subject matter of discussion and debate through the course of the day. It's a big story here. Ambassador Sajjanar and Brigadier Datta, thank you very, very much. We're just going to play out a short excerpt of that conversation CNN News 18 had with Sirajuddin Haqqani. Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the interior minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
We have some big breaking news coming in as we are learning that the Enforcement Directorate has raided and conducted multiple raids. One of them is on the National Herald office. Around 12 locations are currently being covered by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the big breaking news that we are bringing to you. There are searches currently being conducted at 12 locations. For more details, let's quickly go across to Akash Sharma, who's live from the Herald House office at the moment. Akash, if you could take me through all the latest in terms of those 12 raids that are being conducted. What are these locations that we are talking about?
Right. So, Akanksha, first of all, let me show you the visuals of this particular building. This is the iconic Herald House, and we have, National Herald office at the 4th floor. We are learning that ED officers just a few hours back have reached here. They are carrying out some searches and are looking for some documents. Also, we are learning that around 10 to 12 places are being searched as of now. In the past, we have seen that how, all the developments happened. For example, we saw that how Sonia Gandhi was questioned in the case of AJL, where some transaction happened between Young India and AJL, and now this is the big development where we are getting that around 10 to 12 locations are being searched in the whole country in related to this particular AJL case, where this case is being investigated by ED. And at this particular point, this is the building where we are learning that ED officers are very much inside. Also, we are getting this, some officers have left this particular premises, but some officers are still there. They are looking for some sort of documents, and this is not the only place where this particular search is being carried out, because as you rightly mentioned, around 10 to 12 places are being searched as of now by the Enforcement Directorate, because, if we talk about this particular case, you see this was a case by Subramaniam Swamy where it was reinvestigated by ED. We saw how Rahul Gandhi and after that Sonia Gandhi was questioned in this particular case, and now we are learning that AJL and National Herald are being, a kind of a raid, you can say, but as of now, officers are saying that these are the searches because they are looking for some sort of documents as of now. Akanksha.
Akash, stay with us as I'll also quickly go across to 10 Janpat, which is the residence of Sonia Gandhi. Siddhant is stationed over there. Siddhant, if you could take us through what is happening on ground zero, considering we've seen a lot of protests take place when Sonia Gandhi was being questioned by the ED. The timing is very interesting because as soon as the questioning with the ED got over, the raids at other locations have now taken place. If you could take me through what's happening at 10 Janpat right now.
Well, that's correct. These raids are happening in a very surprise manner because questioning with almost everyone on the board has already got finished. In fact, from Pawan Bansal to Mallikarjun Kharge to Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, all have been summoned on multiple times. And in fact, this is what the ED officials have told us, that both in their statements given to Enforcement Directorate, both Sonia and Rahul, they have shifted blame they have completely shifted blame on Motilal Vora, and Motilal Vora is no more. He's not alive. So this is what ED has to say. Now what ED sources are telling us is that the companies related to the suspicious transactions are being raided. A. B, we have also been told that no residential premises are being raided, because in fact when news came out that 10 locations are being raided, there was speculation that there is a possibility of the premises of directors of Young India are also being raided. But ED sources have clarified this, that no residential premises are being raided. Right. This raid is basically on the companies linked to the suspicious transaction related to the National Herald
Right. All right,
case.
stay
This is
with
what
us, Siddharth,
ED
because
is
I
telling
have to
us.
quickly
Back to
go
you.
across to Ashish as well, who's tracking the ED very closely for us. Ashish, you heard what Siddharth had to say. He's made a very valid point that it is the companies which are being raided. Are we now looking at the money trail being finally, as far as the tracking is concerned, is the money trail now in the spotlight?
So, just before when the entire deal was happening related to National Herald, there were certain transactions of purchase of shares, and these purchase of shares happened just at the time, including, if you remember, there are certain people from the Gandhi family also who bought these shares, and certain people who bought the shares. Interestingly, out of 1,500 people who were the shareholders of National Herald came, into existence even before the 1947, when we got our independence.
Right.
Since then, there were around 1,500 shareholders. Out of that, only 7 people in Lucknow called, they had an AGM, and finally a decision was taken to transfer the company Associated Journal into the hands of a newly registered company called Young Indian. So here, what my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me, that they are looking at certain transactions from where the money came for purchase of shares just at the time of when the company was basically being handed over to Young Indian. And that is why around 10 locations are being raided, which include locations in Delhi, in Lucknow, and some in West Bengal or Kolkata as well. So here what we can confirm is that Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at purchase of shares just at the time when the takeover of the Associated Journal was happening by Young Indian, and from where did they get that money for purchase of shares. That is what the Enforcement Directorate is looking at as of now.
All right, stay with us, Ashish, because I'm going to quickly go across to our political editor, Pallavi Ghosh, as well. Pallavi, we've seen some very heated protests taking place as far as the Congress party is concerned, especially during the questioning of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. What are your sources telling you? Is the Congress now expected to conduct another set of protests? We've seen Rahul Gandhi also getting detained last week. What can we expect now?
Well, immediately no protests are being planned, but of course they're going to register their protest. I mean, the parliament session is on even as we speak, and there has been a Facebook post which of course has been put out by Rahul Gandhi, but this is before the raids began. But I think that essentially captures the crux of what the Congress party has been saying, and is also going to be saying that how ED, the CBI, all of them are consistently misused by the government, because all they want to do is divert attention from core issues like price rise, unemployment, so on and so forth. We're still awaiting, but we have been told we can expect a structured formal response from the Congress party with the ongoing raids. But their stand has been consistent. No wrongdoing has been done. There was no FIR which was filed. There was a closure on this entire case. Why is it that suddenly this case comes into limelight, and why is it that Gandhis are being harassed, to use the words of the Congress party, by inconsistent questioning of them at the ED headquarters? So the line of the Congress party will remain the same. The raids are not required, unwarranted, and only politically motivated.
All right, that's an interesting trajectory that Pallavi has just highlighted. Anshul, if I may come to you, you are stationed at Rahul Gandhi's residence. What is the situation like as far as his residence is concerned? Is there any sort of activity happening there?
No, Akansha, not as of now. We saw the kind of massive protest that happened when Rahul Gandhi actually went out for the interrogation with the ED. And now, since his transcripts are with the ED is going ahead and searching almost 10 offices, all linked to the AGL and linked to National Herald. This is what we are being told. Initially, the information was that there could be raid on residences also, but yes, the ED has, sources within the ED has come out and already clarified that there are no raids that are happening on any private residences. So currently outside Rahul Gandhi's house, it is absolutely, there is no action happening as of now. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that the ED is going to take, because remember, when Rahul Gandhi was investigated for more than 50 hours, there was massive protests. In fact, the place at which I am standing, many Congress workers actually gathered over here to protest for Rahul Gandhi. They were raising slogans for Rahul Gandhi at that point in time. But as of now, the situation seems to be very normal. However, it remains to be seen what does the ED have to do in the future, and will there be any more raids except the 10 locations that are being raided as of now, Akansha.
Right. Ashish, if I could come to you, as something as was pointed out by Siddhant as well, that during the questionings, whether it was Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, the blame was also being shifted on to the treasury holders or the other senior leaders of the Congress. That also includes the late Motilal Vora. Will this, the current raid of the companies, so to say, as you pointed out, as far as the shareholding is concerned, will this also help the raids? Will they now help in establishing what was the role of Motilal Vora, and how much was the involvement of Sonia and Rahul Gandhi?
So, you know, what they have told before the Enforcement Directorate is that all financial transactions were handled by Motilal Vora. Now, by saying that, that does not mean that you're not responsible for what.
Alright, we'll try and reconnect with Ashish, but for now, let's also go back to Siddhant, who was highlighting this point. Siddhant, if I could come to you, we were just discussing the role of Motilal Vora and the other treasury holders who stepped in later. If you could take us through that very crucial involvement.
Well, that's right. As Ashish was highlighting, and I'm sure he wanted to raise this point, that shifting a blame onto Motilal Vora, who is no more, doesn't set Gandhis free from the responsibility. And this is exactly what Enforcement Directorate officers are also telling us, that they have made two important points. One, that the decisions were taken by Motilal Vora then as far as the transactions are concerned, and the loans which were given by Young India to associate. And then the second, that under subsection 25 of the Companies Act, the assets which were acquired by Young India cannot be sold, and the private individual cannot take benefit from those assets. So these were the two key points which were told to Enforcement Directorate office by both the Gandhis at the time of recording their statements, and this is what ED sources have also confirmed to us. Now these raids are happening at a time when Parliament is going on, and Enforcement Directorate is telling us that they have come across some suspicious transactions. In fact, Ashish was highlighting it correctly, that to buy that company, there were some transactions which happened, and today the raid is related to that, especially on those companies.
Stay with us, because I believe Ashish is back with us. Ashish, if you could throw more light and expand on those very crucial aspects as far as those suspicious findings are concerned, and not just that, the role of Motilal Vora, how this is going to, how the current raids will actually try and segregate his role from what the role of the Gandhis was.
So, as I was telling, that Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at certain transactions that happened just at the time when the takeover of the company was happening. You remember in 2010-11, when Young Indian took over Associated Journal, there were certain transactions where there was purchase of shares. Now, even if you go through the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal order, it very clearly indicates that just before when the takeover was happening, there was certain purchase of shares so that a person gets voting rights to basically to give clearance to the deal. So here the clearance of the deal was given only by 7 people. We have already named these 7 people, and now the Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at the companies basically giving money for these transactions. So that is where the transaction, that is what the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. But as far as during questioning what Rahul and Sonia Gandhi said, they said that the entire financial transaction was basically being taken care of by Motilal Vora, because he was the treasurer and he had all independent rights, and we were not aware on how the money came in, how it went out, who were the people people involved, so they did not have any idea. But they said that it's a Section 25 company. It's like an NGO where an income and expenditure account is prepared, not a profit and loss account is prepared, and thus we
Ashish,
as an
stay with us because I'm also joined in by Mr. Subramaniam Swamy. Mr. Swamy, thank you for speaking to us on CNN News 18. Now that these raids are currently being conducted in over 10 locations, from what we learn, what, in your opinion, is going to be the focus of the Enforcement Directorate, especially considering that the questioning of the Gandhis is over?
Well, you see, there was no doubt that the transaction of that company, Doltex or something like that.
Dotex.
Yes. That was, on the face of it, absurd, because there was no interest payments charged. There was no mortgage, included. It was a loan which in the account books of Doltex is donation, and in the account books of a young Indian, it is put as loan, and they get 1 crore without any encumbrances or compulsions of having to pay it back, and through that the transaction has taken place. Now, Doltex company itself is in a lot of problem before this, and obviously there's a money laundering angle, and I'm sure that the ED in their investigation and their own determination of the availability.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Swamy, whether it is Dotex or if we look at the shareholders which were there at the beginning of the company, vis-a-vis how many shareholders exist now, we know that there's a huge discrepancy. Where do you see the discrepancies as far as this entire case is concerned?
First of all, that 90 crores is bogus.
Right.
Income tax has established that there is no record whatsoever of such a amount being given in installments or otherwise. So it was totally a strategy to get the control of the company by saying that very conveniently saying we can't recover it because the company has closed down, and give it to young Indian at a small price of 50 lakhs. And thereby the young Indian becomes the owner of that non-existent loan. And then the young Indian says, give me 9 crores of 10 rupees each shares, which makes them 99.1% ownership of the total shares. And in that shareholders meeting, they don't invite the age-old shareholders who were there from either their sons or daughters of people who originally bought the shares in 1937. So, I mean, it's such an open, shut fraud case that I'm surprised that it took the government of India and the Enforcement Directorate so long.
Mr. Swamy, whatever has emerged in public arena as far as the questioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi by the ED is concerned is the fact that a lot of blame has been pinned on the late Mr. Motilal Vora. Not to forget the other treasury holders as well. How do you react to that?
No, first of all the blame has been put on them. They say we had no idea what the accounts were and how it is. We just, if we signed it because Motilal had already signed it and cleared it. So, I mean, that is treachery. A man who has been so loyal to them.
Right.
And after his death, you say this. He was only a 12% shareholder.
And last but not the least, Mr. Swamy, how do you react to Congress's protests being labelled as satyagrah when this is just regular questioning by the central agencies like the ED?
Well, satya is the wrong word for it. They should have jhuta graha, not the satyagraha. And it is ridiculous. If there is a due process of law being pursued, there is nothing illegal, then what is the need? You mean everybody can demonstrate? Tomorrow the Dubai guys can also demonstrate. There are a lot of people who are ready to demonstrate.
All right, Mr.
It's
Swamy, I'm sorry, I'll have to interject you there because I'm running
Sure.
short of time. But many thanks to you for giving us your precious time. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to other stories. Business tycoon and the founder of Infosys, Narayana Murthy, today virtually attended the News 18 India's special enclave as the country celebrates its 75th independence anniversary. He was felicitated with the Amrit Ratna. He also spoke to News 18 on a wide range of issues, including the creation of jobs, unemployment, and India's economic growth. Let's listen in.
सॉफ्टवेयर के क्षेत्र में भारत जो आज सॉफ्ट पावर का दर्जा हासिल कर चुका है वो शायद उन्हीं की देन है। इन्फोसिस के संस्थापक हमारे अमृत रत्न एनआर नारायण मूर्ति। एनआर नारायण मूर्ति जी स्वास्थ्य कारणों से यहां नहीं आ पा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। स्वागत करेंगे इन्फोसिस के संस्थापक अमृत रत्न एनआर नारायण मूर्ति जी का।
Thank you very much. So kind of you people. I am truly honored. I'm very grateful to TV18 for this kindness, this generosity, and this affection. I will try very hard and hopefully smart to deserve your kindness, your generosity, and your affection. Thank you very much.
So we have Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji with us, and we would like him to formally present you with the Amrit Ratna. आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
नमस्कार नारायण मूर्ति जी, आप शतायु हो, आप दीर्घायु हो, आप सुस्त रहें। ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है। न्यूज़ 18 की शायद ये पहला अमृत रत्न की अवार्ड आपकी नाम पे दिया जा रहा है। यह भारत की इंटेलेक्चुअल हेरिटेज की आप आज की प्रतिबिंब है, आप उसकी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं। आपके माध्यम से भारत की नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी को न्यूज़ 18 ने सम्मानित किया। एक सेल्फ मेड मैन जो दुनिया में भारत की मेधा शक्ति, भारत की संस्कार, भारत की परंपरा को जो दुनिया के अंदर एक ब्रांड के नाते स्थापित किया। इस 75 साल में नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी की, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की, डिसरप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजिकल एरा में सबसे ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन भारत में करने वाले कुछ लोगों में आप हैं। ऐसे सम्मान में आज आपको सम्मानित करके हम सभी लोग खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं। आपको अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा, अनेक अनेक बधाई। कांग्रेचुलेशन टू यू सर।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm very, very grateful to you for your kind words. I will definitely try and live up to your expectations. Thank you very much.
Sir, we would like you to share some words on the story behind Infosys, the idea, how it started. We've heard a lot about the 10,000 rupees that you got from your wife, and that was the seed for this tree that's taken over the world.
Well, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. Straight to our top focus. One of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of the Al-Qaeda, Al-Zawahiri, has been killed in Kabul. United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was a key architect beyond multiple attacks in the United States, and he was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11th terror attacks way back in 2001. Reactions are coming in worldwide from Canada and Saudi Arabia on the victory against terror.
justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11, one of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
Let's also now take you through some of the key questions that arise in the aftermath of Zawahiri's killing. Let's break down all those details for you. Remember, all of this happened in the heart of Kabul. So the first question that we are raising is, how was Zawahiri in the heart of Kabul without either the support or the knowledge of the Taliban? The second big question is, did Taliban give a safe haven to Zawahiri from 2021? The third big question is Taliban once again Al-Qaeda's political shield? The other question that we're also raising at this point is, with no clear deputy, what really happens to the Al-Qaeda now? There is no successor, so what happens to the organization? Also, the question that we're raising is, will this boost Joe Biden's sagging popularity in the United States? Will this be his moment to ensure that he can have some sort of stability as far as his own presidency is concerned? But these really is the big questions that we are going to discuss with our colleagues in just a bit. But first, let's take a look at this report.
The U.S. has been trying to do this for so many years. Kylie, this comes after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, nearly a year or so ago, changing the counterterrorism landscape. That presents new challenges for the U.S. right now, doesn't it?
Incredibly new challenges, Wolf, and I think those at the State Department, those within the Biden administration who said after that withdrawal that the Biden administration would still work on counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan are probably feeling pretty good right now because, as you said, according to that Taliban spokesperson, this was a drone strike that was carried out yesterday in Kabul, which is hugely significant. And there have been concerns about how the Biden administration, how the U.S. could continue any sort of legitimate counterterrorism operations in the country without having a U.S. military footprint on the ground there.
You know, Kylie, you do a lot of reporting on all of the national security related issues. How high of a target was Ayman al-Zawahiri for the U.S. at this point?
Well, listen, he was an incredibly high target, but not only a high target, but a long-standing target of the U.S. government, Wolf. When you guys were talking earlier, he is someone who was integrally involved in the planning of the twin embassy bombings that took place in 1998 against the U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. That was over 20 years ago. And at that time, of course, he was on the radar of the U.S. government. And thereafter, he actually escaped a U.S. missile strike that the United States tried to take him and Osama bin Laden out in Afghanistan. And since then, he has just risen in terms of how important he is to the U.S. government.
Reactions there coming in, as we pointed out, also raising a lot of questions. One of the first questions that is, of course, is raising is that how did Zawahiri continue to be in the heart of Kabul? how did this actually take place without the support or knowledge of the Taliban? The other question again for the Taliban is, was the Taliban actually giving him a safe shield or safe haven since 2021 and its takeover? Now, former CIA Director General David explains what intelligence and military coordination was likely needed to complete the targeted drone strike against the Al-Qaeda chief. Let's take a look.
How have the Taliban, I mean, first of all, I guess the Taliban knew Zawahiri was living there and I guess approved that. What are their capabilities about the ISIS affiliate, against the ISIS affiliate?
Well, they're battling the ISIS affiliate.
Yeah.
They're also battling some of the resistance forces, as they're termed. Let me highlight something you just mentioned, Anderson, and that is, of course, that, again, the leader of Al-Qaeda is located in Kabul, indicating clearly that, in a way, Taliban didn't learn the lesson from allowing, again, bin Laden to have a sanctuary on their soil when the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan. After which, of course, they refused to expel him from their territory. And that, of course, that's why we had to go in. So it does reflect the continuing close relationship that clearly still exists between Al-Qaeda's senior leadership, that small group of Zawahiri and the others that is still left, and obviously the Taliban senior leadership. The fact that he was in Kabul, I don't think is something that could have been possible without the Taliban knowing that he was there.
Is it clear to you why Zawahiri has been able to avoid being captured or killed so much longer than Osama bin Laden was?
Well, first of all, Osama bin Laden stayed essentially off the net for a very long time as well. And Zawahiri has essentially done what bin Laden did, which means that therefore he can't very capably lead the affiliates of Al-Qaeda around the world. Essentially, they have been operating autonomously, independently. They may be part of the brand of Al-Qaeda, but they certainly weren't under any kind of operational control. Again, noting that this is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world. Again, the East Africa bombings, a number of the other bombings in North Africa, other exhortations of bombings elsewhere, not to mention, of course, being a core part of Al-Qaeda when the 9/11 attacks were planned.
And he was increasingly, I mean, he's one of the group who was sort of increasingly radicalized in Egyptian prisons, wasn't he?
That's true. In fact, he actually led the Egyptian Islamic Jihad prior to this, EIJ, in the 1990s. And it was in the late 1990s that he actually merged with Osama bin Laden, again, they having met him earlier on the battlefields in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets with the Mujahideen.
And my colleague Anand Narasimhan also now joining us on the broadcast from our newsroom. So Anand, a lot of questions still remain post this killing of al-Zawahiri. The first question is, could this have been possible without the support and the knowledge of the Taliban?
Well, there are multiple ways to look at it. Ironically, that Pakistan, which denied the existence of Osama bin Laden on their soil, the Americans found Osama bin Laden not far away from the military outfit or cantonment outpost in Abbottabad, and he seemed to be living in the throes and perhaps in the company of the Pakistan military. Here, where Ayman al-Zawahiri has been neutralized is Sherpur. Sherpur is in the heart of Kabul, and it is impossible that nobody knew. It's not so far away. It's a 10-minute drive from the defense area and the hardcore key security zones in Kabul. And how is it that the Taliban did not know where Ayman al-Zawahiri is staying? It's another question. But the fact of the matter is that did the Taliban look the other way? That's another point. Is this a plausible deniability clause that they are also invoking? That's another way of looking at it, because there will always be two sides to the same coin. And Sirajuddin Haqqani, we spoke to him 15 hours before this strike, and at that time he said Al-Qaeda is a defunct, not a threat anymore, and as good as dead. So it's either a smokescreen that he was trying to create when he was speaking with CNN News 18, or he was talking about something which was inevitable. And look at the coincidence that 15 hours later, Al-Qaeda head of the Al-Qaeda is dead, is neutralized. So how do we look at this is another way of trying to work this out. For the Americans, it's a big success that after their exit, they have got Ayman al-Zawahiri dead. So Osama bin Laden is dead, Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead, but does that mean terrorism is dead? Does that mean Al-Qaeda will not find a new fount? Does that mean the Islamic State or the Daesh will not act? We can see that they are active, their machinations are active, their operatives are still trying to find there are still people who subscribe to their ideology and who are influenced by them. And the Al-Qaeda may just have moved base out of Afghanistan and may now be operating very strongly from Bangladesh. So there are many intel inputs which say that the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent is has its fount and its large key operations out of Bangladesh. So these are all concerns which will remain. Does terror get neutralized? Is terror over? That's a bigger question. But for America, they will claim a big success back with their, and Joe Biden will go back to his constituency, a nation that is battling recession. He will have something jingoistic to offer and saying, listen, we've neutralized Ayman al-Zawahiri.
Anand, I'll request you to stay on with us. Now, on a day when the world has woken up to the news of the most wanted terrorists in the world being eliminated in the Afghan capital, as Anand was pointing out, in the heart of Kabul comes a sensational twist. CNN News 18 has spoken exclusively to the man who effectively controls the Taliban regime. In a lofty claim to CNN News 18, Sirajuddin Haqqani assured that Al-Qaeda is no longer a presence in his country and shouldn't be seen as a threat. 15 hours later, you have Zawahiri, which was eliminated in a drone strike by the United States in the house right in the heart of Kabul, exposing the massive lie peddled by the Taliban. Important to also specify, at the time of strike on Saturday, CNN News 18 team was in Kabul, just a kilometer away.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan, and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan, and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Anand continues to be with us. So Anand, 15 hours ago, this is what the Interior Minister told you, that there is no presence as far as the Al-Qaeda is concerned. 15 hours later, you have Zawahiri being shot and killed in a precision strike in the heart of Kabul. How should one read this? Is this the Taliban being exposed, or is this Taliban distancing themselves, saying, if you want to do something with it, we're okay with it?
Well, there are different ways to look at it, but we have to tell our viewers, we recorded this interview on the 29th, and on the 30th, early in the morning, around 6 a.m., is when this strike has happened. And the CNN News 18 team was just about 1.5 kilometers away, and from the area that is Sherpur, where this strike had happened. The confirmation coming from the Taliban that it is only Ayman al-Zawahiri who's been neutralized. His family is safe. There are also news floating around that the Haqqani family has also been affected because of these strikes, but this is all been countered by the Taliban, who have confirmed the strike. They've said that they are upset with the fact that this strike happened on Afghan soil. America has said that they are upset that this is violation of the Doha Agreement because Ayman al-Zawahiri is present on Afghan soil. But what he said very clearly is that the Al-Qaeda are a spent force and they are as good as dead. And 15 hours later, Ayman al-Zawahiri, the fountainhead or perhaps the head of Al-Qaeda globally, is dead. But has the Al-Qaeda moved on? That's another aspect. Are there different facets to terror? Is terror over, or the threat to nations across the world, is it over? No. Are the doubts the fact that Afghanistan will now become a hotbed or a haven for terrorist outfits? Does that still loom large? Yes. Has that question been asked of Sirajuddin Haqqani? Yes. What he's saying is that the Taliban is working over time to try and ensure that that Afghan soil is not used by terrorist outfits to conduct activities on other nations and use Afghanistan as a base for their terror operations. So they are under pressure from the Chinese as far as ETIM is concerned. India has very clearly said that we have concerns with the Jaish and the Lashkar operating their camps in the Nangarhar region and some of the other region, their operations in the Helmand province, etc. There are concerns for Iran which come from, which arise out of what kind of outfits which are operating from Afghanistan. Of course, there is concern to the Western world saying, will the ISIS, will the outfits like the IS, outfits like Al-Qaeda find Afghanistan as a very, very safe place to try and operate and perhaps even recalibrate and reorganize themselves. So these are concerns which will remain till the time the Taliban are able to show that they merit and they deserve to lead the government and the people of Afghanistan, till the time they go back to the people of Afghanistan and win an overwhelming mandate. But there is also an effort which we must underline. The Taliban want to disassociate themselves from the Al-Qaeda, from the IS. They say that their entire Mujahideen or their entire jihad movement was to free their country. Their fight was to free Afghanistan from the clutches of foreign nations. Now they have seemed to have achieved that. Now they want to focus on their people and they need all the help that they can muster. So is this a smokescreen to try and get nations like India to help them out, to try and finish their projects, give them humanitarian aid, give them food, give them medical supplies, while they also continue to encourage these outfits because there is a certain amount of funding. We must not forget that drugs, it's the opium basket of the world. More than 224 lakh hectares of land is currently under opium production. The entire drug menace, heroin menace is all emerging out of the Helmand province in Afghanistan. So that's another concern which remains. And narco-terror is one of the biggest issues. So these are all issues which are compounded issues. But how do you deal with all of it together? You can't. You have to go issue by issue. And we've tried to ask as many questions as we can of Sirajuddin Haqqani. And he's been upfront. For him to use words like Al-Qaeda is dead, Daesh Khorasan, the Islamic world is against the Daesh itself, Islamic State or even ISKP. The Daesh itself as a thought process itself, the Islamic nations are against it, so we are mounting a concerted effort against them. These are strong words that have come. Smokescreen or not, it is important to note what he has said, and of course the coincidence 15 hours later that Al-Qaeda head Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead.
Absolutely. Anand, we leave the conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Now, post that interview, we're getting you know the top 5 headlines and the assurances that we heard from the Interior Minister right here on CNN News 18. The first is we wish to have cordial and diplomatic relations with India. That's the first headline and the assurance that we heard from the Interior Minister. The second is Taliban did not come back to power with Pakistan's support. Very, very crucial. The third is won't let the Afghan soil be used against any country. This is something that we'd heard when the Taliban took over Afghanistan in 2021 as well. Al-Qaeda has no presence in Afghanistan, no longer a threat. Cut to 15 hours later, you have Zawahiri being killed in the heart of Kabul. What does this then really mean? And the other point is no terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of operations. And that's exactly the point that I was discussing with Anand, that how should one read what we heard from the Interior Minister vis-a-vis what we've seen 15 hours later. This is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at the Herald House and multiple locations in the alleged National Herald money laundering case. According to sources, raids are going on at about 10 to 12 locations. Remember, in this case, Congress Chief Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were questioned in the National Herald case, which had triggered huge protests in several parts of the country by the Congress workers. The Congress party alleged that the central government is misusing central agencies. So once again, we're seeing the Gandhis under the focus. Days after the Enforcement Directorate grilled both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the National Herald headquarters has been raided. Remember, in the backdrop of this case, we've seen Congress workers take to the streets and resort to pan-India protests. But first, let's understand what really is happening today. My colleague Akash is now joining us live on the broadcast from outside the Herald headquarters or the Herald House. Akash, what really is happening around you? What are these raids that we are seeing? Any activity that you can bring details to us about?
All right, so Ridhima, first of all, let me show you the building. This is the particular building, Herald House, and we are learning that at around 6:30 or 7 in the morning, these officers came to this particular building. And, in fact, we're learning that several officers have left this particular premises with some documents. But as of now, 6 officers are still there inside the building, and they are sitting at the accounts department searching for some specific documents as of now. Also, this is not the only place where the search is being carried out. At around 10 to 11 places, these searches are being carried out throughout the country. And as of now, this case is very much related to the National Herald AJL case. And at this point in time, it is, something that is getting all our attentions because, just a few days back, we learned how, in fact, first Rahul Gandhi and then Sonia Gandhi was questioned in the very same case. And now ED officers are very much there at the National Herald offices and AJL offices to conduct some sort of raids, some sort of searches, and also they are looking for some specific documents, Ridhima.
So Akash, you said it's not just the Herald headquarters or the Herald House, but other locations, as many as 10 other locations, I believe, are also being raided. Which are these other locations which are under the scanner as well?
So these are all the commercial buildings that are somewhere related to the AJL company. We don't know the specifics as of now, but these locations are in Kolkata and in Delhi as well. Ridhima, this particular building is very much important. Let me mention it again because, on ground floor and first floor, we have passport office. On the second floor, we have Qaumi Awaz office. And on the third floor, we have National Herald office. As of now, the information that we are getting is that, some officers have left the particular premises with some sort of documents in their hands. Also, 6 of the officers are still sitting at the accounts department. Again, if I can show you the 4th floor, there you see this is the National Herald office where ED officers are still sitting, carrying out these searches, and specifically, if sources are to be believed, then they are sitting at the accounts department as of now, and they are looking for some sort of documents as of now, Ridhima.
Okay. Akash, I'll request you to stay on with us. Our colleague Ashish Mehrishi tracks developments of the Enforcement Directorate, also now joining us on the broadcast. So Ashish, taking on from what Akash was pointing out, it's not just the Herald House which is under the scanner, but 10 other locations as well. There are about 6 officers who are still present at the Herald House. Any more details that you're picking up by the means of sources within the ED?
So what I've been told is these are basically companies. If you can please ask the producer, my voice is bouncing back.
We'll just try and fix that, Ashish, but please go ahead.
Yeah, so what I have been told by my sources in the Enforcement Directorate is that searches are happening on certain companies, basically who basically helped in funding of purchase of shares at the time when the young Indian was taking over of Associated Journal. So if you see, there have been purchase of shares just before when the Associated Journal was being taken over by Young Indian, and money for that purchase of shares came from certain companies. So these companies are being raided as of now on what was the modus operandi, how money came into those accounts for purchase of shares. Certain individuals got rights to vote. Now, interestingly, if you remember, in the month of September 2010, 7 individuals, only 7 individuals out of 1,500 people, they decided to hand over Associated Journal, which is a 1938 company, even before our independence, 1,500 shareholders, but ultimately only 7 people, in an AGM in Lucknow, they decide the fate of 1,500 people and hand over the entire equity of Associated Journal into the hands of Young Indian, where Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are holding 38% each, and people like Motilal Vora and Oscar Fernandez, who were equity holders, they basically are no longer alive. So, all people in the matter have been questioned, which include Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, people who are new office bearers like Pawan Bansal, Mallikarjuna Kharge, all have been questioned till now. But to my understanding, and my sources also reveal, that they are basically raiding certain companies through which money came into purchase of shares just before the takeover of the Associated Journal. So certain people who bought equity, who got voting rights, those areas is the area where the Enforcement Directorate is basically investigating. As of now, around 9 companies are, 9 locations are being raided, which include certain companies. The Enforcement Directorate is absolutely tight-lipped about those companies. Which companies are these? Because it's a matter of investigation. They're not revealing other locations apart from the Herald House. So let's see during the day, once the searches are over, maybe we can have some more details. But as of now, to my understanding, these are companies which were basically, which helped in financing of purchase of shares. So let's see how things move during the day. 10 to 12 locations are being raided as of now. One thing we can confirm is that houses of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have not been covered in this search. That is for sure. Residential premises of people associated with the Associated Journal have not been covered. Especially Young Indian has not been covered in the searches. So it seems they are looking forward for documents which relate to purchase of shares, and that is why they have hit on the Herald House and companies from where the money has come into purchase of shares.
Ashish, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll request Akash also to stay on with us. We're getting some details now coming in. This, in fact, is the first reaction of the Congress. Jairam Ramesh has now tweeted, and I'd like to quote what he said in that tweet. The raids on the Herald House, Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg, are a part of a continued attack against India's principal opposition. The Congress, we strongly condemn this vendetta politics against those who speak up against the Modi government. You cannot silence us, end quote. Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, this is a repetition of what we've seen being said by the Congress before, that all these are practices to try and silence voice of dissent. Two things that I want to understand. Give us more details of what the Congress is saying at this point. And two, how do you see this playing out in the backdrop of the Parliament session as well?
We've been saying this, that the Congress Party's official reaction is going to be pretty much what it has always been. That, this is a case of political vendetta. There's absolutely no case against the Gandhis. There was a closure, but it has been deliberately raked up because the Gandhis are the ones who most aggressively question. There are notices which are already pending, and Mallikarjun Kharge made the point yesterday in Rajya Sabha that there are notices where we want a full-fledged discussion on the misuse of ED and CBI, but the government is not even allowing it. I think the Congress Party certainly would want to remind the government once again that this notice must be taken notice of. There should be a discussion on this, and I wouldn't be surprised. This is a strategy which is being worked out, that there will be protests both inside and outside Parliament against the raids which are being carried out.
Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'd like to thank colleagues Akash and Ashish Mehrishi as well. Let's shift our focus to Bengal then. The latest in the Bengal SSC scam probe, after accused Partha Chatterjee claimed on Sunday that the money recovered by the Enforcement Directorate does not belong to him. Today, his close aide Arpita Mukherjee, from whose residence heaps of cash and gold were seized, has also claimed that the money does not belong to her. So the question is, whose money is it? The ED interrogated Partha and Arpita together on Monday. During the interrogation, Arpita claimed that the money is not hers, whereas Partha remained silent and did not cooperate in the questioning. The biggest question which arises now is that who really is the owner of the 50 crores recovered by the Enforcement Directorate?
এই টাকা আমার নয়, আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে এবং আমার অজান্তে আমার ঘরে টাকা ঢোকানো, এই টাকা আমার নয়, আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে এবং আমার অজান্তে আমার ঘরে টাকা ঢোকানো।
अर्पिता कितनी बार आपसे मिलने आती थी?
আমার লাস্ট দেখা হয়েছে 4 দিন যে ঝামেলাটা হয়েছে 4-5 দিন আগেও এসেছিল। তো আমি থাকি তো ওষুধপত্র খাই, ঠিক টাইমে খাচ্ছি কিনা, হ্যাঁ ওষুধপত্র খাচ্ছি কিনা, ঠিকমতো খাওয়া দাওয়া করছি কিনা।
पार्थ चटर्जी को कब से जानती हैं?
আমি সেটা জানি না, আমার বাড়িতে একবার মাত্র এসেছিলেন।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
बोल रहे हैं कि ये उनको पहचानते नहीं है, वो एक बार यहाँ पर आए हैं।
अर्पिता ने कभी पार्थ चटर्जी के बारे में इनको बताया?
আমি জানি না, ওই
अर्पिता ने बताया इनको?
आपने दीदी কোনদিন আপনাকে অর্পিতা দিদি কোনদিন বলেছে পার্থদার কথা?
না না, আমার ওনার সম্পর্কে কিছু কথাবার্তা বলি।
कुछ नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया।
দেখো, আইনের উপরে আমার আস্থা আছে, আমি কিছুই বলতে পারবো না। এগুলো আইনের ব্যাপার, আমার অ্যাডভোকেট আছে, হ্যাঁ এরা লড়ছে, লড়বে, কাগজপত্র আছে, হ্যাঁ এখন আমি কিছুই জানি না।
ये बोलते हैं कि देखिए आइन पर विश्वास कर रहे हैं, आइन जो करेगा, मतलब इन लोग का
आइन मतलब
आइन मतलब कानून।
अच्छा, कानून पर
विश्वास है इनको और ये कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग कुछ नहीं जानते, जो करेगा कानून करेगा।
पार्थ चटर्जी और वो नजदीक थे, करीबी थे, या कोई और लड़का कभी जीवन में रहा हो, कुछ बताया उन्होंने?
दीदी कोनो दिन एमन জানি যে কি আমার মানে এনার সঙ্গে মানে কোনো ইয়ে আছে
আমার কোনো কারো ব্যাপারে ওনা কেন কারো ব্যাপারে আমার সঙ্গে কোনো কথাবার্তা হয়নি। আমি আদৌ কিছু জানিও না। আমি এই খবরের কাগজ দেখছি, টিভি দেখছি, এ থেকে আমি সব জানতে পারছি।
क्या बोल रहे हैं?
बोल रहे हैं कि वो हमको कभी नहीं बताया, हमको उनको बताया भी नहीं है। वो भी एक खबर मिल रहा है कि टीवी देख रहे हैं, न्यूज़ देख रहे हैं, तब उनको पता चल रहा है कि ये था।
क्या लगता है बेटी निर्दोष है?
अब दीदी अपना মনে হচ্ছে कि दीदी পুরো নির্দোষ।
আমি কিছু বলবো না এই ব্যাপারে, কেন আমি সঠিক জিনিস যখন জানি না, বিচারক যখন জানে না, আমি কি করে জানবো? কিভাবে কি আইনের রাস্তাতে হবে? কার জিনিস প্রমাণ তো করতে হবে না, আমার নেই তো নেই, কার তো তাহলে প্রমাণ তো করতে হবে, সকলেই জানুক, আমিও জানি।
So Arpita Mukherjee is also saying she doesn't have anything to do with almost 50 crores that has been recovered so far by the Enforcement Directorate. Partha Chatterjee is also claiming that he has no idea as to who the owner is of this almost 50 crore cash. But the cash is not the only thing which is currently under the scanner. There are almost 10 flats which are under the scanner. There are luxury cars under the scanner, gold blocks that have been found, other jewelry that has been found, and a lot of incriminating documents that have been found as well by the ED. So as of now, both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, who are under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, are claiming innocence, saying they have no clue as to who the real owner is of this almost 50 crore cash that has been recovered so far by the agency. My colleague and senior editor Shaugato now joining us on the broadcast. Shaugato, this is getting very interesting. Both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee are now claiming innocence, saying we have nothing to do with the 50 crore cash that has been recovered by the agency. Then who really is the owner of this cash?
That's right. That's the million-dollar question, if I can put it that way. But the point is, both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee have claimed that the cash has nothing to do with either of them. And also, the fact that Arpita Mukherjee has emphatically said today that the cash was put in those apartments without her knowledge and at the time when she was absent. So she has now spoken to the media, claiming that she had absolutely no knowledge of that cash that has been recovered, that 50 crore amount of cash from two of her properties. But let me tell you, this is another property where I am currently standing. This is Fort Oasis, where I am currently standing in the southern parts of Kolkata, and I'll show you. This is Block 6, where which is one of the blocks of this upscale condominium in South Kolkata, where the Enforcement Directorate officials have now come for conducting a search operation that is currently going on in flat number 503. Of course, the media has no access to it. You can see the central forces standing guard right at the base of the block, not allowing any people inside right now, because search operations are currently underway in this flat number 503 in Block 6 of Fort Oasis. That's another property in South Kolkata. Interestingly, this flat is neither registered in the name of Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee. It's these are preliminary information that we are getting. We will have to obviously cross-check a lot of these information. But let me tell you, based on the preliminary information that we are getting by inquiring with the locals over here, this flat is registered in the name of one Om Jhunjhunwala. Now, who is Om Jhunjhunwala? Is he the developer of this property? We will have to, delve a little deeper. These are early days. The ED has just reached here less than half an hour ago, and it seems that this is one of the Benami properties of Partha Chatterjee. That's the initial input that we are getting. It could be one of the Benami properties of Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee, and the ED may have received the tip for this particular property from Arpita Mukherjee herself. The ED has been questioning her for the last 7-8 days now, and the tip may have come from Arpita Mukherjee herself, and that's the reason why the ED is here. We are told that the flat is locked, and the ED has obviously sought the help of local police, the local Thana over here, who have come. Officials from the local Thana have also come, and there is a process of breaking into that breaking the lock, opening the lock, and getting inside the property. That could also be the reason why the help of the local police has been sought. But we do not know of any further information as to whether the ED has managed to get inside, or whether if it has, then whether it has managed to recover anything, close to what it had in the last two properties that it had raided. Back to you.
Shogado, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll continue to come back to you right through the day. Let's also now shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking. There's a twist in the conspiracy claim made by Jharkhand Congress MLA Kumar Jaimangal. Now, Assam MLA Piyush Hazarika has stated that it's a baseless charge and shared a photo which depicts Jaimangal sitting with Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. Remember, Kumar Jaimangal had claimed that he was being lured by other Congress MLAs to meet the Assam Chief Minister to plan the toppling of the JMM and the Congress government in Jharkhand. Jharkhand Congress MLA Kumar Jaimangal has spoken exclusively to CNN News 18 about the matter, saying that the reason he met with the Assam Chief Minister was that he could aid his quest to lift the ban on his inter-trade union. The Assam Chief Minister reportedly arranged the meeting with Prahlad Joshi on the same, which is what is depicted in the photo which has been tweeted out by Assam MLA Hazarika, which we're also putting out on our screens.
अगर ट्वीट हुआ तो अगर ट्वीट में सत्यता थी तो ट्वीट डिलीट क्यों किया गया? आज ट्वीट डिलीट हो गया। दूसरा चीज कि मैं प्रहलाद जोशी जी के घर में था, मैं 11 अकबर रोड में था और मैं प्रदेश प्रभारी अविनाश पांडे जी की जानकारी में था, मैं सीएम झारखंड उनके जानकारी में था। कल को मेरे ऊपर ईडी हो जाए, कल को मेरे ऊपर सीबीआई हो जाए तो कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है कि अनूप सिंह पे ये क्यों हो रहा है। तो जैसे जैसे उनका पलटवार आएगा वैसे वैसे मैं आप लोग को 1 घंटा प्रेस ब्रीफिंग लीजिएगा, मैं 1 घंटा दूंगा, 2 घंटा लीजिएगा, मैं 2 घंटा दूंगा। मैंने ये बात बहुत क्लियरली बोला है कि मेरे विधायकों के पास जो पैसा पकड़ा है वो इनकम टैक्स का विषय है, लेकिन मैंने उनको नहीं बोला कि ये पैसा किसका है। फुरकान अंसारी साहब ने जो जवाब लगाया मैंने न्यूज 18 में उसका फोनो दे दिया है और शायद वो सबको वायरल भी हो जाएगा। अभी न्यूज 18 लाइव ले रहा था तो उसका जवाब आपको मिल जाएगा।
ठीक है, वो तो मान लिया कि वो हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का साथ प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिला, वो मान लिया। लेकिन मेरा कहना है कि उसने जो बेबुनियाद फॉल्स इल्जाम लगाया है, जो एमएलए लोगों को वेस्ट बंगाल में जब्त किया गया है, वो करार किया गया है, उनको जयमंगल कुमार को पैसा देने का और फलाना जो बेबुनियाद इल्जाम लगाया है लोग, वो झूठा है क्योंकि एक सप्ताह पहले असम का सीएम मुख्यमंत्री महोदय को उन्होंने मिला था असम भवन में और उनका साथ ही गया था प्रहलाद पटेल जी को मिलने के लिए। उस समय असम सीएम साहब ने कुछ नहीं बोला उनको और एक सप्ताह बाद ही कोई एमएलए उनको बोला आप आइए हम आपको पैसा देता है, असम का सीएम हिमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी के साथ आपको मिलवा देता है। ये बेबुनियाद इल्जाम है। आपसे विनती करके आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, आप कृपा करके उनको पूछिए। 3 दिन पहले उसने केस डाला रांची थाना में कि क्या उसमें क्या बोला गया, उन लोगों का ही 3 एमएलए ने उसको लुभाया, उसको बुलाया और बोला कि असम जाओ, चलो असम सीएम को मिले और उनसे पैसा ले और बीजेपी का झारखंड का गवर्नमेंट को ट्रिपल करे। वो परसों किया था। परसों उन्होंने जो सीएम साहब को एक सप्ताह पहले मिला था उस सब का एक शब्द भी जिक्र किया था। मेरा प्रश्न वो है।
My colleague Kamalika Sengupta is now joining us on the broadcast. Kamalika, before we get into the politics of it, why don't you give our viewers a background of what are the allegations and counter allegations that have been made so far?
See, all this case started when 3 Jharkhand MLAs, they were arrested on
They were arrested on Sunday morning. They were detained on Saturday evening while they were en route to Jharkhand because they had lots of cash in their car, which was recovered by Bengal police. Now that is under CID investigation, and according to our sources, we are coming to know that these 3 MLAs, they have visited Guwahati. So there is a Guwahati connection, but that is also we are getting from the CID sources. Now what happened? When these 3 MLAs got arrested, this Anup Singh Anup Singh Urf Jaimangal, he filed an FIR that point of time stating that he has been also offered money, and he has been also offered money by the other MLAs who are arrested, and he will stating that they want to topple down the Jharkhand government, and Hemanta Biswa Sarma is behind it. But the thing is that, which came out today in the morning, the photos which has been tweeted by Piyush Hazarika, in that photo, it is seen that this MLA, Anup Singh Jaimangal, he met Hemanta Biswa Sarma before, filing this FIR. This FIR says that his colleagues, like 3 MLAs who are arrested, they have promised him that they will take him to this Hemanta Biswa Sarma. But the photo which came up, this photo shows that he met Hemanta Biswa Sarma before he filed the FIR. So what is it? What is the grey area? What is the actual story? To expose this MLA, this Anup Singh, what is he trying to show? That's a big question, and that
really is the question. Kamalika, that really is the question, and I'll request you to stay on with us. Our political editor, Maria Shakil, also now joining us on the broadcast. Maria, Kumar Jaimangal is saying that if there was honesty in what has been said, why was the tweet deleted? Maria, can you hear us? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with Maria. I believe Maria is now back with us. Maria, can you hear me this time around? I was essentially asking, in between all these claims and counter-claims, Kumar Jaimangal has gone on to say that if there was honesty in what is being claimed, why was the tweet deleted?
Where has the tweet been deleted? Mr. Hazarika, all of them have gone on record to essentially say that there was a meeting of this nature that was held. The larger question that is being raised now is, what was the reason for this meeting? If on one hand, Jaimangal has a meeting with Hemanta Biswa Sarma and Union Coal Minister, that is Prahlad Joshi, and then 2 days later, he files an FIR against some of his colleagues saying that they tried to lure him into meeting Hemanta Biswa Sarma. So there are several grey areas in this story. First question is, why was Jaimangal meeting Mr. Sarma? And if it was just about a cordial meeting, then what made him file that FIR post then? There are several questions that are being asked now. We are seeing that charge that is being leveled by the BJP now. Mr. Hazarika, Piyush Hazarika, who has now gone on record to ask several questions, has now said very clearly that it is the Congress in-house which has to explain much more. Remember, the JMM Congress relationship, which is the alliance government which runs the state of Jharkhand, has several questions unanswered among themselves as well. It hasn't been the most smooth alliance either. There are several Congress MLAs. In fact, 3 of them have already been suspended because cash was recovered from them. Jaimangal was the one who, in fact, filed that FIR against these MLAs. So his own role is now under question, and this entire cloud of suspicion from where the money came, there's several unanswered questions in this story. But overall, the message that came from Hemant Soren when he addressed the assembly yesterday, he said that efforts have been made to topple my government in the past, and the government is stable. Hemanta Biswa Sarma on his part says that he has nothing to do with any of these sides. If anything, his cabinet colleague Piyush Hazarika has raised the question, what was Jaimangal doing in that meeting? Why was that meeting held if indeed he was to go and file FIR, saying that there was an effort made by some of his colleagues to lure him into meeting Hemanta Biswa Sarma?
Maria and Kamalika, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're also now getting, by the means of government sources, India's first response to Zawahiri's killing. The killing of Zawahiri may adversely affect the morale of Al-Qaeda supporters and cadres in India as well. The extremely close ties between Taliban and the Al-Qaeda is evident from the fact that Zawahiri was stationed in a posh Kabul neighborhood. This close Al-Qaeda-Taliban tie-up is totally against Indian interests. Arunama is getting us this first response by the means of government sources. Arunama, details please.
So 2-3 points that are coming out from the establishment here, which is looking at India's strategic interests. First thing, they feel that somebody obviously leaked the information about al-Zawahiri's location in Kabul. Who leaked it? That could lead to fighting between Taliban and the Haqqani Network, both being suspicious of the other. How would this translate for India's interest? They are saying that Ayman al-Zawahiri's possible successor, Saif al-Adl, he is somebody who's known to have more field experience. He's been accused of carrying out the bombing of the US Embassy in Kenya in 1998. So him, if he undertakes more of these field attacks, more of targeting US interests in the field, that would give Al-Qaeda heft. That would also mean more recruitment. How would this translate for Jaish-e-Mohammed, for Lashkar-e-Toiba? We have seen in past investigations like the Pulwama bombing investigation how the cadre of these groups were interchanging with Al-Qaeda, and that is the second thing that India is closely watching. Third thing is the role of ISKP, the ISIS Khorasan province, and ISIS. Will this also begin a fight for cadres between Al-Qaeda and ISIS? And if these cadres then join the ISIS, which has made it very clear about their intentions, will that mean more worry for India? So those are the broad points that India is watching very closely, but they are very certain that the fact that al-Zawahiri enjoyed patronage of Taliban is something that was suspected. The fact that his residence was found in a highly secured and posh locality of Kabul just proves that Al-Qaeda very much is getting patronage from Taliban.
Arunama, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We're also now shifting our focus to the other big global story that we're tracking. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan. Now remember, this is a region that has sparked tensions between the United States and China in the past due to their differing stance on the island as well. Now, as per inputs and details that we are picking up, Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's president on Wednesday. Interestingly, Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary. Taiwan is a self-ruled island but claimed by China, which sees it as a breakaway province. China has issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military won't sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened.
Much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
Now, China continues to fume over Nancy Pelosi's visit, threatens strict action if she follows her itinerary.
I know that, like everyone, you are also following very closely her trip to Asia, and about the question you raised, I would say that this is more suitable to be directed at herself or the U.S. side. Now, about the position and the attitude of the Chinese side, it's been very clear. China has on many occasions made it clear our position on this, and we have made serious demarches to the U.S. side. We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
So that's the reaction that's coming in, where China continues to fume over Nancy Pelosi's visit. They're threatening strict action if she does, in fact, visit Taiwan. China has its stand very clear, saying that we will be following the trip itinerary. And if the United States continues down the wrong path, we will be ready to take strict action. They're also going on to say that we will ensure our sovereignty and national interests are taken into account before anything else. My colleague Abhishek Jha is now joining us on the broadcast. On expected lines, this reaction of China, but what are reports suggesting? What is the plan that is being readied by Beijing if Nancy Pelosi does in fact land in Taipei, Taiwan?
So we have known that so far Chinese side have tried to war against House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and however, but now we for sure know that Nancy Pelosi is going to travel to Taiwan. Most likely she is going to land in Taiwan tonight only. So China continuing is rhetorical threat that any eventuality or anything that something that goes wrong in the context of the visit of Nancy Pelosi is something that is going to be. We'll have to see for that, because China has so far said.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. This is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. Before I go, we're leaving you with this conversation. CEO of Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla, today attended News 18 India's special conclave as the country celebrates its 75th independence anniversary. He was also felicitated with the Amrit Ratna. Let's take a look.
अगले अमृत रत्न का स्वागत करेंगे हम जिनका संबंध हम सब से है, देश की रगों रगों से है। 2.5 साल पहले कोरोना ने हम सब के जीवन को कैद कर लिया था। कोरोना के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई में भारत को जिसने बाहुबली बनाया, स्वागत है आधार जी। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टेक द माइक। वो शोले में एक डायलॉग था, सरदार हमने आपका नमक खाया है, इस देश ने आपकी वैक्सीन लगवाई है। अमृत रत्न आधार पूनावाला स्वागत करेंगे। ये ऐसी हैप्पी एंडिंग होगी, आपने सोचा था इस तरह का क्लाइमैक्स होगा जब वो लड़ाई चल रही थी कोविड के दौरान?
देखिए, पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरी हिंदी थोड़ी कमज़ोर है तो इंग्लिश में भी कुछ बातें हम कर लेंगे। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, थैंक यू एंड न्यूज़ 18 फॉर दिस रिकग्निशन। नहीं, देखिए, बहुत सारे देशों में जब कोविड स्प्रेड हो रहा था, बहुत सारी वैक्सीन हेजिटेंसी थी। जिस तरह ने श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट ने और उनके कहने पे सब लोग यूनाइट हो गए और वैक्सीन लगाना शुरू किए। आवर वैक्सीन कवरेज एज अ कंट्री इज फार हायर देन एनी कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड। यूएस से भी जास्ती। यूएस ने प्रोग्राम थोड़ा अर्ली, उनकी शुरुआत थोड़ी कुछ 2-3 महीने पहले हुई थी, बट वी ओवरटुक दैट बाय लीप्स एंड बाउंड्स, एंड दैट वाज ओनली थैंक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट गेटिंग एवरीवन टुगेदर। और जो कोलैबोरेशन और कोऑपरेशन प्राइवेट सेक्टर, सिर्फ वैक्सीन कंपनीज नहीं मगर अपने टेस्टिंग किट्स, ऑक्सीजन, सब मिला के, और ये वैक्सीन हेजिटेंसी की जो लोग सोशल मीडिया पे जो थोड़े दे वर स्कैर्ड एंड हेजिटेंट, वो सब मिटा के हम आगे बढ़े।
Well, that was a special honor to Adar Poonawalla. Once again, at the top of 2 p.m., a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour is one of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, dead. He's been killed in Kabul. United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was the key architect behind the multiple attacks in the United States, and he was deeply involved in the planning of September 11 terror attacks back in 2001. Reactions are coming from across the world, from Canada to Saudi Arabia, on the victory against terror.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
Well, joining us on the broadcast right now is Ben Wedman from CNN. He's joining us from Rome. Thank you, Ben, for speaking to us. Help us understand, U.S. is calling this a moment of vindication for its people. Do we have details of the strike and if there were any other casualties in this operation?
We understand the strike took place this Sunday morning in Kabul in the Shirpur neighborhood. According to U.S. officials, a drone fired 2 Hellfire missiles. Now, American officials claim that only Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in this strike, that this was a strike that was months planned, and the U.S., including President Biden, were determined to avoid any additional casualties beyond Ayman al-Zawahiri himself.
Well, that also leads us to the question that could he have been in Kabul without the knowledge of Taliban?
It's highly unlikely that he was in Kabul without the knowledge of the Taliban. In fact, according to information that's out there, he was living in a building owned by a member of the Haqqani Network. That's part of the Taliban movement. And in fact, it appears that wherever he was before the Taliban took over Kabul, he moved to Kabul apparently because he felt safer in the absence of U.S. forces in the Afghan capital. So, in short, it's highly unlikely the Taliban were unaware that Ayman al-Zawahiri lived in that villa in the Shirpur neighborhood.
Well, with no successor to Al-Qaeda, what happens now? That's the key question.
Al-Qaeda, certainly in recent years, has become increasingly irrelevant. They were eclipsed by the Islamic State, and it appears that their main goal in recent years, particularly Ayman al-Zawahiri, was merely to stay alive. And even that obviously hasn't succeeded. And therefore, the question is after Zawahiri, who was, of course, the number 2 man to Osama bin Laden, the question is, will Al-Qaeda even exist after the assassination of Zawahiri? As I said, it's an organization that in recent years has become increasingly irrelevant.
All right, getting you more details, some exclusive information. How was this covert operation really carried out? Now, Zawahiri was killed with the cooperation of Afghanistan-friendly nations. Top sources tell CNN News 18 that United States has used Pakistan airspace in its covert operation. A top intelligence source has further confirmed that the US drone flew from a Middle Eastern country. It is further indicated that it's most probably UAE that used Pakistan's airspace. USA has further informed Pakistan in advance. Pakistan has an advance notice for its airspace permission and route of the drone. Well, there's also a possibility that Pakistan was not aware of the target, who the target of this covert operation really was. Anand Narasimhan, our managing editor, is joining us on the broadcast. Anand, this is a clear, these are clear details of how this covert operation was carried out, and perhaps Pakistan was not aware of the target.
Well, not just that, these are all Afghanistan-friendly nations. So did the Taliban actually know? And is this going to drive a wedge between within the Taliban, between the Taliban and the Haqqani Network, and more importantly between Pakistan and the Haqqanis? So there are multiple questions that have to be answered. There is no doubt that the Taliban establishment was aware of Ayman al-Zawahiri's presence in Kabul, because this is the heart of Kabul and this is Sherpur in Kabul. It is impossible that nobody knew. But the fact is, who gave this information and how did the drone find passage? If it was Pakistani airspace that was used, and the origin of the drone or origin of this drone, the US drone, was one of the Middle Eastern countries. So clearly these nations knew that there is action which is happening. Perhaps the Pakistanis did not know what the target or who the target is, and they didn't bother to find out. The Pakistanis say they were even unaware that Osama bin Laden was there in Abbottabad behind the military barracks, and that the Americans came and neutralized Osama bin Laden. So they were so clueless with their own backyard. So clearly this was the aspect. The other thing is, when the US asked for airspace, the Pakistanis hardly say no. So it is possible that they were not aware of what this drone strike was about. The fact of the matter is that this is going to have ramifications. Ramifications at various levels, within the Taliban itself, between the Haqqani network and the Taliban and the Taliban group, that is the Mullah Yaqub group. So these are multiple factions within the Taliban, and their Shura will have an opinion on this, because and of course the Pakistani establishment will turn around and ask Sirajuddin Haqqani a few questions about what was happening in Afghanistan and how was this allowed and how were you guys clueless. And the Haqqanis will turn around and ask the Pakistanis, why did you give the drone airspace?
Absolutely, Anand. Multiple angles, not just within Afghanistan, but its friendly nations. To what extent did Pakistan really have information? Let's also take you through some key questions that arise in the aftermath of al-Zawahiri's killing. What are the key ramifications that my colleague was also talking about? First of all, how was Zawahiri in Kabul without the knowledge of Taliban? Is that even a possibility? Most experts would say that's not a possibility. Did Taliban give sanctuary to Zawahiri from 2021? Is Taliban once again Al-Qaeda's political shield, a fear that the global community has always had? With no clear deputy, what happens to Al-Qaeda now? Is it over, or perhaps this terror organization will find a new leadership? And the domestic audience of Joe Biden, will his sagging popularity in US find a new boost? Is this something that he can use to appeal to his domestic audience? Well, let's also tell you some more information and these exclusive conversations that we get. The former CIA director, General David Petraeus, explains what intelligence and military coordination was likely needed to complete the targeted drone strike against Al-Qaeda chief. Listen in.
How have the Taliban, I mean, first of all, I guess the Taliban knew Zawahiri was living there and I guess approved that. What are their capabilities about the ISIS affiliate, against the ISIS affiliate?
Well, they're battling the ISIS affiliate.
Yeah.
They're also battling some of the resistance forces, as they're termed. Let me highlight something you just mentioned, Anderson, and that is, of course, that, again, the leader of Al-Qaeda is located in Kabul, indicating clearly that in a way Taliban didn't learn the lesson from allowing, again, bin Laden to have a sanctuary on their soil when the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan, after which, of course, they refused to expel him from their territory. And that, of course, that's why we had to go in. So it does reflect the continuing close relationship that clearly still exists between Al-Qaeda's senior leadership, that small group of Zawahiri and the others that is still left, and obviously the Taliban senior leadership. The fact that he was in Kabul, I don't think is something that could have been possible without the Taliban knowing that he was there.
Is it clear to you why Zawahiri has been able to avoid being captured or killed so much longer than Osama bin Laden was?
Well, first of all, Osama bin Laden stayed essentially off the net for a very long time as well. And Zawahiri has essentially done what bin Laden did, which means that therefore he can't very capably lead the affiliates of Al-Qaeda around the world. Essentially, they have been operating autonomously, independently. They may be part of the brand of Al-Qaeda, but they certainly weren't under any kind of operational control. Again, noting that this is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world. Again, the East Africa bombings, a number of the other bombings in North Africa, other exhortations of bombings elsewhere, not to mention, of course, being a core part of Al-Qaeda when the 9/11 attacks were planned.
And he was increasingly, I mean, he's one of the group who was sort of increasingly radicalized in Egyptian prisons, wasn't he?
That's true. In fact, he actually led the Egyptian Islamic Jihad prior to this, EIJ, in the 1990s. And it was in the late 1990s that he actually merged with Osama bin Laden. Again, they having met him earlier on the battlefields in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets with the Mujahideen.
The U.S. has been trying to do this for so many years. Kylie, this comes after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, nearly a year or so ago, changing the counterterrorism landscape. That presents new challenges for the U.S. right now, doesn't it?
Incredibly new challenges, Wolf. And I think those at the State Department, those within the Biden administration who said after that withdrawal that the Biden administration would still work on counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan are probably feeling pretty good right now. Because, as you said, according to that Taliban spokesperson, this was a drone strike that was carried out yesterday in Kabul, which is hugely significant. And there have been concerns about how the Biden administration, how the U.S. could continue any sort of legitimate counterterrorism operations in the country without having a U.S. military footprint on the ground there.
You know, Kylie, you do a lot of reporting on all of the national security related issues. How high of a target was Ayman al-Zawahiri for the U.S. at this point?
Well, listen, he was an incredibly high target, but not only a high target, but a long-standing target of the U.S. government, Wolf. When you guys were talking earlier, he is someone who was integrally involved in the planning of the twin embassy bombings that took place in 1998 against the U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. That was over 20 years ago. And at that time, of course, he was on the radar of the U.S. government. And thereafter, he actually escaped a U.S. missile strike that the United States tried to take him and Osama bin Laden out in Afghanistan. And since then, he has just risen in terms of how important he is to the U.S. government.
Well, here's getting you some indication about the thinking within the government. This is what sources are indicating to us. This is India's first response to Zawahiri's killing. Now, this is what sources are indicating to us within the government, that the killing of Zawahiri may adversely affect the morale of Al-Qaeda supporters and cadres in India. The extremely close ties between Taliban and Al-Qaeda is evident from the fact that Zawahiri was stationed in a posh Kabul neighborhood. This close Al-Qaeda-Taliban tie-up is totally against Indian interests, unquote. That's what the sources are indicating. My colleague Arunima is with us on the broadcast and she'll tell us more about this. Arunima, over to you. Help us understand the sense that you're picking up from your sources within the government. So first thing that the strategic establishment is looking at is who really tipped off the United States establishment about al-Zawahiri's presence. He was the world's #1 wanted terrorist and therefore the tip-off would have been certain. Could this lead to infighting between Taliban and the Haqqani Network? That is what India is watching out for. Second thing there in their assessment is that because of al-Zawahiri's death, there could be issues of morale as far as cadre of Al-Qaeda is concerned, which might translate into some good news because Al-Qaeda was trying to build its network here in India, trying to recruit. If they are in disarray in Afghanistan, it could mean some good news on that front. But it could translate into worrying news if the same cadre then decides to move to ISIS. You know, ISIS and Al-Qaeda both are fighting for, the same set of radicalized cadre. And if they move to ISIS, ISIS also has the ISKP, the Khorasan province plan. So that is something that India is waiting and watching. But most importantly, they're looking at this man called Saif al-Adl. He's the man who is accused of the US Embassy bombing in Kenya in 1998. He's believed to be the successor to Ayman al-Zawahiri, and he is known to be a man who carries out field operations. So if he then pushes Al-Qaeda towards once again undertaking targeting US assets or targeting Indian assets, how will that translate as a wait and watch situation? Last and most importantly, since Al-Qaeda has shared cadre, shared training with Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, as investigations like Pulwama has revealed, this is a fluid situation that the establishment here is watching.
Arunima, talking from the national security point of view, India has keenly been watching what is happening in Afghanistan. We have a strategic interest keeping in mind the security situation in Taliban or the government of the day in Afghanistan is going to affect in many ways Indian interest as well. We've been involved in infrastructure project. There is a fear that Afghanistan might, foster the terrorist activities which have been a huge headache for the entire world, including India. Vis-a-vis the present development, how is the top Indian establishment, government officers really viewing this development?
See, what they're pointing out to the fact that al-Zawahiri's presence there in Afghanistan itself is a giveaway of how much you can trust Taliban. When there was an agreement between Taliban and United States of America, when the pullout happened, what was that one clause? The Taliban should not go back to what it did by providing a safe haven to Osama bin Laden. That should not be repeated. Yes. But Zawahiri's presence tells you that you can't really trust Taliban government there. That's the first thing they're pointing out. Second, specific to India's interest, I mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba and how we have evidence to show that both the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda have not only trained Jaish-e-Mohammed men, but that training, those arms and ammunitions have then been used against Indian interests as well. So in that sense also, how this is going to translate for India-centric organizations like Jaish and Lashkar, especially when Pakistan could be off the FATF grey list, that's the second worrying point as far as India is concerned after al-Zawahiri's killing.
All right. Thank you, Arunima, for putting all of that exhaustively into perspective for us. Well, here's the CNN Edge. Listen in to CNN's Farid Zakaria as he decodes the killing of Al-Qaeda chief and what it means for the world.
President Joe Biden announces the United States has killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. What does that mean for Al-Qaeda? Farid Zakaria weighs in. This is a major strike, and it was successful in killing al-Zawahiri. What does this mean for Al-Qaeda?
Well, the symbolic blow is shattering. Zawahiri was in some ways more the architect of Al-Qaeda even than bin Laden. Zawahiri was the original Islamic jihadi militant. He was radicalized when he was 15 years old. He goes to jail as part of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, when he made peace with the Israelis. He has been the mastermind behind all of this. In some ways, you could argue that Al-Qaeda was a marriage or a fusion between Egyptian brains and Saudi money. Zawahiri was the Egyptian brains, bin Laden was the Saudi money. And so in some sense, he is the original, the founder, the symbol for many of the cadres, probably even more so than bin Laden. So symbolically, a huge setback. The truth is Al-Qaeda is in bad shape anyway. It is a shadow of what it used to be. And so I think that I'm not sure exactly how much effect it'll have operationally because it's already a pretty ragtag operation. But without question, the single biggest blow you could give to Al-Qaeda would be to decapitate Zawahiri.
So last year, Farid, when you marked the 10th anniversary of the killing of Osama bin Laden, you said that Islamist terrorism isn't the threat it used to be. What do you think of the threat after this strike?
Well, I have been saying for a while, Don, that what we need to look at is the most important question is, are they inspiring people? Are they getting new recruits? Are they able to win people over to their cause? And in country after country, what you're finding is the answer is no. It's almost as though there was the sense of desperation and futility and hope in a lot of Islamic countries. They look to Al-Qaeda as some kind of radical way out. But very quickly, the charm wore off. They realized these are a band of thugs when they got into power, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda.
And on a day when the world has woken up to the news of most wanted terrorists in the world being eliminated in Afghan capital, here comes a sensational twist. CNN News 18 spoke exclusively to the man who effectively controls the Taliban regime. In a lofty claim to us, Sirajuddin Haqqani assured that Al-Qaeda is no longer a presence in his country and shouldn't be seen as a threat. 16 hours later, Zawahiri was eliminated in a drone strike by the United States, in-house, right in the heart of Kabul, exposing the massive lies peddled by Taliban. Important to specify, at the time of strike on Saturday, CNN News 18 team was in Kabul, just a few kilometers away. Listen in to this conversation that we had earlier.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was foreign occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan, and we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the project's investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Well, this exclusive conversation that we had earlier, what is it that Sirajuddin Haqqani had assured India while speaking to us? These are the key things that he said in this exclusive conversation. First of all, he said that we wish to have cordial and diplomatic relations with India. That's what the word was that was coming in from one of the top men in the government. Taliban did not come back to power with Pakistan's support. Well, how much of that is really true? Won't let Afghan soil be used against any country? And the presence of al-Zawahiri that happens just a few hours later is another question. Al-Qaeda has no presence in Afghanistan and is no longer a threat. He also goes on to say that no terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of operations, trying to deal with the fears that the entire global community, including India, that we have, that Afghanistan once again can be used as the soil for terror activities by Pakistan also. We'll continue talking about the story and much more lined up here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
To stop this ship, which they say has been classified as a civilian ship and not as a military ship. Amid heavy rains in Madhya Pradesh's Harda, a bunch of children risked their lives just to reach school.
They crossed the submerged bridge even as rainwater flowed over it. The children held each other's hands and walked through the strong current. If even one of them had slipped, it would have spelled disaster. The bridge was built on a local river and appeared to be the only way to reach the other side.
स्कूल पढ़ने जाते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है, आते समय नदी पार करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हम एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़कर स्कूल जाते हैं.
Harda and several other parts of Madhya Pradesh have been lashed with heavy rains for the past few days. And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
India's biggest ever auction of airwaves ended today with record bids. The total bid was over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio is all set to lead India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggled to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
In a major affront to China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy.
All right, we're getting you some more news which is coming in from the Enforcement Directorate. Another team of ED has reached Arpita Salon Nail Art on the Lakeview Road in South Kolkata. There are about 4 teams which are raiding various locations related to Arpita right now. One team is at Fort Oasis, Panditya Road, Lansdowne and various other locations. 2 teams are at 2 branches of nail art in North and South Kolkata. So various properties related to Arpita Mukherjee are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. You remember that she has said that all the money that has been recovered from her flats is not related to her. She does not own it and she has no responsibility at all. But as expected, there are multiple raids which are happening at different locations. Saugata Mukhopadhyay with us on the broadcast, getting us more details. Saugata, over to you. Help us understand what's happening with these multiple raids right now. Any kind of recoveries that have been made, the details that you're picking up.
Well, you see, the Enforcement Directorate has now interrogated both Parthu Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee over the last 4 to 5 days since that massive cash haul happened from Arpita Mukherjee's residence in Belghoria, the Clubtown Heights condominium, where that massive, staggering 28 crore rupees cash haul took place. Besides, the gold and other valuables which were recovered from that place. 4 to 5 days of interrogation perhaps has given the Enforcement Directorate some additional leads, based on which 4 teams left the ED office earlier today. And we now have concrete locations on the whereabouts of each of these teams. First, of course, is where I am currently standing, is this property called Fort Oasis in the Lansdowne area of South Kolkata. The second, of course, is the Purbayan Abasan. Purbayan Abasan is also another residential property, apparently belonging to Arpita Mukherjee, a flat over there, which the Enforcement Directorate officials had broken open. They broke the lock open and have now gone inside. We have no details of exactly what they may have found inside. And two teams are simultaneously raiding two salons which were owned by Arpita Mukherjee, one in the Baranagar area of North Kolkata, other in the Lakeview area of South Kolkata. So these are the four teams which are currently raiding, and I'll show you. This is the car that I'm standing right in front of, which was used by the ED officials to reach where I am currently. WB08F 1890 is the car. Obviously, this belongs to the Bengal government, a hired vehicle probably. And this is the block number 6 of Fort Oasis, and you can see the central forces standing guard right in front of the entrance of this particular block. I will try and ask my camera person to show you how this property actually looks like. And this it is here on flat number 503. So obviously that is on the 5th floor of this particular block, this particular tower, where the raids are currently taking place. I've been telling you that the ED has taken the assistance of the local Thana to sort of gain entry or gain access inside that particular flat. What we have got so far is very, very interesting.
Yes.
This might just be a Benami property owned either by Partho Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee. It seems so, because from the details that we've picked up by talking to the security guards here and so on and so forth, is that this property apparently is registered in the name of a certain Om Junjunwala who purchased this flat back in 2015-16. What is very interesting is that the guards are saying that they have not seen anybody come in or go out of this property in the last 7 or 8 years. It always remained locked. In fact, one of the security guards told us that this is the first time that he is actually seeing somebody trying to access this property in his entire span of work over here, which ranges for about 6 to 7 years, he said. So in the last 6 to 7 years, this is the first time he is actually seeing somebody going inside. Now the question is, why did the ED target this particular property? Probably because it has had some concrete leads from either of the two suspects. In all likelihood, it would be Arpita Mukherjee, because we are told, we are picking up from our sources in the ED that Partho Chatterjee isn't being cooperative, he is not speaking too much.
And Shogito, as you said, one has to wait and watch that what kind of link this investigation is able to establish with that Benami property. I will come back to you. Please stay with us. There's some more breaking news which is coming in, and this is some kind of public anger which is in display against Partho Chatterjee. A woman throws her footwear at Partha. That's what we're hearing. Those are the visuals on your screen right now. Perhaps Shogito will tell us more about this incident. Shogito, tell us more.
Well, you see, this happened earlier in the day today when Partho Chatterjee was at the ESI hospital for his routine medical checkup, when the ED had taken Partho Chatterjee to the Joka facility of the ESI. When he was coming out, this lady who identified himself as Shubhra Gharai, a local resident of the area, who had apparently also come to that hospital for some treatment of one of her relatives, actually threw her footwear at the car where Partho Chatterjee, in which Partho Chatterjee was traveling. She obviously told the news persons over there that she is extremely upset with the way things have developed over Partho Chatterjee, and he thinks that he should be brought to task, and it was a display of his frustration and anger, as a result of which she threw that chappal, that footwear, at Partho Chatterjee, at the car actually, where Partho Chatterjee was moving moving. So, she has been, detained for the time being, but it seems that she is is being kind of an embodiment of the kind of frustration and anger that currently prevails on the ground over this whole murky issue that is playing out in public domain.
Absolutely, Shaugato, we'll keep coming back to you. And not to forget that ED interrogation of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee is currently underway. Various properties related to them are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. We have had reactions coming in all day, isn't it?
आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंट ये सबसे बिग स्कैम है। इसमें 70 से 80 लाख करीब 1 करोड़ के आसपास अनएम्प्लॉयड एजुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है। ये एक दो मंत्री का सवाल नहीं है, ये उसका जो हक है एजुकेटेड हमारी अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ का, उसका हक छीन कर ये लोग सब रुपया की लेकर ब्राइब लेकर सब मैंने सेल कर दिया। इस स्कैम को पूरा जड़ से निकालना चाहिए, इसलिए ऑनरेबल एचएम को इस बारे में जो कार्रवाई कानून के अंदर आता है करना चाहिए। ही एश्योर्ड मी।
এই টাকা আমার নয়, আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে এবং আমার অজান্তে আমার ঘরে টাকা ঢোকানো। এই টাকা আমার নয়, আমার অনুপস্থিতিতে এবং আমার অজান্তে আমার ঘরে টাকা ঢোকানো।
अर्पिता कितनी बार आपसे मिलने आती थी?
আমার লাস্ট দেখা হয়েছে 4 দিন যে ঝামেলাটা হয়েছে 4-5 দিন আগেও এসেছিল।
पार्थ चटर्जी को कब से जानती है?
আমি সেটা জানি না, আমার বাড়িতে একবার মাত্র এসেছিলেন।
अर्पिता ने कभी पार्थ चटर्जी के बारे में इनको बताया?
না না, আমার ওনার সম্পর্কে কিছু কথাবার্তা বলি।
कुछ नहीं बताया, कभी नहीं बताया।
দেখো, আইনের উপরে আমার আস্থা আছে, আমি কিছুই বলতে পারবো না। এগুলো আইনের ব্যাপার, আমার অ্যাডভোকেট আছে, হ্যাঁ, এরা লড়ছে।
पार्थ चटर्जी और वो नजदीक थे, करीबी थे, या कोई और लड़का कभी जीवन में रहा हो, कुछ बताया उन्होंने?
আমার কোনো কারোর ব্যাপারে না কেন, কারোর ব্যাপারে আমার সঙ্গে কোনো কথাবার্তা হয়নি। আমি আদৌ কিছু জানিও না। আমি এই খবরের কাগজ দেখছি, টিভি দেখছি, এ থেকে আমি সব জানতে পারছি। আমি কিছুই বলবো না এই ব্যাপারে, কেন আমি সঠিক জিনিস যখন জানি না, বিচারক যখন জানে না, আমি কি করে জানবো? কিভাবে কি আইনের রাস্তাতে হবে, কার জিনিস প্রমাণ তো করতে হবে না।
Well, before we slip into a short break, here's an honor for business tycoon and founder of Infosys, Mr. Narayana Murthy. He today virtually attended News 18 India's special conclave as the country celebrates its 75th independence anniversary. He was felicitated with Amrit Ratna. He also spoke to News 18 on a wide range of issues, including the creation of jobs, unemployment, and India's economic growth. Listen in.
सॉफ्टवेयर के क्षेत्र में भारत जो आज सॉफ्ट पावर का दर्जा हासिल कर चुका है, वो शायद उन्हीं की देन है। इन्फोसिस के संस्थापक हमारे अमृत रत्न एनआर नारायण मूर्ति। एनआर नारायण मूर्ति जी स्वास्थ्य कारणों से यहां नहीं आ पा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। स्वागत करेंगे इन्फोसिस के संस्थापक अमृत रत्न एनआर नारायण मूर्ति जी का।
Thank you very much. So kind of you people. I am truly honored. I'm very grateful to TV18 for this kindness, this generosity, and this affection. I will try very hard and hopefully smart to deserve your kindness, your generosity, and your affection. Thank you very much.
So we have Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji with us, and we would like him to formally present you with the Amrit Ratna. आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
नमस्कार नारायण मूर्ति जी, आप शतायु हो, आप दीर्घायु हो, आप सुस्त रहें, ये हम सभी का सौभाग्य है। न्यूज़ 18 की शायद ये पहला अमृत रत्न की अवार्ड आपकी नाम पे दिया जा रहा है। यह भारत की इंटेलेक्चुअल हेरिटेज की आप आज की प्रतिबिंब है, आप उसकी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं। आपके माध्यम से भारत की नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी को न्यूज़ 18 ने सम्मानित किया। एक सेल्फ मेड मैन जो दुनिया में भारत की मेधा शक्ति, भारत की संस्कार, भारत की परंपरा को जो दुनिया के अंदर एक ब्रांड के नाते स्थापित किया। इस 75 साल में नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी की, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की, डिसरप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजिकल एरा में सबसे ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन भारत में करने वाले कुछ लोगों में आप हैं। ऐसे सम्मान में आज आपको सम्मानित करके हम सभी लोग खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं। आपको अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा, अनेक अनेक बधाई। कांग्रेचुलेशन टू यू सर।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm very, very grateful to you for your kind words. I will definitely try and live up to your expectations. Thank you very much.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Away from the Gulf of Mannar, which is the territorial boundary between Sri Lanka and India. The Sri Lankan authorities say they are taking into account India's concerns, but since the port itself has been given out to the Chinese on a 99-year lease, there is very little that they can do to stop this ship, which they say has been classified as a civilian ship and not as a military ship. Amid heavy rains in Madhya Pradesh's Harda, a bunch of children risked their lives just to reach school.
They crossed this submerged bridge even as rainwater flowed over it. The children held each other's hands and walked through the strong current. If even one of them had slipped, it would have spelled disaster. The bridge was built on a local river and appeared to be the only way to reach the other side.
स्कूल पढ़ने जाते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है, आते समय नदी पार करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हम एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़कर स्कूल जाते हैं.
Harda and several other parts of Madhya Pradesh have been lashed with heavy rains for the past few days. And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
India's biggest ever auction of airwaves ended today with record bids. The total bid was over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio is all set to lead India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grain.
Welcome back. A quick check of some key stories from across the country. An overflowing Jiyadhal River has submerged several villages in Dhakua Khana areas of Assam's Lakhimpur district. Due to increase in the water level of the river, a section of district's main road has been inundated. According to reports, at least 6 villages in the area are affected by flooding and thousands of acres of cropland in the area is still underwater. Heavy rains lashed Kerala's Kottayam and Kannur districts, causing waterlogging at many places. A red alert has been issued in the state for the next 4 days. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan confirmed on Monday that 6 people have lost their lives and 1 missing due to heavy rainfall in the state. Amid heavy rains in Kerala, an elephant was stuck in river Kerala's Thrissur district. The elephant ultimately swam itself to safety. Amid the heavy rainfall since 29th of July, 2 minors have died after a wall of a house collapsed in Dakshin Kannada's Subramanya village. According to IMD, a heavy rainfall is likely to occur over coastal and South Karnataka between 2 to 5 August. Meanwhile, Adi Subramanya Temple in Dakshin Kannada has also submerged in water due to heavy rains. Temple administration has barred devotees from entering the temple for the next 2 days. Incessant rain across Karnataka has caused severe waterlogging, which has inundated parts of the highway in Bhatkal town in Uttar Kannada district. And the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai to hold a meeting with officials around noon, and that meeting was conducted today. The focus of the meeting was about the relief work and the kind of necessary and precautionary measures that need to be taken in the rain-affected areas. India continues to shine at the Commonwealth Games 2022 with 2 medals in judo and 1 in weightlifting on day 4. Taking the overall tally to 9, Harjinder Kaur won bronze in women's 71 kg weightlifting, whereas Sushila Devi, Likma Bam and Vijay Kumar Yadav won a silver and a bronze in judo respectively. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has changed his display picture to tricolour on Twitter to mark the Independence Day. Prime Minister said in a tweet, and I'm quoting, that at a time when we are marking the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, our nation is all set to host Har Ghar Tiranga, a collective movement to celebrate our tricolour. I have changed my DP on social media pages, and he has urged the country to do the same. Har Ghar Tiranga, taking the national flag into homes campaign has started in Uttarakhand. Flags are given to customers by the Postal Department in Haridwar district. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged the people in his last address of Mann Ki Baat to hoist the national flag in every household. Artisans in Assam's Nagaon district are making tricolour for Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Remember, India is celebrating this year's Independence Day under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative. The Enforcement Directorate raided around 12 locations, including the office of National Herald newspaper in Delhi today. The step comes days after the police agency questioned Congress chief Sonia Gandhi in an alleged money laundering charge connected to the newspaper. The Congress has said that the case is politically motivated and the union government is using central agencies for a political agenda. The Supreme Court has sought the centre's response on the appointment and granting of an extension to Enforcement Directorate Chief till the November 2022. The court was hearing a plea filed by Congress leader Jaya Thakur and others, challenging senior Congress leader Randeep Surjewala and TMC-led leaders Mahua Moitra, Saket Gokhale. These are other petitioners in the case. The Delhi High Court will continue to hear former JNU student leader Umar Khalid's appeal seeking bail in Delhi riot's larger conspiracy case. Khalid's fresh plea is challenging trial court order for refusing him bail. The court will also hear the fresh plea filed by JNU student Sharjeel Imam in the North-East Delhi riots case involving allegations of sedition. The Delhi High Court on Friday sought the stand of the city police on his plea. Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed in CIA drone strike in Afghanistan. This is the biggest blow to the terror group since its founder, Osama bin Laden, was killed in 2011. Zawahiri, 71, was a key architect behind multiple assaults on US and was deeply involved in planning of 9/11 attack.
In Kabul, Afghanistan, they killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer, and we will always do what is necessary to ensure the safety and security of Americans at home and around the globe.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President of Maldives Ibrahim Mohammed Solih signed an MOU today. Both leaders discussed strengthening areas of development, partnership, trade and connectivity. The Prime Minister and the President later addressed the press in a joint press conference. As the monsoon session entered its third week, both the houses of the parliament began the day at 11 a.m. Lok Sabha started with the session of question hour, while Rajya Sabha held a debate on immigration. Rahul Gandhi is on a two-day visit to Karnataka to attend celebrations of Siddaramaya's 75th birthday on the 3rd of August. Karnataka Congress Political Affairs Committee will be meeting Rahul Gandhi. The meeting is significant, with the party facing a big embarrassment over who will be the chief minister face ahead of the crucial elections. Newly appointed Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Raut met Union Home Minister Amit Shah today. Arora took charge on the 1st of August. He replaced Rakesh Asthana, who bid farewell on the 31st of July. Delhi has witnessed a decrease in the active COVID cases. The city reported 822 fresh COVID cases with 2 deaths in the last 24 hours. The positivity rate now stands at 11.41%. A 35-year-old Nigerian national living and working in Delhi for more than a year tested positive for monkeypox on Monday. He was admitted to Delhi's nodal Lok Nayak Hospital on Sunday, and his samples were sent to the National Institute of Virology in Pune for testing. This is the 6th case of the viral infection detected in India. Jammu and Kashmir police has reported a grenade explosion close to a police station in Jammu's Ramban district. According to ADGP Jammu, a letter was obtained saying it was carried out by Jammu Kashmir Ghaznavi Force. As tourist season is on and in peak in Jammu Kashmir, you also have Srinagar's famous jet ski riding. It's attracting tourists from all over the country. The Dal Lake area was full with tourists waiting for their turns. Authorities have made sure that all the security measures are provided for the tourists.
आजकल हमारी जो नई जनरेशन आई उनको थ्रिल चाहिए, एडवेंचर एक्टिविटी चाहिए, तो ये जो जेट स्की है, सब लोगों ने जेट स्की एंजॉय किया।
यहाँ पे जेएन के टूरिज्म की तरफ से जो स्टेप लिया गया है वो बहुत बेहतरीन है।
मेरे तो दिल में जो था धड़कन था वो तो बिल्कुल चली गई। दोबारा आने का जी कह रहा है।
And the preparations for Raksha Bandhan have started with a lot of excitement in Agra. The city's famous golden ghevar is being prepared to make this festival even more special. A newborn elephant calf, which was abandoned by his mother, was rescued by Forest Department officials with the help of locals in Numaligarh in Assam's Golaghat district. The baby elephant was trapped in a tea plantation and is being sent to the wildlife rehabilitation where he is currently getting treated. tree plantation drive to raise awareness towards environmental conservation was undertaken by CRPF in Assam's Dibrugarh under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative. The CRPF is planning to plant 15,000 trees in the month of August itself. United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to reach Taiwan tonight. As per inputs, Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday. Pelosi's plane has taken off from Malaysia and should be heading to Taiwan for tonight. It's a 4.5-hour flight. China has issued a strong warning to Biden administration, saying that its military won't sit idle.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
And California's governor on Monday declared a state of emergency to speed efforts to combat the monkeypox outbreak. California became the second state in 3 days to take the step. Governor has said that the declaration will help California coordinate a government-wide response, seek more vaccines, lead outreach and education efforts where people can get treatment and vaccination. Well, with that, it's a wrap from me on this edition of CNN News 18. Akanksha takes the news forward.
A very warm welcome. You're watching the 3 p.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop, on CNN News 18. Now, one of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has been killed in Kabul. The United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a house located in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in the operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Now, Zawahiri was a key architect involved in multiple attacks in the United States, and he was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 terror attacks in the United States back in 2001. Reactions are coming worldwide from Canada and Saudi Arabia on the victory against terrorism. Now, reports are also coming in that say that Saif al-Adel may be his successor. Let's get your report.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11, one of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
All right, let's try and contextualize those latest developments, and for that I'm joined in by my colleague Anand Narasimhan from the newsroom. Anand, you did a very crucial interview with the Taliban Interior Minister. What emerged from that interview? And considering we are already learning of information pouring in that a successor to Zawahiri has already been selected, what does this now shift the focus onto the role that even Taliban is playing?
One of the aspects that stands out is that the Taliban and the Al-Qaeda are good friends. They continue to make sure that they take care of each other, because they have a history of more than 4 decades in this fight, which was all and the epicenter or the theater of action was Afghanistan. Now, there is a lot of water that's passed under the bridge. There are 2 or 3 ways to look at it. Now, if we were to separate Al-Qaeda from the Taliban, right now, the Taliban, you've made the bully the monitor. You've made those who are the terrorists, who are designated terrorists, they now are legally running the government. And one of the most wanted terrorists who has got a bounty on his head by the US is the Interior Minister of Afghanistan. So things have changed. For the Taliban, their focus was always Afghanistan. For the Taliban, their focus was not waging war on foreign soil or any other soil. They were wanting to just get back Afghanistan and control Afghanistan and run it as how they wanted, as far as an Islamic emirate. So that's where the Taliban's explanation is. But for the Taliban, over the last few decades, they have leaned on Al-Qaeda. They have used Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment, and they have used billions of American dollars to fight and wage this war. So there is a history there, and they cannot break off these ties. So when Sirajuddin Haqqani on the 29th, when we recorded the interview, says that the Al-Qaeda is as good as dead, and then 15 hours later Ayman al-Zawahiri is actually dead, then we have to look at it and say whether or not this was a smokescreen, or perhaps have the Taliban said that whatever happens of the Al-Qaeda is of no consequence to us and don't blame it on us. We continue to be their well-wishers per se, but we are not somebody who are going to actively give them cover fire or support. That's one way of looking at it. The other aspect is that the Taliban are so clueless about what is happening in their own backyard that anybody can go ahead and conduct a drone strike, and anybody and everybody can operate terror camps. So there is no way you can trust the Taliban. But how do you engage? You have to engage. If you want to engage with the people of Afghanistan, you want to go ahead and help, and you want to actively ensure that this entire terror machinery does not turn its attention towards Hindustan and does not attack India, then you have to ensure that these forces are kept at bay, and somewhere one by one, these forces are also neutralized, while those who are sitting in government have the responsibility towards all of the Afghan people and towards bringing peace in Afghanistan. Let's also understand that we are just about 12 to 14 days away from 1 year of the US pullout.
Right.
And 1 year of the US pullout, the Taliban one would like to believe have more or less tried to entrench themselves into and embed themselves into government, and they have some clue of how to run this country. But as of now, it's a huge trust deficit, and this Taliban Al-Qaeda nexus has only been underlined. It's not just been reactivated, it's just been underlined. It always was there, it's just been underlined.
All right, thank you, Anand, for putting that into perspective for us. And with that, let's also get in our guest, Mr. Abhishek Jha, who's a correspondent. He's a diplomatic correspondent at the Khan desk in Israel. Mr. Stein, thank you for giving us your time. CNN News 18 has done an exclusive interview with the Interior Minister of Taliban, where this interview was done shortly before the CIA operation. He certainly didn't realize that what's going to take place during that CIA operation, because al-Zawahiri was killed during that operation, and yet he denied Al-Qaeda's presence in Afghanistan. How do you view this? Do you not think this is plausible deniability?
It's going to be very hard, because we're seeing yesterday overnight US officials saying that the house that al-Zawahiri stayed in was of a senior Taliban official. So the US is pointing direct fingers towards the Taliban in this story. They're saying they housed him, they allowed him to be there, and they can't say right now, we didn't know he's there. So the US is pointing fingers towards the Taliban. But we're not seeing, also during Biden's speech and also during all these other officials speaking, that the U.S. is trying to go to head-to-head with the Taliban, meaning they're leaking that they knew al-Zawahiri was there and he stayed in a Taliban apartment, but they're not going head-to-head 1 year after they left Afghanistan, because I think they don't want to go back into this issue. Should they have left Afghanistan? Should they have stayed? They're saying, we know he was there. We know the Taliban gave him a place to be, but they are not going head to head with the organization.
Amit Stein, how do you view the US move at the moment, considering we all know that Joe Biden's presidency has been floundering ever since the US pulled out of Afghanistan? As my colleague was also just mentioning right now, that they're going to be completing a year since that pullout, but nothing concrete in terms of countering that terrorism in Afghanistan was concerned was taking place. How much of answering the United States will have to do now?
So of course, for Biden, it's a huge victory because the U.S. looked for al-Zawahiri for over, let's say, 20 years. So it's a huge victory.
Right, Amit, on the face Biden. Of it, it is Amit Stein. On the face of it, it is indeed a victory. But let's also not forget what the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken had to say. He said that this was a violation of the Doha Agreement, considering what Taliban was doing as far as sheltering Al-Qaeda was concerned.
I think the U.S. administration has right now its heads in the China-Taiwan issue and the Nancy Pelosi visit. It doesn't want another fighting area. So its head is in Russia, its head is in China. It doesn't want reporters to go back and dig what they did or didn't do in the last year. I agree, they should have probably done more. And we're seeing, by the way, that the US administration had the info about the location of al-Zawahiri for several weeks. So they knew in advance where he was, and they waited until this airstrike. Now, should the U.S. have done more? I agree, but I don't think the U.S. wants to go to that way. They don't want to go into the questions. Did the Taliban make any didn't fulfill the Doha Agreement or go back there? They don't want to go to this point. Maybe they should have gone, but it's not something the U.S. administration does want to go right now towards.
Amit Stein, there's also the West Asian perspective that states that whether it's the Al-Qaeda or the Taliban themselves, they've been the Frankenstein created by the United States. Having said that, what are the kind of level of engagements that you now, as far as India and the U.S. both are concerned, what are the kind of level of engagements that we'll have to establish with the Taliban, knowing that they are now the regime in Afghanistan?
I think it's a very good question because we all know exactly who is the Taliban and what are they responsible for and what is their ideology. The Taliban is trying, I think, to market themselves as something else right now. We're seeing it in the interview he gave to the channel. They're trying to market themselves as something different, not as the old Taliban from the 90s, but a new and maybe more tolerant Taliban, a Taliban who wants to speak with the West. But we all know what is the Taliban ideology, and any assistance, economic assistance towards this organization, I think it's a complete mistake because we're seeing at the end that it hosted a senior Al-Qaeda officials and hid it from the Americans and hid it from all over the world. And now they're trying to say we didn't know. So any connection between India, US, or any other country with the Taliban, although they're trying to portray themselves as something different, I think it's a huge mistake because the Taliban, with its ideology, hasn't changed.
All right, Amit, thank you for speaking to us. We have some more breaking inputs, in fact, coming in on the same story. The Indian government sources have now spoken out on the al-Zawahiri killing, saying it may adversely affect the morale of the Al-Qaeda supporters and cadres that were in India as well. Recently, they were inciting waves of propaganda campaigns and trying to rebuild the Al-Qaeda as an organizational machinery in India. Remember, the role of Al-Qaeda has been sort of redefined when it comes to not just India, but the Indian subcontinent as well. We are not just looking entirely in the Indian subcontinent. We have countries like Bangladesh, even Pakistan. For more details, let's also go across to Arunima, who's been tracking all these details for us. Arunima, if you could break down for us how crucial al-Zawahiri's killing is now going to be as far as this organizational machinery of the Al-Qaeda in India is concerned.
So there are both pros and cons. That's the way the Indian strategic establishment is looking at the situation. First thing, they say that al-Zawahiri's death might lead to drop in the morale of the Al-Qaeda cadre. They could leave Al-Qaeda then, and that would mean some positive news for India, as Al-Qaeda was trying to regroup, recruit and spread its wings here in the Indian subcontinent. However, there is a negative side to this as well. If the cadre moves out of Al-Qaeda, then there is a possibility that they could move towards ISIS. ISIS Khorasan province is bad news for India. They once again an organization which has repeatedly spoken about India, which has spoken about Khorasan. So if these Al-Qaeda highly trained, highly motivated cadre then move to ISIS, how will India tackle that situation is the second worry. The third thing that they are looking at is a possible, infighting between the Haqqani Network and the Taliban. Why they are saying this is because the Indian establishment is very clear. There was some solid tip-off from the ground about al-Zawahiri's presence in this highly secured and posh Kabul neighborhood. Who was that tip-off coming from? Was it from the Haqqani Network or was it from the Taliban? This confusion could lead to infighting, and that would mean further instability. Fourth point that they are focusing on is about Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, the two India-centric terror organizations, their linkages with Taliban, their linkages with Al-Qaeda. There is evidence to suggest that what they are waiting and watching is how this currently evolving situation will impact Jaish and Lashkar.
Right, Arunama, thank you so much for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's quickly cut across to the press conference being organized by the Ministry of External Affairs. They have to speak.
Vaccines and even the air bubble that we created facilitated travel, and that really helped the Maldivian economy, which was, which relies heavily on tourism and which was under tremendous pressure. And on their part also, they extended full support for whatever assistance we required, for example, to bring back our own people. Development cooperation has really evolved as a central pillar. We are executing large projects, we are executing mid-level projects, and we are executing a large number of high-impact smaller projects which benefit the people in the islands away from Mali. So today, if I leave aside even the financial assistance part, the development cooperation portfolio itself is over $2 billion. Trade has grown tremendously. In last year, it grew by 31%. So despite COVID, business linkages have grown. And there are many reasons we can go into details during the question and answer session that have enabled us to really enhance our economic engagement despite the challenges of the pandemic. Security and defense remain a very key area of cooperation, and we have.
Also, former CIA Director General David Petraeus explains what intelligence and military coordination was likely needed to complete that targeted drone strike against the Al-Qaeda chief. Let's listen to what he had to say.
How have the Taliban, I mean, first of all, I guess the Taliban knew Zawahiri was living there and I guess approved that. What are their capabilities about the ISIS affiliate, against the ISIS affiliate?
Well, they're battling the ISIS affiliate.
Yeah.
They're also battling some of the resistance forces, as they're termed. Let me highlight something you just mentioned, Anderson, and that is, of course, that, again, the leader of Al-Qaeda is located in Kabul, indicating clearly that in a way Taliban didn't learn the lesson from allowing, again, bin Laden to have a sanctuary on their soil when the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan, after which, of course, they refused to expel him from their territory. And then, of course, that's why we had to go in. So it does reflect the continuing close relationship that clearly still exists between Al-Qaeda's senior leadership, that small group of Zawahiri and the others that is still left, and obviously the Taliban senior leadership. The fact that he was in Kabul, I don't think is something that could have been possible without the Taliban knowing that he was there.
Is it clear to you why Zawahiri has been able to avoid being captured or killed so much longer than Osama bin Laden was?
Well, first of all, Osama bin Laden stayed essentially off the net for a very long time as well. And Zawahiri has essentially done what bin Laden did, which means that therefore he can't very capably lead the affiliates of Al-Qaeda around the world. Essentially, they have been operating autonomously, independently. They may be part of the brand of Al-Qaeda, but they certainly weren't under any kind of operational control. Again, noting that this is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world. Again, the East Africa bombings, a number of the other bombings in North Africa, other exhortations of bombings elsewhere not to mention, of course, being a core part of Al-Qaeda when the 9/11 attacks were planned.
And he was increasingly, I mean, he's one of the group who was sort of increasingly radicalized in Egyptian prisons, wasn't he?
That's true. In fact, he actually led the Egyptian Islamic Jihad prior to this, EIJ, in the 1990s. And it was in the late 1990s that he actually merged with Osama bin Laden, again, they having met him earlier on the battlefields in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets with the Mujahideen.
The U.S. has been trying to do this for so many years. Kylie, this comes after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, nearly a year or so ago, changing the counterterrorism landscape. That presents new challenges for the U.S. right now, doesn't it?
Incredibly new challenges, Wolf, and I think those at the State Department, those within the Biden administration who said after that withdrawal that the Biden administration would still work on counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan are probably feeling pretty good right now because, as you said, according to that Taliban spokesperson, this was a drone strike that was carried out yesterday in Kabul, which is hugely significant. And there have been concerns about how the Biden administration, how the U.S. could continue any sort of legitimate counterterrorism operations in the country without having a U.S. military footprint on the ground there.
You know, Kylie, you do a lot of reporting on all of the national security related issues. How high of a target was Ayman al-Zawahiri for the U.S. at this point?
Well, listen, he was an incredibly high target, but not only a high target, but a long-standing target of the U.S. government, Wolf. When you guys were talking earlier, he is someone who was integrally involved in the planning of the twin embassy bombings that took place in 1998 against the U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. That was over 20 years ago. And at that time, of course, he was on the radar of the U.S. government. And thereafter, he actually escaped a U.S. missile strike that the United States tried to take him and Osama bin Laden out in Afghanistan. And since then, he has just risen in terms of how important he is to the U.S. government.
Also, listen in to CNN's Farid Zakaria as he decodes the killing of the Al-Qaeda chief.
President Joe Biden announces the United States has killed Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. What does that mean for Al-Qaeda? Farid Zakaria weighs in. This is a major strike, and it was successful in killing al-Zawahiri. What does this mean for Al-Qaeda?
Well, the symbolic blow is shattering. Zawahiri was in some ways more the architect of Al-Qaeda even than bin Laden. Zawahiri was the original Islamic jihadi militant. He was radicalized when he was 15 years old. He goes to jail as part of the assassination of Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt, when he made peace with the Israelis. He has been the mastermind behind all of this. In some ways, you could argue that Al-Qaeda was a marriage or a fusion between Egyptian brains and Saudi money. Zawahiri was the Egyptian brains, bin Laden was the Saudi money. And so in some sense, he is the original, the founder, the symbol for many of the cadres, probably even more so than bin Laden. So symbolically, a huge setback. The truth is Al-Qaeda is in bad shape anyway. It is a shadow of what it used to be. And so I think that I'm not sure exactly how much effect it'll have operationally because it's already a pretty ragtag operation. But without question, the single biggest blow you could give to Al-Qaeda would be to decapitate Zawahiri.
So last year, Farid, when you marked the 10th anniversary of the killing of Osama bin Laden, you said that Islamist terrorism isn't the threat it used to be. What do you think of the threat after this strike?
Well, I have been saying for a while, Don, that what we need to look at is the most important question is, are they inspiring people? Are they getting new recruits? Are they able to win people over to their cause? And in country after country, what you're finding is the answer is no. It's almost as though there was the sense of desperation and futility and hope in a lot of Islamic countries. They look to Al-Qaeda as some kind of radical way out. But very quickly, the charm wore off. They realized these are a band of thugs. When they got into power, whether it's ISIS or Al-Qaeda.
And speaking of the Taliban, on a day when the world has woken up to the news of the most wanted terrorist in the world being eliminated in the Afghan capital of Kabul, there comes a sensational twist. CNN News 18 spoke exclusively to the man who effectively controls the Taliban regime. In a lofty claim to CNN News 18, Sirajuddin Haqqani, who happens to be the interior minister of the Taliban, assured that the Al-Qaeda is no longer a presence in his country and shouldn't be seen as a threat. 17 hours later, Ayman al-Zawahiri was eliminated in a drone strike by the US right in the heart of Kabul. Now, that exposes the massive lie that's being peddled currently by the Taliban. It is important to specify that at the time of strike on Saturday, CNN News 18's team was in Kabul, just a kilometer away from that CIA operation that was being conducted. Let's listen in to this interview.
Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan, and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Tambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least 1 passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured. Initial investigations show that the bus flipped over after the brakes failed.
There is a new threat in the subcontinent. Chinese spy ship Yuan Wang 5 will dock in Sri Lanka's Hambantota port. The ship is expected to dock for replenishment. It will conduct satellite control and research in the Indian Ocean. India says it's monitoring these developments, having any bearing on its own security and economic interests. Now, why is this spy ship Yuan Wang 5 in Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days from the 11th of August till the 17th? Remember, Hambantota is the old constituency. It's the backyard, the home base of the Rajapaksa brothers, both former President Gotabaya and the former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa. Hambantota is barely 350 kilometers away from the Gulf of Mannar, which is the territorial boundary between Sri Lanka and India. The Sri Lankan authorities say they are taking into account India's concerns, but since the port itself has been given out to the Chinese on a 99-year lease, there is very little that they can do to stop this ship, which they say has been classified as a civilian ship and not as a military ship. Amid heavy rains in Madhya Pradesh's Harda, a bunch of children risked their lives just to reach school.
They crossed the submerged bridge even as rainwater flowed over it. The Children held each other's hands and walked through the strong current. If even one of them had slipped, it would have spelled disaster. The bridge was built on a local river and appeared to be the only way to reach the other side.
स्कूल पढ़ने जाते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है, आते समय नदी पार करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हम एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़कर स्कूल जाते हैं.
Harda and several other parts of Madhya Pradesh have been lashed with heavy rains for the past few days. And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
India's biggest ever auction of airwaves ended today with record bids. The total bid was over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio
All right, let's begin with some breaking inputs that we are getting in right now. We have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who has spoken out in the House. She informed the Rajya Sabha that notices have been issued to 3 Chinese mobile companies for tax evasion. The government is looking into cases of alleged tax evasion by these 3 Chinese companies, which are Oppo, Vivo, India and Xiaomi. Remember, the Modi government has been cracking the whip on these Chinese companies. Earlier, the Chinese apps had faced the ire of the Indian government, and the reason now we are getting to know is that Oppo, Vivo, India and Xiaomi have been sent notices for tax evasion. For more details, let's quickly go across to Ashish Mehrishi. Ashish, if you could take us through what is the amount that one is looking at when it comes to tax evasion as far as these 3 Chinese companies are concerned, not to forget that these are multi-million companies that we are looking at.
So if we are talking about tax evasion, it is to the tune of thousands of crores of rupees that we are talking about. In fact, 3 different agencies have acted on these 3 companies. Now, if you remember, right, Xiaomi was first raided by the Income Tax Department and subsequently the Enforcement Directorate took over the case. Assets worth more than 5,000 crore rupees have been attached by the Enforcement Directorate related to Xiaomi. Then, if you remember, Vivo was raided by the Enforcement Directorate and it was found that huge amount, in fact, in last 8 to 10 years, they made sale proceeds of more than 1,25,000 crore rupees, and 50% of that amount was subsequently sent to China through various routes, which include Singapore as well as Hong Kong. And finally, after the Enforcement Directorate raid, there were certain assets, certain companies which accounts relating to that was attached, and against that we were moved to the court. If you look at what happened with the other company, Oppo basically, if you remember, there was recently a raid by the DRI. And in fact, at that point in time, they found that there was a huge customs duty evasion of more than 4,600 crore rupees. And subsequently, Oppo also, accepted that there was a duty evasion, and they submitted a huge amount of money as they accepted that there was an evasion. So certainly there are different departments which are basically acting against these Chinese companies, which include the Enforcement Directorate and the Income Tax Department and the DRI. All these companies are on the radar. And if there is duty evasion, if there is tax evasion, then obviously they will get notices from the different departments, because revenue is most important for Indian authorities as of now. And in case there is tax evasion, they have to submit.
Tax evasion and also accusations of money being laundered by these companies. Having said that, Ashish, thank you for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to some other breaking news that is coming in from the national capital. Another Nigerian man living in Delhi has tested positive for monkeypox. This is the 3rd monkeypox in the national capital itself, according to official sources. Clearly, monkeypox on the rise over there. Akash Sharma brings us more details. Akash, what are you learning in terms of this Nigerian person who's tested positive? When did he arrive in the country? Could you take us through the details?
So, Akanksha, yesterday we reported how, Delhi had its second monkeypox case where a Nigerian man was reported with this particular virus. And now it's another monkeypox case that has been registered in the national capital. We are learning from our sources that this Nigerian man was also living in Delhi and he has been tested for this particular virus. This is the third case in the national capital, Akanksha. And also, if I'm not mistaken, this is the seventh case of this country. And you see, we have a dedicated ward in LNJP hospital in the national capital. And as far as the preparations are concerned, so it has been clearly said that there's no need to panic because government is taking care of all the situation as of now and keeping an eye on the condition as well. But at this point in time, this is something that we are learning, that this is the third monkeypox case in the national capital.
Right. And Akash, since you mentioned that this is the third monkeypox case in the national capital, it's important to also talk about the kind of screening that is taking place, whether it is railway stations, bus stands, or even the airport, because, you know, the important factor here is that this man who has now tested positive came from Nigeria.
Right, and let me mention this very fact that, you know, as far as officials are concerned, as far as experts are concerned, so they are saying that mask and social distancing is the only thing that can, you know, keep you away from this particular virus. So as far as the officials are concerned, they are clearly saying that precaution is something we need to take care of. And because this is the third case and officials are saying that they are fully prepared, so we can say that, people in Delhi can get some sort of relaxation in it. But as of now, this is something worrying because this is the third case and total 7 cases has been reported in the country as far as monkeypox is concerned, Akanksha.
All right, Akash, thank you for bringing in. All right, we'll have to stay with the story, but as far as the numbers are concerned, Akash, take us through the numbers, how they have just been rising, not just in the national capital, but the entire country as well.
Right. So, Akanksha, let me mention that first case was reported from South, right? And after that, just a few days back, we saw how Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal came out in public in Delhi, in the national capital, because we know that Corona is still here. Corona, we are still reporting the Corona cases. After Corona, authorities are very much on alert for these viruses. And as far as monkeypox is concerned, so just 2 weeks back, Delhi government initially stated that they are fully prepared and they are even creating a dedicated ward in the LNJP hospital for monkeypox. Then we reported the first case, and after there were many cases, suspected cases, in fact, I should say, who were tested, but later it was ruled out that, they are not suffering with the particular virus. But now, as far as this particular case is concerned, so he was, this man
right.
was...
Akash, stay with us because I'm also joined in by Dr. Sanjeev Bagai on the phone line. Dr. Bagai, we are seeing that the cases are increasing, especially in the national capital. We are learning of a third case, a third person from Nigeria testing positive. What are the kind of precautions one should be taking right now?
Yeah, so we have to identify that the incubation period is long. It can last from 5 to 21 days. Normally, it goes through a prodrome phase, a pro-clinical phase, a pustular phase, that means rash with fever and then crust. So the entire spectrum can last upwards of 2 to 3 weeks. The mode of transmission is important to identify that it can be through personal contact, close contact, whenever there are cracks in the skin, through mucous membranes. It is very often transmitted sexually, right. especially in gays. And it is also airborne as far as droplet infection is concerned. So personal hygiene, safe sex, and very important is to wear a mask.
Also, do you think that because it is sexually transmitted as well and that stigma which is attached to it is also hampering and impacting the testing of monkeypox?
Yes, I think we need a very, very good, precise, accurate, scientifically tempered public awareness message. I think we also need a very good CMEs at the level of the doctors and the primary care physicians, so they are made aware. This is not something which we have seen day in and day out, although we see pox group of infections, but monkeypox in clinical practice is relatively new. So I think we need to sensitize ourselves. We need to tell what the do's and don'ts are, what the testing is, what the vaccines are, what the antivirals are. to make the public more aware that this is controllable. No need to panic, but to take extreme precaution.
All right. Many thanks, Mr. Bagai, for sharing that crucial information with us. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to the United States and Taiwan. U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan. It's a region that has sparked tension between China and the United States due to their differing stances on the island. As per inputs, Nancy Pelosi is slated to meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on Wednesday, that is tomorrow. Interestingly, Pelosi did not include Taiwan in her official itinerary. Taiwan is a self-ruled island but claimed by China, which sees it as a breakaway province from China and has issued a strong warning to the Biden administration, saying that its military will not sit by idly if Beijing feels its sovereignty and territorial integrity is being threatened. Let's listen in to what the U.S. Secretary of State had to say.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
I know that, like everyone, you are also following very closely her trip to Asia. And about the question you raised, I would say that this is more suitable to be directed at herself or the U.S. side. Now, about the position and the attitude of the Chinese side, it's been very clear. China has on many occasions made it clear our position on this, and we have made serious demarches to the U.S. side. We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
And staying with the story, we are also getting in some breaking news inputs. China continues to fume over Nancy Pelosi's reported visit to Taiwan. The spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in India has tweeted saying the One China principle is the political foundation for the China-US relations, and China firmly opposes separatist moves towards Taiwan's independence and interference by external forces, and never allows any room for Taiwan's independent forces in whatever form. For more details, let's quickly go across to our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, who's joining me on the phone line. Zaka, the crucial question also now arises is that what is the kind of show of force we should now be expecting from China? Because we know that tensions have been escalating. They've risen both in Taiwan and China. What is the show of force that we can now expect from China?
Clearly, there's been a lot of ratcheting up of the rhetoric, whether it's from the foreign ministry spokesperson, whether it was Xi Jinping himself, who in that 2-hour phone call with Joe Biden last week said that if this trip were to go ahead, it would be like America is playing with fire, and those who play with fire get consumed by it. So clearly the rhetoric has been ratcheted up quite a notch or two by Beijing. But in practical terms, if you were to ask me, would it necessarily and naturally lead to some kind of a military operation or some kind of military hostilities between Taiwan and China? I don't think it's as simple as that, especially in the context of what's happened between Russia and Ukraine, and that was supposed to be a war that should have gotten over in 3 weeks. We're in the 6th month of that war, and clearly there are no winners or losers in this war, at least not yet. There is no decisive shift for either country in that war. So China would be very closely paying attention to the mistakes that Russia made. And also at the same time, the domestic situation in China is not conducive right now. You're seeing the pictures of, the bank runs that are happening across the country. You also have the big 20th Party Congress that's coming up in November, which is expected to ratify Xi Jinping for life. Will he risk a kind of a military misadventure before that? And also, unlike in the case of Ukraine, which is not a NATO member, and therefore NATO allies are not treaty bound to defend it, in the case of Taiwan, the United States and Taiwan have a mutual assistance treaty whereby the United States is treaty bound to provide Taiwan with whatever assistance it requires to defend itself.
Also, Zaka, as you mentioned, there's this escalation, the ratcheting up of the rhetoric. Having said that, There are also experts questioning the significance of this visit, and if at all, is it even worth the risk as far as Nancy Pelosi's visit is concerned?
Well, look, she's not the first U.S. House
Right.
Speaker to visit Taiwan. In fact, Newt Gingrich had gone there in the 1990s.
Right, but it's the first in 25 years.
Yes, of course. And the situation is very different from Gingrich's visit, because back then, you know, in the 1990s, there was only one superpower, and China was a pale shadow of what it is today. Today it is a country, whether rightly or wrongly it believes it has to be on par with the United States, and it also believes, rightly or wrongly, that the U.S. Is hell-bound on ensuring that China's rise is challenged. So clearly the situation is different today when Nancy Pelosi goes. Also, there is, like I said, domestic consequences both in the U.S. as well as in China. In the U.S., it's coming very close to the midterm elections.
Right.
Can Joe Biden afford...
Zaka, I'm sorry, I'll have to interject because we have some breaking inputs on this very story as we speak. The U.S. Navy has deployed 4 warships east of Taiwan as Nancy Pelosi heads to Taipei. That's a big confirmation we are now getting that Pelosi is all set to head to Taipei. And in the meantime, the U.S. Navy has also deployed 4 warships east of Taiwan. Remember, we've been talking about how the rhetoric between the two nations, whether it is China or the island nation of Taiwan, has been ratcheting up. And as Zaka was pointing out, that the U.S. is bound to provide military support to Taiwan. And that's the latest we're now learning, is that the U.S. Navy has now deployed 4 warships east of Taiwan as Nancy Pelosi is headed to Taipei. Zaka, if you could take us through this kind of military posturing that we are now witnessing. It takes me back to the year 2020 when the U.S. Health Chief Alex Azar had visited, and we had seen the Chinese fighter jets intercepting the skyline of Taiwan. What do you make of this latest military posturing now?
This, I think, is a defensive posturing that's been undertaken by the United States in anticipation that China might do something militarily vis-a-vis Taiwan. So the carrier USS Ronald Reagan has transited through the South China Sea. It's currently east of Taiwan in the Philippine Sea, between the Philippines and the southern Japanese coast. This is according to a U.S. Navy official who's confirmed this to Reuters. The Reagan has been based in Japan. It operates with a guided missile cruiser as well as a destroyer. So they have taken this move out, I think, preemptively to try and ensure that if China were to make a move, then the United States is in a better position to help Taiwan defend itself. The official who spoke to Reuters basically said that this move is a routine, normal deployment. They don't want to paint any sort of extraordinary sort of nature to this move. This particular Navy official has also said that the amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, was also in the area. In fact, it was involved in some military exercises in this region as well. So 4 ships is what we've been given to understand. 4 warships have been deployed just east of the Philippines and south of Japan.
All right, Zaka, thank you for putting that into perspective with us. Stay with us because I'm also joined in by Mr. K.K. Sinha, who's a defense expert. Mr. Sinha, we've just got information about the U.S. Navy deploying 4 warships east of Taiwan. How do you view the move? Do you think this is just a regular military tactic?
No, it is not at all a regular move or regular maneuver of warships in this area. You see, last few days, the U.S. has deployed complete 7th Fleet over there. USS Ronald Reagan is there, the strike group is there. Now you are telling 4 more ships, which includes a destroyer. So these are all deployed into the southwestern side of Fujian province, in that area, which is basically Pington Island. In that area also the Chinese warships have been deployed up north, that is the northeast side. So they're facing, the battle groups are facing each other. And it is in a Strait of Taiwan. So it is a military deployment. It is a deployment for confrontation. Of course, they will keep saying that it is a precautionary move. But in the view of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, so these things are building it up. Let's see how it works out to be.
Right. I'm also joined in by Major General S.P. Sinha, who's also a defense expert. Major General Sinha, how do you view the move, considering this is coming just ahead of Nancy Pelosi's visit? We've seen China also extend a very, very strict warning, a rather aggressive warning over there. How do you see this in the current scheme of things?
You see, a threat to Taiwan is a reality. And America knows this, that any time China can play mischief. And therefore, muscle flexing is the need of the hour. America is very rightly trying to show its strength and show its muscle. That should China do misadventure, America is ready to strike. But America's reaction to this deployment is that it's a routine affair. So not much significance should be attached to it. But this is all diplomacy at the highest level.
Right.
The ground reality is that America is trying to position itself militarily, that should China attempt to attack Taiwan, its reaction capability should be swift and fast. And for that, deployment of ships around Taiwan have to be so strong that it should act as a deterrent to China.
Major General,
So
before I let you go, many are also questioning the necessity of this trip at a time when we've already seen what's panned out in Russia when it comes to Ukraine. How do you see the risk that is now attached, considering in that phone call that transpired between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping, he had already extended a very stern warning, telling Biden that don't play with fire?
You see, at international level, it is blow hot and blow cold strategy. Any country which bends and tries to display that it is in the defensive mode and slightly scared, the other country will pounce on you. So this is a mind game, battle in the mental horizon, which is being played at international level. It has to be seen in that context.
All right, thank you so much for speaking to us. I'm sorry to interrupt you there because I'm running short of time. I'll have to slip into a quick breather as news and updates continue on CNN News 18. Stay with us.
Carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
In a major affront to China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is all set to visit Taiwan. Tomorrow, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi were to visit Taiwan. Last week, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation in which the Chinese president warned the U.S. against playing with fire over the Taiwan issue. The race to succeed Boris Johnson as the UK's Prime Minister is heating up. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak, who's currently trailing to Liz Truss, said that he's committed to reducing personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Sunak described this as the largest cut to income tax in 3 decades in England. After England's Lionesses defeated Germany 2-1 to lift the women's Euro title, the jubilant players gate-crashed their coach's post-match press conference and sang "It's Coming Home." Lucy Bronze led the England stars around the press conference room, and then goalkeeper Mary Earps leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least 1 passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured.
Welcome back. Let's move into this segment with some breaking inputs coming in from Pakistan. We are now learning that Pakistan's Election Commission has said that Imran Khan's party accepted illegal donations. This is the big story that we are bringing to you, that the Pakistan Election Commission, remember, was supposed to pronounce its verdict today. It has now said that Imran Khan's party, the PTI, or rather the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, has accepted illegal donations. For more details, I have Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the phone line. Tejinder, if you could take us through those crucial observations made by the Election Commission of Pakistan in their verdict, and how these observations now indicate that there was a violation of the Constitution.
See, it seems that the problems for the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, are going to increase in the coming days, because now the Election Commission of Pakistan has given its verdict. This inquiry was going on for quite some time when allegations were leveled against the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party of Imran Khan, that the party had accepted illegal donations. Now the Election Commission of Pakistan has given its verdict by saying that Pakistan PTI, Imran Khan's party, during its time had accepted illegal donations, and now the Election Commission has issued a show cause notice to the PTI to come out with the explanation, because now the Election Commission has found that Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party had accepted illegal donations. So now it is to be seen what action will be taken against Imran Khan's party PTI, whether it would be barred as per the norms of the Election Commission of Pakistan and the Constitution of Pakistan. If any political party is found to be guilty of the charges of getting illegal donations, then action has to be taken. So now it is to be seen what action the Election Commission of Pakistan is going to take against PTI. Yes,
absolutely. But trouble clearly mounting there for Imran Khan and his party, the PTI. And with that, thank you, Tejinder, for bringing in all those details. And it's a quick wrap from my side. It's over to Anusha for more.
Thank you so much for that, Akanksha. Once again, a very warm welcome. Good evening here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Sonia. Top focus this hour. One of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has been gunned down in Kabul. United States President Joe Biden authorized a precision-tailor airstrike to target Zawahiri, who was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in that operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Zawahiri was a key architect involved in multiple attacks in the United States. He was deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 terror attacks back in 2001. As expected, the reactions are coming in from across the world, from Canada, Saudi Arabia, on the victory against terror. Now, reports are coming in that say that Saif al-Adel may be his successor in Al-Qaeda. A special report.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
Described as a successful counterterrorism strike. Top U.S. officials confirming the death of Al-Qaeda's leader over the weekend. On Monday, President Biden addressing the nation.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11, one of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans.
Zawahiri led Al-Qaeda for more than a decade. He was wanted on a $25 million reward for his role in the 9/11 attacks, the murder of U.S. nationals outside the United States, and an attack on a federal facility resulting in death. He took charge of the military group since the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Zawahiri's targeted death comes nearly a year after the U.S.'s military withdrawal from Afghanistan and the Taliban's takeover of the country. I'm Melissa Rainey reporting.
Well, there are various key questions that arise in the aftermath of Zawahiri's killing. This is a targeted operation that has implications for the rest of the world. Let's tell you what are the key questions that emerge post this operation by the United States. How was Zawahiri in Kabul without Taliban really knowing? Is that even a possibility that can be considered? Did Taliban give sanctuary to Zawahiri from 2021? Were they well aware that he was living in a posh Kabul neighborhood? Is Taliban once again Al-Qaeda's political shield, the fear that the world has had ever since Taliban took over? With no clear deputy, what happens to Al-Qaeda now? Will it be headless? Will it dismantle? Will this also boost Biden's sagging popularity in US? Of course, it has ramifications for the domestic politics of America as well. And of course, this is one point that the Biden administration would want to take to the Americans. Our managing editor Anand Narasimhan is joining us on the broadcast. He's been tracking this story. Anand, as you've been pointing out, this killing has implications for the entire world and even for a country like Afghanistan, where the multiple factions within Taliban are going to perceive it differently, react differently.
Yes, they are. And even as Sirajuddin Haqqani said that the Al-Qaeda is as good as dead, this only exposes the contradiction and somewhere perhaps even being absolutely economical with the truth. If, as per reports suggest and what the US media is claiming, that Zawahiri was being watched by months by US intelligence officials and he loved to sit in his balcony. We put out that story on news18.com. But the fact is that obviously then it's impossible that the Taliban did not know. And he was right in the heart of the key area. The Indian embassy less than a kilometer away, the US embassy less than 2 kilometers away. It's in the heart of the entire defense area where all the key establishments are. This is where Sherpur is. You can even, viewers can search where Sherpur is in Kabul and you would understand the importance of where he was being kept. This is as good as Osama bin Laden being kept in Abbottabad. It's the military, key destination for the Pakistan military, and anybody and everybody there, they know who's doing what. So clearly that they were not in the know is not something which anybody will palate or even accept. Yes. More importantly, who was responsible for Zawahiri being housed there? Is there a role of the Pakistanis? That's the other question. In terms of successor, if it is Saif al-Qadr, then that means, is there a possibility that you would see some more activity of Al-Qaeda just to ensure that the cadre don't dissipate and join IS ranks or some other jihadi outfits? That's the third question. Fourth question which comes to mind is, if America can sit there and claim that no matter where you are and how long it takes and where you hide, if you're an enemy of our country, we will hunt you down and we will neutralize you. Why can't India do that? Why can't India do that to Lashkar and Jaish?
Yes.
And who's stopping us then? Will Afghanistan object? That's another question.
Anand, you also spoke to, one of the top leaders within Taliban, Mr. Haqqani, and we also played out, that entire conversation as well. I'll come back to you, Anand. Arunima is also joining us on the broadcast. I want to take in a word from her as well. Arunima, you've been speaking to your sources within the government. Anand was pointing out that there are various concerns and strategic interests as well in terms of infrastructure projects, the fear of India and various other nations that Afghanistan might become the soil for breeding terror activities for organizations like Jaish and Al-Qaeda. What is the reaction or the tone and tenor that you've picked up from your sources within the Indian establishment?
Well, Afghanistan has been a breeding ground for a long, long time. If you see the Pulwama attack investigation charge sheet, you will see how those who actually carried out the attack went to Taliban and Al-Qaeda to get training in Afghanistan and then come back and use that knowledge. Now, coming back to how the Indian establishment is seeing the latest developments, pros and cons. One thing they're saying is the fact that Ayman al-Zawahiri has been eliminated could have its impact on the cadre of Al-Qaeda, which would mean they could desert Al-Qaeda, and that could have its impact here in India because Al-Qaeda was trying to spread its footprint here, recruit more people. If the cadre deserts, then on that front it could be good news. However, there's a con as well. The negative side is that this cadre could well go and join ISIS then, and we do know about ISIS Khorasan province, we do know about ISIS's plans for India as well. So that is a fluid situation India is closely watching. Talking about Lashkar and Jaish specifically, like I said, there is enough evidence to show that they have trained with Al-Qaeda, they have been supported by Taliban. How will this impact Lashkar and Jaish? Pakistan could be off the FATF grey list very soon. That coupled with this is a development that especially Kashmir watchers are watching very closely. Third thing is the successor of Ayman al-Zawahiri. The man whose name is now doing the round, Salman al-Dawed, he's believed to have carried out the US Embassy blast in Kenya. If he takes over, he's known to be a field man. If he carries on with his past expertise of carrying out attacks, what would that mean for India's assets as well, especially in Afghanistan? So it's a fluid situation that India is closely watching.
It's a fluid situation that India is closely watching, as Arunima is pointing out. Abhishek Jha is also joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, what are the murmurs you're picking up? India is watching keenly, and we have been very interested about whatever happens in Afghanistan for the simple reason that we need a peaceful neighborhood. Vis-a-vis this, this development and the manner in which US has targeted him, what are the details you're picking up from the MEA and your sources?
So Anusha, like MEA has not officially expressed any release or any statement on this, but it looks like there must be a mixed feeling in India regarding this Ayman al-Zawahiri's killing, because at one point India must be very relieved that one of the top-notch terrorists leading Al-Qaeda has been killed. At the same time, like our other colleague was telling us, that there can be an exodus from the cadre of Al-Qaeda, and they may join other affiliates, other organizations who has the linking, the same ideology as Al-Qaeda. And in the recent past, Al-Qaeda's stand against India has been well known. In fact, in the recent controversy of Prophet Muhammad, some remarks by politicians against Prophet Muhammad, Al-Qaeda has issued a statement regarding attack, that there could be possible attacks on India and Indian establishment. So Al-Qaeda has always been nurturing an anti-India stand because of also India's stand against terrorism. There has been a terrorist organization operating in part of Kashmir who have had linkages with Al-Qaeda. They have had joint training sessions along Pakistan-Afghanistan border. So in a way, while the organizational structure of Al-Qaeda will have a severe blow with the killing of al-Zawahiri, the whole network is not going to be die down very soon. And this is one reason that Indian establishment will be watching the development very carefully and cautiously as to what the next step will be of these affiliates and other smaller organizations and leaders who have been linked with Al-Qaeda and who have had sympathy with Al-Qaeda.
Absolutely. Abhishek, please continue to stay on with us. Thank you, Arunima and Anand, for getting us all that perspective. While we continue to get you all the voices, and here's a special report, a special conversation. The former CIA Director General, David Petraeus, explains what intelligence and military coordination was likely needed to complete the targeted drone strike against Al-Qaeda chief. Listen in.
How have the Taliban, I mean, first of all, I guess the Taliban knew Zawahiri was living there and I guess approved that. What are their capabilities about the ISIS affiliate, against the ISIS affiliate?
Well, they're battling the ISIS affiliate.
Yeah.
They're also battling some of the resistance forces, as they're termed. Let me highlight something you just mentioned, Anderson, and that is, of course, that, again, the leader of Al-Qaeda is located in Kabul, indicating clearly that, in a way, Taliban didn't learn the lesson from allowing, again, bin Laden to have a sanctuary on their soil when the 9/11 attacks were planned in Afghanistan. After which, of course, they refused to expel him from their territory. And of course, that's why we had to go in. So it does reflect the continuing close relationship that clearly still exists between Al-Qaeda's senior leadership, that small group of Zawahiri and the others that is still left, and obviously the Taliban senior leadership. The fact that he was in Kabul, I don't think is something that could have been possible without the Taliban knowing that he was there.
Is it clear to you why Zawahiri has been able to avoid being captured or killed so much longer than Osama bin Laden was?
Well, first of all, Osama bin Laden stayed essentially off the net for a very long time as well. And Zawahiri has essentially done what bin Laden did, which means that therefore he can't very capably lead the affiliates of Al-Qaeda around the world. Essentially, they have been operating autonomously, independently. They may be part of the brand of Al-Qaeda, but they certainly weren't under any kind of operational control. Again, noting that this is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world. Again, the East Africa bombings, a number of the other bombings in North Africa, other exhortations of bombings elsewhere, not to mention, of course, being a core part of Al-Qaeda when the 9/11 attacks were planned.
And he was increasingly, I mean, he's one of the group who was sort of increasingly radicalized in Egyptian prisons, wasn't he?
That's true. In fact, he actually led the Egyptian Islamic Jihad prior to this, EIJ, in the 1990s. And it was in the late 1990s that he actually merged with Osama bin Laden, again, they having met him earlier on the battlefields in Afghanistan, fighting the Soviets with the Mujahideen.
I'm getting you some exclusive visuals of the area where US carried out the drone strike to target al-Zawahiri. That's the visual on your screen. Those are some exclusive visuals that we are getting you here on CNN News 18. Abhishek Jha, my colleague, is with us on the broadcast. Let's try and listen in first.
It has also been said that Ayman al-Zawahiri was staying at the place of Sirajuddin Haqqani's closest AD, where he was struck by a Hellfire missile and was dead on the spot. It has also been said that Ayman al-Zawahiri was staying at the place of Sirajuddin Haqqani's closest AD, where he was struck by a Hellfire missile and was dead on the spot.
This is the posh area of Kabul where al-Zawahiri was stationed, and of course links to Taliban is something that the entire world is talking about, that how come he was in Kabul in a posh neighborhood and Taliban didn't know about it. My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, can you talk us through these visuals and also the fact that the place where he was targeted, the place where Zawahiri was targeted is a posh Kabul neighborhood? We'll try and connect with my colleague and get more details on the story, but the entire world is very, very keenly watching these developments. Countries like Canada have said that this is a victory on terror. It took many years for United States of America as well to target al-Zawahiri, but with him, a huge part of leadership of Al-Qaeda is over. The key question is that will this terror organization be dismantled eventually? Taliban, at least in the public discourse, has been trying to distance itself, show that they are in charge of the government now. They are no more a terror organization, and they do not foster terror organizations like Al-Qaeda. However, the geography of where al-Zawahiri was targeted is clearly a point in question. Let's listen in once again.
Does not allow anyone to get close to Ayman al-Zawahiri's residence. This perhaps is the most secured residential area in Afghanistan. It's only a few kilometers away from the presidential palace, and it is said that this incident puts an end once and for all to the narration and myth that Taliban has changed and are willing to cooperate with the global community in their war against terrorism.
This was one of the world's most wanted terrorists who was killed in a US strike. My colleague Abhishek Jha is with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, take us through these visuals that we are playing out for our viewers on the screen, and the fact that Zawahiri was targeted in a posh Kabul neighborhood. This entire discourse by Taliban that they were not aware of his whereabouts clearly falls flat. Abhishek, am I audible to you? We'll try and connect with Abhishek. I think there are some audio issues. We'll quickly patch him. He'll give us more perspective about what exactly is happening. But despite a 25 million US bounty on his head, Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, he was in Kabul. He was pretty much in a posh neighborhood, which also points out that some kind of patronage that he was enjoying with Taliban. We also spoke to the likes of Sirajuddin, Haqqani some days ago, and they, at least in the public domain, said that, look, we are a nation who are only bothered about their interests, and we are not linked to any terror organizations like Al-Qaeda. He also went on to say that perhaps Al-Qaeda has become relevant, and the manner in which US conducted this operation only goes on to say that the various activities of Taliban administration in Afghanistan are still very, very worrisome. There is also the statement from US that in many ways they have not honored the Doha Pact. Abhishek Jha, I guess, is back with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, help us understand the manner in which this operation was conducted and this entire argument by Taliban that they were not aware of Zawahiri's whereabouts is clearly something that many would find it very difficult to believe.
Of course, it looks very unbelievable that somebody like Al-Zawahiri was hiding in Kabul, not in some remote part of
I'm very
Afghanistan.
sorry, Abhishek, I'm interrupting you there, but there's some breaking news which is coming in right now, cutting across to some protest visuals coming in where Congress party workers are protesting on the streets right now. Now, we know a spate of activities have happened very recently simply with the fact that you have an investigation which is going on in the National Herald case. You have had Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi who have been quizzed multiple times by the Enforcement Directorate. There is also a raid that was conducted by the Enforcement Directorate at the Herald House. These are Congress workers protesting outside the Herald House after Enforcement Directorate conducted a raid into the premises. This case, the National Herald case, which is also about money laundering charges, is in news not just for the legality or the money laundering aspect of it, but the fact that the accused here is from the first family of the Congress party, the Gandhis. They are under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. The allegation is that crores of rupees were laundered allegedly at the behest of the family. The Congress party continues to say that this is a witch hunt and a political vendetta. The agencies have nothing substantial against Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. Enforcement Directorate maintains that they are doing their job. They are looking at different documents which are in their possession right now. My colleagues are tracking the story from the ground. Akash is joining us on the broadcast. Akash, tell us more. What's happening there? Akash, am I audible to you? We'll try and connect. There's a lot of ruckus, as you can see in those visuals. Those are Congress workers protesting outside the Herald House. The National Herald case, in which Sonia Gandhi and Congress leader Rahul Gandhi are presently under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, has created a political controversy. While the Congress party has been on the streets with their top leaders protesting against the interrogation or the questioning which is happening by the Enforcement Directorate, the agency maintains they are merely doing their job, and this is a case that they must look at. In the next few days, what transpires? Will there be further round of questionings? All of that is a wait and watch. Akash Sharma is live with us on the broadcast from Herald House. Akash, over to you. Tell us what's happening there.
So Anusha, I'm showing you the visuals directly from the National Herald House. You can see that Congress Karyakartas are constantly protesting as of now and raising slogans against the central government and also the Enforcement Directorate because they are calling it vendetta politics. I'm showing you the visuals where you can see Amrita Dhawan and all other senior Congress leaders from Congress Committee and also CC, and this is not a pre-planned protest. We got to know that, initially when they got to know that Enforcement Directorate officers are very much at the Herald House since morning, so they started gathering here and now they are protesting. You can see a kind of a struggle the Delhi police is doing as of now. Also, let me tell you that women Karyakartas from Mahila Congress are also here, and you can see there you are seeing the visuals in front of the passport office. Let me tell you that this is the same office where we have the passport office and all other commercial offices, but at this point in time the gate has been blocked because these Congress Karyakartas are protesting at this particular place. You can see the visuals and also the play cards where if I can read National Herald to bahana hai, मकसद मोदी सरकार की विफलताओं को छुपाना है, सच न डरा है न डरेगा. These kind of slogans and also the play cards where Congress the senior leaders, and as of now they are raising slogans against the BJP and the central government because they are saying the central government is somewhere misusing the central agencies. Also, on the other hand, let me tell you that around 6 and 7 a.m. in the morning today, ED officers reached this particular spot, and not only this spot, but also we are learning that 10 to 12 locations were being searched by Enforcement Directorate. They are looking for some sort of documents in concern with the case in which initially we saw that how Rahul Gandhi and then Sonia Gandhi was questioned as well. But now this is the latest development where I am showing you the visuals of this particular protest that is being carried out by DPCC and also the leaders from AICC, Anusha.
All right, so those are the visuals that my colleague Akash is getting for us from Ground Zero, where you can see the Congress party workers are outside the Herald House protesting against the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate. There was a raid that was conducted, and of course these visuals, politically speaking, mean a lot for the Congress party. They have been very assertive, not just in the popular discourse but also on the streets protesting. You've had the top leadership hit the streets and say this is a political witch hunt and vendetta. Let's listen in. We'll try and cut across back to my colleague Akash, who is on Ground Zero. And Akash, not the first time that the workers of the Congress party are out on the streets protesting against this investigation. In fact, each time Sonia Gandhi or earlier when Rahul Gandhi was quizzed, the workers were seen on the street. Not just the workers, the top leadership of the Congress party was seen on the streets protesting. Akash, am I audible to you? I hope you can hear me. We'll try and connect with my colleague Akash Sharma. He's tracking all the developments, those live visuals on your screen right now. The Congress party is staging a dharna. You can see that there are minor scuffles which are there on the ground. The police is trying to control the situation. This is right outside the Herald House where the Enforcement Directorate also reached today morning. The investigation is going on. Multiple rounds of questioning have happened for the Gandhis. You had Sonia Gandhi, who presented herself before the agency for questioning as well. The Congress party maintains that this is the central agencies trying to target the top leaders of the Gandhi family. However, the complainant in the case, the matter at the magistrate court right now with the Enforcement Directorate, the documents which are in possession, the agency says we have prima facie grounds to investigate and question the Gandhis. Pallavi, my colleague, our senior editor, is with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the Congress making a point each time there is a substantial development in the National Herald investigation.
Yes, and Anusha, this is what also incurs and invites criticism from the opponents that, it's all about the Gandhis, and if you have nothing to hide, then why not go in for a transparency? We saw the first reaction which came in from Jairam Ramesh. We said that we are not going to be silenced. The ED is actually opening up a case which has seen a closure, and they're needlessly targeting the Gandhis. There are no documents which are ever going to be found which are going to implicate either the Gandhis or any Congress leader. Clearly, that's not the point which is being taken up by the Congress leaders. You have the Mahila Congress out on the streets, outside the National Herald office, which is also in the heart of the national capital, protesting and agitating against the fact that the ED officials went there later in the day and trying to go through all the documents. I think there's a sense within the Congress party, and they're also anticipating that at one point of time the ED officials will also go into a residence of top Congress leaders, particularly of the Gandhis, to try and look through some of the documents.
Pallavi, please stay with us on the broadcast. Samir Malviya of the BJP is also joining us. Mr. Malviya, thank you so much for speaking to us. The Congress party is staging a dharna against the raids.
I think the line is very bad. I couldn't hear anything of what you said.
Mr. Malviya, I'm trying to get your reaction on the protests which the Congress party is organizing outside the Herald House, and this is pertaining to the National Herald investigation by the Enforcement Directorate.
The National Herald scam has been under investigation of the agencies for some time now. The matter is also sub judice. The agencies will do their job irrespective of these politically motivated protests. The fact is that the Gandhis and some senior leaders of the Congress party who are complicit in embezzling fund and property worth 5,000 crores will have to be facing the law and will have to be accountable to the law. These protests are not going to change the realities of law and the situation on the ground.
So there were multiple slogans that were raised while this protest was happening, and I understand your point when you say that the matter is sub judice, but the Congress party continues to maintain this line in the public domain that Enforcement Directorate is being used by the central agencies to target opposition leaders.
Enforcement Directorate is investigating, in this particular case, a matter that has been under judicial review. There have been instructions from the court, various other agencies like the income tax, who found merit in charges of embezzlement, in charges of public money being siphoned off to acquire huge property of National Herald in trust which is held closely by the Gandhi family and the Congress loyalists. Therefore, irrespective of the sloganeering, the allegations in the public domain, the country is run by rule of law. The courts are looking into the details. The agencies have a job to do, and they will do it irrespective of all this drama that the Congress party keeps doing every once in a while. The Gandhis are not above law in this country, and they will have to be accountable to the law to ensure that if there is corruption, they will be investigated.
Thank you, Mr. Malviya, for joining us on the broadcast. That was BJP IT cell head, Mr. Amit Malviya, saying that the agencies are doing their job. The matter is sub judice and these protests do not mean anything legally. My colleague Akash Sharma continues to track the story from the Herald House. Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, is also with us on the broadcast. Let me quickly try and check if Akash is with us on the show. But those are the visuals that you can see on your screen. Those are the Mahila Congress workers who are staging a protest, a dharna. There is heavy sloganeering which is happening. The police is trying to maintain calm and peace and order on the ground. Of course, this is ITO, one of the busiest centers of the city. Some reactions from the ground.
जब कुछ नहीं मिला तो चुपचाप मोदी जी ने ईडी को यहाँ भेजे। ईडी को कोई काम नहीं है क्या? हेरल्ड एक न्यूज़ पेपर है, पहले उसके बारे में पढ़ लो, जान लो। अगर इतना ही उनको है तो आप ये जो कर रहे हो, जो आपकी अपनी सिटी में हो रहा है, उसको आप देखते हो? आपकी गुजरात में लोग मर रहे हैं शराब पी के, आपने तो कह दिया ड्राई सिटी है।
We'll try and cut across to some more reactions. But before that, Mr. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress Party is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sapra, thank you so much for speaking to us. A few minutes ago, we had Amit Malviya from the BJP, and he said that the matter is under investigation. What is the point of these protests? It's a matter which is sub judice, investigation is going on, and you should submit to the might of the law.
See, even if the matter is sub judice, the Constitution of India allows the democratic right to every individual or to the political party. They have right to protest. They have right to raise the voice. So I feel this right cannot be subverted by anybody, including Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. And the way they are every day, they are trying to pressurize only the leaders from the opposition parties. This shows that there is a modus operandi that since last 8 years, ED has not raided a single leader from the ruling party, whereas all the opposition party leaders have been raided. And this is just a process of character assassination of the opposition leaders, character assassination of Congress party and its leaders. This is how the Modi's New India's politics will work. This is the example which Modi government is giving.
Mr. Sapra, it's only fair that I ask you this question because we had this argument coming in from the BJP that there's a thinking within the Congress party that the first family or the Gandhis are above the law. And each time, even if there is a questioning, a round of questioning or any kind of investigation that proceeds forward, we see a reaction coming in from the entire Congress party. Please respond to that.
See, we don't consider this. The allegation of BJP is totally irrelevant. The issue is that this National Herald case is not a new case. This is a case which is going on since last 10 years. It was closed by ED in 2015, and then again ED officers were changed and the case was reopened. When in 10 years the ED could not find any evidence, they could not file a FIR
or maybe there is nothing substantiate which they have got into this since last 10 years, then what is going on? This is just pressurizing the opposition parties, just maligning the image of Congress leaders, just maligning the image of Congress party. This is coming out very clear nowadays.
Mr. Sapra, we'll continue tracking the story. We'll continue talking about this. The protests happening outside the Herald House in the national capital after the Enforcement Directorate clearly is into action, questioning, multiple rounds of questioning for the Gandhi family, including Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, and now this raid at the Herald House and the protests by the Congress workers. This and much more on the other side of a quick break.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 14-week leadership.
Stable and down. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा. अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Tambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people were on board the bus that crashed. At least 1 passenger was killed. After the accident, locals tried to pull out the passengers from the bus. 15 were injured.
Welcome back, and we continue to stay with the story coming in from the national capital, where the Congress party workers are protesting outside the Herald House, where the Enforcement Directorate conducted raids today. This is in connection to the National Herald case investigation, where the Gandhi family, 2 members of the Gandhi family, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, are currently under investigation for money laundering allegations. The matter is still under investigation. However, we have seen on multiple occasions, each time there's a round of questioning for the Gandhis or a raid like it was conducted today, the workers are out on the streets. Akash Sharma is with us on the broadcast. Akash, tell us what's happening outside the Herald House. I hope you can hear me, Akash. There's a lot of sloganeering and commotion, and there's a problem with the audio. We'll try and fix that for you. But those are the live visuals for you on your screen right now. We just heard from the BJP and the Congress while the BJP maintains that the matter is under investigation and no family or party is above law. The Congress party argues that in the last couple of years, opposition leaders have been targeted by the government with by the misuse of central agencies. That's what Mr. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress party argued, while the argument of the BJP is that the matter is sub judice and the law will take its own course. Pallavi, our senior editor, is with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, what kind of political point is the Congress party trying to make through these optics, through these visuals?
Going to be silence, and we are going to still carry on with our protest on 5th August. See, the Congress is now reading this entire reading of the Herald House as a scared government because they don't want the Congress party to take to the streets on 5th of August. In fact, if you look out at the social media statements of many senior Congress leaders, they are making this point that, you knew we were going to go out and protest outside the Prime Minister's house on 5th. You're going to go to Rashtrapati Bhavan also on the same day, and you got scared and you are just kind of a witch hunt against us. And we've got nothing to hide, and therefore we are open for it. Of course, we've been hearing the counter arguments from the BJP, but I think what may be possible is that on the street protests, which are planned on 5th, against price rise and unemployment, Anusha, may actually get mixed up with this defense of the Gandhis, something on which the Congress party has often been criticized.
Pallavi, please stay with us on the broadcast. Let me once again try and reach out to my colleague Akash Sharma, who's outside the Herald House where the protests are happening. Akash, if you can hear me, take us through what's happening.
Anusha, I'm unable to hear you, but here I'm showing you the visuals. There you can see Congress Karyakartas basically protesting, raising slogans against the BJP government, central government, and also the agencies, because as per them, this is vendetta politics. They are harassing their leaders and also all those who are, linked with this particular case. There you see Karyakartas from Mahila Congress as well, where they are constantly raising slogans, high naras are there, and as of now, police is basically trying to make them understand that this is not the place for your protest and you need to leave this particular place. Also, let me tell you that since morning we are seeing developments in this particular story where, we got to know that around 7 to 8 a.m. ED officers reached this particular spot. After that, they are carrying out searches in this particular premises. They are looking for some sort of documents, documents related to all those disputed transactions. Further, let me also mention that we got to know that around 11 a.m. a team of ED officials left this particular place with some sort of documents, but still there are 5 to 6 ED officers inside and are very much there in the accounts department at the 4th floor of this particular building. Further, let me also mention that this was not a planned protest. In fact, no permission was given by Delhi police. In fact, no permission was asked for. But as of now, we are seeing this particular protest outside the Herald House in the central Delhi nearby IPO, and police as of now is trying to make these people understand that you need to leave this particular place. This is a public road and you need to vacate this particular road because you are not allowed for this particular protest, Anusha.
No particular permission was taken. As Akash is pointing out, this was not a protest which was planned, or, usually you need a permission from the local thana whenever you want to stage a demonstration of this nature. And this is right in the heart of city near ITO. So clearly this can create a lot of traffic issues or some, problems for the commuters at the peak hours. Akash, once again, I'm coming back to you. Is this protest completely led by the workers, or there are other prominent faces from the party that can be seen?
Anusha, can you repeat your question?
Who are the workers on the ground? Is it completely led by the Mahila Morcha, ordinary workers of the Congress party, or you can see some big faces from the party also there?
So let me tell you that, there are many units. For example, DPCC Karyakartas are very much here. I can identify some people from Mahila Congress as well. Amrita Dhawan is very much here. And also some former MLAs of Delhi are here. So we can say that, different units of Congress party basically have organized this particular protest. And there is no such big leader under whose leadership this particular protest is being carried out. But as of now, I'm showing you the visuals where you can see Amrita Dhawan and also also some senior leaders, former MLAs as well. And also let me tell you that just a few minutes back we saw some Karyakartas from NSUI as well. So as of now, these are different units of Congress party, but and also there you can see police is basically trying to remove these Karyakartas and kind of hustle and bustle kind of situation here. You can see that these Karyakartas are not going and they are basically denying, they are continuously raising slogans, but police on the other hand is saying that you have no sort of permission for this particular place, for this particular protest, and that's why, it has been asked that you need to vacate this particular area. There you can see the face of kind of situation between the police and also the Karyakartas. There on the other side you see the Karyakartas are raising slogans, National Herald to bahana hai, maqsad Modi sarkar ki vifaltaon ko chupana hai. These are kind of messages they have come with, and as of now police is basically asking them to just vacate the area, but they are not going from this particular place, and also they are raising slogans constantly because as per them this is vendetta politics, and also central government is misusing central agencies, Anusha.
My colleague Akash Sharma reporting from the ground and telling us that the police is having a tough time to maintain the law and order situation. Shehzad Poonawalla from the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, thank you so much for speaking to us. The Congress party workers are on the ground and they're raising slogans that this is a misuse of the central agencies by the BJP. Please respond to that.
This has become an old nara of the Congress party. Bhrashtachar mera Shishtachar and Adhikar. कोई करे इंक्वायरी तो मैं कहूँ अत्याचार. The fact is that in 2013, the case was filed when UPA was in power. The court took cognizance, charged them with criminal sections. They got no relief from High Court and Supreme Court. The fact is the income tax reassessment order and the other ED attachments, all of them were challenged by the Congress and High Court, Supreme Court. They got no relief. So are they trying to say that the courts of law are also vindictive? The courts of law are hand in glove with the agencies and with the BJP? This kind of allegation making without facts or any kind of substance against agencies, against institutions, against the court of law doesn't behove of the Congress, but the Congress party is desperate to protect the corrupt. Now, all of these matters, whether it's the TMC corruption, whether it's the INC corruption, whether it's the AAP corruption, whether it is the corruption of the Sanjay Raut Uddhav ki Sena, all of them have been put forward before a court of law. The courts have not given relief to the so-called accused. So how can they blame any agency? If they are not guilty, they are saying this is vindictive and malicious. Why haven't they been able to get any relief from courts of law? This shows that they will do bhrashtachar and then they will do atyachar and durachar. And look at this, is this satyagraha or this is satyagraha of Mahatma Gandhi's principles? To come on the streets, to hold hostage the city, to beat up cops, to try and take the entire city under their control because two people are being investigated for corruption.
Shehzad, few minutes ago we had Mr. Charan Singh Sapra of the Congress party, and he made a point and he said that if this is not political witch hunt and vendetta, then how is it that in the last couple of years or ever since the government has come in power, no leaders from the ruling party have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate? Please respond to that.
That's not true. I was on another channel last night. I showed how the ED had raided a BJP leader in Surat. There were income tax raids conducted on several other leaders and their relatives and friends. So this is absolutely not true. And the point is that Charanjit Singh Thapra or Congress's fanciful imagination is not the touchstone. The touchstone is that if they feel the agencies are acting in a biased, vindictive manner, they must prove it in a court of law. In the last 8 years, have they got one finding that the court of law has said that these agencies are vindictive or a cage parrot? So, this kind of fanciful, pigmented allegation throwing doesn't serve. They must show us in black and white before a court of law that the agencies are vindictive or are selective. That they haven't been able to do. And when agencies act on court mandates, then they come and protest.
All right, Shehzad, thank you so much for speaking to us and putting your point across. Shehzad Poonawalla from the BJP argues that this is just the Congress party trying to play a victim card while trying to evade the process of law. The Congress party maintains that this is a witch hunt. Their leaders are being targeted. However, the Enforcement Directorate says that there are valid grounds to conduct a thorough probe into the money laundering charges. And as Akash was pointing out, there are some ED officers who are still present at the Herald House. This story will continue to remain our top focus, slipping into a short break.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
India's biggest ever auction of airwaves ended today with record bids. The total bid was over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio is all set to lead India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggled to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion.
Welcome back, and there's some latest news coming in. The Kremlin has warned the United States on Tuesday that an unexpected visit to Taiwan by US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi would put it on a collision course with China and provoke tensions in the region. That's the warning coming in. Joining us on the broadcast is our managing editor Zaka Jacob. Zaka, this only seems to escalate.
Clearly, as far as the rhetoric is concerned, yes, there has been heightened rhetoric both from China as well as, of course, the United States. Nancy Pelosi is right now on a flight. It has taken off from Kuala Lumpur a few hours ago, expected to land in Taipei at about 6:30. But there is no confirmation from anyone as to where that flight is headed. It could likely land in Taipei. Preparations are being made on the ground there, and Beijing has already warned that if they were to undertake this kind of a visit, it would be an open provocation against the One China policy, which all countries have adhered to, including the United States. Now Russia, I think, is just trying to use this opportunity because remember earlier this year when Putin started the war in Ukraine, there was a lot of lecturing and a lot of rhetoric that came in from NATO and from the United States in particular. So this time around, I think Russia is just using this opportunity to try and get back at the US. I don't think the situation will come to such a pass where, the Russians would get militarily involved, if at all. some kind of a flare-up, a military flare-up were to happen between China and the United States over Taiwan.
All right, Zaka, please continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We're also getting some more visuals, some more latest news coming in. This is the latest footage circulating on Chinese social media shows. The armored vehicles on the move in southern Chinese city of Xiamen as US Speaker Pelosi is reportedly heading to Taipei, as Zaka was pointing out. Zaka, once again coming to you. It looks like that at least in the political rhetoric, in the narrative, this is likely to further escalate between China and US.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this footage is while those armored personnel carriers and tanks are making their way around the beaches of Xiamen, you can see tourists there. You can see people all around, who are in their swim gear. So clearly there is some amount of mind games going on as far as China is concerned. We have seen pictures in Chinese social media, both from Xiamen as well as from Fujian. Both of these are the southern cities which are closest to the Taipei coast. In fact, from Xiamen, I think Taiwan would be less than 50 kilometers by sea. So clearly, there's a lot of mind games that's going on as far as the Chinese propaganda machine is concerned. But like I said, ultimately it has to boil down to we don't know if Pelosi is going to land there. Yeah. If she does, then will the Chinese, escalate from just these mind games and, these images of tanks and APVs, or will they actually militarily, climb the escalation ladder and physically attack Taiwan while she's there? Especially given the misadventure that Russia had with Ukraine, particularly in the first few weeks of the war, where we saw a lot of these Russian tanks and convoys getting stuck for kilometers, Russia not being able to overpower Kiev. I doubt if the Chinese would make the same mistakes that Russia has made. So I think the Chinese would be very circumspect. Yes, you will see a lot of rhetoric. You will see a lot of, heightened statements coming in from Mofa in Beijing, maybe even from Xi Jinping himself. But I highly doubt if they will actually cross that Rubicon and actually militarily engage in an operation against Taiwan. Because if they do, then the United States is treaty bound to help Taiwan defend itself. So that means supplying weapons, that means sending in their aircraft carriers, sending in fighter jets, the works. I mean, the US will have to get involved if a war were to break out between China and Taiwan in a way that it hasn't in the Ukraine war. I wouldn't even put boots on the ground far away from a plausible option if there were to be a direct confrontation between Taiwan and China.
Zaka, I just go back to the point that you were earlier making about the Chinese propaganda machine and how clearly it has become very, very active ahead of the anticipated visit of Pelosi, and how we are likely to see more of it.
Oh, absolutely, because I mean, we saw this in the Ukraine war as well. You had these sort of state-directed pictures that were coming in from state media in Russia, showing tanks of columns of tanks, showing armored personnel carriers, basically trying to convey the image that here is this big military power that's going to overwhelm a smaller one. And then you had in Ukraine, everyone from President Zelensky downwards using social media and sort of engaging in guerrilla warfare, if you will. But those mind games worked. It finally, paid off because Russia was not able to overpower a smaller country. The Ukrainians, dug in, they trenched in, and today the results are there for everyone to see. Yes, they may end up losing Donbass, but that is a rather small price to pay rather than losing the entire country, which they could have, and which is what Russia perhaps had in mind when it initially invaded. Right now, like I said, I mean, the thing about the pictures on the right is that these are, again, on social media in China. And as you know, China is famously closed to social media that the rest of the world follows or is on, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or other popular social media. So they have their own versions in Weibo and WeChat and so on. So we can't independently, there's no way anybody sitting outside of China can independently verify whether this footage is accurate. But I think it's also rather amusing that you have the tanks going on the one side of the beach, and then you have all of these hordes of tourists and Chinese citizens who are there for a holiday. And Xiamen is a very popular holiday destination for Chinese nationals.
It is amusing. Zaka, please stay with us on the broadcast. There's some more news coming in. And China has suspended imports from 35 Taiwanese exporters of biscuits, pastries since Monday. And this is a warning of sort ahead of Pelosi's potential visit to Taiwan. Zaka continues to be with us on the broadcast. Zaka, from that propaganda, images, videos floating on social media to this economic ramification of sorts that China is perhaps warning about, what do you say of this?
Well, as far as I know, many of these items are, smaller consumer goods like biscuits and chips and noodles, stuff that isn't really, it's not high end as far as, the value chain is concerned. I would start taking these moves seriously if China, for example, bans the export of semiconductors from Taiwan. If China were to say, we're not going to import semiconductors from Taiwan, I think that would be a serious escalatory move from China. That would signal that it's absolutely dead serious about what it sees or it perceives as a flagrant violation by the United States of the One China policy. But stopping short of that, these 35 exporters, like I said, these are much smaller items, food items, packaged food, biscuits, noodles, etc., which I don't think hurts the Taiwanese that much. If the Chinese are really serious, I think you would want to see the real high-value export chain, as it were, getting affected, and that I don't think we haven't got to that bridge just yet.
Zaka, I also want your analysis and perspective with this entire situation vis-a-vis India. India is closely watching what's happening in Taiwan ahead of Pelosi's visit. Tell us about how this entire situation affects India and how are we likely to be impacted?
Look, so India does not have any formal diplomatic ties with Taipei. We, just like the United States, also recognize One China policy, which means Tibet is part of China and Xinjiang is part of China. Even though there are obvious problems in these provinces, and there are people who believe that they want autonomy in those provinces. As far as Taiwan is concerned, like I said, we've never had formal diplomatic ties with Taipei.
Yes.
But every once in a while, India does send political representatives. I remember when Tsai Ing-wen, who's the current Taiwanese Prime Minister, got elected a few years ago, there was a representative who was sent by the BJP for her swearing-in ceremony. So such informal contacts do happen. And of course, India imports, again, whether it is smartphones, whether it is semiconductors for vehicles. A lot of cars use semiconductors and chips these days. In fact, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC, is the largest in the world. I think there was one report which said that almost 90% of all the semiconductors in the world are manufactured by this one company.
Yes.
So I really, like I said, you're going to see a lot of rhetoric from China. You're going to see a lot of heightened statements from them. But in terms of physical action, if they will actually cross that line and physically attack Taiwan for what it sees as a flagrant violation, I don't think we've got to that pass just yet.
Thank you, Zaka, for getting us all that perspective and details on those developments coming in from Taiwan and China vis-a-vis the visit of Nancy Pelosi. That story and much more on our website, news18.com. With that, it's a wrap. Thank you for watching.
Said it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi were to visit Taiwan. Last week, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation in which the Chinese president warned the US against playing with fire over the Taiwan issue. The race to succeed Boris Johnson as the UK's Prime Minister is heating up. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak, who's currently trailing to Liz Truss, said that he's committed to reducing personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Sunak described this as the largest cut to income tax in 3 decades in England. After England's Lionesses defeated Germany 2-1 to lift the women's Euro title, the jubilant players gate-crashed their coach's post-match press conference and sang "It's Coming Home." Lucy Bronze led the England stars around the press conference room, and then goalkeeper Mary Earps leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा। अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Tambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
A speeding double-decker bus crashed into the road divider and then overturned. The bus crashed into a police checkpost on the side of the road. The impact was so strong that the checkpost was completely demolished. 65 people.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and we begin with the big development that's happened over the weekend, and it's come to the fore or has been disclosed this Tuesday morning. A big blow that's been delivered to the global terror infrastructure with the death or the neutralizing of one of the world's most wanted terrorists, the leader of the Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, the number 2 after Osama bin Laden, who has now been killed in Kabul. The United States making the announcement, and it was led by President Joe Biden, who said that an authorized precision-tailored airstrike to target Zawahiri. This, they have revealed, he was hiding in a safe house located in downtown Kabul. 2 Hellfire missiles were used in this operation that killed bin Laden's successor. Ayman al-Zawahiri, a key architect involved in multiple attacks in the United States. He's of Egyptian origin and was a surgeon by profession before he became the dreaded and most wanted terrorist across the world. He's deeply involved in the planning of the September 11 attacks in 2001. Reactions coming in from across the world, with Canada, Saudi Arabia, all calling it a victory against terror. Inputs also suggesting that the origin of the drone was one of the Middle Eastern countries which are actually friendly to Afghanistan, and there was also use of the Pakistani airspace. Now reports coming in that say that Saif al-Adil may be his successor. But there is a different line of facts coming in from the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. Just 15 hours before the strike that took down Ayman al-Zawahiri, CNN News 18 spoke with the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Sargana or the head of the Haqqani Network, a wanted terrorist himself, someone who's got a bounty announced by the US on his head, but is currently the Home Minister or Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Sirajuddin Haqqani not only said that his government is fighting terror groups in his country, but he said that there is no presence of Al-Qaeda in his country. He actually went on to say that the Al-Qaeda is defunct, incapable of doing any harm, and is as good as dead. That's what he said. Listen in. Would you like to clarify your position and where you as Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan stand? And this is for the Indian audience.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I thank your country, your countrymen, your channel and the employees of your channel for the interview, and I welcome you here. I extend my gratitude and respect. I, at the beginning of this interview, wish to clear all doubts and suspicions that are prevailing in India and world at large. That Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan has come into existence with support of Pakistan. I wish to draw your attention that the last 20 years in Afghanistan was a period of annexation, aggression and ulterior motives of the imperial forces to occupy the land of Afghanistan. Whatever they wish to call it, it was for an occupation. Our holy jihad to free our country from the imperialistic power is our legitimate right. We strive to establish diplomatic relations with India, our neighboring countries in the region and the world at large. Our freedom, our sovereignty and self-respect is our legitimate right.
But Mr. Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Indian security establishment, the people at large have several concerns, largely about terror outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Afghanistan and the threat posed by them to Indian interests. Do you agree?
Afghanistan was at war with the external forces since 40 years, and the last 20 years we have been fighting the world for our legitimate right. Our soil is not meant for foreigners, but it belongs to the people of Afghanistan. And we have assured to the neighboring regional countries and to the world that the soil of Afghanistan will be used against any of the countries of the world.
But Mr. Haqqani, our security establishment, our intelligence agencies have confirmed locations, specific locations with latitude, longitude, coordinates of Jaish and Lashkar camps operating out of Afghanistan soil. You are in charge of security in Afghanistan. You are the Interior Minister. So let me ask you this. If at any stage, if the Indian government gives you specific coordinates and locations of these camps, will you be able to act and operate together with the Indian agencies?
Their fears do not have any base. We wish to have cordial relations with India, and such fears seem to be misplaced and undesirable.
What guarantee of security would you provide to Indian diplomatic institutions, projects and businessmen in Afghanistan at this stage when they want to operate normally?
I have already mentioned previously that such fears are baseless, and we have established peace in the country and ensured that everyone in Afghanistan is safe and secure. We have ensured that the business establishments, national institutions and foreign investments are safe and secure. We have security forces in place to provide security to these establishments, including all the diplomatic institutions. There is no credible fear for the projects, investments. The Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan will prepare ground for their operations without any fear. We firmly assure you.
Mr. Haqqani, another area of concern and a growing concern is the threat of Daesh Khorasan and also very, very critical inputs, confirmed inputs regarding the network of Al-Qaeda affiliates operating out of Afghanistan. What is your take on this?
As we have promised to the world, also the Islamic world is in arms against the ISIS. To control and throw it out, many steps have been taken. With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit. Some Western forces which are trying to destabilize the country are being taken care of by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to control and contain these forces.
You say that the Al-Qaeda are not a threat and there is a concerted effort to also quash the Daesh. But what steps are you taking as Interior Affairs Minister and also Taliban to stop Afghanistan from becoming a global terror hub again? Because that's the biggest concern.
We have repeatedly said that the Treaty of Doha, which was signed, will be implemented in letter and spirit. And our message to the world is that no such terror outfit will make Afghanistan its center of terror operation. Our security agencies are competent to prevent and to nip such attempts in the bud, and we are firmly united against such forces.
Mr. Haqqani, you are seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban establishment. You belong more to Pakistan than the Taliban. That's what people say. How do you describe your equations with Iran and Pakistan?
It is the need of the hour that the promises be made to the world, neighbors in the region. In pursuit of these goals, we are striving hard to have friendly and cordial relations with the neighboring countries.
Surprise, surprise, bundle of contradictions, or is it just coincidence that when Sirajuddin Haqqani says that Al-Qaeda is as good as dead, and 15 hours later Ayman al-Zawahiri is dead? But it's all happening in Kabul. So let's try and look at some of the coincidences and contradictions, and you can decide what would you say. This is what Sirajuddin Haqqani says: there is no presence of Al-Qaeda, but Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in Kabul. The other aspect that stands out, Afghanistan is not a terror haven. Al-Qaeda chief is in the heart of Kabul. What else do you want? Seen as Pakistan's man in the Taliban, but the drone that killed Zawahiri flew over Pakistan. Then, no Pak-Taliban tango is what he's saying. But Osama in Abbottabad, Zawahiri in Kabul, how can there not be a tango? How can there not be a connection? That's the aspect. Now we've got more news coming through. The house, that particular house, this place where the strike happened, the balcony which Ayman al-Zawahiri loved to sit, and that's where he was targeted. Now, US media says that this actually belongs, and the story is there on news18.com. This house actually belongs to one of Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aides. So the interior minister of Afghanistan sitting there and saying there is no Al-Qaeda, his close aides residence was the place where that was sheltering Ayman al-Zawahiri and his entire family. He's a grandfather, so his grandchildren are there, his children are there, they're all living in that house. This is the heart of Kabul. So this is what we are given to understand. So should we take all of what the Taliban say with a pinch of salt? At our own peril, should we trust the Taliban? Or is there much more to it than meets the eye? Let's ask the experts who've been watching these developments very, very closely and who are already also quite intrigued by a string of developments, not just in Afghanistan, but also in Pakistan. Sushant Sareen, I've seen your tweet about a corps commander in Pakistan, about the election commission's ruling as far as Imran Khan is concerned. Zawahiri neutralized, Sirajuddin Haqqani saying that we want to work with India. Dr. Tara Karta is also here. She's a former director, National Security Council Secretariat. Namaste. Always a pleasure speaking with the two of you. So, Sushant Sareen, how would you see? 15 ghante baad, he says, koi Al-Qaeda nahi hai, and 15 ghante baad Zawahiri is neutralized in a house which belongs to one of Sirajuddin Haqqani's closest aides.
So, Anand, it's very clear that the Taliban, or at least the Haqqani network, have learned well at the feet of their masters in Pakistan. Isn't this exactly the kind of stuff you heard from the Pakistanis? Let's talk about Osama bin Laden. How many times were you told that Osama bin Laden is dead, Al-Qaeda has been wiped out, etc., etc.? And we know it is inconceivable that where Ayman al-Zawahiri was living, that the Taliban didn't know about his whereabouts. When it was very open that, and they were living very openly. It's like saying that if I was to draw a parallel with Delhi, somebody is living in Malcha Marg or Golf Links, and the government of India does not know who's living out there. It's inconceivable. Okay. And the fact that the man is found from the residence of a close aide of Sirajuddin Haqqani, number one. Number two, there are unconfirmed, and I repeat, unconfirmed reports or rumors, whatever you want to call them, that there are close relatives of Sirajuddin Haqqani who were in that apartment when it was bombed. So for these guys to, it's the typical dissemble and deception which the Pakistanis use, that you give us the coordinates and we will make sure that those threats are snuffed out. Report after report is saying that the Al-Qaeda has got strengthened after the Taliban victory. Operationally, they might not be in a position to strike outside Afghanistan, but organizationally, they have started consolidating themselves, and ideologically, their footprint is expanding. Both in the cyberspace, we are seeing the kind of propaganda aimed against India coming from Al-Qaeda handles and Al-Qaeda accounts. and it is believed that a lot of that is coming from or being generated inside Afghanistan, where these guys have the run of the place. So for Mr. Haqqani to say that, he doesn't know and all of these people are dead and gone and don't exist, is the kind of stuff we've always heard from, these kind of organizations and these kind of people. That is one part of it. The other part of it is, I think, what I would really like to focus on is the ramifications of what has happened on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because, it will have ramifications both within the Taliban rank. It will have ramifications as far as the terror infrastructure in Afghanistan is concerned. For example, if there is a sense that, the Taliban as a whole, which is unlikely, or a Taliban faction, which is more likely, has sold out Ayman al-Zawahiri, partly to get some kind of assistance back from the Americans, partly to win some brownie points and get recognition, and partly to snuff out the Al-Qaeda challenge, because the Taliban have suffered at the hands of the Al-Qaeda in 2001. They lost their emirate then. They don't want this to happen again. Now, if that was to happen, that creates serious problems within the Taliban ranks between the Al-Qaeda supporters and the Al-Qaeda haters, number one. Number two, many in the Al-Qaeda could start making a beeline for the ISK, because ideologically the ISK has been born out of the womb of the Al-Qaeda. So that is as far as Afghanistan is concerned. But in Pakistan, what happens to, which is almost a kind of a surrender document which the Pakistani army was signing with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. Will that agreement still go through? What will be the response of both the Taliban factions, especially the Haqqanis and the TTP, to the very clear evidence that the Pakistanis were part and parcel or involved in more than one ways in this operation of the Americans? After all, they gave their airspace. We know that there were a lot of chatter, a lot of talks taking place between top American officials and top Pakistani officials. And to imagine that this issue, or at least the right to use the airspace for whatever purposes the Americans wanted, the Pakistanis were not taken in the loop, at least on that much, I don't think is again acceptable to anybody. And clearly, the sense will be that the Pakistanis have sold out what has been happening in sold out al-Zawahiri simply to get out of the troubled economic waters in which they find themselves. And if that is going to be the case, the Pakistani reliability goes for a 6. Number one. Number two, I think there will be a kind of a blowback inside Pakistan for what they have done. The Pakistanis might think they can handle it. I am not so confident.
Well, just taking this forward, Dr. Tarakarta, quick comment. I've got some more inputs coming through. Let's put out those inputs and then we'll come back to this money question and this financial angle question. Now, we are given to understand, our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us this input, that Ayman al-Zawahiri's location was compromised, in the sense it was leaked. Now, top sources from within the Taliban are saying we confirmed the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, but they are also saying that the Taliban was actually negotiating with the Al-Qaeda chief that he should vacate Afghanistan. So they were negotiating, and there were multiple rounds of conversations that had happened, urging them not to orchestrate or perpetrate any big terror activity from Afghan soil. The second aspect is that the location of Ayman al-Zawahiri was leaked because by somebody who was part of these meetings. There were multiple meetings which happened with Ayman al-Zawahiri, and they were perhaps reaching a position where Ayman al-Zawahiri was going to make his way out of Afghanistan. So the Taliban, who have worked very, very closely with the Al-Qaeda in the past over the last 4 decades of whatever their strife and how they believe their struggle is, which was mainly to regain control of Afghanistan, and their version is that they wanted to free Afghanistan from foreign clutches. So they work closely with the Al-Qaeda. Here they are saying, officially they say there is no Al-Qaeda. Now we are given to understand they were negotiating with Ayman al-Zawahiri, leave Afghanistan. And this location was leaked. But Dr. Tarakarta, $7 billion nearly of the Afghan assets which have been frozen by the US, the FATF grey list for the Pakistanis where they want to emerge out of. So was this a quid pro quo for telling the US, you come do what you want, but give us our money?
No, and that is definitely viable because we also know that the Pakistan Army chief, of all people, was talking to a US official regarding the IMF loan. You know, while his finance minister is talking to the local, the US consul there, the consulate, the army chief is talking to Washington. That just shows why would an army chief want to talk about financial matters? What else was discussed? This is about somewhere about say around 22nd July this conversation takes place. Okay, so what when you trace that back, and there is also the question of a bill which is being put up in the Senate, which is calling for complete examination of what was Pakistan's actions during just before the Americans vacated Afghanistan. That is the first part. There is the second part which follow on to that. So there is immense pressure coming onto Pakistan. That is what was happening in this month in particular from the IMF, from Washington, from the Senate. So if Sirajuddin Haqqani, as you said, is more Pakistani than Afghan. So if, I mean, it is like Sushant said, it is inconceivable that he did not know that Zawahiri was there. He would know. Would he give him up in a natural situation, in a normal situation? Probably not. But the pressure would have come from somewhere else. And now you're saying somebody leaked it. Obviously. And now if you look, Anand, before he came to Kabul, this man would move locations very frequently. That is before the US vacated Pakistan. You didn't know where he was. And if you notice, his attacks against India began after the US vacated and he was repositioned in Afghanistan in safety. Then he started his videos against India, if you remember, on the hijab ban and on the Nupur Sharma incident. So there is a link there. Why is this man's suddenly his sense of safety increases after the US leaves, which is unsurprising. But after that, he turns against India. And this is a person whom someone who knew his antecedents very, very well, knew he hated the US far more than Bin Laden did. His main focus was the US. He hardly ever spoke about India. One odd time there was a mention of Kashmir. So there is a whole series of dots which have to be connected as to why this man was finally killed. He is the price which was paid for Pakistan to get what they want. I would imagine also the Afghans, but the Afghans being what they are, the Taliban as a whole, would be unlikely to give him up. It would be somebody within, like I said, who had to be persuaded to say that give this location up, and he was probably there for a short while.
Well,
during that short while,
he was at 71. Was he also past his sell-by date? And was there a fresh leadership already? So, was he expendable? So, did he suddenly become expendable? And at the price of giving up Al-Zawahiri, if they are going to get $7 billion released for Afghanistan, and Pakistan is going to emerge after the FATF grey list, why not? Meanwhile, the Al-Qaeda cadre will continue to be rerouted towards India, and his mission of unleashing all these cadre onto Indian soil, into Jammu and Kashmir, and etc. That plan continues to happen. So it's a win-win on all sides, and you have Joe Biden there trying at a time when America is facing recession and huge pressure and perhaps a loss in credibility globally on their pullout of Afghanistan, nearing the first-year anniversary. They claim, oh, after Osama, we've struck down Zawahiri also. So there are multiple aspects. Let's try and quickly look at the location of Sherpur. Why this is critical, ladies and gentlemen. Then we'll come to the India angle in terms of how much of a worry it is for India. So in Kabul, Afghanistan, Kabul, as we go right in, look at the location. This is Sherpur, Kabul. The Indian embassy is less than 5 minutes away. The Iranian embassy is 10 minutes away. The US embassy is 12 to 15 minutes away, and it's all in this radius of this area. You also have other embassies like the Canadian embassy also present in this region, and this is a highly, highly monitored and right at the heart, like they call it downtown Kabul. This is where Sherpur is. So anybody and everybody moving around this area, there will be so many people who will be watching them. And it's impossible that the Interior Minister of Afghanistan did not know that he was at this particular location. Now more news coming through on the impact on India that may be triggered by Zawahiri's death. Now this is Arnima getting us these details that one, that the death may affect the morale of the Al-Qaeda cadre in India. Secondly, the death may hamper operations of Al-Qaeda affiliates. Now there could also be a reverse effect. The reverse effect would be that there could be some serious retaliation to try and energize the cadre and stop them from shifting to Daesh Khorasan or even the IS. Then Saif al-Adel may expand field operations. Now, he is likely to be the successor. Since there is no named successor, the immediate number 2 to Zawahiri and somebody who's been monitoring the field operations is this person, Saif al-Adel. We've got a picture of his. We'll put that out also. CNN News 18 has accessed that picture. It's a dated picture, but that's who Saif al-Adel is. And they may expand field operations to counter exodus. So there may be a lot of activity to try and energize the cadre, saying it's not all over, it's not done and dusted, and it's not a dead duck yet. Close ties between Al-Qaeda and Taliban very clearly evident, and this is a worry for India. We knew what it is, but it's so strong and it's actually happening. That puts paid to the huge aspect of the trust that India is going to put, and whether or not India should really invest in engaging with the Taliban and trying to help the people of Afghanistan via Taliban. Ayman al-Zawahiri stationed in a posh Kabul neighborhood, and Taliban's safe haven may be extended to the Jaish and the Lashkar. So what's the guarantee that that's not happening? That's Saif al-Adel. A dated picture of his. He's also a most wanted terrorist, part of the most wanted terrorist list. Tensions could also emerge between the Taliban, Afghan Taliban, and the Haqqanis over these leaks to the US. That's what top intel sources are also suggesting. Arunima now joins us with more. Arunima, so Indian agencies and Indian officials watching this closely, but does this also come as a dent? Does this also perhaps suggest that the Taliban, while wanting to talk to India, was actively encouraging those who want to hurt India?
Yes, it's a very fluid situation, but one thing is definite, and that is you can't trust Taliban. What did Taliban say when it signed this agreement and that posed the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan? They said what happened with Osama bin Laden will not be repeated. The kind of patronage that Osama bin Laden received will not be given. And here we are, Ayman al-Zawahiri in the heart of a very well-protected area in Kabul. Embassy is located around it. And somebody, this is what India's strategic, sectors, this is the agency's assessment. They feel somebody obviously tipped off the United States. Where did that tip-off come from? And this could lead to suspicion between the Haqqani Network and the Taliban. If they fight on this amongst themselves, what is it that that the situation would mean for India? That is being watched very closely. Second thing they're watching closely is what happens to India-centric terror organizations like Jaish and Lashkar. The Pulwama investigation, among other things, showed how closely these organizations are linked. Jaish cadre, Lashkar cadre actually went to Taliban and Al-Qaeda camps to train in Afghanistan. So if Al-Qaeda cadre starts leaving, how does that impact us? How does it impact Jaish? How does it impact Lashkar? Third thing, most importantly, even if the cadre from Al-Qaeda moves towards ISIS, we do know that ISIS is trying to increase its footprint here in India. So what does that mean for us? So these are questions that the Indian establishment is closely looking for, answers to. But like I began by saying, that they're very clear, you can't really trust the Taliban.
Yeah, you can't trust the Taliban, you can't trust any of these terror outfits, but then what do you do? How do you take things forward, Dr. Tarakarta? What does India do?
I think I disagree slightly, because the end effect is what? Zawahiri is dead. Whether a leak or whatever it is, he's done for. Right? So in a way, you've got what you wanted, because he was turning against India. And also, the only danger is the successor. Saif al-Adel, in my view, is far more dangerous than Zawahiri. Like you correctly said, Zawahiri was 71. He was well past his prime. Saif al-Adel, in fact, many people wanted him to be the leader rather than Zawahiri, because he is a long-time Al-Qaeda man. He knows the people. He knows the ranks. He knows operations. He's a very, very dangerous man. So he has actually the potential to unify these possibly demoralized cadres, though, of course, the chatter that we are hearing is that if he's dead, 100 other Aymans will follow. So all that is there's going to be a lot of rage. And I frankly wouldn't like to be in Pakistan's shoes right now, because a lot of fingers are going to get pointed at Pakistan. But as far as we are concerned, your objective is what? Your objective is to get to the terrorists in Afghanistan. If the Taliban or parts of the Taliban are helping in that, well, that's all to the good.
But then if there are others who are actually working against Indian interests, then how do you balance this, Sushant Sareen? Because India is walking a tightrope here. We are helping them with 50,000 metric tons of wheat. We have gone back to open the consulate and we are trying to facilitate travel. We are trying to reactivate the projects. There is a certain level of engagement that is happening, because you have to try and somewhere tame the beast. But in this case, what do we do? How do we take this forward so that it doesn't spill over into our soil? It doesn't come back here and they don't try and manifest here.
So Anand, one way or another, it is going to come into our soil. I think we need to be prepared for it rather than live in Kogu land. That we will, if we deal with the Taliban, this thing is not going to come into India. So I think we should be prepared for that. Number two, I think what the government is trying to do, they are trying to feel around right now. They are trying to see whether they can do something out there with this engagement process. I don't think we are in any mood to go whole hog, open up everything, go back to what it was before August 15th, the kind of relationship. I think we are feeling around. We'll see how the water is. Accordingly, we will either upscale or downscale our engagement with them. And I think there is some merit in that particular argument. The third is, of course, is this a strategic approach or is this just a tactical approach from India's side? Now, frankly speaking, unless the Taliban were to become a reformed kind of an organization, ultra-conservative, all right, but, reformed in many ways, or at least in the ways we want them to reform, then I suppose we can learn to live with such an organization. But if they remain a radical Islamist organization, which sponsors, which provides safe havens, a sanctuary, which provides all sorts of other support to similar radical organizations in the region and across the world, then I think we have a serious problem on our hand. Because then what you are dealing with is something much more than what you would otherwise be dealing with as far as Afghanistan is concerned. And I think that is the strategic question. If the Taliban are unreformed, should we follow any kind of a policy that stabilizes them, that gives them a degree of legitimacy? And I personally believe that we should not. I believe that we should, it does not serve our interest to see such a country, such a organization consolidate in a country like Afghanistan. But I think that is the billion-dollar question as far as we are concerned. Baki, the small tactical adjustments can happen. That is par for the course. But the larger, bigger strategic question needs to be answered.
True. And then the other question is that if US can and take out Ayman al-Zawahiri, why can't we take out those who are threats to our soil?
Don't go down that road.
Don't
go down that road.
I'm not
US is US. It's a superpower.
Sir. Point is that my simple point is, in my own neighborhood, if I can't do that, then why should we allow the US to get away with something like this? If they can take down Zawahiri, why can't I take down, or why can't India take down Rauf Asghar? Why can't India take down?
That's the logic of power. You do what you can, you suffer what you must.
Well, so let's get a little more powerful. Perhaps that's what we need to do as a nation, as a collective. Sushant Sareen, Dr. Tarakarta, thank you very, very much. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, China is really flexing muscle. From cyber attacks to bomb threats to tanks on at their beaches. They're doing it all because they don't like Nancy Pelosi visiting Taipei. We'll get you the details. Stay with us.
Killed. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggled to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
In a major affront to China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is all set to visit Taiwan tomorrow. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi were to visit Taiwan. Last week, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation in which the Chinese president warned the U.S. against playing with fire over the Taiwan issue. The race to succeed Boris Johnson as the UK's Prime Minister is heating up. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak, who's currently trailing to Liz Truss, said that he's committed to reducing personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Sunak described this as the largest cut to income tax in 3 decades in England. After England's Lionesses defeated Germany 2-1 to lift the women's Euro title, the jubilant players gate-crashed their coach's post-match press conference and sang "It's Coming Home." Lucy Bronze led the England stars around the press conference room, and then goalkeeper Mary Earps leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा. अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
Well, amid intensifying warnings from China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is headed to Taipei. 4 U.S. warships, including an aircraft carrier, have been positioned in the waters east of the island on routine deployments. China, meanwhile, continues to fume and fret, and Pelosi's much speculated visit to Taiwan. Meanwhile, spokesperson of the Chinese embassy has tweeted, and he's very firmly said he is opposed to the separatist moves towards Taiwan independence and the interference by external forces. The Chinese army tanks too have been deployed along the shores or the beaches of the city of Xiamen. We got more news coming in. There is so much of saber rattling that's happening, and it's really getting intense, ladies and gentlemen. Reports suggest that Taipei's Taoyuan airport has actually received 3 bomb threats that are believed to be about disrupting Nancy Pelosi's arrival or landing at the way. That's what's happening. There are also reports coming in of cyber attacks that have been mounted. and the fact that the Taiwan security forces are in a stage of combat stage 2. More news on this we will try and keep putting out, but it's saber rattling at another level, ladies and gentlemen, even as China has announced that it is cancelling the import of biscuits from Taiwan. It's only biscuits. When they get to chips, that's when we'll start taking them really seriously, and semiconductors. Pathikrit Pine with us this evening, Dr. Shrikant Kondapalli also with us. Dr. Shrikant Kondapalli, is this going to go beyond saber rattling? Are two nations who are battling recession and financial troubles internally, are they going to use Taiwan to try and emerge out of this?
Well, the Chinese saber rattling is for the domestic audience within China. They are trying to raise nationalism within China. It hardly has any impact on Taiwan or the rest of the world. China has been saying that it is a violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of China. However, nobody mentioned about Taiwan as a different political being. Now the Chinese have taken away land Agil, Shimshal, Ruksam, Sakshgam in Kashmir, and they keep mentioning about sovereignty and territorial integrity, even after they have occupied the Kashmiri land and conducting the CPEC projects. Now, Nancy Pelosi's itinerary is out, and she is landing at 10:20 and staying at Grand Hyatt in Taipei City. And tomorrow at 9 o'clock, she is at Legislative Yuan meeting the chairman and the Legislative Committee of the DPP, Democratic Progressive Party. At 10 a.m., she is meeting President Tsai Ing-wen and having lunch at so-and-so hotel. And at 2 o'clock, she is visiting the Museum of Human Rights in Keimei part of the city. And at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Taipei time, she is leaving Taipei. The itinerary is out, and the Chinese are still thinking they are like an ostrich. And the Nancy Pelosi, she is, of course, the head of the US Congress, which means that the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, which indicates that the United States will supply arms to Taiwan so that there is a balance in the Taiwan Straits. And with that, the Ronald Reagan administration had sold $150 billion. And then subsequently, all other presidents and recently Trump administration and the Biden administration have sold arms to Taiwan. So nothing really has happened. So you're mentioning that the Taiwanese will not be able to buy the chips from Taipei or others. It is at the, when the Americans put up sanctions on Huawei and ZTE, Chongqing, the Huawei was not able to roll the 5G networks because the semiconductor shortages. So if the Chinese are not going to buy from Taiwan, the 5G networks will have to wait for a while in China.
Correct.
So actually there is a Chinese proverb, you lift up the stone only to throw on your toes. This is what China is doing right now.
So it's going to land on its toes. But Dr. Kondapalli, this is an important aspect. You are saying Nancy Pelosi's itinerary is confirmed. Could you just read out that itinerary once again? I just want to put it for our viewers once again, that Nancy Pelosi is not a rumor anymore. She's landing there at 10:20. That's what she said. Did you say 10:20 Taipei time, local time in Taipei?
That's right. That's right.
So,
and she's staying in Grand Hyatt Hotel in Taipei City. And they have also mentioned the Legislative Yuan visit at 9 o'clock in the morning and the meeting of the DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party, which is the ruling party. The chairman of that, the legislative chairman, she is meeting him. And then at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Nancy Pelosi is meeting President Tsai Ing-wen. And after that, there is lunch in Shibuya. And at 2 o'clock, she is visiting Keimei part of the city for the Museum of Human Rights. This is essential because Nancy Pelosi was in Tiananmen Square and she was scribbling on the flags about the support to the democracy in China. So that is quite significant that she is visiting the museum.
She's always been a China hawk, Dr. Kondapalli, and what the times that you've mentioned are all Taipei times, so -3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. So -3 hours, and that's India time. So 10:20 p.m. tonight will be around 7:20, 7:30 p.m. Our time, Indian time. So if it is 10 a.m. That he was staying in Taipei, it will be about 7 a.m. So from 7 a.m. India time tomorrow, her meetings will begin, and it's all there. The itinerary is fixed. She is landing there, and China can dance and sing and whatever, fret and fume, whatever, do whatever they want. The PLA and the CCP, but she is getting there, and she is somebody who's always been a China hawk. And if my memory serves me right, it's after a very, very long time that you have the Speaker of the US Congress actually present in Taipei and in Taiwan. It's a very, very strong statement. I'm just going to put this out also, that Taiwanese forces on the Western Islands, we've just got information, have entered a state of combat standby or stage 2 of combat readiness. So if there is a certain level of browbeating and saber rattling and optics that's coming in from the CCP and the PLA, well, the Taiwanese forces are saying, we are ready. You want to fight? We are also ready. We are also combat ready. And we are also getting into shape to spar with you, to fight with you. So this is exactly what is being looking like. Pathikrit Pine with us. Pathikrit Pine, is this purely going to be saber rattling, or are we going to see much more?
Well, Anand, we have to understand what's going on in the mind of Xi Jinping, who is under tremendous domestic pressure because of its zero COVID policy, which has failed. There are economic challenges going on. People are fed up because of unemployment. There's a rising mortgage crisis. So out of this, if he doesn't do anything, this will be a complete loss of face. So frankly speaking, if they do huge saber rattling, military posturing, probably of a higher extent than what they've done in the past, the Chinese people can say that what's the big deal? You have done 900 incursions in the last 1 year in the Taiwanese airspace. If you do another 1,000 more, how does it make a difference? So frankly speaking, it is a battle of nerves, no doubt, going on. Nancy Pelosi is not just another US official. She is, as you rightly mentioned, she's the third most powerful she holds the third most powerful seat in the whole US administration. I mean, if something happens to Biden or Kamala Harris, she'll be the next president of the United States. So frankly speaking, in the reality is that there is a possibility, and this is an apprehension that the Taiwanese also have, that China might go for the Crimea model that the Russians took. The Crimea model being that Crimea was a Ukraine-administered region which had a pro-Russian population. One of those places in the Taiwan, archipelago, if you call it, is the Kinmen Island. That is geographically more proximate to China. It is under the administrative control of Taiwan, but its population is predominantly pro-Chinese. So the Chinese might try to take over Kinmen Island. Even at the same time, they might not be invading the mainland Taiwan, because it will be an amphibious invasion of Taiwan. It will be a very suicidal mission for China. So they don't want to do that, but they'll do something more. And this is the fear that even the Taiwan's administration, the military establishment has. For United States, even though Joe Biden was very reluctant to actually support Nancy Pelosi initially because Pentagon was apprehensive, but now today, as things stand, it's US has no other option but to go stand firmly behind Nancy Pelosi, because if she had not gone to Taiwan, China would have told Taiwan that, oh, look at your best friend, they have just ran away because we said that you don't play with fire. And if she goes and China just do military posturing with them, which the Chinese have seen so many times, then the Xi Jinping, who is looking for a third term, it will be very difficult for him to actually justify. So it's a catch-22 position for Xi Jinping. Damned if it does, damned if it doesn't. But the biggest concern, Anand, for many countries is that it would already have a major impact on global supply chain if sanctions come in. Inflation might rise. oil price, which is already high,
so
might
it will
even
be
go
two
up
nations
because
who
of
are
fear.
having a go at each other, and the rest of the world will actually suffer. That's what Patrick Pine is saying. But Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan is the first by a sitting speaker since Newt Gingrich visited in 1997. That's what research is telling us. And more importantly, I just wanted to also say that 30 years ago, she had held up the flag at Tiananmen Square, and she had talked about pro-democracy, and she had stood up for human rights, and she's always been a China hawk. Two quick updates. We've got to take a break, but two quick updates. Flight Spar 19 just changed course and is heading north in the direction of the Taiwan island. So that's the Nancy Pelosi's flight that's changed course, and it's heading in the direction of Taiwan Island. There are people who on social media are continuously tracking the flight itself. Agencies are monitoring it, and it's all across social media. And quickly, now this question that everybody is asking, could war erupt over Taiwan? Well, China hasn't ruled out using force to achieve Taiwan's reunification, but Xi Jinping has emphasized unification with Taiwan as essential for the Chinese dream. Taiwan has been seen as a major catalyst for China's military modernization. Russia's invasion of Ukraine may actually embolden China, and that Crimea model was spoken about. United States hasn't ruled out defending Taiwan if China attacks. Taiwan does not have defense capabilities without external support. So these are all factors. But can Xi Jinping afford a war, and can he actually go to head to head with the US? That's the bigger question, because the world will turn against China. That's what will happen, and we are all going to suffer. We'll talk about this in greater detail across the network and here through the course of this evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the moment, taking a very short break.
Owners of a bar in Goa, and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. It has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
In a major affront to China, U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is all set to visit Taiwan. Tomorrow, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said it would be a gross interference in China's internal affairs if Pelosi were to visit Taiwan. Last week, Joe Biden and Xi Jinping had a 2-hour phone conversation in which the Chinese president warned the U.S. against playing with fire over the Taiwan issue. The race to succeed Boris Johnson as the UK's Prime Minister is heating up. Former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak, who's currently trailing to Liz Truss, said that he's committed to reducing personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Sunak described this as the largest cut to income tax in 3 decades in England. After England's Lionesses defeated Germany 2-1 to lift the women's Euro title, the jubilant players gate-crashed their coach's post-match press conference and sang "It's Coming Home." Lucy Bronze led the England Stars around the press conference room, and then goalkeeper Mary Earps leapt up on the press conference table and danced. Eight people, mostly patients, were killed in a massive fire that happened at a private hospital in Jabalpur.
Huge plumes of smoke billowed above New Life Multi-Speciality Hospital in Jabalpur as the fire raged inside. Five patients and 3 hospital staff were killed in the fire, and more than a dozen people were injured. According to the initial investigation, the fire was caused by a short circuit.
शॉर्ट सर्किट ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर होने की वजह से बताया गया है स्टाफ के द्वारा. अभी और विवेचना हमारे द्वारा की जा रही है.
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased.
Salman Khan has been issued an arms license for self-protection. The actor had recently met Mumbai Police Commissioner over this matter. Salman and his father Salim Khan had received a death threat note just days after Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala was shot dead again from the same Lawrence Bishnoi gang. With the hashtag boycott Lal Singh Chaddha trending on Twitter just days before the movie is set to release, lead actor and co-producer Amir Khan has put out his first reaction. He has said that there are many in India who genuinely believe that he doesn't like the country, and that is completely untrue. Amir Khan has also said that he loves India. He has requested moviegoers to give his film a fair chance. India continues its dream run in the Commonwealth Games, winning the 6th medal. 20-year-old Achinta Shioli smashed the Games record by lifting a total of 313 kilograms to win the gold medal in the men's 73 kilograms category. So far, India has bagged 3 gold medals, 2 silvers and a bronze. Amid the 44th Chess Olympiad, chess fever has taken Chennai to new depths. A team of 6 scuba divers decided to play chess underwater in this now viral video. The team used specially designed heavy coins as chess pieces. The game, which took place 60 feet under the sea, also features the Chess Olympiad's mascot, Thambi. A horrific bus accident in Rishikesh was caught on camera.
Back on the nation at 5, and China, especially the CCP and the PLA, are clearly upping the ante. They are using all the power and all the resources at their disposal to try and browbeat Taiwan. Taiwan's presidential office has received an overseas cyber attack, and this has happened today. And at one point, the office website was actually malfunctioning. A source has briefed on the matter, and of course, this has also been confirmed by the Office of the President. Also, several Taiwanese government websites appear to be down ahead of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's expected visit. So clearly, China trying to push, browbeat, and try and saber rattle to the level that they can. Beyond that point, not wanting to escalate. US also absolutely not bowing down to this entire pressure that's being mounted by the CCP and Xi Jinping's team. Clearly, Nancy Pelosi's itinerary is fixed. She is going to land there. CCP is also trying to say that there will be hard cost on Taiwan, where they said that we are going to stop the import of biscuits from you. But till the time it moves to semiconductors and chips, and till the time it really goes to that level, then the escalation is perhaps far more working to see whether China can work and try and deter this visit. So far, we are given to understand that the flight is on course to land at around 7:20 or 7:30 p.m. India time, which will be late evening around 10:20 p.m. in Taipei. And thereafter, it's a slew of visits at a full-packed day that Nancy Pelosi has over in Taiwan. This also perhaps is an issue for Xi Jinping to try and deal with the issue internally as to how is he going to be able to try and uphold the entire One China principle. That is a critical aspect, ladies and gentlemen, as we stay with these developments in Taiwan and look at how US is going to respond to this browbeating. And more importantly, 4 warships have been positioned there. We are also given to understand that the CCP has posts on the shorelines of Xiamen, the other side of the island of the Chinese mainland. They have actually parked tanks there Arunima now joining us with more. Arunima, is India watching these developments very closely? And what is the Indian position going to be? Russia has reacted, but is India going to react?
I mean, see, India is taking because of it's Taiwan, because of the China angle. Perhaps India is being cautious. Already, there's a lot of tension because of in this entire region because of Nancy Pelosi's speculated visit. So I think India is taking it steady, taking it slow. At this point, we have not even heard anything from the Ministry of External Affairs officially, and we are waiting for our sources also to tell us, a bit about what really has happened there. But what we can confirm is that there has been a cyber attack, and this is what is being said by way of reports that and Taiwan's presidential office is also now confirming that around 17:15 local time, which is 5:15, the presidential office's website was hit by an overseas DDoS attack. Now, DDoS is distributed denial of service attack. Essentially, you can't access the website. All access to the website is stopped. So that is what has happened. We are waiting for some kind of a reaction from South Bloc or from the agency.
Well, that's what. So at 17:15 local time, the presidential office was hit by a DDoS attack. That's the confirmation that's come from the Taiwanese presidential office. There is also propaganda. Now we have a statement that's been said, Washington brings destabilization to the world. Not a single conflict has been settled over the past decades, yet many people have been provoked. This is what Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova has said while commenting on a potential trip to Taiwan by Nancy Pelosi. So TASS is reporting. So Russia is coming out and saying that a conflict or a confrontation between US and China over Taiwan is going to be very, very unhealthy. China believes that it will try and browbeat to the extent possible. US is saying we are not going to blink. Thank you for watching. We're going to wind up this edition of The Nation at 5 on that note. Zaka follows with Viewpoint. Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. We're starting off with some breaking news coming through as far as Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan is concerned. Her flight is en route to Taipei, and we're given to understand that she will land there later tonight, but tensions are already running high between Taipei and Beijing. As the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi is headed to Taipei, she's expected to touch down in the next hour or hour and a half. Several Taiwanese government websites, including the president's official website, was reported down just a few hours ago. The Taipei airport has received as many as 3 bomb threats within the last 24 hours. Clearly, things are ratcheting up. Certainly, the rhetoric has been ratcheted up by Beijing ahead of Nancy Pelosi's visit. She's expected to be there for exactly 24 hours, meet with the President Tsai Ing-wen, as well as go to the Museum of Democracy in Taipei. Clearly, this Asia trip of hers was planned many months ago. She had COVID in April and then had to postpone it. But the fact that she's going to Taipei, and not the first time that a U.S. speaker has gone to Taiwan, Newt Gingrich had gone back in the 1990s, so this is the first time a U.S. House of Representatives speaker is going to Taipei in 25 years. And Nancy Pelosi, all her life, all her political career, has been a China hawk, as it were. So clearly the Chinese have taken grave offense. The level of rhetoric has clearly gone up, but is that going to be matched by commensurate military action of any kind? So far, we're seeing some videos on social media, and CNN News 18 is not in a position to independently verify those, but some videos on social media seeming to suggest that small tanks and armored personnel carriers are being moved in Fujian as well as in Xiamen. These are the two southern cities that are closest to the coast of Taipei. And clearly, the Chinese wanting to send out a message. The first image that we got was from Fujian. The second one, the one at the beach, was from Xiamen, which of course is a popular tourist resort for Chinese nationals and also indeed for foreign citizens. Let me now go across to our guests who will be joining us. First, I want to go across to James M. Dorsey, who is a senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at the Nanyang Technological University. We'll also be joined by Michael Kugelman, South Asia expert at the Wilson Center. We're also joined by David Lyon. He's the author of The Long War and senior journalist, and Rakesh Sood is former Indian diplomat. Welcome to the program, gentlemen. I'm sorry we were discussing Zawahiri. That was what the program was supposed to be. But because of these dramatic events that have happened in the last hour or so, just want to get a word from each of you on what's happening vis-a-vis Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei. Let me start with Ambassador Rakesh Sood. Ambassador, do you reckon that, and this is the layman question on top of everyone's mind, will she land there? And if she does, will this lead to some kind of military confrontation between China and Taiwan?
I think it would lead to heightened tension, certainly. I think she's traveling in a military aircraft. I'm sure she will land there. It is quite possible that the Chinese may try some kind of cyber offensive measures, but they would be geared more towards Taiwan than anything else. However, in the long run, I think what it will do is it will reinforce the China-Russia sort of, their maybe alliance is too strong a word, but that particular link, because I think we see that there is now this growing pressure on both countries, which pushes them together, as it were. Mm-hmm. We also saw just a little while ago that in 2022, President Putin, who's otherwise not been traveling, has made just two trips. One was to China, of course, in February, and the second one was to Iran last month.
Correct.
Again, so you see the coming together. You also see the growing relationship between China and Iran. We know that Iran has probably agreed to supply drones to Russia, which it needs for its offensive in Ukraine. So we are seeing, I would say, a kind of an emergence of an anti-West axis, which is taking shape.
Okay. All right, let me go across to James M. Dorsey. I'm also going to ask my producers to try and see if we can route some of the live pictures, either the pictures that we're getting from the Taipei airport or flight radar, flight tracking data, which we can route onto our big screen here and see where this particular flight, it's a Spar 19, a military aircraft that's taken off from Singapore a couple of hours ago. It's a 4.5-hour flight between Singapore and Taipei, and she should be there, according to Flight Radar 24, by 7:30 India time. But in the meanwhile, let me go across to James M. Dorsey. What was the compelling or particular need for Nancy Pelosi to visit Taiwan at this given point of time, especially when, just a couple of weeks ago, you had the U.S. president say that the Pentagon doesn't think that at this time it's such a good idea. So what's changed?
Well, first of all, I think it's important that Joe Biden said the military doesn't think it's a good idea. Correct. He did not say that he thinks it's not a good idea. He hasn't pronounced himself on that. I think there's one, of course, this is a trip that was long planned. Having said that, Nancy Pelosi was indeed always a hawk on China. She may be looking at her last several months as Speaker of the of the House, depending on what the outcome is of the U.S. midterm elections. But I think that we need to see things in perspective. This is probably ultimately going to be a storm in a teacup with very high tensions. Sure, the Chinese are going to pressure the Taiwanese in various forms, but ultimately, fact of the matter is that, one, when we're talking about a military aircraft, it's a United States Air Force Boeing passenger jet. It's not a military fighter aircraft. Second of all, the Chinese military movements were going to occur anyways. August 1 was the anniversary of the founding of the People's Liberation Army, and there always are a certain degree of of troop and military equipment movements around that period. Second of all, neither the Chinese nor the Americans want a military confrontation, nor do they want a real escalation that would endanger the status quo at this point. The last point I'd like to make, which I heard your correspondent, I think in the earlier show, mention semiconductors. Both Taiwan, the TSMC produces 80% of the most advanced semiconductors. Both China and the United States cannot afford for that production to be disrupted.
All right, just give me a moment. I want to show the flight tracker data here on our big screen. You can see it's a SPAR 19. It's a Boeing jet. It's not a full-fledged military aircraft. Of course, it belongs to the U.S. Air Force. You can see how it took off from Singapore. You can see a whole bunch of flights there over Changi. It took off at around 4 o'clock India time and then headed first eastwards, and then when it was above northern Sulawesi, and then it made a sharp turn up north. So right now, it's flying above the Mindanao province, the southernmost province of the Philippines, over Davao City, and then thereafter, it will fly in a northwest direction over Philippines, over Manila, and then eventually up into the Taipei Straits and eventually into Taiwan, where she's expected to land at exactly an hour and a half from now. So this is the route that this particular flight has taken. Let me go across to Michael Kugelman. Again, the question that's being asked is, we already have one war that is happening right now, in case people have forgotten, Russia and Ukraine, and we're no closer to getting any kind of result one way or the other in that war. Can the world afford another one?
Well, the answer is obviously no. No one wants another war, neither the Americans or the Chinese or really anyone. But, you know, I think that for Pelosi, the motivations for this visit are multiple. I mean, one could be to really see it through the lens of democracy. The idea that, you know, what Pelosi would want to try to do is to show support for democracy by going to Taiwan. Also, you know, I think that there's a desire simply to underscore that the U.S. Or that Washington would be serious about an obligation to provide support to Taiwan if there were to be some type of conflict. But indeed, it is a very risky gambit at this point in time. I think that, especially given that there had been some signs of a possible détente between the U.S. and China, in that President Biden not too long ago spoke with President Xi. Clearly, this visit is going to squander any of progress that might have been made there. And, you know, obviously, whenever you have a scenario like this, there's always the risk, when things are very tense, the risk for some type of miscalculation or a comment that's stated in a mistimed way that could raise the risk of escalation, and no one has an interest in that. But, you know, final point, I'll follow the lead of James Dorsey in offering a bit more proper perspective. I mean, certainly China, the PRC will view this as a provocation, unfortunately. You know, this is the House Speaker. You know, this is not the Secretary of State. This is not the Secretary of Defense. So in that sense, the fact that Pelosi is making this trip as opposed to a Blinken or an Austin will not, or at least should not, be taken as much of a provocation by Beijing. But indeed, a very risky gambit at a very tense moment, and indeed also at a time when no one can afford another flashpoint, much less another conflict.
All right, give me a moment, Michael. Again, I want to open this up on our big wall. The pictures that you're seeing on your right, these are live shots from the Taipei airport. And what they've done is, this is the Songshan Airport in Taipei. They have projected a giant hologram, I'm given to understand, onto a neighboring building, a skyscraper right next to the airport, with the words, "Welcome to Taipei." This is a live shot of the Songshan Airport in Taipei, coming to you live from there. And you can see this giant signage that's been projected onto a nearby building, a skyscraper, with the words, "Welcome to Taiwan." Now, clearly, there's something that the Taiwanese authorities know about this particular flight of Nancy Pelosi, a SPAR 19, which is right now flying over Mindanao, over Davao City, expected to land in Taipei in the next hour and a half. Clearly, the Taiwanese, too, realize that the world's eyes certainly are on this visit. The world's eyes are also on what Beijing's next move would be. There are, of course, these mind games that have already started. You're seeing those pictures of the tanks out in Fujian and in Xiamen. Let me go to David Lyon and just give us a sense, a perspective, if you will. The Taiwanese also don't want to come across as increasing the rhetoric. The more you climb, you know, the escalatory ladder of war rhetoric or war-like rhetoric, the more difficult it becomes to climb down.
No, you're right on Taiwan's side, but this does feel extraordinary overreaction on China's part, threatening military retaliation to a visit by a congresswoman. But I think we can also see that it shows China believing that America is much weaker in the region than previously. We've seen President Biden misspeaking a couple of times over Taiwan, needing corrections from his office, from the State Department, to get back to that policy of ambiguity if there were military action in Taiwan. But this all goes back to the withdrawal from Afghanistan last year, what we were going to be talking about in this program. And Afghanistan still very much, I think, in the headlines today because of the death of al-Zawahiri, but showing America's weakness in the region, the abandonment, betrayal of Afghanistan a year ago, and the sense that Russia certainly moved into Ukraine, possibly believing, misbelieving, mistaking really American intervention plans, American reaction to that. And I think you're also seeing potentially China pushing harder than they might do because they believe America under this administration to be weaker than it was.
It's quite an irony, isn't it? Like David Lyon just mentioned, this is coming on a day when one of the most dreaded terrorists in the world, the founder of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed in a U.S. missile strike, the news of which was revealed in the early hours of this morning here in India, and of course Monday evening for the United States. But the strike itself happened on Saturday, ordered by the U.S. President. The news was broken by the U.S. President in an address to the nation from the South Lawns of the White House. Zawahiri was taken out from a safe house in a place called Sherpur, which is barely a couple of kilometers from the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, barely 3.5 kilometers from the Afghan presidential palace. And coming on a day such as this, how was the world's most dreaded terrorist, a man who was the founding member of Al-Qaeda, the man who was the intellectual brains, if you will, behind Al-Qaeda. It was his brains married with Saudi money, which Osama bin Laden brought to the table, that created this potent, deadly terrorist force which operated with impunity for a good 20 years, for much of that period from the safe havens in Afghanistan. But how was this man able to stay in such a high security part of the Afghan capital, Kabul, without either the Taliban administration there in the Islamic Emirate knowing about it or looking the other way, even if they had information? And more importantly, their benefactors in Pakistan. After all, the building in which Ayman al-Zawahiri was staying was reportedly owned by a member of the Haqqani family. And as you know, the Haqqanis right now are the most powerful entity in Afghan politics. How is it that their benefactors in Pakistan did not have a clue about it either? First the story, and then I'll go to our guests.
Ayman al-Zawahiri, one of the most wanted terrorists in the world, is dead. The Al-Qaeda chief was killed in a drone strike carried out by the US in downtown Kabul. Al-Zawahiri had been in hiding for years, but a few months ago, the CIA traced him to this safe house. Al-Zawahiri was on the balcony when he was targeted with 2 Hellfire missiles early in the morning on the 31st of July. These pictures, which are purportedly of his residence, show the windows blown out on one floor, but the rest of the building appears intact. According to the US, only al-Zawahiri was killed in the strike. His family members were at home, but unharmed.
I authorized the
Addressing the nation, US President Joe Biden hoped al-Zawahiri's death will bring closure to the families of nearly 3,000 people who died on 9/11.
To the families who lost fathers and mothers, husbands, wives, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and co-workers on that searing September day, it is my hope that this decisive action will bring one more measure of closure.
It's the biggest blow to the Al-Qaeda since its founder and 9/11 mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was killed in 2011. After bin Laden was taken out in a dramatic night raid by US troops in Pakistan's Abbottabad. It was al-Zawahiri who took over the Al-Qaeda. He rebuilt its leadership in the Afghan-Pakistan border region and was the supreme leader of its branches in Iraq, Asia and Yemen. But just 15 hours before the hit on al-Zawahiri in Kabul, Taliban's Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani told CNN News 18 that the Al-Qaeda has no presence in Afghanistan.
With regard to Al-Qaeda, it has no presence in Afghanistan and is no more a threat, and the world is required not to feel threatened about the already dead outfit.
So did Ayman al-Zawahiri receive sanctuary from the Taliban following the group's takeover of Afghanistan last year?
All right, let me go back to our guests. Ambassador Rakesh Sood, for someone who had such a huge bounty on his head for 20 years, the Americans were after him, the Pakistanis supposedly were after him, and so was the former Afghan government. How is it that Ayman al-Zawahiri was able to stay out in a safe house right in the heart of Kabul, and seemingly no one had a clue about it?
Well, let me just say that, yes, the Americans were after him, but you added to that by saying that the Pakistanis were after him, or that the Taliban government and Taliban regime in Kabul was after him. I would not say that the other two are in the same category, because it's quite clear. In fact, if you saw the report by the UN Security Council Sanctions Monitoring Committee, which came out in the month of June, I mean, it said very categorically that the links between the Taliban regime and Al-Qaeda continue, and it cited the approximate number of Al-Qaeda fighters that are currently in Afghanistan. So I see absolutely, it is quite understandable that Ayman al-Zawahiri, well, it's a bit of a surprise that he was staying in Sherpur. Sherpur is really, it's a very, Sherpur is a suburb which, as the report said, is very central, downtown Kabul. It has houses, huge houses with very high walls, because a lot of Afghan political leaders, warlords have had their houses there. So they have these huge walls, and some of them even have anti-aircraft gun locations in these on the corners of these walls. So it is a fairly secretive kind of a house, in the sense that you can't make out anything from the outside. But it's about as surprising as Osama bin Laden being found in Abbottabad. I mean, under the nose. So that's how I would take it.
Michael Kugelman, vis-a-vis what this may mean for Pakistan, we know on the one hand, the US authorities have said that they did keep Pakistan in the loop, particularly for use of its airspace, as we are given to understand, when this operation was planned and when this operation was undertaken. But more importantly, the fact that the Haqqanis now are the de facto power in that country, and the Haqqanis, at least on record, have said that they had no idea that Zawahiri was living in the safe house right under their nose. What may this mean for US-Pak ties?
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of details about this operation that we don't know yet, such as whether Pakistan actually may have provided some form of assistance to the U.S., whether that entails the use of its airspace, which I certainly don't think could be ruled out, or even possibly providing some intelligence after the U.S. had discovered where he was. As I understand it, the planning for this operation lasted a number of months, about 6 months, I believe. So if there was if there was any type of Pakistani assistance, then certainly that would obviously reduce the chances that that tensions could emerge from everything that played out here. But indeed, it's quite significant that Zawahiri was in a home that was run by the Haqqanis or those connected to them. That's critical. But my sense is that Pakistan, well, it has been very quiet. Islamabad, I don't think, has issued any type of formal statement about what happened. It's got all kinds of problems at home with its economy and with political uncertainty. I think that it would prefer to stay quiet and hope that attention dies down and questions are not asked, though certainly questions will will be asked. But I would think that really it was the Taliban that one has to think of it. There's no way that Zawahiri could have been living where he was for so long without the Taliban top leadership knowing about it, and especially given the connection to the Haqqani. So this operation, I think, really was a big blow, not just to Al-Qaeda, but also to the Taliban, maybe even a bigger blow to the Taliban, because it has shattered once and for all the myth propagated by the Taliban that there are no longer links between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Also, if you had some members of the Taliban that might have provided some help to the U.S. by providing some intel, some renegade Taliban, if that was the case, that could really exacerbate what already are from some pretty significant divisions within the group. And finally, I think that the discovery of Zawahiri in Kabul shows that the Taliban violated the Doha deal with the U.S., which stipulates that the Taliban not let any threat to the U.S. be based on Afghan soil. So big blow to the Taliban for sure.
David Lyon, what does this mean for Al-Qaeda? Does the organization itself disintegrate? Do the cadre then join other terrorist organizations? Or what happens to the idea of Al-Qaeda?
No, I think we're going to see Al-Qaeda in the strong position that it's been in, with the safe haven that it's now got in Afghanistan. That UN report that Ambassador Sood mentioned talked about Al-Qaeda's propaganda arm becoming much more successful than it's been before, them even replacing Islamic State internationally. That's very important for the recruitment of young jihadi fighters. Islamic State have been carrying out a number of big attacks in Afghanistan in recent months, but Al-Qaeda, it appears, have more of a propaganda success than Islamic State in the country. And the man who's carrying that out, Abdulmajid al-Maghrebi, is one of the key likely successors. He's the current so-called general manager for Afghanistan and Pakistan for Al-Qaeda, and he is a potential successor. He's the son-in-law of Ayman al-Zawahiri. They certainly lose the intellectual coherence that they had because of al-Zawahiri's presence in the country. But it really means, and I absolutely agree with Michael Kugelman here, this is a big blow for and it shows just how hollow that American deal was with the Taliban in 2020. Just what little assurance America got from the Taliban in order to pull out from the country and abandon it, hand it over to the Taliban effectively.
No, so, James M. Dawsey, in terms of what this means for the Taliban, we know that the country's been trying to have some kind of normal relations with certainly its neighbors. They were trying very hard for a representative at the United Nations last year. I don't know if they will get one this year. Vis-a-vis India, for example, India had sort of begun the legwork to have some kind of an informal mission, if you will, there to try and have informal contacts with the Taliban. Will the discovery of Zawahiri and his taking out right in the heart of Kabul, right under the nose of the Taliban leadership, will that dent a further blow to the Taliban's attempts to try and normalize its ties with its neighbors and with big powers?
Well, I think I would agree with the other speakers that this is a tremendous blow for the Taliban. Keep in mind that no country has recognized the Taliban regime. The international community across the geopolitical divides has demanded that the Taliban demonstrate that they are able to control groups operating out of Afghanistan, improve women's rights, and basically have an inclusive government. They haven't fulfilled any of those promises. Having said that, I think it was clear from day one, the day that the Americans withdrew from Afghanistan, the Taliban took over, that they were not going to be expelling militants from Afghan soil. What is also clear is that whatever attacks have taken place from Afghan soil since then have been carried out by the Islamic State, particularly rockets being fired into Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, not by Al-Qaeda. The other point I would make is that there is some debate about what Al-Qaeda still represents. Nelly Lahoud, a researcher who went through the papers that were confiscated during the raid in which bin Laden was killed a decade ago, basically demonstrated that Al-Qaeda was no longer in control and no longer really operationally capable. Zawahiri is yes, he is the man who helped shape Al-Qaeda. He was probably one of the masterminds of 9/11, but he's been a shadow of himself in many ways since the killing of bin Laden. He's not been able to fulfill bin Laden's shoes in terms of his charisma, in terms of his personality, in terms of his personal relations. So in many ways, yes, the UN report, as my colleague said, rightfully said, reported that Al-Qaeda is much stronger in terms of its propaganda, but it's not much stronger necessarily operationally, which is not the case for the Islamic State.
All right, we'll leave it at that. James Dorsey, David Lyon, Michael Kugelman, Rakesh Sood. Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is a story that we'll be very, very closely tracking its implications for India, for Pakistan, for subcontinental ties, and of course, the whole war on terror, as it were. I want to thank all our guests. Before we go, if you can pull up the flight tracker data as well as the live footage that's coming in from the Taipei airport. This is the story that we're following through the next couple of hours, at least here on CNN News 18. This is the live flight tracker data of the flight that Nancy Pelosi, the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker, has taken. It's a SPAR 19, a Boeing jet owned by the U.S. Air Force. It has now taken a northward direction. It's flying over the Mindanao province in Philippines. It is now headed straight up to Taipei. As Pelosi heads to Taiwan, there's been confirmation now. Tensions are running high between the United States and China, and certainly between Taipei and Beijing. The Japanese media is now reporting that at least 8 U.S. fighter jets and 5 refueling planes took off from the U.S. military base in Okinawa. This is at 8 o'clock local time in Japan. That's about 5:30 here in India. Reports also saying that they may be going to provide perimeter security for Pelosi's plane. So you got all the drama building up over the Taipei Straits, over the Philippines, over the South China Sea, as this flight, the SPAR 19, makes its way to Taipei, to the Zhongshan International Airport, from where you're getting these live shots. You can see a giant projection on that big skyscraper saying, "Welcome to Taiwan, welcome to Taipei," presumably for Nancy Pelosi. But this is a huge story. It's a riveting story that we are going to be right on top of all through our prime time here on CNN News 18. Japan has now confirmed that at least 8 American fighter aircraft and 5 refueling aircraft have taken off from Okinawa. They are headed, we don't know where, but it's likely that they could be headed to provide perimeter security to Nancy Pelosi's flight, which is just about an hour away from touchdown in Taipei.
You're watching the biggest exclusive right here on CNN News 18. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. Suspense, repercussions, and a lot of conflict and drama. That really has been the reaction of the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's expected visit to Taiwan that is seen so far. She started her tour in Singapore, moved to Malaysia. This visit, an expected visit to Taiwan, has been shrouded in suspense since her official itinerary doesn't mention Taiwan, but many official reports now confirming that she indeed will be visiting Taiwan, and we're expecting that landing to take place in under an hour. On expected lines, this has resulted in China being on the offensive. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, second in line to the presidency, is making the highest level trip in 25 years by a U.S. government official to Taiwan, a self-governing island that China's Communist Party claims as a part of its territory. She wrapped up a brief stopover in Malaysia ahead of her expected arrival in Taiwan, as I said, in under 1 hour. This as China's foreign ministry has warned the United States about potentially disastrous consequences if it mishandles the situation between China and Taiwan. So why is Nancy Pelosi still going forward with this visit to Taiwan? What will be China's response, and more importantly, what will this mean for China-US relations? We will decode all of that with our guests over the next 30 minutes, but first we're getting some updates coming in. There's intense
patrolling underway at the international airport in Taipei, Taiwan, ahead of Nancy Pelosi's arrival after Taiwan media has reported that as many as 3 bomb threats were received around disrupting Pelosi's visit. Pelosi is en route to Taiwan, as I pointed out, and is expected to land in under an hour. This is the first set of visuals that we're now getting in from the airport of Taiwan. Remember, multiple disruptions have already been reported. Certain websites have also, come down as part of a cyber attack is what we're understanding, but certain bomb threats also have been reported. But that's not all. We're getting some other updates also now coming in. Taiwan's defense ministry has reinforced its combat alertness level from Tuesday morning to Thursday noon. The island's official central news agency reported on Tuesday Taiwanese forces on the western islands have entered a state of combat standby or stage 2 of combat readiness. So things are getting extremely sensitive with each passing minute. There is China warning of repercussions, and we're expecting Nancy Pelosi to in fact land in Taiwan in about 1 hour from now. So we're discussing this over the next 30 minutes. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Is USA crossing China's red line? Before we discuss the implications of what this really means for Beijing and the United States, let's first begin with who is Nancy Pelosi and what has been her position on China so far. The US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, whose rumored visit to Taiwan has infuriated China and given the White House a diplomatic headache, in fact has a long history of criticizing the Chinese government. Most famously, in 1991, 2 years after large-scale protests in Beijing were crushed by the Chinese government, she visited the square and displayed a banner honoring the deceased demonstrators. She also previously opposed China's bid to host the Olympic Games as far as back as 1993 on the basis of its alleged human rights abuses. She was in fact one of those lawmakers that unsuccessfully urged then US President George Bush to boycott China's Summer Olympics opening in 2008. Let's first listen into what Nancy Pelosi had to say about her expected visit to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Let me also now introduce our guests who are joining us this evening. We have Andrew Frere, CEO of Economics Advisory Economist, and Dr. Roger Liu, Associate Professor, Flame University. Good to have both of you on the broadcast with us. Andrew, let me begin with you first, as we wanted to divide the show into various aspects of why, one, it is crucial for Nancy Pelosi to go to Taiwan, two, what are the repercussions that we're hearing from China, and more importantly, three, how will this impact relationships between China and the United States? Let's first begin with why is it so crucial for Nancy Pelosi? As I pointed out, from unfurling the memorial banner at the square in 1989 to 2019 backing pro-democracy, anti-China protests in Hong Kong, why is this visit so crucial for Nancy Pelosi? Could you unmute yourself, please? Andrew, could you unmute yourself, please? Okay, we'll just try and fix that audio with Andrew. But Dr. Roger Liu, if I could take that same question to you, why is it the visit so crucial for Nancy Pelosi?
Well, I think the visit of Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan is so crucial now is that, well, we have to consider the timing of the dynamics between US and China in the past few years. Well, we have been seeing since 2018 the competition of the two giants in Indo-Pacific arena. That's one thing. The second thing is that Donald Trump, when he became the president of the US, he tried to, by launching the US-China trade wars, try to decouple US from China. And then Taiwan becomes a hotspot, a very important target for the two countries. And for the past few years, the US has been passing a lot of the laws supporting the relationship between Taiwan and the US. But after Joe Biden became the president, although he has been put much emphasis on promoting the Indo-Pacific strategy, but the U.S. credibility in the international politics has been questioned by a lot of its allies and its enemies as well. We can see the first example is the hasty withdrawal of the U.S. forces from Afghanistan. That's one thing. And the second thing is that a lot of more and more allies of the U.S. in the Indo-Pacific region started to question U.S. credibility to stay to stay with its credibility in this area. And Taiwan now becomes a touchstone, we can say that. So the U.S. has the challenge that first, it has to show its determination to stick to the Indo-Pacific region, but it has to be operating very careful not to unnecessarily provoke China.
Yeah,
so
because can this actually become a diplomatic headache for the United States at this point? Because reactions within the United States actually are divided, and I'll get to that in just a bit. But Roger, I also want to understand, as far as an overview is concerned, do you think at this point China will just stick to the mind games, or do you think a real invasion is also a possibility?
Well, the real invasion depends on what kind of scale that you're talking about. A total scale invasion of the main island of Taiwan is hard. It's always very difficult for China, although China has been built up militarily in the recent years. Well, because, if you want to transport a lot of, troops across the Taiwan Strait, especially during the typhoon season from July to September, that's a challenge for China. And secondly, you have to consider that, Xi Jinping is facing its power transition. The crucial period will be taking place in the 20th CCP, Chinese Communist Party's Congress in November, October.
Okay.
So before that, he has to do something. He has to have some achievements politically, domestically, and diplomatically. But he has to do that without, overthrowing everything. So now it's a time for he to be prudent. So for Xi Jinping, the best scenario is to create some kind of tension that he can reap from the benefit from it, but without ruin everything. So to take on Taiwan will be the best thing. So he is now, I think, creating some kind of controllable situation for himself to escalate the military level and the tension between China and the U.S.
That's an interesting point that you're making, and I'll get to that in just a bit. That will we actually see China escalating, or will it just restrict itself to the optics and the mind games as of now, considering the fact we've seen something very similar as far as a miscalculation by Russia when it invaded Ukraine. But as I said, China at this point is rattled, is warning the United States of dire consequences. Let's listen in.
It is not uncommon for congressional leaders to travel to Taiwan. It is very much in keeping with our policy. We shouldn't be, as a country, we shouldn't be intimidated by that rhetoric or those potential actions. This is an important trip for the speaker to be on, and we're going to do whatever we can to support her.
China has on many occasions made it clear our position on this, and we have made serious demarches to the U.S. side. We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
I believe Andrew is also now back with us. Andrew, if you could hear me this time around, essentially I was trying to first set things up to understand that we've always known the position of Nancy Pelosi vis-a-vis Beijing has been a staunch critic as far as China is concerned. Why is this visit so crucial for her?
Actually, there is no reason to believe that the visit is crucial for her. Very poor sound, sorry.
Okay, we'll just try and fix that audio with Andrew. But Roger, if I could take the other set of aspects that I want to understand from you. As I said, right now we're seeing a lot of parallel developments. There are warnings that are coming from China. We're seeing some sort of display that we are seeing of warships on one hand. But as of now, many experts feeling that this is just mind games, this is flexing of muscles or show of strength as far as Beijing is concerned. As we were discussing earlier, is there a real possibility that things could go beyond this?
Well, I think there will be some military events taking place. It's likely that China will try to test the defense capacity and capabilities, and the collaboration between U.S. and Taiwan by the following things. First, it's likely that they will be aiming the offshore islands, which is closer to China than Taiwan, and launch some kind of mini-scale military intervention or even invasion by sending their military troops over these kind of islands and stay there for several hours and withdraw. And by doing that, actually, they can test the determination of the U.S. And Taiwan to see whether they are really serious of defending these islands. Because the U.S. will then be in a difficult situation because U.S. want to defend Taiwan. But if some other smaller islands of under the Taiwanese control got attacked, or even not attacked, but it's touched upon by the Chinese forces, well, the U.S. will be facing a hard choice whether to how to respond to that. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that the Chinese will be using the business wars. For now, well, it just happened like 1 hour before. China has made an announcement that they will start to ban the importation of 3,000 Taiwanese goods. Like these are the majority of goods that Taiwan has been exporting to China.
Which also makes us wonder, Roger, at this point, that will these actions be just in terms of economic sanctions as of now? Will we actually see some sort of military action as well? But I request you to stay on with us. Now that we've established what is the kind of history that Nancy Pelosi has vis-a-vis her views on China, it is also important to understand what is the position of the United States. Even as China is warning of dire consequences, warnings within, voices within the United States are also divided at this point. On one hand, you have Antony Blinken, who's actually quoted past precedents, but that's compared to a very opposite voice that we've heard from President Joe Biden, who in fact has said the military thinks it's not a good idea. We'll just break down those details in just a bit, but I quickly first want to go across our colleague from CNN. Will Ripley, I believe, is joining us live from Taiwan. Will, we appreciate you taking our time and joining us here. Under an hour is what we are understanding for Nancy Pelosi to arrive in Taiwan. What are the details that you're picking up? What is that expected time of arrival?
So this is an interesting little, bet that we all have, a running bet. What time is she going to land? Which plane is she on? It could happen within the next hour or the next hour and a half or 2 hours. But we basically have to just look at flight tracker, flights that left Malaysia, and try to estimate when they're going to, land, and hope that that's the plane that Nancy Pelosi's on, and have a camera at the airport to see if it is indeed a military aircraft as expected. We do know that she will be arriving at some point in these later evening hours. So I would say within the next hour or two, we do expect to have Nancy Pelosi on the ground here. She'll be going basically straight to her hotel in Taipei. She'll be overnighting there, and then presumably meetings will start normal time in the morning. Will she go meet with members of parliament? Will she meet with, she certainly, I would imagine, will meet with Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen. She will, depending on how long she's going to be on the ground here, she could have a working lunch with various officials. She could meet with local businesses. TSMC, the semiconductor manufacturer, they always like to talk to U.S. lawmakers when they come, because the chip industry here in Taiwan is its single most important industry, and not just for Taiwan, but for the whole world in terms of powering all of our devices. So we actually, we really don't know any of her official itinerary, because this trip, the trip that everybody's talking about, still not listed as an official stop. But we do know it's happening, and it gets all kicking off next hour or so, 2 hours.
Absolutely. As I said when I started the show as well, there has been a lot of suspense and mystery around this expected visit. It's not part of the official itinerary as far as Nancy Pelosi is concerned. But what are the voices that you're picking up as far as Taiwan's reaction is concerned? We haven't seen an official confirmation from them either.
Yeah, and Taiwan is a government, probably the most transparent government I have ever covered. They put out press releases. They put out tweets. You know, they're and especially when it comes to issues with China, they respond very quickly. Whether it's the Ministry of Defense, you know, reporting warplanes from China crossing into this self-defense identification zone, or whether it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with some sort of a retort to something that China said. I've never seen them this quiet as they are today. And it seems to be a deliberate strategy from the presidential office on down. There must be some sort of guidance telling people to just keep a low profile. Don't do or say anything on any platform that could make Beijing blame Taipei for this trip more than they already probably will do anyway. You know, don't say anything to give China and Xi Jinping an excuse to do something really drastic here that could be really terrible. And it's not necessarily just a military type of action. But what if all of a sudden Taiwanese exports by the hundreds or thousands are banned in China? I mean, China is Taiwan's biggest export partner. Just by nature of the fact that they speak the same language, it's 100 miles of water that separate them. The economic relationship between the island and the mainland is very, very much intertwined. And so the economy could really struggle and suffer if this thing gets, if this thing escalates. And of course, if there was some sort of military, which is not expected. We're not seeing any sort of military buildup. We see propaganda. We hear harsh language. To me, that's par for the course. That's pretty boilerplate. What would make me nervous is if we start to see, more ships and other types of planes assembling, and we're not seeing anything out of the ordinary.
Well, quickly, I also want to understand, taking on from what you were saying, that as of now, the display of warships that we're seeing by China, is it just restricted to the mind games and optics, flexing of muscles, or is there a real military action that's possible as well?
We have not seen any evidence of that. There's one other news agency that was reporting, some planes and perhaps ships came close to this median line, this dividing line in the Taiwan Strait. We haven't confirmed that. They were citing sources, anonymous sources, and we have, the Defense Ministry is just not answering any questions today. So it could be true, could not be, but Chinese planes crossing over the median line or ships is nothing new, because China never agreed to that median line, and they don't respect it. They think that of course, they think that Taiwan is part of mainland China. They have a page in their passports, listing Taiwan, an island that has had its own government and military for more than 70 years, as a province of China in Chinese passports. I mean, the communist rulers never actually have governed this island or controlled it, and yet they believe that it is theirs and that it will be theirs in a more formal, capacity, one way or another, eventually. However, we don't see any evidence that that's going to kick off starting today with Nancy Pelosi's visit. But down the road, every analyst I've talked to does believe that at some point China will make a move on Taiwan. If, when, how, those are the things that the questions we're constantly asking, and so are, frankly, military intelligence in the United States and Taiwan and Japan and all the other stakeholders in this region, who would potentially be involved and drawn into some sort of a conflict across the Taiwan Strait.
Well, absolutely. Those really are the big questions that still remain. Will, we appreciate you taking our time and joining us here. Now, we quickly want to go back to what we were discussing earlier, which is the position and the voices that we've heard from the United States so far. As I was pointing out earlier, that even as China's warning of dire consequences, voices within the United States are divided today. While on one hand, you have the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who's defended this expected visit by quoting past precedent, you have US President Joe Biden, who was heard telling reporters that the military feels it isn't a wise decision.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit, and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made.
Now, the Chinese side once again is warning the American side that the PRC is on high alert The Chinese army will by no means remain an indifferent observer and will definitely take decisive and effective countermeasures to protect sovereignty and territorial integrity. So once again, there is a warning that's coming in from the Chinese side. This is, of course, before the expected landing of Nancy Pelosi, which we're expecting somewhere around 7:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So less than 1 hour to go. There have been multiple bomb threats that have been reported from the Taiwan airport as well. Flexing of muscle by Beijing also continues to be seen. Our guests continue to be with us. Andrew, I really apologize for the audio issue that we're facing, but if you can hear me this time around, essentially the updates that we continue to see is one warning after another as far as China is concerned. How do you read these warnings? Just flexing of muscles, or is there a real intent of invasion or attack as far as China is concerned?
I am still muted by you.
We can hear you, Andrew. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, because I appear to be muted. Look, I think we have listened to these rather complex and perhaps sophisticated versions of what's happening. For me, it is incredibly simple. What you're observing is something that all major and minor countries do when there is a territorial dispute. Very frequently, they go into war. Very frequently, they go very near war. And most frequently, they play chicken games. Okay, India has done this with Pakistan. United States has done it with Iraq, with Iran, with Vietnam. Argentina did this with United Kingdom over the Maldives. And of course, Russia played it for a while and then invaded Ukraine. So in this particular case, China clearly feels incredibly, particularly insulted on the potential recognition, in inverted commas, by the visit of an American important politician, and simply shows strength, shows muscle. Can they enter into military activities? Unlikely, okay, because there is too much at stake, and perhaps because they are too careful and a little bit too sophisticated when it comes into that, because after all, China, with the exception of the Korean War, has never been actively and individually involved in an active fight, unlike the United States that has been involved in scores of actual fights. I'm not passing judgment, I'm simply pointing out that all we are observing, and we're getting very excited about it, for no reason whatsoever, is countries with territorial disputes get very upset when that dispute is particularly challenged. Full stop. There's nothing else to discuss.
Roger, taking on from what Andrew is pointing out, I want to understand another aspect as far as the position of the United States is concerned. Now, isn't the United States bound by the treaty to help Taiwan if, in unfortunate scenario, there is a war that breaks out between China and Taiwan? So what I essentially want to understand is, will China actually be ready to take that kind of a risk, considering the fact that, as I pointed out earlier in the show as well, we saw a bit of a misadventure and miscalculation even by Russia in the initial weeks of the war when it invaded Ukraine?
Well, unfortunately, there is no, clear commitment that the U.S. has to fulfill towards Taiwan, because what is based upon is what is called the Taiwan Relations Act, signed in 1979. That actually is a product of the severance of the relationship between U.S. and Taiwan, and it's a reluctant, protection measure launched by the Congress rather than the U.S. government. So the U.S. has been adopting what is called a strategic ambiguity for the past few decades towards Taiwan. But now it seems that the U.S. has to be clear on a lot of things, because strategic ambiguity is applicable when the power balance between U.S. and China is favorable to the U.S. Now, as China has keep building its military muscles, U.S. has to be clear on everything. So I don't think the PLA or the CCP is trying to take over Taiwan for now, but they will be happy to have some kind of exercise, or to do more trainings for their future operations. So what you see now is actually more like a military exercise that they are practicing all the possible ways to take Taiwan in someday for the future where they are totally ready, when they are drawing clear to the strengths of the US forces for now.
Okay, Roger and Andrew, I'll just request you both to stay on with us. We just have to make a slight deviation from what we're discussing because we're actually now getting a piece of news coming in. This is as far as the Commonwealth Games is concerned and India's performance. Indians continue to shine. The Indian women's force team in lawn bowls has won a historic gold medal by beating South Africa 17-10. In the final is the update that we're getting in. My colleague Rishi is joining us with more details. Rishi, details please.
Yes, Ridhima, it's a historic medal actually. First time ever we have won something in lawn bowls. And, it's one of those games a lot of Indians would not even know a lot about. And the women's team, they overcame all the odds and winning this medal is a big thing. A sport that is not very well known in the country and still going ahead and winning the medal in a game like CWG, it's a big achievement. And the team comprises of Lovely Chaube, Pinky, Nayamoni Saikia and Ruparani Tirki. These four players are the ones who actually took India to the victory. We defeated South Africa by a very good margin. After a point of time, the victory was just there. We all realized that, from here, South Africa cannot bounce back. And yes, it's a big achievement.
So give us a total medal tally now, Rishi, and give us also the breakup. I believe this becomes the 4th gold for India.
Yes, exactly. So till now we must be having 9 medals and 4 gold medals, 3 silver medals and 3 bronze medals. Yes, that's how we are placed. 9 medals, 3 gold, 3 silver and 3 bronze. And Ridhima, we should also realize that there are a lot of medal matches actually coming up later in the day towards the end of the day in India. So by the end of the day, once the day finishes, we might actually have something around 11 to 12 medals in our tally.
So Rishi, quickly, who are the medal hopefuls that India can still look forward to?
So table tennis is one of those sports where we can win a medal. We'll surely win a medal. Apart from that, there is badminton. The mixed event is there, where there also we are expecting a medal. And apart from that, I believe there's a hockey match also, where of course there's not a medal prospect, but definitely we'll move ahead in there also.
Okay, Rishi, thanks a lot for getting us that lovely update. So 4th gold there for India as far as the Commonwealth Games are concerned. This, of course, is a story we'll keep tracking very closely. It's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Shivani for Plain Speak.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. It's been an operation that has been ongoing for over 20 years. The US war against terror and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. The US military managed another big strike by eliminating the chief of the terror body, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in a precision drone strike conducted on Saturday of the week gone by, in the heart of Kabul, Afghanistan. It's an important message barely a year after scurrying out of the country after 20 years in a haphazard and untidy pullout. The US has affirmed its war against terror continues, and that's an important message for the world at large as well. Take a look at this timeline. The attack on the World Trade Twin Towers took place on September 11, 2001. The mastermind of that attack, which shook and changed the world, Osama bin Laden, was eliminated in a US strike in Abbottabad in Pakistan, remember, in May 2011. Then it is, of course, that was 11 years after the attack, and in another 11 years, they have managed to now eliminate the current Al-Qaeda chief, al-Zawahiri, and this time he has been found in Kabul, Afghanistan itself. The US has come true to its intent that if you hurt US interests, they will not leave you. Let's break down what we know of how this operation really was carried out. It's been a long-term goal, of course, but specifically planned over the last 1 year. Stage 1 was actually last year from August 2021 to April 2022 this year. The US was tracking the movements after their Afghanistan pullout of the Al-Qaeda chief. Stage 2, April 2022 this year. US officials confirmed that Zawahiri and family had moved to Kabul. The CIA briefed the White House about Al-Qaeda chief's location, and then came the next stage, which is stage 3. By July 2022, which is of course the month just gone by, when in the end of it these strikes were done, Joe Biden, the American president, met top aides, briefed about the possible operation as well. Finally, on July 25 is what reports are saying, the US president gave a nod to this precision-tailored airstrike. And finally, stage 5, carrying out the strike itself. The operations were carried out on July 31, a Hellfire missile used to kill the Al-Qaeda chief. Now, India hasn't said anything yet openly, but this is what the Indian establishment makes of the situation. That this will, of course, adversely affect the morale of the Al-Qaeda cadre in India. They're concerned that cadres of the Al-Qaeda may shift allegiance to the IS, which is the Islamic State. Taliban might provide safe haven to India-centric outfits like the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. That has been a long-standing concern since the American pullout. Zawahiri, stationed in Kabul, importantly shows that close ties between the Al-Qaeda and the Taliban existed, and this Qaeda-Talib tie is against India's interests. Now, CNN News 18 had spoken exclusively to the Interior Minister of the Taliban government in Afghanistan just this weekend, when this US strike took place. And Sirajuddin Haqqani said that Al-Qaeda had no presence in the country. Well, those claims went up in smoke with this Al-Zawahiri strike. But here is what they have said now. The Taliban government, of course, is upset over these US strikes. They're saying that this killing is a clear violation of the Doha Agreement between the two. This attack is against the interests of both USA and Afghanistan. They're warning the US should refrain from any such attacks in future. They're saying the US needs to respect the rights of the Afghan people and that a strike is a repetition of the failed experience of the last 20 years. But these are really empty words. The Taliban clearly is not threatening the America in any way. So with this US elimination of al-Zawahiri, the current Al-Qaeda chief, has a Taliban-Qaeda nexus been exposed, and how is the world really going to look at it? Before we get you more, listen in to how the American president announced the successful airstrike.
Zawahiri has been a leader of Al-Qaeda, the leader. From hiding, he coordinated Al-Qaeda's branches and all around the world, including setting priorities for providing operational guidance that call for and inspired attacks against U.S. targets. He made videos, including in recent weeks, calling for his followers to attack the United States and our allies. Now, justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. To the families who lost fathers and mothers, husbands, wives, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and co-workers on that searing September day, it is my hope that this decisive action will bring one more measure of closure. We make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Listen in to the experts, how they are reacting, especially in America, to the successful elimination to the Al-Qaeda chief by the American military. And then we'll also get you some live experts joining us.
Nobody attacks the United States and gets away with it.
The most wanted terrorist in the world is now dead. The White House confirms the U.S. has killed 9/11 planner Ayman Zawahiri in a drone strike. That's prompting praise for U.S. intelligence agencies and the military.
This is a very, very symbolic success to bring one of the last of the original Al-Qaeda leaders who did so much damage around the world.
There have been months and maybe even years going into the targeting of Zawahiri.
President Joe Biden says the U.S. identified an optimal time to target Zawahiri about a week ago. He says the strike took place in Kabul, Afghanistan, Sunday morning local time.
None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
The chair of 9/11 Families United is thanking those involved with the operation. She's also criticizing Biden for his recent trip to Saudi Arabia and former President Donald Trump for hosting a Saudi golf event. The group alleges that country helped fund the 9/11 attacks. The Saudi government denies that, and the 9/11 Commission found no proof of it. The White House says no American personnel were on the ground during the strike that killed Zawahiri.
It shows what our commitment is
in terms of telling the American people and the world that we will not allow terrorism to go unchecked.
Vivek Mishra is PhD Fellow Strategic Studies Program, Observer Research Foundation. Farkhunda Zara Naderi is former MP and senior advisor of the former president on UN affairs. Glenn Carl is former CIA officer and author, and Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, former Indian diplomat, joining us on the show. I want to go across to our guest joining us from Afghanistan. Zara Naderi, I'm coming to you first up on how the Taliban will feel embarrassed as far as this strike is concerned. Just like Pakistan was embarrassed when Osama bin Laden was found in Abbottabad, similar embarrassment for the Taliban, because this is Kabul. And this couldn't have happened without the Taliban's knowledge.
Thank you for your question. I think it highlights the importance of the responsibility that Taliban as de facto authority of Afghanistan is holding right now in the country. We do understand that Taliban came into power by different reasons, but the two main reasons can be highlighted: the irresponsible withdrawal of international community in general, and particular NATO. And secondly, there was this responsibility given to Taliban beforehand in Doha agreement, meaning that Taliban had to act in a responsible manner for any kind of withdrawal that would take place.
Yes.
Having said that, I would like to highlight the responsibility of Taliban in this regard. First of all, yes, it is a sad news for all Afghans to see that one of the renowned terrorist leader was found in Afghanistan. But the positive side of that news is that eventually that one terrorist leader who was responsible for taking many innocent human beings' life and depriving many humans from their rights, including the, not only military, but, the civilian. Today, his power was eliminated forever.
Yeah, that's a good news. But Farkhunda, if I can just ask you, is this a reminder that the Taliban continues to be in bed with terrorists? That they themselves, of course, till the takeover, were themselves some of the most dreaded terrorists. And, that vein of theirs is not going to go away. That character of theirs is not going to go away. They continue to aid and abet terrorists.
I belong to a regime that has been in conflict with Taliban, but we've been through a peace process that unfortunately was aborted. But I think there has to be a commitment in any work that you do. So you have to uphold your commitment to believe that peace is a value and a commitment. And I ask the same, notion or definition to be respected by Taliban. So for Taliban to move towards a dignified peace, they've got to understand they have been giving the biggest chance that history ever can give to any particular groups. That they can, the way they have been asked to break all their ties with terrorist groups and to fulfill their national as well as international commitments. And one of them is, of course, to not only cut their ties, but also fight against terrorism.
Yeah.
Because terrorism is a threat to the global security. It's not only to the US. Right now, we have seen what US has been doing. It's actually taking the leadership.
Yes,
on the
and
global
actually,
level.
this
Let's
is
not forget
a
that.
revival of the respect that America, had and commanded. Because you may say whatever about their pullout, but America is the only country, really. Its financial might and position may have degraded, but it's the only military that can carry out such persistent strikes in another country and not really face any retaliation. And that's the might of America that is being reminded to us by these strikes. Glenn Carl is a former CIA officer. Glenn, do you believe this kind of, eases the pain a little bit from that very ugly, untidy pullout from Afghanistan? And this is also a reminder that the US can achieve its aims without actually being in Afghanistan.
Yes, well, President Biden spoke about some measure of closure. He hoped that this elimination of Zawahiri would offer to the family members of the hundreds or thousands of victims of Zawahiri's atrocities. I've never believed in closure, actually, but I do believe in justice. And this does eliminate a mass killer who had decided, as we all know, that he had the right to decide who lives and who dies and how, they should live. So from this perspective, it is a triumph of intelligence and rendering of justice. Will it lessen the threat from terrorism in the short term? Perhaps, yes. Al-Qaeda has been largely, if not destroyed, rendered a shadow of what it was. But the phenomenon of jihadism, as you know, at least as well as I, continues. And so this will not end that threat. It is,
in that,
however,
it is a good message from America that it is telling the world that world its fight is not over. That is also
Absolutely.
important for the rest of the countries, including India.
Absolutely. Well, this was, as you may recall, I supported President Biden's decision to withdraw the soldiers from Afghanistan, ardent as I am as a counterterrorism action proponent. And I think I've always thought for literally decades that the United States fundamentally made an error in trying to fight terrorism by waging a war.
Yes.
It is a war, and the military is not the appropriate tool. The appropriate tool to fight terrorism, which was it's a function of broken societies and zealotry, is through intelligence officers, law enforcement officers, and occasionally special forces members of the military. And so this is an affirmation of, I think, the right way to approach counterterrorism.
Vivek Mishra, can I take forward from what Glenn Carl said with you? How do you see the role of Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent post this strike?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the relationship between the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, and the various factions, including those in Africa, I'm glad you pointed out that they're strange bedfellows, and they continue to remain that. But the fact that, the Haqqani, Sirajuddin Haqqani, and his ties to the building that was destroyed clearly points out the direction of this. And while this operation was being carried out, Sirajuddin Haqqani was in a meeting of a 12-member group visiting from Pakistan. Also has given avenue to a lot of speculations about a secret deal being cut out with the Pakistanis.
Right.
Now, India shouldn't get too worried about all this, but I think so long as the over-the-horizon operations are concerned and over-the-horizon operations after the pullout from Afghanistan for the United States, I think it was always on the table. People talked about the power vacuum being created after the United States left, but I think they had substantial capabilities to carry out the over-the-horizon operations. And I think the war, this also signifies an important shift from the war on terror to the over-the-horizon operations. And I think therein lies the essence of counterterrorism cooperations and the evolution in the counterterrorism cooperations that we're going to see in the future.
Okay.
And that, that also creates space for countries like India, where we have, it was striking that the Quad statement a few months back actually mentioned counterterrorism cooperations. And many would, sideline and kick those statements saying that it's not possible at all. But I think, the central pillar being the United States and its strategy in the region, I think the Quad partners have a lot to substantially cooperate with together with the United States in the cooperation.
Right.
But insofar as factions
forward.
of Al-Qaeda,
yes, very quickly, please.
South,
I'm running out of time.
In South Asia is concerned, I think India was always wary. And I think this really takes out an important concern, not just for India, but for a lot of countries. But I think we will be monitoring the situation closely.
Yeah.
And this also creates space for counterterrorism cooperation.
Well, I've mentioned some of the concerns that India will have. Ambassador Anil Trigunayad, thanks a lot for your patience. What's your take on the American strike and the global message that it sends to everyone concerned?
Well, I think that this is something, if you remember, when Bush went in, he said that we will smoke them out. And now President Biden has said wherever they exist, we'll take them out. So that clearly says that the United States, as far as its own interests are concerned, As far as the retaliation and avenging the 9/11 is concerned, they are very serious, and they continue to chase the high-value targets that they considered were part of the 9/11. But in the process, what has happened is, as Vivek also mentioned, the role of the Haqqani group, the Rawalpindi establishment is also equally important in this.
Right.
I mean, Pakistan has always been able to encash its nuisance value by
With the
these kind of
Americans,
acts.
yes.
So in the process, the countries like United States tend to forget that from where the haven of terrorism or the masters of terrorists lie.
I
that
have
is
only
extremely
30
important.
seconds left. Ambassador, can I just ask you very quickly, why is it that
Yeah.
only American can do something like this? Why is it that this is not a model that India can follow, let's say, more repeatedly? We did it a
Well, I
couple of
think that-
times in Pakistani territory.
Well, we
why
have
can't we
done
do
it
this
from
more?
the place. No, we continue to do so, but you know, you don't have to really always advertise what you're doing because that sometimes can backfire. But at the same time, I think every country has a right to defend itself.
Yes.
For the simple reason that the world has not even agreed to the definition of terrorism, what Prime Minister Modi had spoken at the United Nations. So the question, everybody is looking for their own slight, small piece of the cake, and that's it.
Yeah, and in that, every country then, if it has a justifiable reason, must be allowed to do these precision strikes that America does. It cannot be that only America is able to do that and nobody else. And I think at the end of it, though, it is a good example for the rest of the world that the fight against terror must continue, and America continues to maintain its leadership position in that, certainly with a strike like this. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Remember, speaking of America, there is a flashpoint that's brewing as far as US and China is concerned. We will get you all the latest because Nancy Pelosi is expected to land in Taiwan in about 15 minutes from now. But in the meantime, let's also shift our attention to the Commonwealth Games that are happening in Birmingham, UK, where India has won multiple medals and several goals. But on Sunday, Youth Olympic Games champion Jeremy Ladringunga bagged India's second gold medal after he won the men's 67 kilograms weightlifting title with a spirited performance. Jeremy, who was one of the favourites to win gold after he clinched a gold in the Commonwealth Weightlifting Championship last year, made a Commonwealth Games record, lifting a total of 300 kilograms. I spoke to him about him being the next youth sports icon from the country, just 19 years of age, and how he has set his sights on an Olympic medal. Now, listen.
Jeremy, first of all, thanks a lot for speaking to CNN News 18 and heartiest congratulations to you for winning your gold. You have become the youth icon of Indian sports. Just 19 years of age, you started weightlifting just 10 years ago. Just share with us your emotions after winning the gold.
मैं बहुत खुश था और मैंने जो भी ट्रेनिंग में किया था और मैंने जितना एक्सपेक्ट लेके आया था कि इतना करना है उतना कर नहीं पाया, लेकिन मुझे जो चाहिए था ये गोल्ड है, जो मेडल था वो जीत कर आया, वो बहुत खुश हूँ मैं।
जी, आपने बहुत पेन में और इंजरी के साथ परफॉर्म किया। कैन यू डिस्क्राइब कैसा रहा परफॉर्मेंस आपके लिए, कितना मुश्किल था?
मैम जैसे हमने स्नेच स्टार्ट किया था, स्नेच में तो काफी सही चल रहा था बॉडी, और जैसे कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का भी रिकॉर्ड बनाया था स्नेच में, और क्लीन एंड जेल में भी काफी प्रिपेयर किया था मैंने इसके लिए। और हमने जैसे ही वार्मिंग अप स्टार्ट करने शुरू किया और मेरा मसल दोनों 28 और मेरा दोनों इन 28 जो है क्रेम होने लग गया और दोनों एकदम कैच हो गया था, मैं चल भी नहीं पाया और बैठने से भी पेन कर रहा था और खड़ा भी नहीं हो पा रहा था सीधा, तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था। लेकिन वार्मिंग अप में भी मैंने 120 तक किया था हमने तो सोच के आया था कि हमने वार्मिंग अप में 160 तक करेंगे और 160 के बाद स्टेज में जाके सीधा रिकॉर्ड लीफ लगाने के लिए या टोटल इम्प्रूव करने के लिए हमने सोचा था, लेकिन ऐसे बिल्कुल भी नहीं हुआ क्योंकि गेम में तो कुछ भी हो सकता है और किसका ऊपर क्या होगा कुछ पता ही नहीं होता। फिर भी कोच साहब ने बहुत मोटिवेट किया मुझे और रोया था भी बहुत मैं उस टाइम पे, क्लीन एंड जेल का टाइम पे बहुत रोया मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा मैंने कितना जो भी कोच साहब ने दिया था कम करके एकदम 154 भी मतलब यहाँ लिफ्टिंग खत्म होने के बाद मुझे पता चला कि इतना केजी है बोल के। बिल्कुल हार्ड भी था मैम, लेकिन खुश है अभी बहुत।
डिस्पाइट दैट, आप जो बता रहे हैं उसके बावजूद आपने 7 किलोग्राम ज्यादा लिफ्ट किया है अपने कंपेटिटर्स के खिलाफ और गोल्ड बहुत कॉम्प्रिहेंसिवली जीता है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपको प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी हेल किया एज अ यूथ फेस, सिर्फ 19 साल 20 साल के आप हैं, तो आपको रिस्पांस कैसा लगा भारत की तरफ से और आपके होम टाउन से, होम स्टेट से कैसा लगा रिस्पांस अभी तक का?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मैम। काफी मैसेजेस आया है और ट्विटर में भी काफी हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर सर ने और बाकी और भी ने बहुत ट्वीट भी किया मेरे लिए, इतना सारे प्यार दिया है हमारा जनता ने। और मैं इन सब को देख के और भी इंस्पायर है हूँ और मोटिवेट भी मिला है, मुझे खुद मोटिवेट भी हो गया और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा है। और अगले जो टारगेट हमने रखा है ओलंपिक्स के लिए, उसके लिए भी काफी मेहनत मुझे हेल्प करेगा इन सब में।
जी बिल्कुल, the next Olympics are not too far, but Jeremy, I want to ask you, the other day I was talking to Sanket, to Guru Raj also, and वो कह रहे थे कि पिछले कुछ सालों में वेट लिफ्टिंग में बहुत सुधार हुआ है, बहुत इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है और उसकी वजह से यंग टैलेंट बहुत आ रहा है और आप उसका एक एग्जाम्पल हो जो यंग टैलेंट इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग में आ रहा है और परफॉर्म भी कर रहा है। आप कैसे डिस्क्राइब करोगे कि इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग में इतने सारे मेडल्स आना शुरू हो रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि इंडियन वेट लिफ्टिंग इम्प्रूव हो रहा है और यंग टैलेंट को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है?
यस मैम, जैसे देखे जाएंगे तो मैं भी यूथ से ही खेलते हुए आया है, यूथ वर्ल्ड से लेके यूथ ओलंपिक तक कंटिन्यू खेल के यहाँ तक सीनियर लेवल तक पहुंचा हूँ। और हमारा सरकार ने और हमारा साई और हमारा टॉप स्कीम की तरफ से इतना सपोर्ट मिला हम सबको। और जो हमारा यंग एथलीट्स जैसे मैं हूँ, हमको काफी सपोर्ट मिला है हर चीज में और कुछ कमी होने नहीं देता हर चीज में। इसीलिए काफी आगे हम बढ़ रहा है हर गेम में। वेट लिफ्टिंग में भी पिछले 5-6 साल का देखी जाएंगे तो उसके हिसाब से तो हम बहुत आगे बढ़ रहा है और हमारा फ्यूचर में भी बहुत जल्द मेडल भी लेके आएंगे ओलंपिक्स में।
जी जी, ये वो ओलंपिक्स आपका नेक्स्ट टारगेट है बिल्कुल,
यस मैम, यस मैम।
अच्छा, तो आप ये विन आप किसको डेडिकेट करते हैं? कौन रहे हैं आपके करियर में बहुत सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट?
मैम एक ही को नहीं दे सकता हूँ क्योंकि बहुत मेहनत किया इसके लिए और इतना मसल प्रॉब्लम और वार्मिंग अप, बिना वार्मिंग अप होते हुए भी इतना गोल्ड के लिए मैंने लड़ा है, तो मैं एक ही को नहीं दे सकता। पहले तो मेरा पूरा इंडियन हमारा देश को मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ और हमारा कोचेस और हमारा जो भी सपोर्ट स्टाफ फिजियोस है और मेरा फैमिलीज और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर और ग्रैंडमदर।
जी जी जी, मैं आपके फैमिली के बारे में पूछना चाहती थी कि आपके पेरेंट्स ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया होगा क्योंकि आप 6 भाई बहन हैं और आपके फादर मदर ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया है सारे बच्चों को, तो क्या हार्डशिप्स आपने देखी हैं जब आप छोटे थे, बच्चे थे?
बहुत मुश्किल टाइम गुजारा है हम क्योंकि पापा PWD लेबर है और महीना का कमाई उसका 6,000-7,000 का होता है और हम फैमिली में मेरा भाई है, हम 5 भाई है और मम्मी है और मतलब मैनेज करने काफी मुश्किल होता है। लेकिन अभी मैं खुद अभी इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ, अभी थोड़ा कमाने लग गया हूँ तो अभी सही चल रहा है हर चीज। और काफी मेरा फादर भी बॉक्सर है, नेशनल में भी काफी टाइम मेडल ले चुका है और खुद का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करता है मुझे क्या अच्छा होता है और कितना मेहनत करना पड़ता है इसके लिए, हर चीज मुझे शेयर करता है और पूरा मेरा फैमिली बहुत इंस्पायर करता है मुझे।
तो आपकी फैमिली से क्या बात हुई? आप ग्रैंडफादर को अपनी फैमिली को डेडिकेट कर रहे हैं, क्या बात हुई आपकी अपने दादाजी से?
मेरे 2018 में यूथ ओलंपिक जाने से पहले मेरा ग्रैंडफादर का एक्सपायर हो गया था।
अच्छा।
तो बहुत बुरा भी लगा था, घर भी नहीं जा पाया और उसके बाद 2018 में ही दादा जाने का थोड़ा देर के बाद दादी भी चला गया था। उन दोनों को मैं इसीलिए डेडिकेट करना चाहता हूँ। हाँ जी।
और अपनी फैमिली से क्या बात हुई आपकी?
बहुत बात हुआ और इतना भीड़ भी हो गया था मेरा घर में सभी गांव वाला आया था हमसे कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करने के लिए, और अलग अलग न्यूज से भी मम्मी पापा भाषा तो नहीं आता लेकिन फिर भी जितना हो सकता है उससे मीडिया की तरफ से भी प्यार बहुत मिला है, मेरा फैमिली को भी और मुझे को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा मैम।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल जेरेमी, हमने देखा कि आप संकेत को भी बहुत चीयर कर रहे थे जब उनको भी अपनी परफॉर्मेंस के ड्यूरिंग इंजरी हो गई थी, तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि वेट लिफ्टिंग ने कंटिंजेंट ने बहुत अच्छा किया है अभी तक।
जी।
और बहुत कमरादरी है आप सब में, आप एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करते हो, एक दूसरे के लिए इंकरेज करते हो।
बहुत सभी एक ही साथ ट्रेनिंग करता है। इस बार भी हमारा टीम हमेशा हमारा टीम तो ठीक ही रहता है, बहुत अच्छा होता है हमारा टीम, काफी साथ में रहता है और काफी सपोर्ट करता है। और हम जैसे मैं खुद को कहूँगा तो मैं जब हमारा कोई दोस्त है, हमारा कोई साथी या कोई पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा है, कोई स्टेज में उठा रहा होता है, कोई खेल रहा होता है, तो इतना जोर से चिल्ला देता हूँ कि मेरा बीपी एकदम हाई लो हो जाता है एकदम ऐसे लग रहा है मैं उठा रहा हूँ उनका जगह में।
जी। एक बार फिर से आखिरी बार हमें अपना मेडल दिखा दीजिए, जो गोल्ड की चमक आपके ऊपर भी आ रही है। The gold is glittering in your hands under the sun, and many congratulations once again, Jeremy.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Indian Ocean waters, and why is it going to dock in the Hambantota port for 6 days from the 11th of August till the 17th? Remember, Hambantota is the old constituency, it's the backyard, the home base of the Rajapaksa brothers, both former President Gotabaya and the former Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa. Hambantota is barely 350 kilometers away from the Gulf of Mannar, which is the territorial boundary between Sri Lanka and India. The Sri Lankan authorities say they are taking into account India's concerns, but since the port itself has been given out to the Chinese on a 99-year lease, there is very little that they can do to stop this ship, which they say has been classified as a civilian ship and not as a military ship. Amid heavy rains in Madhya Pradesh's Harda, a bunch of children risked their lives just to reach school.
They crossed the submerged bridge even as rainwater flowed over it. The children held each other's hands and walked through the strong current. If even one of them had slipped, it would have spelled disaster. The bridge was built on a local river and appeared to be the only way to reach the other side.
स्कूल पढ़ने जाते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ होती है, आते समय नदी पार करना पड़ता है, इसलिए हम एक दूसरे के हाथ पकड़कर स्कूल जाते हैं.
Harda and several other parts of Madhya Pradesh have been lashed with heavy rains for the past few days. And this has in turn triggered a flood-like situation across the state.
India's biggest ever auction of airwaves ended today with record bids. The total bid was over 1.5 lakh crore rupees. In fact, Reliance Jio was the top bidder with 88,078 crore rupees. Reliance Jio has acquired 24,740 megahertz spectrum. These 5G networks will operate at 10 times the speed of regular 4G. The phased rollout is expected by September of this year. And after the auction, Reliance Jio has released a statement saying that the right to use the spectrum will enable Jio to build the world's most advanced 5G network and further strengthen India's global leadership in wireless broadband connectivity. Reliance Jio Infocom chairman Akash Ambani said that Jio is all set to lead India's march into the 5G era. The Delhi High Court today said that Union Minister Smriti Irani and her daughter are not the owners of a bar in Goa and no license has ever been issued in their name. The order was pronounced after Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation suit against Congress leaders who allege that her daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa. Telugu Desam Party founder and former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N.T. Rama Rao's daughter, Uma Maheshwari, was found dead at her home in Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. A case has been registered and the police are probing possible death by suicide, even though no suicide note has been recovered. Maheshwari was the youngest of NTR's 12 children. Just over a year after it was launched, Battlegrounds Mobile India has been banned. it has been delisted from Google Play Store as well as from the Apple App Store. With 100 million users, this game has a large player base in India. The game has been banned under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is the same provision that was used to ban PUBG Mobile. BGMI was also criticized for sharing data with Chinese servers. Russian missiles struck the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv.
Ukrainian firefighters struggle to douse the flames in the aftermath of Russian rocket strikes on the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv. Nearly 50 Grad rockets hit residential areas. The shelling killed one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, Oleksiy Badatursky, who was heading a grain production and export business. A day after the attack, Ukraine made its first shipment of grains since Russia's invasion. The first ship carrying Ukrainian grain set off from the port city of Odessa under an internationally brokered deal. It's a small but significant first step towards unlocking millions of tons of grains piling up in the country. 22 million tons of grains and other agricultural goods have been stuck in Black Sea ports because of Russia's invasion.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting you all the updates that you need to know from Taiwan now. Anytime now, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is expected to land in Taiwan. Pelosi's SPAR-19 aircraft has entered Taiwan's air defense zone. We are expecting, of course, that the landing was to take place any minute after 7:30 p.m. IST. And of course, the flight path and everything else now confirms that she is indeed landing in Taiwan, which is going to be one of the biggest flashpoints between US and China, with Taiwan firmly in between in the last many decades. We're also getting some more updates that are now coming in, and this is a measure of the escalation that is bound to take place. China has said that it will conduct live ammunition shooting in East China Sea for 3 days starting from tomorrow's military exercise. Meanwhile, Taiwan is all set to welcome Pelosi. The situation appears, a salutation has appeared on Taipei's largest skyscraper as well. Those are live visuals of the airport, where the aircraft carrying Nancy Pelosi is expected to land any minute now. Now, of course, China has been, saying all the things we expect China to say over Nancy Pelosi's visit. But if you're wondering exactly why are they so irked with this visit, which is the first of its kind by such a high-ranking official in the last 25 years, let me break down just why. Now, it has a lot to do with Nancy Pelosi herself, because she has been a long-time critic of the Chinese Communist Party. She had led a US resolution condemning Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989. In fact, she had unfurled a pro-democracy banner at Tiananmen Square in 1991. She has met pro-democracy dissidents and the Dalai Lama. She had batted for diplomatic boycott of the 2008 Beijing Olympics. She has even visited a Tibetan community in Dharamsala in 2017 and has most recently welcomed pro-democracy, anti-China Hong Kong activists to the US Capitol in 2019. The two sides, US and China, have drastically different stance over Pelosi's visit. Let's just listen in to what we've heard.
This is very much precedent in the sense that previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow, ORF Strategic Affairs Expert, is also joining us. We'll also stay with those live images coming in from the Taipei airport. Sushant, the world is very worried right now. Should we be, given the statements that have been coming in from China?
I don't think so. I would be rather surprised if the Chinese were to take any precipitate action at this point in time. I think they're kind of, they're showing their fangs. They're trying to browbeat the rest of the world. Look, it's not just about Nancy Pelosi and her, attitude towards China. I think there's a larger thing at play, which is that the American policy on China is changing. And if that changes, a lot of other countries' policy towards China will change. I think India was the first country to take a lead on this, when we stopped endorsing the one China policy. Now, that has been one of the core interests as far as the Chinese are concerned. The Americans seem to be moving in that particular direction. They haven't given up the one China policy. They haven't given it up till now. They are sticking to it. But who knows how that is going to play out. So I think the Chinese fear that once that happens, it'll set a domino effect in motion. And I think they want to avoid that. And this is their kind of signaling. So I don't think they'll take any precipitate action just yet. But I think this is going to become something of, a kind of a red rag before the Chinese. And the Chinese will try and even the scores going forward.
The reason I asked this question, Sushant, is because a lot of people felt that Vladimir Putin will not go into a war into Ukraine. And it happened, right? And we've been wondering what message China is taking from that.
Shivani, but because Vladimir Putin went into, Ukraine, and we've seen the consequences of that. He hasn't actually won that war. It's been a kind of a stalemate. He's had to reduce, his war objectives drastically, limit it to just the eastern portion of Ukraine. The Western world has completely shunned Russia. As of now, there are no economic consequences, but going forward, I think there will be serious consequences visiting the Russians. And I think what the Chinese would have taken the lesson is that this is probably not the right time, even at a time when the Chinese economy is also in a bit of in a bit of trouble. I don't think they are going to push this over the edge just yet. That's not the way.
Nobody really wants a conflict, and I don't think both the Chinese economy and the US economy can handle it right now. But there is not, let's not forget, a Taiwan in between. I'm going to come to the question of Taiwan in just a bit, but I think we're also getting some more updates which are telling us that Taiwan Air Force fighter jets are also starting to escort the plane carrying Nancy Pelosi. And this has, of course, as far as the security parameters are concerned, the security paraphernalia is concerned, it has really, triggered all of those security measures. There were US planes that Japan was reporting had taken off from Japan to escort the US aircraft carrying Nancy Pelosi. Now we're getting to know that Taiwan Air Force fighters are also escorting her. And her visit could become a big issue for Taiwan itself, a security nightmare plus more. And that brings me to the question of Taiwan, because nobody wants a conflict. And just like the US, statements kind of kept pushing, the NATO angle kept pushing Russia into a war with Ukraine. Sushant, there are many voices in Taiwan that feel that, we don't need this interference from the US. Why are they doing this? Knowing what the consequences could be. And the consequences are for Taiwan too, not just for America.
Yeah, but there are other voices coming out of Taiwan which say that, it's good that the Americans are doing this, because now, the kind of ambivalence that the Americans had on Taiwan, that might finally be coming to an end. Look, this is the law of nature. When two big powers are actually, contesting with each other, there will be the small guy in between who is likely to become actually the fall guy. Now, that is something for the Taiwanese to decide. But the question is, would had Xi Jinping not done what he did in Hong Kong by overturning the one country, two systems model, maybe things would not have reached this pass.
Right.
So to say that the Americans are doing everything and the Chinese are, these lamb,
no, not at all. That was not my drift at all. I'm just saying that there are consequences for Taiwan too, and there are some voices, maybe not a unanimous voice. For example, Taiwan has maintained absolute pin drop silence on this visit. That is also a measure of how uncomfortable they would be with the situation, or at least they don't want to ratchet up any of the rhetoric around this visit alone. But of course, they are welcoming Nancy Pelosi. That means that they've taken a measured view of the situation. I'm getting some more breaking updates, and then I'll go across to Alok Bansal, also strategic expert, joining us. We're getting to know that the website of the Taiwan Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just gone offline. Earlier, there were reports of cyber attacks too, as far as Taiwan Ministry's websites are concerned, and now the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website has gone down once again. This could possibly be a cyber attack. Alok Bansal is also joining us. Alok Bansal, how do you see the ramifications of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? It's all but certain now she is indeed landing in Taiwan.
See, I think it's a bold decision taken by the US administration, because this coming immediately after elimination of Ayman al-Zawahiri is going to bolster the Democratic Party's credentials, because after President Biden came to power, his approval ratings had fallen abysmally low. Now, these two actions will show that they have a spine, because after their pathetic withdrawal from Kabul and Russia-Ukraine war, there was a perception which was growing across the globe that Americans lack the spine to take tough decisions. Now, this, to my mind, is a very, very clear assertion that US stands by Taiwan. After 1979, when they had said that they are no longer committed to the defense of Taiwan, there have been questions that have been raised from time to time. And of late, China under President Xi Jinping has become extremely belligerent. They wanted telling that this is an invasion or something. The US officials have been visiting Taiwan since times immemorial. In fact, Taiwan calls itself Republic of China. It has diplomatic relations with other countries. Now, this sort of an aggressive posturing where they say that anybody's visit to Taiwan would be seen as an infringement of their sovereignty and an invasion, I think was a very, very tough stance which they had adopted. And I think it was essential that this sort of a bluff is called. And I think the US has taken that decision to go in. And I think this is a very, very important facet. And I think this would also show, I think, all sides, because there are US jets escorting Nancy Pelosi. The Taiwan has gone into heightened level of preparedness.
Yes.
And I think PLA is a much hyped entity whose actual war fighting potential is unknown. So I think it is a question of brinkmanship, where which country blinks first. And now if Nancy Pelosi has landed, I think
it's yet to land. We don't have a confirmation if she has landed, but I do have some other updates that are coming in. Gentlemen, just stay with me. We're getting to know that China has closed its airspace to civilian aircrafts in the direction of the Taiwan Strait. So there are multiple ramifications and a triggering of a lot of security parameters that is taking place, as we expect that the US aircraft carrying Nancy Pelosi is set to touch down in Taiwan. This visit, of course, has been in the making. It was supposed to happen sometime in April, actually, earlier this year. But then Nancy Pelosi had COVID. This visit has been delayed. And then there has been speculation. She didn't quite confirm as she came, she flew off, set off for the Asia visit. She didn't quite confirm if she's actually going to Taiwan till this afternoon. Correspondents in America were telling us that actually Taiwan is not officially on the list. But now, of course, we're getting a confirmation that her aircraft has entered Taiwan defense airspace, that the Taipei airport has indeed been marked as a destination for Nancy Pelosi. So these are, of course, the big developments that we're tracking. So the big question continues to be, what action will China take, if anything? Do you believe, Sushant, that from India's point of view too, this is indeed the goading of the dragon that we need, especially from somebody like America?
Yeah, I agree that, what Captain Bansal is saying, that yes, this will inspire a degree of confidence in countries around this region, that, the Americans are not just paper tigers, that it's a country.
We seem to have lost that link with Sushant. But let's wait to see if it comes back. Alok Bansal, let me come to you in the meantime. You know, America didn't quite get a lot of praise or confidence for its role as far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict was concerned, for example. Many believed that America and NATO threw Ukraine under the bus for a conflict that was absolutely and wholly avoidable, and it was based on Russia's very long-standing concerns. Now, this situation may be slightly different, but here, America is on record to say that they will intervene if China does anything against Taiwan, militarily. The stakes for America, too, are much higher. It's not just about money.
See, there is no doubt that starting from America's horrendous withdrawal from Kabul to Ukraine, there was a perception which had grown that the Western world, especially United States of America, is not a reliable ally. And I think US needs to dispel this impression. While elimination of Ayman al-Zawahiri has given the world a signal that yes, US wants to pursue its enemy wherever they are. But this visit to Taiwan would be a far stronger signal as far as the global community is concerned that America will stand by its allies. Because this is a very big question mark, because there has been a very big question mark after Afghanistan, whether America is a reliable ally, because you let a country which with you had strategic partnership agreement down. So I think it's very essential that this particular visit will reinforce United States status as the premier.
No, but the point that I was
world.
making, Alok Bansal, is that the stakes are very different for America, because they have said that they will intervene militarily for Taiwan.
It is essential because please understand there was a congressional bill which was passed. They will stand by for Taiwan defense. But in 1979, the US had said that they don't have a binding commitment, but they said they will help Taiwan and build up its defense, etc. And since then, we have seen that US stance vis-a-vis Taiwan has been flickering. But this, and I still say if Nancy Pelosi does land in Taiwan, it will be a big movement. It will definitely bolster Taiwan, especially the government of President Tsai, who has been standing tough against Chinese threats, Chinese aggression, and she has maintained that Taiwan's distinctiveness because now in Taiwan also we have a KMT, which was the flag bearer of civil war against communists. Has been gravitating towards one China policy. So President Tsai and her DPP is absolutely important. They will get a huge boost by this Nancy Pelosi's visit, because that will show that international community is with them. Because in
all right, Sushant Sareen is also back with us. Just hold on, I'm getting some one more update, which is of how, you know, even in China, there are like at least as far as maybe projection is concerned, the Chinese continue to show its might. These are PLA vehicles moving into Fujian province. This well could, how do you see this, Sushant Sareen? Is this for perception, projection, anything more?
I think it's a nonsensical propaganda blitz which the Chinese are doing. They do these kind of silly things all the time. Look, three very quick points. One, even I am in favor of a one China policy. Only I believe that one China should be under the system which is there in Taipei rather than the one which is run by Beijing and the Communist Party. So yes, if that is the system, I don't have a problem with one China. And I think that is the position everybody should take in the world. Secondly, you know, I think it is wrong to compare Afghanistan with Taiwan simply in the context of both geostrategy as well as geoeconomics. Afghanistan is very close to our, you know, interests because our security interests are very closely attached. So I understand where Captain Bansal is coming from. But look at it from the American point of view. You know, Afghanistan just didn't add up to anything. After 20 years, getting caught up in a quagmire, not leading anywhere. So I think the Americans decided better to cut your losses and run and focus on an area which is worth saving, worth protecting, and worth investing in. That is the second point. And the third point was a note of caution. I don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think the Chinese will take any precipitate action just yet. But I think the Chinese will be smarting under what is happening. That is, if Pelosi lands. If Pelosi doesn't land, all bets are off. The Chinese would have won this round resoundingly. The Americans would have created another diplomatic disaster for themselves. But assuming Pelosi lands, what happens an year, 2 years, 3 years from now? What are the Chinese going to do then to even the scores? We saw that with us. We had Doklam, there was a standoff, the Chinese backed off. In the last 3.5 years, 4 years, the Chinese have made encroachments in that very area. Nothing we can do about it as of now. And they have tried to browbeat us along eastern Ladakh.
Yes.
So the Chinese will try and get back, but in a different way. And I think the Americans need to be alive to that possibility and game that in their strategic calculations.
No, but anything that they do in the long run, if you say that they're not going to do anything that precipitates a warlike situation just yet, after Nancy Pelosi's touchdown, which is expected to happen, it seems, if they do something over a long-term strategy, it still is not going to be American territory. The one to face their ire and their aggression is going to be Taiwan. And whether America will then come through for its friend is a separate deal.
What are the options Taiwan has? At one level, you have the Chinese breathing down on the Taiwanese, trying to gobble it up, trying to destroy Taiwan and everything that the Taiwanese have created. And the Taiwanese, incidentally, are also largely responsible for the prosperity which you see in China. And do you want the Taiwanese to suffer at the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, be taken over, destroy all their freedoms, ruin that country completely like they are doing to Hong Kong? Or do the Taiwanese have an option of saying that, look, we'll try and fight this out. If a powerful country like the Americans and the rest of the West and some of the other countries have our back, we are much better for it. Yes, we will
no, of course they would like that. The question is if everyone that they will bank on will come true. That's the question. If tomorrow, Sushant Sareen, this escalates into a military fight, will America, will Germany put boots on the ground?
Well, I don't know whether they will put boots on the ground or not, but I think they will give substantial assistance, substantial help to Taiwan, maybe even put boots on the ground. The question is, do the Chinese want to risk that eventuality? Or are the Chinese game that the Americans will be terrified and will not want a larger war, so the Americans will do what they have been doing in Ukraine? Incidentally, in Ukraine, the Americans did not have any kind of a treaty commitment. And there were other issues which you should not link up with what is happening in Taiwan. But the important part is you have to look at this from the Taiwanese angle as well. What are the options before them? You've seen the Chinese bullying them. You've seen the Chinese violating their airspace. You've seen the Chinese making threatening noises against them all the time. So I would imagine that the Taiwanese would be looking for some kind of insurance policy. Whether that insurance policy finally comes through or not is another matter.
Okay. I'm getting one more update, and I think this is coming more from the Chinese side, that they believe that Nancy Pelosi's US Air Force C-40C Spar 19 has entered Chinese airspace despite numerous warnings from the Chinese government and military officials that if they will not stand idly by if this happened. So this is, of course, I think what the Chinese are saying about Nancy Pelosi's arrival into Taiwan. That this is Chinese airspace that she has entered into. Alok Bansal, what do you think? What do you think China will look to do if, as and when Nancy Pelosi touches down? What are their options?
See, this is actually extremely dangerous. As I said, it's a game of brinkmanship. Now, this statement coming from China indicates they are taking it as an infringement, as an invasion of their territory, and they could probably indulge in some military action. And if that happens, it will be a serious issue. I only hope that this is only empty rhetoric and Nancy Pelosi lands safely in Taiwan. And once she lands, I think thereafter China can keep doing, they can start some trade sanctions or try and take some military actions or carry out some exercises in the vicinity of Taiwan, primarily with the purpose of threatening Taiwan. but I don't think so. This would have any major
yes.
impact.
Sushant, you wanted to come in very quickly?
China is concerned. And one more question I just wanted to answer. You said what happens if China takes a strong military action? Please understand, Taiwan is not Ukraine. Taiwan has actually been fighting China for a number of years, much before. And in fact, there are places like Quemoy Island, which is just off Shanghai, where actually Taiwanese forces have repelled Chinese a number of times. And Taiwan being an island, the US and Germany need not put boots on the ground. Their Navy's presence in the vicinity itself will do the needful.
Okay.
If US is committed to the defense, and if it
boots on the ground is just a colloquial term of saying whether they're going to press their military assets into fighting it. Yes, Sushant, very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. You know, this last report which you were talking about, that the Chinese are alleging that she has entered Chinese airspace. Look, the reports of the Taiwanese fighters escorting her aircraft and this particular report don't add up. Because if the Chinese are saying that they've entered their airspace, then the Taiwanese fighters would have also entered their airspace. Then that could lead to all kinds of new kind of crises and shooting matches. So I would imagine that this is more of posturing. I think from the Chinese side, they are saying that the whole thing is one China, so you have entered Chinese airspace. Maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. I think it has come more from Chinese sources than anything else, because otherwise I don't see any reason why Nancy Pelosi would be in quote-unquote Chinese airspace. We have one more update, and this is a continuation of what we showed earlier. Some PLA vehicles moving into Fujian province, which is the closest to Taiwan. Now some Chinese warplanes are being seen as well in that province. So it looks like they're conducting some flights, some sorties, or just maintaining some presence in the airspace in Fujian, which is closest to Taiwan, as all of this is taking place. We're also getting some visuals of Taipei residents who have gathered around the Songshan airport waiting for Pelosi's arrival for her flight to land. Let's play out some of those visuals. Alok Bansal, how do you think the Taiwanese would be very happy that somebody as high-ranking as Pelosi is coming, while they may be a little bit worried about what the ramifications could be? But this is one of the biggest supports to Taiwan independence and separate identity in 25 years from the Americans.
See, we need to understand that Taiwanese society, like any other country, is also divided. The President Tsai and her party and her supporters would definitely welcome visit by Nancy Pelosi, but there will be also certain elements which are pro-China, which would probably demonstrate. There are certain sections of, there are a large number of people in Taiwan who are actually from mainland. There are women who are married to Taiwanese, there are widows, etc. They have a political party of their own. So, as I said, there are people who would be unhappy with this. But as I see, the dominant political discourse at this point of time, President Tsai's party would be extremely happy that a major power, the sole superpower United States, is giving a clear indication that it stands by Taiwan.
All right, so we're keeping a very close watch on what is possibly the most intently tracked flight in a long time anywhere in the world. Nancy Pelosi is expected to touch down in Taipei at their airport in just a bit from now. So stay with us. My colleague Anand will be joining you and taking the news forward.
Unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening.
Let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Manojit, can I ask a simple question? Be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension.
75th year of India's independence, when the country was getting its first tribal president and a woman too, could all political parties have come together?
Namaste and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And as we speak, these are visuals from the Taiwan airport or the airport in Taipei, where right now, I've just got an update and I'm looking at this, where they say that the Taiwan Foreign Ministry has confirmed that an important guest will arrive at the airport in Taipei after 10:30 p.m. local time in Taiwan. There is a 2.5 hour time zone difference between India and Taiwan. That means anytime now, anytime after 8 p.m., we are expecting Nancy Pelosi's Spar 19 to land at the Taipei airport. There are 4 aircraft, US aircraft, Air Force aircraft, who are right now giving her an escort, because on the other hand, there is a certain level of escalation that's coming from the CCP-led Chinese authorities, because they have closed that airspace. They claim that is Chinese airspace and they've closed that airspace, and they are once again trying to browbeat and trying to somewhere bully Pelosi and the US into backing off. But this time around, the US intent seems to be very, very clear that they are going to land. And Nancy Pelosi is somebody who's always been a China hawk. 30 years ago, she was at the Tiananmen Square raising the flag and standing up for human rights and also democracy in China. And today she's going to land in Taiwan and there's going to be a big statement. Does this underline the breaking away from this entire one China policy, and is that a thing of the past, and will the world follow the US in trying to break away this one China policy? Will there now be separate talk about East Turkestan, about Tibet, about Hong Kong, just like there is talk about Taiwan? That's the big question. She's all set to land, and this is the Taiwan Foreign Ministry that has just said that she will land anytime after 10:30 p.m. That's the news that's just coming in, and we're going to stay with this story. 2 big stories today, ladies and gentlemen, both of them here tonight on the right stand. First up, the entire standoff between the US and China over Pelosi's visit, Nancy Pelosi's visit, the US Speaker, her visit to Taiwan and her landing in Taipei. She's got a day-long itinerary ready for tomorrow. And the other story is the big global exclusive here at CNN News 18, where the Interior Minister of Afghanistan, a wanted terrorist and the face of the Taliban, Sirajuddin Haqqani, has also spoken with us. We'll get to that interview in just a bit. We're waiting for this flight to touch down, because this touchdown is a big, big statement. Abhishek Jha with us. Abhishek, the world is going to watch the most tracked flight on social media till date. Nearly 20,000 viewers were concurrently just tracking the flight path on CNN News 18's digital stream. But that is the level of interest, because this underlines a statement that the world is going to break away from one China policy that's been smashed to bits the moment Spar 19 touches down at the Taipei airport.
So, Anand, it looks like Spar 19 has already entered the Taiwanese airspace. It is also believed that a certain number of Taiwanese Air Force planes are also escorting plane of Nancy Pelosi. Meanwhile, we have reports that combat sirens have been activated in the Chinese province of Fujian. This is the same region where Chinese military drills have been happening for the last 3-4 days. And apparently China had warned any activity in this region, because they have said that the military drill they are conducting will continue to be in operation until 6th of August. So this was the same window that they were trying to protect in order to have, Nancy Pelosi not visit Taiwan. But it looks like all said that in a minutes from now, Nancy Pelosi, U.S. Speaker of U.S. House of Representatives, will be landing in Taipei. We are also getting reports that there is a crowd which is gathered there. There is kind of celebration also among the locals, and we'll have to see how the reactions are actually going to happen from the Chinese side, because talking about militarily, there have been very aggressive posturing from Chinese side, repeated warning from Chinese side. Even today, Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs have issued a warning, almost a warning, and they have said that even after a repeated attempt, if Nancy Pelosi is visiting Taiwan, then the risk factor is only going to increase, and the situation is going to escalate.
Now, if you look at it very, very pragmatically, this is a huge PSYOP and a PSYOP back between the US and China. If China is trying to browbeat and trying to intimidate, the US is turning around and saying that I'm not backing off and I'm going to intimidate you back. So that seems to be the story. But the larger aspect is this will also be the touchdown of SPAR 19 will be a big psychological win for the Biden administration, for America, which was seen as weak and listless after its pullout of Afghanistan, and also what happened with the Russia-Ukraine conflict and its inability to save Ukraine from being pounded and plundered by the Russians. So at various aspects, this is a big win for America, and it is also a lesson that's being taught to China, where China's bullying tactics are being put to test and they are also being called out.
Of course, Anand. In fact, the USA will have two major breakthroughs to celebrate today. One was, of course, when USA President had announced the killing of Ayman al-Zawahiri, the number one of Al-Qaeda. That was one of the, rules that was for a very long time. Almost after a year, Joe Biden could have a sigh of relief because the chaotic pullout that we had seen of USA forces going out from Afghanistan was quite, something that Biden administration would not like to remember for a very long time. The second news is of Nancy Pelosi finally arriving in Taiwan. We know the kind of diplomatic and military escalation which has happened in the last few days between China and USA. In fact, it was quite, a strong statement from Chinese President Xi Jinping when he was during last week on Thursday during his conversation with Joe Biden. He had said that those who play with fire perish by it. That was quite a strong statement, and despite all those posturing and aggressive stance that China has said, finally, Nancy Pelosi is going to land
I've got Glenn Carl also with us. Glenn Carl, former CIA operative, now he's also an author and a speaker, and he's a regular on the right stand, and always a pleasure to speak with him. Glenn, namaste, and thank you for joining us on what an eventful evening. There's so much happening. There is Ayman al-Zawahiri neutralized, and now this is Nancy Pelosi neutralizing the Chinese bullying tactics. One gets, she's such a fiery lady that even if there have been a half thought that should we turn back, ma'am, somebody, there are people on social media saying she would have said, I'll fly the plane and I'll touch down in Taipei, I'm not backing off. She's somebody who's always called out China for its human rights violations, wanted to link trade with China's human rights record, and she has been at the Tiananmen Square. But how do you see this browbeating by the Chinese? The Chinese state-affiliated media has just now claimed that SPAR 19, the US Air Force jet carrying US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, is now in China's Taiwan airspace.
Well, Nancy Pelosi, I have thought for a long time, may be the greatest Speaker of the House that the United States has had, certainly at least in a century. Whether her decision to go to Taiwan is a wise one is another issue, however. The two changes in the international dynamic of the past 20 years, really in the past decade, are that China is now militarily a great power, and it can project its power. That was not the case 25 years ago when Newt Gingrich, Nancy Pelosi's predecessor, several times went to Taiwan. That's one change, is China's military capabilities. And the second is Xi Jinping, who is far more assertive and aggressive in his policies about Chinese interests and claims. The problem is that there are two incompatible positions, and the way to avoid conflict is to maintain ambiguity. Pelosi's visit eliminates ambiguity to a large extent, or reaffirms the American position, and Xi's positions of the past decade have also eliminated ambiguity. And so we're at a position now, a moment now, where one mistake by a lieutenant flying an airplane could cause a clash between the two great powers of the world. I don't think that will happen, but we are coming to the point where the rock and the hard place, as the expression goes, are now clashing.
Yes, and both seems, like you said, practically, if you look at it, both entities seem to have pushed themselves to a place where they cannot be seen to be backing off. But here, but here what happens is the impact of touchdown Taipei. even as these airspace wars are being played out, where each is claiming their airspace and violation, etc. The Chinese authorities, there is a lot of browbeating because they've closed the airspace for civilian aircraft. But they have recognized that it's a US Air Force aircraft that is carrying the Speaker of the House of Representatives. So they've closed the civil airspace only for civilian aircraft. They are browbeating, but they are not going to shoot down the plane. But when Nancy Pelosi and SPAR 19, carrying Nancy Pelosi, touches down at the airport in Taipei, what is the implication, Glenn, if you were to spell it out to our viewers? Is that a big bust in the entire psyops played by China? Does that totally then bust this one China policy that China has been trying to push for nearly 3.5 to 4 decades now?
Well, I don't think that it does break it, but it does. Pelosi is dramatically reaffirming the U.S. and I think the international position, which is that there is one China, but that and Taiwan is part of China, but that no solution to the one China, two systems situation should occur by force. And that it is up to Beijing and Taipei to resolve the issue peacefully as they agree. So that's what Pelosi is affirming, and that's of course what Xi Jinping rejects and always has. So the implications are that tensions rise, but Xi Jinping is no fool and doesn't want a war any more, I think, than Joe Biden. But he does want Taiwan, and we saw what happened in Hong Kong.
But are you being a little economical when you say that it is one China but two systems? Because Taiwan says they are not China. They are separate from the People's Republic or PRC of China. Taiwan says that they are a separate nation altogether. The other aspect is because that dynamic then, does that extend towards Tibet? Does that extend towards Xinjiang on the Uyghur territory? Does that extend towards Hong Kong?
Well, it seems to extend to Taiwan, and it is intentionally ambiguous from the time of Henry Kissinger's visits to Beijing literally 50 years ago now. And it's the only way to avoid a clash on absolutely incompatible positions is to maintain ambiguity, and the one China, two systems does that. De facto, clearly, what you said is true. Taiwan has all the attributes and functions and actions of an independent state, but even their leaders from factions have avoided the truly provocative step of declaring independence. I think ambiguity, turning the other cheek and not resolving conflicts, is a way that marriages survive and friendships and relations in the office place and between states. And if forced to choose, there's not a happy future.
True. Now we are going full screen right now, Glenn, on visuals coming in from the Taipei airport, and it just looks like there is a plane landing. And in all probability, this is expected to be SPAR 19 because there is no other civilian aircraft in the airspace. This is the only aircraft that is there in that region at this point. And this is, in all probability, SPAR 19 with its lights blazing bright. And the moment it touches down, it would be somewhere etched in the annals of history as a very, very big historic moment. This is the most tracked flight. In case you didn't know, Glenn, on social media, this has emerged as the most tracked flight on social media. The flight path on our live stream has been watched by more than 25,000 viewers, concurrently live watching it because they're tracking this flight. So there is a huge significance to this touchdown, and we can't take that away.
Yes, it's a from Beijing's position, a very provocative act. From the U.S. position, an affirmation of U.S. policy. The White House has tried to be clear that there's no change in the U.S. policy, but the Chinese are not buying that, or rather aren't accepting that. But the fact is, though, the two changes, as I say, in the past decade are come from Beijing. And this is in the large context, the real dangers that a rising power wants to change the status quo. And the status quo superpower, the United States, historically never wants to change the status quo. That implies a loss of control. And there are consequences and wars as a result. And the challenge for Beijing and Washington is to be the exception, and this is increasing tensions. That's true.
Well, it's just happened. As you paused, touchdown happened. There you go. Spar 19 has actually touched down at the Taipei airport. Right there, and there are people watching, and this is a live stream first here on CNN News 18, that the flight has landed, it's touched down, and there are actually applauses that are coming from people who are tracking this. There are people who are tracking this carefully, and you can also hear the US fighter jets flying over. So they are flying by and they are heading back to their base, since this touchdown has now been confirmed and the flight has been escorted safe and sound. Now there are viewers who are watching this and who are asking whether or not will China continue to close the airspace, will it open the airspace, and will they allow Nancy Pelosi to take off, Glenn Carl, or does this now stop with her landing in Taipei?
You're asking me tough questions today. Normally, in a crisis like this, there will be gestures to affirm the sovereignty and the position of each state. So China will take some steps. And then the way tensions ease, it often takes months, and then there will be a secondary step, sort of off camera, as it were, easing tensions that then builds. We saw this between China and India in the Lakash, border clash. I don't think things have even yet returned to the status quo ante the fight between the two militaries there. But there have been steps to ease the tensions. I would expect that China will take some steps. I haven't thought through and don't know steps they can take to turn the screws on Taiwan and the United States without raising tensions that it gets out of control. But they will do some steps, and the airspace could be one for a period of time.
But this rock and a hard place applies to the Chinese too, because their biggest amount of business is with the Americans. They are dependent on Taiwan for semiconductor chips, and that's bulk of their business and industry. So just banning import of biscuits is not going to help. That's what the Chinese have done so far.
Well, yeah, I'm not Xi Jinping. If I were the leader of China, there would be quite a different series of policies. But it has seemed to me for years that China, Beijing, is achieving progressively all of the objectives that it seeks, increasing economic strength, increasing diplomatic strength, a greater role in making setting international norms, increasing ties politically and economically with Taiwan. And so it seemed to me, by continuing the policies from 1979 until 2011 or 12, that China could achieve fundamentally everything that it wants, that it seeks. And the Taiwanese, I think, if they saw a regime that would not do to Taiwan what it has done to Hong Kong, would probably welcome eventually a merge in the distant future, but not beyond imagination at all. But that's not going to be the case if Hong Kong is looking like the soft response compared to what China's prepared to do to Taiwan. So I think that they're harming their own interests by turning the pressure up so much. But I am not, obviously, Xi Jinping.
I've got Professor Scott Lucas also joining us. Professor Scott Lucas, good evening. Historic moment, because we've got more than 1 lakh people who have been tracking the flight path of Spar 19 till the time it's touched down in Taipei on our live stream on social media. This is the most tracked flight on social media till date. How would you underline the significance of what's just happened in the space of all the browbeating and the bullying efforts by the Chinese?
Well, I think at one level, you have a congressional representative a very important one, the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, who will go ahead with this visit to Taiwan. You will have public statements from each side, which says, look, they are not going to let this visit undermine their position. The Chinese will say, this visit should not happen. We maintain our claim to sovereignty over Taiwan. The Americans will say, well, this is an individual who should be allowed to travel to Taiwan. She is not representing the Biden administration, but you should not take military action over this visit. What I think is important to establish is what is happening behind the scenes. Now, a few days ago, Xi Jinping talked to President Joe Biden on the phone. And I cannot prove this, but I suspect that what was said by Biden was privately, look, she is not going on behalf of me or the administration. We, in fact, might prefer this visit does not happen, but we cannot stop her from going there, and you should not expect us to stop her. I think, in other words, you're seeing a public show of rhetoric, especially by the Chinese, but I don't think this public show of rhetoric actually signals, in fact, we will have a confrontation over this visit.
Glenn Carl, you also at the outset when we started, you said whether it is wise of is this trip a wise move. So do you concur with Scott Lucas?
I do. I think Scott makes a very important point. I'm glad to hear that he's on the program again. 63 or 4 years ago, my math is off right now, during the Kimoyan-Matsu crisis of 1958, there were huge tensions between Mao's China and the United States over these two islands just off the coast of mainland China that were being shelled by Mao and occupied by the nationalists, by the Taiwanese. And there was great fear that there would be war. The leaders announced of the United States, John Foster Dulles, I think was Secretary of State, sent aircraft carriers, and that it looked like fighting between the two countries was imminent. What we learned years later was that John Foster Dulles and Eisenhower had spoken directly with, if not Chow En-lai, at least one of the most senior leaders in China, and they said both sides agreed, as Scott intimated, that there would be some kabuki involved to affirm respective positions while being careful to avoid a real clash. And one would hope that that's perhaps what occurred during the phone call between Biden and Xi that I should have mentioned, and Scott wisely did, that both countries can then affirm their positions and yet avoid what neither side really wants.
Well, we're getting visuals of Spar 19. The doors have opened, the ladder is down, and Nancy Pelosi should step out. So even as Chinese officials are confirming that the China's Su-35 fighter jets are actually crossing the Taiwan Straits, and Taiwanese aircraft have opened warning fire at the Taiwan Straits. So there is straightforward a certain conflagration, escalation that we are seeing, even as Nancy Pelosi will be stepping out. There are Taiwanese officials who are walking towards the aircraft and will wait, and they will line up as she steps out. US officials are also there. Her entire entourage has stepped out already. They are waiting at the base of the aircraft, and we will have the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, stepping out of the aircraft any moment now. So these are visuals coming in from the Taipei airport, even as the skies are buzzing with Chinese fighter planes and Taiwanese fighter planes face to face. There she is, Nancy Pelosi, stepping down carefully, and as she has firmly got her foot on Taiwan soil. There she is. So she has arrived, she has gotten in, despite all the browbeating, all the muscle flexing, if I may say, by the PLA, by the Chinese authorities. She has landed, her entire entourage has landed safely on Taiwan soil. She's been greeted by the people who've been waiting for her anxiously. And these anxious moments have now culminated towards her setting foot on Taiwan soil. There she is, greeting everybody, speaking to everyone, and a statement that's been made. Scott Lucas, what would be the ramifications? Quickly, if I may get to comments from you and also with Glenn before we move on here on our show. But what will there be immediate ramifications? Will China take some action which will perhaps hurt Taiwan and also America? Or does it end with her landing in Taipei now?
I doubt there will be any immediate ramifications. It's one thing to get very upset in public and thump your chest. It's another to take military action, which could be a lose-lose. Certainly the U.S. would lose if China attacked Taiwan, but China also might lose itself. It would probably not be greeted warmly by the world, creating another crisis at a time of the Ukraine crisis. It would hurt its own economic interest. The Chinese tactics so far have been to play this long in terms of taking over Taiwan. I don't expect this to change, and for the Chinese to take any immediate measure to sort of bring the whole house down, as upset as they are that Ms. Pelosi might be in Taipei.
Glenn Carl?
I think if anyone is the best students of Sun Tzu are the Chinese, one would hope, but they should be. And Sun Tzu counsels and all militaries should try to adhere to the wisdom that he expresses, which is that you don't engage in a conflict unless you are you know that you can be victorious. And the correlation of forces and the downsides for China are, and for the United States, are tremendous. There's little to be gained other than vainglorious affirmation of position. And there's a lot to be gained by continuing, as Scott put it, the long game. This is why I've been mystified and so distressed by Xi's increasing, frankly, aggressiveness and belligerence, because I think that he could achieve what he wants without creating the tensions that are occurring.
Has Xi Jinping pushed himself into a corner by all this browbeating, Glenn Carl? Do you believe that he will be able to convince his own constituency? Fujian moving tanks, in Xiamen getting tanks on the beach, and then trying to say, I'm closing the airspace. Did he need to do all of this? Or does he actually come away poorer now?
No, he didn't need to do it, but he has, the other part of your question is the easiest one to answer that we've had in this session, I think, which is he clearly has the strong support of a large majority of the Chinese population. You know, the media has shaped perceptions quite successfully, and the two cards that the regime has played to base its legitimacy are economic development, increasing prosperity, and nationalism. And so, yeah, most Chinese will find this to be an outrage that Pelosi has done, and a good thing that Xi Jinping has done.
Scott Lucas, strategically, will this have a lasting impact? Will other nations now step up and try and take on China's bullying?
Well, I think other nations will continue to move as they are, which is for their own defense, including in collective defense. So India, for example, will try to maintain a balance, which is it does not want to intervene over the Taiwan issue, but it will further its involvement in the Quad, for example, stressing the economic and political rather than military dimensions. And I expect other nations will do the same. It's in no one's interest that there's a military confrontation, and other countries will try to stress economic and political initiatives while at the same time defending their national security.
Many would say that now China emerges psychologically weaker because China has been defeated in its own psyops. Would you agree with that? Would nations like, will this have an impact on the Indo-Pacific, Glenn Carl?
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, that's sort of the similar reasoning to something you opened the session with, which was the ostensible loss of influence and prestige of the United States from the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. That's a position I always have disagreed with, really. I mean, empirically, it's been America's withdrawal from Vietnam was looked at, and it was considered a humiliation and a loss, and it was a defeat. But it didn't change fundamentally the interest of other states in having support from the United States or in opposing the United States if they thought that it was in their interest to do so. So I don't think, I think she will be royally, or imperially perhaps I should say, angered by what's happened. But China's influence and positions probably won't change, and the fear of other states about China's increasing aggressiveness won't change. So I'm not sure that this will have a lasting strategic shift of realities, but tensions are higher, that's true, between the U.S. and China.
Is this perhaps another effort for the U.S. to try and redeem itself, try and push itself, once again show itself as a superpower, as a nation that has still not lost its clout globally? Professor Scott Lucas, let me ask you this, because there was a clear erosion of its stature upon the pullout from Afghanistan, and also the way the Biden administration reacted to the invasion of Russia into Ukraine.
No, I mean, this is Nancy Pelosi carrying out a trip that Nancy Pelosi wants to make. Remember, it's part of an Asian tour. Nancy Pelosi is one of the most important Democratic legislators, but she's in Congress. She's not in the administration. So I think you have to remember that not everything which takes place within the U.S. government is what the U.S. presidency is seeking. I think Afghanistan was disastrous for U.S. profile, but on the other hand, I think the U.S. and other countries around it have been instrumental in preventing Ukraine from being overrun by Russia. I think you have the overnight news, of course, which is the assassination of Ayman al-Zawahiri. Whatever you think of that, whether that assassination is justified, it does show in its own way American strength. So no, I don't think the U.S. government is sending out Nancy Pelosi to try to recalibrate its strength in view of some missteps last year. I think it's doing that in other fronts, which are going to be far more important after Pelosi leaves Taipei. And I do think the Ukraine crisis is going to be central, not only to the U.S., as it were, regaining its position, but indeed the international community.
Because this has piqued the interest across the globe, and it has surprised many, because there are many who are watching this broadcast and they're still saying, why is there so much interest in Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan? What's the big deal? And the big deal is because of the way the Chinese have reacted to this, Glenn Carr. So, but if Nancy Pelosi did not have official Biden administration sanction, why is she making this trip? It may be an Asia tour. Is there a political motive to this? Or is there a constituency which would now want to project itself and say that we are from this grouping of Nancy Pelosi, which will stake claim going forward when the elections come around again among the Democrats itself?
Well, at some point we'll learn the answers, but I don't know them. I don't know that many people in the public know them at all now. It's true that Nancy Pelosi is not formally representing the government. It's an advantage and disadvantage of the American system to have a separation of powers. But I look at it two ways, and I don't know which one is correct, or they both might be. Pelosi has, for her entire career, been an ardent opponent of the Chinese Communist Party and what China has done to the Chinese people. We know her visit in 1991. I think you said 88. I think you reversed the dates a little. 1991 to Tiananmen Square. She's made consistent statements and taken consistent positions for 30 years now in this regard. So this trip can be viewed as a continuation of that out of principle. And I think all of that is true. I also know that she is a superb professional and would not intentionally, I think even on a matter of principle, probably like this trip, undermine the Biden administration or complicate its life. So I've wondered, and this is totally speculation, if the trip was similar to the quote gaffe unquote that Biden has made a couple of times, in which he affirmed the determination of the United States to defend Taiwan. I don't think that gaffes. I can't prove that, but I think that he was sending signals, and this could be a signal too. Wise or not, one can debate, but I incline to that assessment.
So you believe that there is much more to it than meets. What is standing out is the interest from a very, very emotional point of view among a lot of viewers in India and also in this entire region, who just believe that this is a way to put a bully like Xi Jinping in his place. this is the victory. The whole aspect, Scott Lucas, many people don't even know that Nancy Pelosi is making her own visit, and it's not something that she's not part of the Biden administration. Many people don't even have not even gotten into that. They just believe that this is a US speaker and a US leader and US fighter jets and a US Air Force plane which is landed in Taiwan despite the Chinese saying don't land. And this is a way where the Chinese have been put in their place. Not the Chinese people, but the Chinese administration. So that's the sentiment that's coming through. Are you surprised by this, or were you expecting something like this from people across the world?
No, I absolutely understand people's concern about this.